will do that now. Okay, we're live. Start the webinar.
It's happening.
We do.
We're live. We're live.
I will do that now.
People are rolling in. We're going to get started here in just 1 minute. Good morning, everyone. Hi. As you are rolling in, go ahead and drop into the chat who you are, where you're coming from. We got people coming in from Houston, Texas, Humboldt ISD, Burlington, Ontario. We got Canada in the building. That's pretty exciting. We got Michigan here, Mom. Washington's in the building. Wisconsin, Kansas. Prince Edward Island. No way. Illinois is here. Manila, Philippines. Ian is here from the Philippines. That is amazing. Good morning from Paraguay. Ooh, we got Kensington, Texas here. Lena's here from Germany. Angie Sully, there she is. Odessa, Missouri. Janesville, Wisconsin's here. Green Bay. Squad is all here. It is 6 o'clock. It is time to get rolling. What do you say, team? Let's bring up those slides. Let's introduce our first guest today for the Kindness Conversational Conference. Up first, we'll take down the music, bring up the slide. Look who it is. It's my mom. Up first this morning, all the way from Maine, I got my mom in the building, the guest. Don't tell any of the other guests, but the guest I am literally the most excited to start with. Hi, Mom.
Hi, Houston.
We have exactly 20 minutes on the clock to talk about our lives together. I think we should jump right in. Mom, what would you say is the number one word you'd use to describe your momming?
My momming?
Yeah, like you as a mom, what would be an adjective you'd use to describe yourself?
Honest?
That's true. You've been honest with me most of my life. Talk to me about how you think honesty and kindness are related.
I think it's hard sometimes to be brutally honest but in the end, I think that's one of the most important things in any relationship is to be true and honest and kind to each other.
Mom, I know that lurking in the background there somewhere is some more family. I think my Nana's in the building, your mom.
That's right.
Hi, Houston.
Hi, Nana. What do you think Nana taught you in terms of lessons of kindness? What did your mom teach you about kindness?
I think the biggest thing that it's very cliche, but it was, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. And we're no better and no worse than anybody else. We grew up, we didn't have a lot, but we were very close. And to this day,
Are still close.
I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters, and I would say we're unusually close. Would you agree?
I would agree. We got a very tight-knit family. that does have that perspective of making sure that we're no better, no worse than anyone else. I like that, Mom. Good one, Nana. That's good stuff. Mom, I wrote a book. I don't know.
You did?
I did. I wrote a book. I know you've had a chance to read some of it. What was the part that stood out to you that maybe you feel like you had like a little smirk on your face because you're like, I think I taught him that?
Well, I guess I taught you to hug like you mean it, which is a rather difficult lesson right now in this day and age during the pandemic. There's nothing specific. It's your style that I recognize. When I read it, I can hear you talk, and it's brutally honest, and there's that word again. I can just hear you through every word. I can hear your voice through every word on the pages.
What's element of kindness that you feel like you struggle with? Something you feel like you're working on?
An element of kindness that I struggle with. I think having a balance to try to do so many things and trying to figure out how to take care of myself as well as everybody else, because I would have to say I mostly put other people first. So, and it feels like it's kind, but I think sometimes it's not really all that kind.
I feel like one of the best things I get to witness, and I think it's tough to hold it in balance, you being kind to you while also really having a desire to give. I see that anytime I come to visit you, it feels like there's always all kinds of people that you want to show up for. Talk to me about how, one of the chapters in the book, I talk about you finding out about having stage 4 colon cancer, and I won't ruin that story, at least right now. But I feel like in the time since then, you've had a paradigm shift, or like the way that you look at people who are struggling with something like cancer has changed a lot. What were some of the more meaningful ways that people showed up for you during that time? And then how has that changed the way you thought about showing up for others?
Make me cry. First and foremost, my family. I never looked one single thing up on the computer, on the internet, to find out about what I had. I had a tribe of gypsies surrounding me doing that and taking care of me. And obviously my family, and then I have a circle of friends that is indescribable. I mean, the positivity and just the constant encouragement that they showed me through everything. I could not have done it without each and every one of them. There are a few people that I try to, if they've come into my life, I had never even met some of them, that I just took on with full force to just want to help them. And I think that understanding you are not alone, just, cry, scream, whatever you have to do, you're not alone. And so if I can help in any way, get them through that first chemo, or, that first appointment to go and talk to the doctor after finding out, I will be there every single time if I'm able for those people.
Tell me about a memory that comes to mind when it comes to whether it was family or friends, when you were, when you were going through a really hard time. What was a moment that you remember that makes you smile or grateful?
Yeah, I'd ruin the book. You know what it is. No, I think that after my first major surgery, there was a lot of love in that hospital room, and it was friends and family and the staff and my doctor. And that was, and I remember waking up and just being surrounded by flowers. And of course that made me happy.
We still are.
I am.
What do you think? What do you think about the idea of community? You're really engaged in your community. Tell me about why community feels important to you right now and how it relates to the practice of kindness.
In the last couple of years, I have taken on, I hope, a strong voice in our community, and it's mostly with helping children. Honestly, the inspiration is from your work, yours and JoAnn. I've been able to travel with you and see what you do, and it really inspired me. And so now my goal is to take care of as many children in our own community as I possibly can, whether it's clothing, food, a car seat, a book, just because I think you guys have shown that it really is our future, these children. And I think there's been a lot lost in the past couple of decades for that family unit. And so just trying to help as many kids as I can.
I love the intentionality. Anytime I'm there seems to be an ordering process. Something is going on where you're bringing some of those things together to help people. I want to talk about how your idea of what people need has changed the more that you've listened. So maybe like talk to me about the first time you went into the school and asked, what do people need?
Those are all pretty tangible. They need food, they need clothing, they need coats, they need that. But I've also gotten to really know some of these people. I chat on the phone with some of the moms that have been through so many different things. Texted a girl this morning, just checking in with her. She struggles a lot. And I think they just, again, they wanted to be treated no differently. There's a lot of pride in our community. And so being able to respect their pride and be able to help them kind of behind the scenes and quietly, it's just been the best feeling ever.
There was a really cool moment, what felt like earlier this year, back when quarantine started for a lot of people, where you knew there was a need, there's a food insecurity in the community, and you needed a new space. Talk to me about what happened and why that sort of transformation of a space locally was important to you.
Well, we've been working out of a church, their back room, their kitchen, and we saw the need for something. It started out as a refrigerator. And I made a call to a very dear friend of mine, Tim, if you're on there. Hey, Tim, Tim Harrington. And I said, Tim, can you get me a refrigerator freezer? Well, the next thing I knew, Tim not only got about 6 to 8 refrigerator freezers, he also donated a space which had been used as a theater, and he wasn't going to be able to open it up as a theater this year, event center. And so he literally gave it over to our food bank. And that's where we handed out food all summer long during the pandemic. The last 2 weeks, they've gotten their own little space in Kennebunk, so that's great. They've moved on, but the kindness of others, and you don't know what you'll get unless you ask.
There's one thing you're very good at, Mom, is being willing to ask. And I know the attitude of you and the people around you is the answer is yes. Now, how do we make it work? Which is one of my favorite attitudes when it comes to meeting people's needs. I love the story of there was this need for a space for the local food pantry, and this guy that owns this beautiful theater locally, instead of being frustrated that they couldn't host normal events there, repurposing the space to meet people's needs, I think is pretty awesome. Mom, what would you say was something that I struggled with in kindness as I have grown up?
Maybe being an only child, maybe the sharing, the sharing part. It was hard. You were used to being, our little prince, and right, Brad? I'm sure you're on there somewhere. I guess, probably more than anything, just that, not really, you've certainly since learned it, but probably sharing.
What do you think I was good at growing up when it comes to kindness? What was something that you think that I just from an early age, I don't know, was doing, or something you taught me and I picked up on?
Break at school?
Yeah, you developed some amazing programs as you were, I think high school is the one that really hit it for you, the leadership camp. But even as a little boy, I think you love to make people happy. You were always acting, and you would just do really silly things, and you wanted to be a comedian, you wanted to be a magician, all those things.
Well, you was a stand-up comedian.
Yeah, you were a stand-up comic for a while.
Mm-hmm. A very short while. Very short while. When
you're 8 years old on the stage in Kennebunkport. We always gave you a lot of stages, didn't we?
It's true. It's very true. Mom, what is something that going forward you want to improve at when it comes to kindness? Besides boundaries, we talked about something you weren't so good at, but what is something that you're working on?
I'm looking at my mom for an answer.
I'm looking at you for an answer.
I know. I guess, I guess you, every day it's a practice. It's a yoga. It's an exercise class. It's a whatever it is you have to practice at. It's not easy to be kind, and I think probably my inner voice sometimes is my biggest problem I have. It just sometimes I'll listen to that voice, and I guess I just need to just listen to my heart, not the inner voice.
What is something, because I think it's important that people hear it, because I don't think you're the only one with one of those inner voices. What's something unkind your inner voice says that you think prevents you from being kind to others?
When he did spectacles and putting yourself in the other person's place.
Perspectacles. We came back to perspectacles. Yeah, yes, trying to put myself in the other person's place, really understanding. Yeah, they are tough questions, Lori. Thank you. My friend Lori's texting me. Those are tough questions. My inner voice a lot of times tells me I'm not doing enough.
Yeah.
And so that's a toughie.
It is a toughie, but I think it's sometimes with those like messy thoughts, it's important to pull them out into the light to be like, wait, is this a true statement, or is it just something that's operating in the background that affects my foreground? Because if boundaries is one of the things you're working on, then that voice that I'm not doing enough is always going to push you past those boundaries. And sometimes we can all be a little listen to the heart more. Yeah. Mom, we have 2 minutes left, which means it's time for the quick kindness questions. You ready?
Okay.
A synonym for kindness is?
Empathy.
The opposite of kindness is?
Cruelty.
The kind of kindness the world needs is?
Deep.
To close this out, Mom, I have a little kindness challenge. I want you to think of a person that comes to mind. I remember growing up, there was a magnet on our fridge that says angels can fly because they take themselves lightly. Who is someone who helps you take life a bit more lightly? So I want you to think about someone in your brain who you think helps you take life more lightly. And then I want you to fill in the blanks on the next screen. Ready? So you'll say, dear, that person's name, and then fill in the blanks. Read the whole thing though.
Okay. No offense to anybody else, but dear Heidi, I just wanted to remind you that you are an inspiration to me. You bring me hope. Fun and lightness. And I'm glad to have an angel like you on my team.
She is one that helps people take things lightly.
She does, yes.
You proud of me, Mom?
What do you think? What do you think?
You know I had to get that in.
Yeah, I think there's something in it. I love you so much, Mom.
I love you too, and I am beyond proud of you. I'll be watching.
Me too.
Nana too. We're watching the rest. We'll be on all day.
Love you.
Love you. Do I leave the meeting?
You can just turn your video off.
Okay.
Your sound off. All right, everyone. That was my mom. The very best among us. A true angel. And a chicken occasionally, only when it makes sense. We have someone coming up here shortly, but for now, go ahead and drop into the chat who you are, where you're coming from. I see that we have people from literally all over the world. I saw some folks coming in from Pakistan. We have people in here from India, from the Philippines, people from literally all over the place. Such a gift to have you here. Jan is here from Arizona. Cindy says your mom is amazing. I agree. Let's see who else. Love from Croatia. No way. All right. Looks like we're gonna have Cornell Thomas up next. Super excited to have you here, Cornell. We'll get your video on, your audio on, and let's get rocking. Cornell. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. What's up? Can you see me? Am I on yet?
We flipped you around today. Thanks for hopping in. You just jumped into the driver's seat.
It's all good. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Am I good? Like, can you see me? All that stuff?
Great, man.
All right. Great.
Pivot
I
or
was trying to get
perish?
on my computer. I just got the message from Michaela, and then I'm like, I'll just do it on the phone. Let's make it happen.
Let's do it live. That's
Nice
the
to
way
meet
this
you,
thing
brother.
works.
Nice,
I
nice
like
to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. I've heard so many good things. I'm so grateful for being introduced. And I want to start with the, I don't know, we'll call it a cotton candy shirt. It says pivot or perish.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All day.
That's the message you wanted to bring to me today. So tell me about that to start.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've been inundated with all the negativity, all the hopelessness that's going on when you turn on the TV. And one of the things that I've been saying all the time, like since before all this craziness has happened, which is 2020, is when adversity happens, you can do two things. You can either pivot and make an adjustment, or you could perish and slowly die, right? Like there's options to it. So I'm just, my background, my upbringing is I was raised by a lioness. I was raised by a woman that was all about solutions and not about the problems. So that's just my mindset. So this is the way I live my life every day.
Yeah, you got a lioness too, huh? We both got a good.
I was tearing up listening to your mom. You know, I was like, that's why when Michaela was like, can you come on right now? I'm like, yep, give me a second. Like I was tearing up listening to your mom because I'm such a mama's boy. And, you know, being raised by just my mom since I was 4, whenever I see a relationship like that of a mother and a son, such a strong bond and relationship, and the admiration you have for your mom, the love you have for your mom, it literally chokes me up. So I was just sitting there listening to you and your mom, and it just made me feel some sort of way. And I was like, man, I'm glad I have 20 minutes before I come on. And I was like, nope.
Nope, no recovery time. It's good. We'll go right into the raw emotion. That's how I wanted it in the first place.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, we jumped right into your t-shirt, but I want to know a bit more about you. What would be like one of your favorite ways to describe yourself?
Super passionate and purposeful. Passionate and purposeful will probably be the two main words when it comes to me. And that passion, in that purpose, there's a insane amount of drive to make an impact on the planet before I'm no longer here. You know, I'm very aware that in 100 years, the earth is going to be recycled and none of us are going to be around. So I want to make sure that while I'm here, I make an impact on people. And I think that's why God created me. And this is what I try to do on a daily basis.
What is, talk to me about how that passion ties into kindness, right? We have this limited amount of time. It sounds like family is important to you, faith's important to you. How does that drive kindness in your life, or how does it relate to kindness?
Well, for me, it's a direct correlation to kindness, because we are so obsessed trying to figure out who's in the White House, what color we are, blah, 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 blah. When your human experience is really going to be predicated around the people that you come in contact with. Like my neighbors, I've always said this, no one in the White House is going to affect my day-to-day. It's my neighbors. It's the people, when I go and travel and speak, it's the people that I meet. So if I meet you, Houston, on the street, if I'm kind to you, I'm affecting your human experience, right? Your experience here on this earth. If I'm negative to you, I can affect that in a different way. So being kind to me, it should be common sense, right? It's like how you show up for other people. All of us are human beings, every single one of us, right? We're human beings. So my goal is when I'm walking down the street, I don't care if I'm in New York, Dubai, Africa, wherever, when I'm walking down the street, you're going to see a smile on my face. I'm going to give you that good energy and hope and pray that it gets reciprocated. And if it doesn't, cool, peace out. I'll just keep walking. But that's who I'm always going to be, because kindness is contagious. That's not some fluffy rainbows and butterfly stuff. It's true. When you hold the door for someone, what do they do immediately? They hold the door for the next person. And now you have a whole entire chain of kindness in the micro that's happening, but really could be in the macro, because you have no idea what someone went through. So that act of kindness can change the person's complete day, week, month, or year. So that's the way I look at kindness in terms of purpose and the amount of time that we have on the planet.
Talk to me about a micro moment that had a macro impact on you.
Perfect segue. So when I was 16 years old, I decided to play basketball. I never played ball before in my life. My cousin, Carlos Taylor, he was this big basketball player in a small town called Birds Nest, Virginia. And I saw this newspaper, a bunch of newspaper articles about him. And I said, wow, this is what I want to be. Because up until that time, I didn't have an identity. I was just so-and-so's little brother, right? I have a bunch of older brothers and a younger sister, and I didn't know who I was. So I was like, basketball is going to give me some type of identity. And I never forget walking to the court for the first time. I had this little Pizza Hut basketball, this rubber Pizza Hut basketball. And I walked 3 miles to the court and I looked at the hoop and I was like, hey man, here it is. I'm going to be famous. I'm going to get girls, blah, 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 blah. And I shoot the basketball and the ball goes over the hoop and rolls down the hill. And I do that for about 2 more hours. At the end of this 2 hours, Houston, I have this big epiphany. I suck at basketball. Like I'm god awful. And then out of the wood, I can't make this up, like out of the woods, this little 5'8" Filipino guy walks onto the court and says, hi, my name's Ray. Do you want me to show you how to shoot a basketball? And for the next 2 hours, Ray showed me how to properly shoot a basketball. And when he left, I still wasn't good at basketball, but he planted this seed in my head that if I work at this, I can get better. That 2 hours changed the course of my life. It gave me hope. I planted this seed like, hey man, you can actually do this. And then from there, you know, I end up, you know, getting a scholarship playing college and getting a professional contract, blah, blah, blah. But it all started with Ray. And if he didn't give me those 2 hours, right, who knows where I would have went in terms of my basketball career and then ultimately to what I'm doing now.
Ray, you still in touch with Ray?
I saw Ray 3 times in my life. And the first time was the day he showed me how to shoot a basketball. The second time was he came by the court like another month. And then the last time I saw him, I just got a scholarship. Like my mom didn't have money to send us to college. So I took 2 years off from high school. I kept working out. I went to a junior college and I got a scholarship, right? I was 4 years removed from being cut from varsity, all this stuff. And I'm a day away from going away to school and I'm walking in the mall. And I swear to you, I haven't seen this guy in 3 years. I see Ray. And I look at him and I said, ran up to him. I gave him this big hug. I said, Ray, I said, I got a scholarship to play college basketball. And he looks me dead in the face and goes, I knew you'd be great. And I just like, you know, this is 20 some years ago and it still hits me like it was yesterday. And just to have somebody that does not know you believe in you so much, man, it was like the ultimate act of kindness for me. And that's why when I go out and I speak different places, I'm always like, I always think about Ray because your time is the kindest thing you can give another human being because you can't get it back, right? So my first book that I wrote in 2013, the second chapter is titled Ray, for the impact that he had on my life.
I love this premise that this person believed in you without really having any sense of who you were, just whether it was, that's just Ray's natural disposition as he moves through the world, or he just had a gift of awareness where he like sees this thing in people, you know, he sees goodness in people and is able to bring that forward, which I think is one of the most kind things people can do. Our capacity to see goodness in other humans and make them, if they don't see it themselves already, bring them to see that is such a incredible act of kindness.
Yeah.
I find it interesting, Cornell, earlier you were talking about how you try to offer kindness to people, and if they don't receive it, like, it's all right, move on. And for a lot of people, I think that's actually a barrier, right? Like, we want people to receive our kindness if we give them. It seems like you got that piece at least a little bit down. What's a barrier for you in kindness? Like, what prevents you from seeing goodness in others?
A barrier for me in kindness. That's a hard one, Houston, because I always give people the benefit of the doubt. My motto is, I will give you great energy until you prove me otherwise. I'm always going to give you good energy. I don't watch the news. I don't sit in front of my TV. I don't believe in the stereotypes that are force-fed to us. I go out and I travel and I meet people and I make my own decisions based off the people I meet. My mom has always said to me, never judge an egg by its carton. Like, always, since I was young, never judge an egg by its carton. So when I meet people I'm gonna give you good energy until I feel otherwise. And when I feel otherwise, then I guess that might be my barrier, where once I feel that bad energy back, I'm like, I'm gonna go meet the next good person. You might be having a bad day. Maybe it's not your month, your year, or whatever it is. But I know there are over 7.6 billion people on the earth. I know there's amazing, great, kind, beautiful people. I'm gonna spend some time on the next one.
I think some people could mistake that for non-kindness, but there is a boundary there, right? Which you say at some point, you're no longer allowed to give this to me, and I'm going to seek those people that I can speak into, which doesn't necessarily mean you're dismissing that person, but you recognize that maybe you're not the person to play that role directly in that person's life.
You can't save everybody. I that's what I did in the beginning. I was like, oh, I'm, nice and, blah, 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 bubbly. And blah. There are some people that it's not their time, right? You don't know what they're going through. You don't know what trauma they had in their life. It's not their time. And you may not be that person to open their heart. You might open it a little bit, and then someone comes through and tears it right open, but it's not your time. So I have limited time myself. I've got to put that other places, because there are so many people on this planet that need people like you, Houston, your beautiful mom, and all this community. They need us to be out there spreading it. So I move on to the next. And if I circle back to this person or meet this person, or God decides to put us in each other's lives again, then I'm not coming at it with bad energy. Maybe they're in a different part of their life or a different place in their life.
Talk to me about an action you remember where you felt like you were in the right place at the right time. You were someone's Ray.
Oh, man. So there's been a bunch, but I would say that I was in Michigan, Lakeview, Michigan, and I just started speaking. I was like 7 months, 8 months in. And I'm talking to 350 sixth graders. And I'm talking about my father. And my father passed when I was really young. My father was a police officer in the city of Passaic, New Jersey. They named the street after him. He did all these magnanimous things for people, but I didn't know my father. I didn't have a connection with my father. I only had 2 memories of my father. And so I'm talking about my dad, and I can look in the front row, Ray, Houston, and there's a girl, blonde-haired girl, little girl, and she was just, eyes were just welled up the whole time I was talking. So when I was going to do the Q&A answer after, I said to myself, she raises her hand, I'm going to call on her immediately. And she raises her hand, and I called on her, and she goes, Mr. Thomas, you said everything happens for a reason. Why did my father leave us? Now, there's 300 and some kids, and that I felt like I just got punched in the chest, right? And so I told her, I said, sometimes the reason doesn't present itself until later on down the road, because I didn't know why I grew up without a father until I had my son. I had no idea, because there's nothing I appreciate more than fatherhood, not growing up with one. And when I said that to her afterwards, she came up to me and she gave me a hug. And, I had tears in my eyes, and I said, man, I'm in Lakeview, freaking Michigan. This town is 2 miles long. And here I am speaking for a girl that probably just lost her dad. And I said, the universe works in such a beautiful way, man. What a beautiful moment for me to be able to share that with her. And hopefully you'll make her feel a little bit better.
On the far side of pain like that, it seems like you have a sense of healing. And I don't know if it's becoming a father yourself, but one of the toughest chapters for me to write in the book was around forgiveness, which I think is an exercise in kindness. What's your relationship to forgiveness in that relationship now?
It's always tough. You could be Mary Poppins. It's tough. Like, we're human beings, right? Forgiveness is tough, especially if you feel that you've been wronged by someone that you care about. Because when you open your heart to people and you feel like someone kicked you in it, the last thing you want to do is forgive. Forgive is practice. That's something that you got to practice, and not just practicing like, oh, let people hurt me. Practicing opening your heart and saying, well, let me put my, their shoes on my foot for a second. what's the reason? Like, what bought me? Like, when it comes to family members, I always say, something makes you love them, right? Like, your family hurts you more than anybody sometimes. Like, you love your family, it's your blood, right? So how much time are you going to waste being angry at them? Now, if it was you that did the act, would you want to be forgiven? That's very important. You know, I've had some stuff happen with family where I'm like, yo, I'm done, man. Like, I'm done. Like, we need to take a break because you're driving me nuts. And what you did was wrong. But then I'm looking, I have a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old. Is that what I want to teach my kids? Like, never forgive, right? Like, never give someone a second chance. Because if that was the case, there'd be people that I messed up with that wouldn't have me back in their life. So it's just remembering that we're all human. And I do believe that there's levels to forgiveness, though. You know, if there's something where your life is in danger or something, like, or you're being abused or something like that, you move on past that. Like, that's like, okay, bye, right? But if it's something that you can reconcile and you can sit down and talk, you know, have a conversation, that's important for you to have that conversation, because God forbid if that person is not around tomorrow and you don't get a chance to get that stuff off your chest. That's a terrible thing to live with.
So many visuals there. I mean, first of all, like the deep empathy to say, does this person want to be forgiven? I think the cynical part of some of us for some of those relationships in our life would be like, no, they have no remorse for it. But the human side of us has to recognize that none of us crave doing bad things or hurting people. You know, we hurt people because we are hurt ourselves, or we talk about a character strength. There's a reason for every behavior. And if we can discover that reason and hold it with some level of care, it doesn't mean what the person did is right or okay, or that you have to allow it again. But if we can find that and tap into that, it might offer us some sense of freedom. And the visual of you literally like opening your chest with that heart exposed and having someone kick it is probably a feeling more than one person here can relate to. But it brings up the over Mother Teresa's space at the House of the Sick and Dying. It's the whole do good anyway. I think the last line is like, you do good and the world's going to kick you in the teeth, or someone's going to kick you in the heart, but show up and do good or love anyways. Cornell, it's 2 minutes, which means it is time for quick question time.
Oh, okay.
Quick kindness questions. You ready?
Sure.
A synonym for kindness is?
Wow, the first one hit me. Can I pass?
Yeah.
I go the next one.
The
I gotta think
opposite of
about that. That
kindness.
was deep. Oh, I'm sorry. What's the next one you said?
The opposite of kindness is?
Meanness.
The kind of kindness the world needs is?
Unity.
I like it. And Cornell, we've made a custom deep kindness challenge for you. I want you to think about someone in your brain right now. Think about your favorite lesson or story that has been shared with you from someone in an older generation. Let's try to celebrate one of these wisdom givers, right? So someone who's older has offered you some wisdom, and here is the prompt. Dear blank, whoever that person is, thank you for sharing your wisdom with me. From you, I've learned so much about blank and feel more kind and blank because of your influence. I don't know if you can see it on the screen or not.
I can't.
All right, you're going to wing it then instead. I like it.
Okay. I would say, dear mom, thank you for teaching me that it doesn't matter what race, religion, or creed the person is, to always judge a person for the content of their character and not the color of their skin. And thank you for instilling in me that I have a greater purpose than just being on this planet and eventually dying. I love you more than anything on this earth. Thank you.
Cheers, Cornell. Thank you, my friend, for being here. Thanks for helping me launch this wild book right now. And thanks for being a fellow mama's boy. I see you. I appreciate you. May we continue to honor the lionesses of our life.
Yes, sir. I honor you, Houston, and what you're doing is amazing, my friend. And anything you need from me at any point I'm on this earth, you let me know and I'm here for you.
I appreciate you, Cornell.
All right, brother.
Whew. Pivot or perish, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, Liz. We got Liz in the building. I'm so excited to have you here, Liz. I know we had a little schedule flip, but now we're here. You are wearing yellow because you're my hero.
I am. I always like to match the book.
Wow, that's this next level intentionality. That's so good. Hi, Liz.
Hey, congratulations. Happy book birthday.
Thank you. I guess that's what they call them, huh? Now that I'm in the industry, I can start to use the lingo. It's a book birthday.
Yes.
Liz, tell me about, we haven't had a chance to meet yet, but I've heard so many great things. And I want to know what you would describe yourself as. What's like your favorite descriptor for?
Oh, I'm a mom. I'm a mom. I'm a mom of 15 they're homeschooling and they're playing their music loud. So girls, can you turn the music down?
Girls.
I have 15-year-olds. But I'm also a writer, a magazine editor. I've written many books, and right now I am the editor-in-chief of Real Simple magazine, and so proud and grateful to be leading a brand that makes people's lives better and easier. 5 years before that, though, and probably what we'll talk about a little bit today, is that I ran the Parents brand, Parents magazine, which has been around for 90 years. And when you think about parenting and how it's changed and kindness, you know, that is really a tool in our arsenal as parents to teach kindness. But, you know, I've worked for health magazines and fitness magazines and all the above. So I'm a writer, an editor, a book lover, and a mom.
Mom first, magazine second, but
That's right.
you have a wild and wonderful sort of array of things. So yeah, tap into, I'm sure along the way, in a lot of these different categories, you've thought about some version of kindness. Tell me about parenting in particular, because that's the world so many people are in, that we are like up close in parenting more than ever before. The proximity of parenting is happening for so many. What was something that you learned along the way around parenting and kindness and the way people?
You know, I think it's really interesting. I've really gone deep into kindness, and I've just been with Real Simple for a year. So I still have that parenting and the parenting experts sort of vibing in my head. And if you ask 10 parents what they want their children to be when they grow up, 9 out of 10 parents will say kind. But if you look at the verbal cues they give them throughout the day, if you look at the schedules that they set for their children, and the things that they prioritize in their lives, those things don't add up to kindness. Those things are about achievement and being organized and being a good person, a rule follower. So that disconnect between wanting to raise kind people and what the messages that we're sending to our families, whether they're 3-year-old children or whether they're teens going to college, that's very, very interesting to me. And I think it translates also into adults. A lot of people, they want to be kind. When you sort of project yourself at the end of your life and you say, you know, what do I want to have meant something, etc. You want to have been remembered as a kind person. And yet sometimes our real priorities that live in our hearts don't translate into how we're spending our days. So that disconnect is very interesting to me.
One of my favorite lines from an article in the Wall Street Journal, the article was, "Are you as busy as you think?"
Right.
And what if we were never again allowed to say, "I don't have time for something"? What if we had to say, "This is not my priority"?
Right.
It's a tough reframe. And I love
tough reframe
between heart priorities and time priorities. Because the gap there. The gap is really what in the book, I'm fascinated by this gap between what we say is important and what we actually do. So tell me about in your own world. It sounds like you have little humans in your home. What does it make time for kindness?
I do. Well, when they were little, I would sort of, and by little, I mean like 4 and 5 and 6, I started to point out kindness around them. So I would say we had a babysitter named Lori, and Lori made Sophia, for example, a special version of her scrambled eggs. And I would say, that's really kind of Lori. And she didn't have to. It means she thought about you and she did something that she thought would make you happy. That's kind. And then when you spot kindness throughout the day, they always say this when you're parenting young children, applaud, find it, seek it out, the moments of kindness, and really make them hero moments. That was so nice that you helped your sister stand up. So pointing it out around us and then applauding it when we do it ourselves. And I think that when it comes to parenting, that's a little easier. It feels like, okay, it's part of my job. I want to raise kind humans, good people, good citizens of the earth. But sometimes when we look at ourselves, we don't put that same work in. And so that's what's interesting to me, is to find those hero moments in your own life. Wow, I was very kind right now to the man who I let walk in front of me, almost like mentally acknowledging the good inside you. So that positive reinforcement works with children, but it also works with us. So kindness, I believe, starts in our hearts and in our own heads. And the behaviors you talk about in your book are so, so important. And I think those are the bloom on the kindness flower. But you have to do the work inside, as you've noted as well.
Yeah, I love that. The external made only because of the internal work. I think
Right.
I think there's such my work day to day is my friend John and I and a whole team at Character Strong. We help create curriculum for kids to help teach these sort of skills that allow kindness to live in the world. And one of the things that our director of research was sharing that I found really interesting was he was sharing a story about a time where a guy offered some money to a man who looked like he needed some. And Brian turned to the guy and said, "Why did you do that? Like what caused that behavioral action?" This is the research scientist in him. And he said, growing up, my parents taught me to tell myself what kind of person I wanted to be. And there's a really bizarre internal phenomenon that happens when you declare to yourself, I'm the kind of person that stops and helps. I'm the kind of person that offers money when I see that I have an opportunity to give it. And what we do is we take internal cues that cause many habits to happen in our life, which I love. So what you're saying is so not only abstractly and spiritually true, but also like it's something physiological in our body that causes us to move into action when we've declared it for ourselves.
Right.
I love that.
I'm a kind person. Catch yourself being kind, and reinforce that within your own self as well. I love that. Identify yourself as a kind person. That's great stuff, Houston.
And so many people have a hard time receiving compliments from others. So this is a whole nother level of like, can I receive the compliment from myself that I'm doing okay, that I am enough, that I did something good or kind. You have these children in your life. Tell me about something that they've done that has humbled you in maybe learning areas where you could use more kindness. Where's like that gap in your parental kindness that having children has helped reveal?
You know what? It all, when it comes to parenting, it always comes down to patience, which is fed by energy. So you have to have the physical energy to be patient and the psychic energy to be patient. And you can't be kind if you don't have that fortification. So as a mom, I always thought about gave myself the permission to take care of myself, to exercise, to get enough sleep, to build a tribe around me of people who would help me accomplish that. And it's been very interesting. I wanted to model for both their identical twin girls. And I wanted to model for them mommy putting mommy first. Sometimes, not all the time, but mommy, when I was a little, when they were very little, I would say, mommy's going to the gym to make muscles, right? And when you start to see them as they grow, parrot those things back to you, that is when you know that you've succeeded. And if one of the girls will catch me in an impatient moment, being unkind to my husband, who isn't it interesting, the people that we love the most and live with the most often don't get our best selves. So my daughters will point out that I said something unkind, or you had an unkind look on your face when you handed Daddy the napkin. So they see it too. So I catch them being kind, and they catch me being unkind.
That's good. I mean, that means you've taught them well through a lot of positive role modeling, that they've given you that accountability on the far side.
Right.
What is something that, as you, I'm sure you've gone through iterations as, you know, someone who's focused on publishing work around parenting and now raising your own, as time has gone on, what have you seen as your daughters have grown up in the current reality of the world? What is something where even they might have an earnest desire to be kind, but they really struggle with it?
I think when people, they're teenagers now, they're 15. So they're politically aware, they're aware of what's been going on with our criminal justice system, with the, you know, racial justice system. And they have very strong feelings about it. And they have had a difficult time feeling kindness towards anybody who isn't as impassioned or doesn't share their same belief system. So there's something on going around on TikTok, which is, my God, that is like the bane of a parent's existence. Although they get their news from TikTok, so at least they're getting their news somewhere, right? But when we're talking about ACAB, which I had to look up, which means all cops are something, you can imagine. And they were reposting this sort of stuff on their Instagram. And I had to sit down and talk to them about the other side of the coin. The other people, what if your father were a police officer? You know that that he would you know, be a kind person, that just because he's part of a racist system does not make him bad. And so that conversation was difficult for them to have, because they thought they were being good. They think they're being kind, and by standing by their values, by being impassioned by what they're seeing, and standing up and saying something and not being complicit. But it's difficult, particularly for young people whose brains aren't fully matured, and that gets you up to about 23 years old, to have enough of the executive function up there to be empathetic with somebody who doesn't agree with you, to be empathetic, which also fuels kindness, with somebody who maybe has a belief system that is so distasteful for you that you can barely stand to receive it with anything other than anger. I think that's the biggest challenge for any of us, and particularly today. It's how to, it's easy to be kind to a kind old lady who's walking across the street. It's a little more difficult to be kind to somebody who's maybe yelling into a microphone or into your TV screen or down the street at you and saying something that you find deeply offensive. So that is the true challenge.
Yeah, and I think part of the challenge is in the language we use around kindness, which is we so often associate it with the kind lady walking across the street, and we think that maybe is the exemplar of what kindness is, when in reality, the biggest challenge of kindness in our current reality is to navigate those tough conversations, to engage with people that we don't agree with.
Yeah,
feel anger,
and they tell you, the parenting experts tell you, in order to do things like spot kindness, but to teach empathy, that skill to say, if they see somebody with a broken leg walking, through the coffee shop, to say to your young child, what do you think it feels like to be that person? What do you think he's feeling right now? Even if the answer is just as simple as his leg might hurt. That human ability to empathize with another human is at the heart of kindness.
Yeah, perspective taking, right? We can feel in teaching, in working to teach empathy with young people, you realize that you can feel bad for someone and then still never do anything to help them, which I think is where empathy and kindness meet. And I think that's a really important line to draw for young people, is like, okay, what does this person need? And then what could I do, if anything, in the moment to meet that need? And, you know, a person with a broken leg is one example, but to your point, the person who's yelling or impassioned about the opposite point of view, what do they need in that moment? And it doesn't mean you have to fold your beliefs. It doesn't mean that you have to not care or be passionate, but what does it mean to listen or show up or pay attention? That's beautiful. Your daughters sound like they're really rad, passionate human beings. For a lot of
They have
teenagers,
high EQs.
high EQs, yeah, which is a blessing and a curse, right?
Yes.
To feel deeply.
They call me on all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. What is something that you have felt that level of passion around, Liz, that you want so badly to give kindness to this sort of category of?
You know, I feel, my life is very, very full, and I'm very grateful for the career I have and for the family I have. And I've decided a long time ago, I'm going to give everything I have to my job and my family, and a lot of things fall away. Things that like volunteering, things like reaching out to old friends. There are only so many hours in the day. But one of the things I find so fulfilling is that through those two avenues, I can deliver kindness, right? So by raising kind children, by talking to them about these very things that we're talking about, I can help raise two kind citizens of their school, future college students, future employees of companies, future kind citizens. And then when I have a brand like Real Simple at my disposal, if you will, I take that very, very seriously. We have 8 million readers just of the print magazine every month. I can sneak kindness in all sorts of ways. We can talk about, we have stories about community and neighbors, and it's not necessarily about here's the way to maximize your time at the PTA. It's here's a way to launch a meal train for a sick neighbor. Here's the a step-by-step guide to make it easy for you. And then we do a lot of community and neighbor coverage where we say, I don't want to necessarily in Real Simple spot the celebrities. We're sort of a celebrity-free zone. I want to spotlight real people and catch them in the act of being kind. I want to do a small profile about a woman who goes to LGBTQ parades and hugs people whose parents aren't there. So she gives the hug to the person who is having this moment about his or her identity. I want to spotlight and catch somebody in the moment of being kind by putting out a table for her neighbors in inner city Detroit, because at the beginning of the pandemic, everybody just needed and shared. To spotlight those kind actions and the kind feelings and intentions that were at the root of it.
I love that. I think it's a paradigm shift for many of those to be okay not going wide, because I think we feel pressure to do this and this and this and have all these different diversified things. But your philosophy is, I've committed to my work and my family, and in those lanes, I'm going to go richly and compassionately where I can in those spots, and not put the pressure on myself to try to do it all.
That's right. And it's interesting. I'll get letters to the editor, at Real Simple. We don't talk about politics. We don't cover current events, but we weave them into the background of what we cover. And I wrote a column in August about what books I was reading to educate myself in the wake of George Floyd as a white woman in media. And all I talked about was the books I was reading, and there were fiction books, because Real Simple has a very popular column, the short list of 5 new novels coming out, and our readers are very passionate readers. And it was wonderful to receive letters from readers saying, thank you for identifying yourself as somebody who is standing with the Black Lives Matter movement, as somebody who's trying to educate yourself. It's so good to know that the editor of my favorite magazine feels the way I do. But Houston, I also got maybe 100 angry letters from Real Simple readers saying, I don't want that in my Real Simple. I don't want to even see the words Black Lives Matter in my magazine. I come here because it's soothing. I come here for a respite. And this is a long way of saying it was a challenge to me. I answer every reader DM and letter to the editor. It was a challenge to me to answer those 100 letters, people who were angry with me for ever so subtly, even acknowledging my point of view in their magazine. And those were very difficult letters to write because they were not coming at me with kindness. They were coming at me with anger, many of them. And I had to react back to them. I had to respond truthfully, but with kindness myself. So those are the most challenging moments, particularly in this time.
And that's why we practice in all the small background moments so that when it comes time to stand firmly on what we care about or show up for others, that's where we feel prepared. We feel competent and capable.
Oh my gosh, that's so right, Houston. It's like exercise. It's like kindness exercise is what you're saying. If you exercise every day, then when you need your strength, it's there.
Yeah, gotta lift the 5-pound weights to lift the hundreds.
That's so good. I love that.
I don't ever lift 100-pound weights, but I get the metaphor. Liz, it's time for the quick kindness questions. You ready?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. A synonym for kindness is?
Love.
The opposite of kindness is?
Hate.
The kind of kindness the world needs is?
Kindness without judgment.
Lovely. We've built a custom deep kindness challenge for you, Liz. Knowing what you care about, we said, I want you to think about someone choosing to act with kindness can be challenging and rewarding. We just talked about that. Think of someone who chooses to be kind even when it's not easy. So get that person in your brain, and we've created a little prompt. It looks like this. So whoever comes to mind, see if you can offer them this moment of kindness.
That's lovely. That's a lovely moment to have. Am I supposed to have it out loud or am I?
Would you be willing to? Yeah. If you're up.
I'm actually thinking about a dear friend of mine who was a creative director with me at several magazines in my past, not now. And we often dealt with very difficult people on the sets. There were celebrities at the time. And it was, you never knew what kind of sort of hate and awfulness might come your way in the photographic moments. And she regarded every moment with love and patience. It was almost a jujitsu that she did. When the hate came at her, she just let it wash over her and she responded with warmth. And it wasn't disingenuous warmth. It was very genuine. It's part of who she is. Her name is Jill. So I always think about, I've learned so much from watching her be so fundamentally kind and go through difficult scenarios with kindness. So my thought right now is about Jill.
Love it. Jill, the jujitsu of warmth, jujitsu artist of warmth.
Yes.
I'm going to try to hold that next time I'm feeling frustration or something coming my way, just to give warmth in return. Thank you so much, Liz, for spending time. Tell both
my pleasure.
Them for their passion and their hearts.
Thank you for putting so much kindness and out in the world. You're a very special man in this. I wish nothing but great things for your career and for this book and for this movement.
Thank you, Liz. Appreciate it. All right. Liz with the matching shirt. What a gift. Such intentionality. Thank you. We've had my mom, we've had Cornell, we've had Liz so far. Now it's time to tap into the book for a second. I don't know. What do you think? Let's do a little, maybe a little mini reading from the book. We had Kiana, who was going to join us today. but she ended up getting a job in Bulgaria, which meant she had to be taken off today, which gave me an opportunity to read to you, which I'm just as excited about. So we'll spend a few minutes reading, and then we'll head into our next guest, Brad, who I'm so excited to chat with here in just 12 minutes. But let's go ahead and flip to a section of the book so I can share with you. By the way, anyone who purchases the book today, and sends an email, the team will drop it into the chat, sends an email to deepkindness@characterstrong.com. You will be in a song, a custom-made song at the end of the day, sung by my roommate Esteban. So I hope that's some incentive. Besides just wanting to be more kind, I hope that's some incentive to you. All right, let's flip to one of my favorite chapters. We just talked a lot about empathy. So I wanted to share this chapter with you on empathy. It's called Standing in the Rain. In 2012, I traveled to Haiti to help out my incredible friends, John and Marlene, who run Haiti Partners, an organization that believes in helping Haitians change Haiti through education. They were welcoming their first class of 3- and 4-year-olds at the Children's Academy, a school they were building in Bausia, poor and underserved area of the country. Their goal? Create a school that is the center of the community, supported by families and sustainable businesses to serve as an epicenter for educational practices throughout Haiti. Before 2012, I had never traveled to a country as challenged as Haiti. I stepped off the plane wearing some linen pants and a fedora, and was quickly met by the contrast of this place. Joy and tragedy so often sit side by side. The people were dancing, smiling, and so dang friendly. There was color and life amid the backdrop of broken concrete and pain. The evidence of their massive earthquake was still intensely raw. Driving through Port-au-Prince painted a picture of poverty that I'd never had to wrestle with so intimately. The gift of seeing news like Haiti's through a screen is that we can fade to black whenever it gets too uncomfortable. But here it was in full color. Animals and children foraging for food in a sea of garbage. Shanty towns that house hundreds side by side by side by side. We drove an hour to John and Marlene's home. Stepping out of the car, we were greeted by the loveliest serenade. 20 kids singing words I didn't understand, but it didn't matter. Hope and beauty are always translatable. Haiti Partners has all kinds of tremendous projects to help support this community. One of their groups is called WOZO, a children's choir comprised of kids ages 5 through 18. In Haitian Creole, WOZO means bamboo reed. The choir's motto is, "We bend, but we do not break." Resilience is a natural and abundant resource here. John and Marlene's own kids were 5 and 9 at the time. They came running outside, and you could tell that they were so excited about what they kept calling the big event. In just a few days' time, WOZO was performing a big concert as a part of a series of performances hosted by the brand Life is Good. The concert was to be in the big city at a big park, and it was a big deal. Saturday rolled around, the day of the big event, and WOZO showed up ready to be rock stars. It was over 100 degrees outside, and the humidity could have drowned you standing up. The bus arrived 3 hours late. The group, as you can imagine, was well cooked. To call it a bus, I should tell you, is an overstatement. It was really more of a 12-passenger van, and all 20-plus students piled in with no AC on a day that would melt most people's brains. They traveled over an hour down winding roads into the city. Upon arrival, the members of WOZO were informed that the event was behind schedule, and their set had to be cut down a bit. Still, they enthusiastically got into their performance outfits, got on stage, and sang their hearts out. I had no idea what they were saying, but it didn't matter. Passion and persistence are always translatable. As they filed off stage as the day wrapped up, a massive thunderstorm rolled in from the distance. The kids piled into the van, but we realized we were able to take 6 students ourselves in the back of an SUV. Right as they climbed inside, the rain was on top of us. Rain in Haiti, by the way, is not a gentle experience. It's like an ocean had been inverted and she's trying to find her way back to land. The streets quickly started to flood and we plowed our way through for over an hour back towards Bausia. The rain was relentless and the thunder felt like it was inside the seats. After a particularly loud boom, one of the 5-year-old girls in the back started crying. I wanted so badly to say something, but I didn't speak their language. I didn't need to. As I turned in my seat, the other girls all grabbed the smallest girl's hand and they started to sing. I had no idea what they were saying, but it didn't matter. Comfort and compassion are always translatable. Finally, we arrived at our first stop. John and his brother Jesse hopped out of the car, opened the back, and helped one of the girls out. A brother was waiting in the pouring rain for his sister. They all hugged. John and Jesse got back in the car, and we headed to another stop. I learned that some of these girls would have to walk 2 miles to get to their homes beyond passable roads. We stopped 5 more times, and each time John and Jesse got out of the car, helped a girl out, and walked her to her family, always greeting them, hugging them, and making sure the girls headed out safely. Finally, it was just our small group in the car. John and Jesse both drenched head to toe and back again. I wanted to comfort John, so I placed my hand on his shoulder. I'm so sorry. His brother Jesse chimed in with some levity. If something like this happened in the States, there would be lawsuits. We aren't as tough as we'd like to pretend back home. I wanted to console John. I know today was the big event, and it seems like everything that could have gone wrong did. And look at you. You're soaked. Everything is soaked. John turned around in his seat. He smiled big, water dripping from his eyelashes. Houston, this was the best day of many of these kids' lives. I saw their smiles and I felt their pride when they hugged me goodbye. In the rain, if they'd let me, I would stand in the rain all night with them. Sometimes lessons in kindness sneak up on you. They can hit you like a wet SUV. For a long time, I thought empathy was a complicated thing that required you to have lived through a lot of pain before you were able to empathize with someone else's. But I realized on that damp night that we all have 3 rather profound everyday choices about how we engage with the world around us. Apathy. I don't care if others get wet if I get to stay dry. Sympathy. Here's an umbrella. Hope it helps. Empathy. Standing in the rain together. I will never know the full scope of suffering that many of the people of Haiti have endured. I haven't suffered through huge natural disasters. I haven't lived on just $1 or $2 a day. I haven't worn hand-me-downs of hand-me-downs. I haven't known the pain of losing a loved one to a simple, treatable virus. I haven't walked miles for my education or for my water. But I suppose I do know what it feels like to be soaking wet. And perhaps even just for a moment, that can be enough. To be there with another person and be present to their pain, even if you can't identify with the precise story of it. To not run from the hurt or try to solve the problem, but to sit with it, to listen to it, to embrace it. That's empathy. Viktor Frankl, the Holocaust survivor who wrote Man's Search for Meaning, describes suffering like a gas. He says gas, like hurt, expands to fill whatever container it is in. Meaning that while objectively a middle schooler navigating their parents' divorce may seem to be in less pain than the 12-year-old Haitian who just lost her mom to the flu, the emotional suffering inside the body actually feels very similar physiologically. We only know what we know, so our individual perspective shapes our personal experience with pain. The worst suffering in my world, to me, actually feels quite similar to the worst suffering in your world for you. That is one version of what kindness is, standing in the rain. To be willing to sacrifice not just your time or your money, but your comfort, your pride, your fearfulness, your dryness, in order to truly be alongside another person, with someone. The big event had nothing to do with the concert in the park. the big event was those girls singing in the back of the car and hugging John in the rain. The kind of kindness the world needs is one that pays better attention. It listens well in order to love better. Excited to share more of this book with all of you. The team has dropped into the chat if you want to order one on Amazon or on anywhere where books are sold. Be awesome to get you in the book club today, and you'll be in the song later this afternoon if you order one and send us a note. Whew. All right. That said, I think it is time to put up the up next slide for our next guest. One I could not be more excited about. We got Brad Montague in the book. He came roaring on. I wasn't even ready. There he is. Brad! I just spilled water on my shirt because I was so excited to see you.
It's, people do that all the time.
Do they? Is that a comp? Do you get a lot of shirt spillers?
Yeah, it's every person I meet. They're like, "Oh man, I messed up my shirt. Thanks a lot."
You must be selling a lot of merch then. You get a wet shirt and
You're gonna make me spit on my shirt, Houston. Hey, when's your book come out? I was just wondering.
Oh, it's today, man. Yeah.
Oh,
It's, as Liz told me, it's my book birthday.
dude, this is a great day for the world, for bookshelves everywhere. Congratulations, man. That's a lot of hard work and a lot of beauty you're adding to the world.
The last time we talked was because of your book being added to the world. So if anyone needs a new blue or yellow addition to your bookshelf,
Yeah, we're in the
Becoming Better
Yellow Book Club.
Grown-Ups and Deep Kindness, it's a 1-2 punch. I really think they work well together.
Yeah, I think our books would be friends if they were animate and had feelings.
I think my book would spill on my book's sleeve.
There are so many amazing people watching this today. It's like you're running a marathon of kindness.
I feel like I'm about to it feels like we're still really early and I'm getting sore and need a Gatorade.
Pace yourself. It's okay. You've been training for this your whole life.
In some ways I have. Brad, I want to talk to you about how you've been training for kindness. Because I feel like you've gone through a winding and mysterious, you've wandered the map that you so beautifully offered in your book. So before we jump in, for those who don't know you, how would you describe yourself?
I am Brad, and I am a storyteller, a doodler, and trying to be a good future ancestor.
Storyteller, doodler, Brad, and future ancestor. Tell me about a doodle that has been indicative of kindness, or a doodle that you've done recently that you thought was going to tell the world a story of kindness.
Well, there's one that I draw all the time just for myself to remind myself. It's a sun. When you're a kid, you get a piece of paper, you just draw the sun in the middle of the top corner.
Yeah.
Nobody told us that's what you're supposed to do, but every kid did that. They were just but I'll draw the sun, and there's this little poem that I have to remind myself all the time. Is that the sun showed up again. I looked up and asked it why. And the sun looked down and brightly whispered to give you another try. And that's what I try to remind myself, that, okay, it's okay. We get another try. We get to do it again.
What's a time where you had to retry kindness?
Oh, I mean, it's often. It's a thing we do. It's a thing that, kindness, if we're not careful, is a thing people use that's a low bar, where we're just like, oh, be kind. That, that's like, please don't bite people. Please don't just be kind. And I think what you're after, and what I know you're about, and what I think this community is for, is a radical, fierce kind of kindness that pays attention, that looks at other people and wants to be kind because we are all humankind. It sees that you matter a lot. And I want to respect you and the fragile, beautiful life that you are and the beauty that you add to this world. And what a miracle it is that we're getting to interact right now. So even though I'm just buying coffee, this is a sacred moment and I'm going to treat it that way. So it's not just smiling and acting like, hey, you're I didn't bite you just now. It's acknowledging the incredible humanity of every person and acting like your life matters and the people around you matter. And it changes everything. It changes the way you get your coffee, the way that you write, the way that you show up in the world. And it's something I'm trying to nurture all the time in my own life and my kids. And it's a practice.
Yeah, it's the practice of not biting.
Of not biting people.
It is a profound disposition to hold the world and each moment in it as sacred, as what are the chances, right? What are the chances that I'm here with you at this time together buying this coffee? What are the chances that I would be here with you talking right now?
Right? I mean, if you really just paused and think about the person who challenges you the most, the person who, like, any sort of person who just really just rubs you the wrong way. And if you could just pause for a moment and realize all of the things that had to happen for that person to exist. And I try to think about those challenging people and the fact that they had a birthday at some point and somebody bought them a present and they loved them. And there's somebody who thinks about them and loves them just because they exist. And how can I get to that place and see them? I want to be able to do that more, so that we can unlock the wonder of every moment.
There's a lot of personal ownership in that, to say, I'm going to get myself to the place that in moments that challenge me, the reframe in my brain is, here's how I'm feeling now, and where do I want to get to hold this person in love, is a pretty practical, like, internal exercise that I don't always think about. Sometimes we always make it external, like, what do I need to do for this person now? But, like, what do I need to do to move myself to a place where I can hold this person with love? Tell me about, you said, think about the person who challenges you the most. I won't ask you to say that person's name for you, but is there, are there behaviors that challenge you a lot? And what is one way that you bring yourself to more of that loving disposition towards them?
Yeah, well, I've had to think about it in the way that I love Peanuts, like Charlie Brown, Snoopy, all that whole thing. And we got to do a project with his family when the Peanuts movie came out, and we met Charles Schultz's wife, we met his son, and his son is who Pigpen was based after. And so he said, a lot of people think that I'm just a mess of a kid, and that I'm because Pigpen was based on me, that I'm Pigpen. And he goes, there's obviously more to me than the fact that I was a messy kid. He said, I liked dirt bikes and stuff. And so my dad just sort of made this character Pigpen out of me. But then he told me every single Peanuts character, a lot of people think, oh, my dad was Charlie Brown because his name was Charles. He had sort of a melancholy attitude about him sometimes. And he's like, actually, my dad was a lot like Snoopy. Like, sometimes if he got excited, he would do this little dance. And actually, sometimes he was a lot like Schroeder because he did this art on this comic strip. It was great art to him. Schroeder is doing this great art that's music, but it's on a toy piano. It's not like a respected instrument. And then Lucy is this critic, and that he has this inner critic. So he said, if you really want to know who my dad is, you need to look at all the Peanuts kids. And I've had to think about humanity that way. Like, if we really want to know what this is all about, we got to look at all the kids, every single one of us, that there's some aspect of us that is important. And I need, even if I don't understand those who are more critical or who see the negative side of things. Like I need that perspective. And so seeing that every single person has something to teach me, and that I have value to bring, it helps give me the confidence to know that any table I find myself at, I have something that I can bring to it that's helpful, and everybody else does too, if I can have the patience and the loving vision to nurture that.
So from a practical perspective, if someone is challenging me, I have to think about what is the other Peanuts character that this person
Yeah, like what are they adding to the story? What are they teaching me? How do we help each other? There's a story that I actually shared it yesterday. It's a little animated story that I made that's called The Dumpster Fire in the Garden. And it's me trying to work out how do I show up in the world right now? And we could just look at the problems in the world and add to them. We could look at all the anger and just fan the flames, make it bigger. Like we could just look at the dumpster fire and just dance by it. Like that would be easy and fun. But what if we went to a place where through compassion and creativity, we nurtured goodness and let it blossom and bloom? It takes more work. It takes longer. But doing that is what we're here to do, not feed a dumpster fire, but ask, why is there one? And what goodness can we nurture? How can we add to the beauty, add to the life? How can we add goodness? And so it's pulling people away from those things that are unproductive and unhealthy to the essential, vital things of being a person.
Well said. More gardens, less dumpster fires.
Yeah, like okay, if you can see this, yeah, there's dancing by the dumpster fire, which seems fun, but I think we're called to do something far more.
That inspired by a movement that's familiar to you? Like, is that dumpster fire dance? Is that something that you've done, or is that a
those moves?
Yeah.
I pretty much move like, and my legs just go all wonky. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you and your wife going out seems like a wild time. Brad, so today I was actually thinking about you last night as I was preparing for today, because people are like, it's gonna be a long time to talk, and I'm like, the good news is I don't have to talk very much. I'm doing a lot of listening. And in your book you talk about, instead of doing a speaking tour, you did a listening tour, which I think is so lovely. Tell me about one of the things you learned about listening. Not something you heard, but what did you learn about listening for yourself?
Yeah, there's this sort of pressure we can put on ourselves when we show up places sometimes to feel like we really have to say something witty or smart or not make a fool of ourselves. And we think that we have to bring something to the table that's, like a potluck dish of words. And the best thing you can bring to any room is just your presence, especially if there's children. Like as a father, I thought like my job was just to pour into my kids all this wisdom, but really it's just to be present. And to be present, then like playfully present is what I learned to be. This idea of showing up and creating a situation in which they add to it, and they feel the freedom to be themselves, to say whatever, and I get to bear witness to who they are. And in doing that, I found that I said a lot more by saying nothing, because I just showed up and said, I want to hear what you have to say. I want you to finish this sentence. I want you to tell me a story. And they did. They were like just waiting for somebody to give them permission to be themselves. So showing up is another practice of trying to just be in a spot and be able to receive and create a kind of comfort so that everybody there feels like they're worthy to add to it, and that you're going to hear what they have to say.
I hear you much more clearly through this than I would have otherwise. Thank you. I think the gift that we can give people of making them feel like they have something to offer, they're worthy of offering something, allows us to identify about one of the themes so far is seeing goodness or identifying goodness and then celebrating that goodness. What was some goodness that came forward in that listening tour that you think you might not have otherwise had a chance to get had you not been creating that space for people to give their gifts?
Yeah, so I visited third, fourth, and fifth grade classrooms in all 50 states, and they were different kinds of classrooms. There were big schools, small schools, schools with big budgets, schools with no budgets, homeschools, unschools, and in those different settings, though they had different resources, there was a through line. And it was the kind of thing that like it doesn't make social media every day. It doesn't make the news. It's just this like quiet hum of love that just is happening. Like these little acts of care that are happening that are so vital to the lives of every person in its orbit. And we don't get to see it. We're not privy to it, to all of the untied shoes that get tied every day, all of the school lunches that get paid for when, you know, somebody didn't have the money, all of the little acts of care that are happening. And so I got to see those. Like I got to go back to these schools and see these people who were showing up, you know, and they were doing incredible things with students, like projects that I would have loved. But the coolest thing was the fact that there were just these caring adults who were showing up. And so it gave me, and it's like right now during this time, I've had to keep that in mind of those times, those moments of despair or feeling like this is all too much. I have this reminder that there is right now actively showing up in the world a whole army of incredible people. And they don't think what they're doing is huge, but it is holding this all together. Like Wendell Berry is one of my favorite writers, and he says it all turns on affection. Like it all turns on affection. And so part of why I wrote my book and it was to remind people that those little things they're doing are huge. So you don't have to do something huge, just show up, tie a shoe, look a kid in the eyes, let them know they matter. And what I love about what you do is everything about you is just a constant invitation, Houston, for everybody to show up and show love. It's just like, it's just gushes out of you. And I'm so excited for people to get their hands on the book, but I'm even more excited about what's going to happen next. You know, because all these people are going to read it and then they're going to go, oh yeah, I can do this. I'm already doing this. Let me nurture that more. So it's going to be cool, man.
Happy to be an inviter of love, and thank you for RSVPing so consistently, showing up. Brad, it is time. You know what time it is. Quick, kindness questions. Okay. Yeah, take that drink of water, spill it on your shirt just a little bit. A synonym for kindness is?
Consideration, respect, wonder, awe.
Ooh, I like it. It's all hyphenated. The opposite of kindness is?
Oh, the opposite of kindness would be, I went blank because it would be empty. It would be nothing. It would be asleep. It would be the absence of all humanity, the destruction.
Empty, asleep, destruction. Those are strong opposites.
Yes.
The kind of kindness the world needs is?
Joy-filled.
What's that? Brad, the team has come together to build a deep kindness challenge for you.
Ooh.
I wrote a book called Becoming Better Grown-Ups. So who inspires you to be a better grown-up? Who lives with intention and wonder in their life? You got someone in mind?
Yeah, there's an older man here in town that his name's Larry, and he writes kind notes. He's lived an entire life of caring for people, and he's got a lot of wisdom, and he could share it, but he does way more listening than I would if I knew all the things he knows. And he has boxes and boxes of art from kids. He promised himself that any kid who drew anything for him, he'd keep. And so he has all that. So I want to live the kind of life that he's got now, where he's beginning to see little fruits of the goodness that he's planted for years, but he's just not giving up. He just keeps showing up.
Well, we have a little prompt that you could use to celebrate Larry. Can you see it on the screen?
I
can nearly see it on the screen.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Dear Larry, I'm so happy to know a generous grown-up like you. One word I think of when I think about your grown-upping. Oh, that's a good phrase. Is grace. You inspire me when you say things like, I see you. Oh, that's good.
Well, thank you, Larry. Thank you, Brad, as usual, for your wonder, your joy, and this moment. You have no idea how sacred it is to me. So I appreciate you so much, my friend.
Oh man, I'm so thrilled for you and that amazing book. Bravo, sir. Tip of the hat.
You as well. More to come.
Yes, to be continued. All right, so take a deep breath. You got a long marathon ahead of you. You know, get some stay hydrated, and remember that every mile matters. So it's okay.
Thanks for being a great mom, Brad. We'll see you later.
See you, pal.
Oh, Brad. How much do we love Brad? Too much for words to fully, accurately describe. I am loving these two Krista, these compliment creations. And now we have our friend, Leon, coming in hot. Good morning, Leon. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Fun fact for those watching. Leon and I live literally one block apart. Two people that care a lot about kindness. In close proximity. It's almost dangerous, Leon. Would you agree?
I think so. I think it is.
Leon, what is one of the favorite ways you describe yourself?
I guess someone that likes to travel and likes to share as much hope as possible, as imperfectly as he can.
Talk about a time, if you would, where you shared imperfect hope, but it seemed to work okay.
I think pretty much every day I share imperfect hope. But I would say, you know, when I give my speeches, I share imperfect hope. And I heard what Brad said about presence. And I think that that was such a powerful thing that he mentioned, because it is true. In some ways, it is a superpower to be able to be as present as possible, you know, and kindness is really wrapped up in presence, because if you're not present, then it's difficult to be kind.
What taught you about that? I mean, I know one of the things that you've done as a traveler, you traveled the whole world on the kindness of others. Tell me about a moment where someone was present with you and it made you feel a sense of safety or belonging or hope.
Well, I think all the great moments from my journey really had presence intertwined within it, right? because you can't have that moment of magic, let's say, with another human being if there is a lack of presence. But I remember very clearly one of the greatest moments for me on my journeys. I was in Pittsburgh, and I ended up chatting with this chap. I asked him if I could stay in his house, which is what I do. And he turns around and he goes, "Look, I'm really sorry, but I'm homeless." So, I felt a lot of shame about that, asking a homeless man to stay in his house. But then he turned around and he's like, "Well, you know what? If you want, you can stay with me tonight." And he said, "I'll feed you, I'll protect you, I'll give you some clothes." And it was a very, very beautiful moment, because here was someone who basically had nothing, right? Yet he gave everything. And what he did have was he had that presence, and he had that ability to connect with his heart, even though things were clearly not great for him because he was sleeping on the streets.
Yeah, if you haven't watched the Kindness Diaries, it's one of my favorite episodes where you get a chance, and it's one of the more powerful moments where this gentleman says, "Here's what I have to offer." It's not, it's this premise of that we all have something to give, whether it is traditional or not. Leon, what would you say is the thing that you, maybe outside of presence, that you give, that gives people some of those moments? Something that you feel like you're a really effective giver when it comes to kindness?
I would say that I'm a good listener. My girlfriend probably would disagree with me, but I think I'm a good listener, right? And in the journeys I did around the world, one of the rules was I couldn't accept money, right? All I could accept was the generosity of spirit of another human being. And it's easy in a certain way to go into your pocket and take out a few dollars and give to someone. But it's easy to write a check for a charity. But it's much harder to really give of yourself, to give of your presence, to give of your being, to give of your magnificence. And each and every one of us has that. Each and every one of us has that flowing through us. It's whether or not we want to tap into it or not. So I would think the greatest thing, one of the greatest things that I believe I can give people is to listen, because most of us feel deeply unseen. Most of us feel deeply unheard. And when you make someone feel like they have value, you are changing the fabric of who they are by reminding them of who they are. That was a bit of a poem, but whatever.
It's good. And well stated. I think that's this premise that we all need reminders. And one of our favorite quotes that we use at Character Strong is, "We need to be reminded more than we need to be instructed." It's a Samuel Johnson quote, which is that simple idea that so often we forget the things that are maybe most readily in front of us. And what a gift it is to have people that pay enough attention to remind us. Leon, I feel like, on Instagram, you are literally the kindness guy. And there's a few of us in the kindness world. And so I think one of the things I've realized is spending a decade now talking about kindness. I think you start to see this word or this idea in ways that maybe most people don't typically look at it. What is something that you think you believe or have realized about kindness that you think most people aren't paying attention to?
Well, sometimes kindness is like a bad word, right? That people, if you talk about kindness, it's like there's a weakness. Why are you talking about kindness? What's wrong with you? Are you talking about kindness because you don't have any strength? You don't have any power? No. The truth is that kindness, to me anyway, is your greatest strength. And also, it is a win-win. If I'm kind to you, you win, and so do I. Some people say, to be truly kind, you have to be completely selfless. And I'm like, well, do you think that Mother Teresa didn't get any benefit out of being kind? Of course she did. Do you think that the Dalai Lama doesn't get benefit out of being kind? Of course he does. And, it is in so many ways our greatest strength. And it flows through each and every one of us. We just in some ways not connected to it because of the society we live in, because you turn on the news, whether you're on the left or the right, and people are screaming at each other. And we get to think that kindness isn't an important and kind of universal aspect of being human. It is. Some people are more connected to it than others. Some people, like you, dedicate your life to it. But it is a very important part of our humanity. One of the things I've noticed on my travels, and people always send me messages about this, they say to me, "Oh, Leon, I noticed that the people who have the least give the most." And it's very true. When I was in India, and I was in some of the poorest places in India, on the outside, it looks, there's a lot of poverty, but beyond that poverty, there's so much love. And part of the reason for that is because as communities, they need each other, right? Now in America and in certain Western countries, we kind of live behind high walls and we don't need each other. But when you go out into places where people are kind of less materialistically wealthy, they are more community wealthy, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. What was the community that you grew up in, and did it feel wealthy to you?
Look, I grew up in London, and on the outside, and I share this all the time, but on the outside, I had everything you could ever want. But on the inside, I was just totally broken. So to answer your question, I think community-wise, I felt not wealthy at all. But materialistically, I mean, there were never any issues, fortunately for me.
Talk to me about along the way, you've traveled the world on kindness. What was the thing that scared you the most when it was time for you to offer a moment of kindness? What was a fear that felt preventative, or even a moment where you had to choose courage when?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the fear really was at the beginning, before the journey began. And the fear was, oh no one's going to be kind. I'm not going to be able to make it around the world. It's all going to end in humiliation, and people are going to, look at me like I'm a professional nut job or whatever. But the truth is that the moment I started the journey, there was no fear really, because people were generally kind. I mean, yes, of course, some people didn't help, and that's fine for whatever reason. But you can always find that one person. I always tell people one of the most important things to do is to share your pain. And the reason why I say that is because if we don't share our pain, it will consume us, and ultimately it will destroy us. And in some ways, going around the world and connecting with total strangers is not necessarily sharing your pain, but it is sharing your vulnerability. And there are some people that will stamp on that vulnerability, but there are many more that will hold that vulnerability. And it's that magic of human connection that really kind of inspires me to keep on going on this journey.
What was the next thing, or maybe even a recent thing you chose to do where it felt like the preparation for the journey was more scary than the execution of it?
I think that's life, isn't it? We're always fearful of things that are going to happen, and we drive ourselves crazy, and then they happen, and it's like, oh, all right, then I can deal with that. Like, imagine if I told you 2 years ago, oh, there's going to be a pandemic, and you're going to be in lockdown, you're going to be in quarantine, there are going to be curfews because of the race issues we've been dealing with. You'd be like, oh my God, how on earth am I going to deal with that? But it happened, and you dealt with it.
Yeah, and are dealing, absolutely.
Yeah.
Leon, what for a lot of people, kindness is an action that we do, and I believe sort of deeply and talk about in the book, making kindness a practice in our life. What are some practices of kindness you think you've stolen from others in your journeys, that you've seen people do, that you said, I want to do more of that?
Well, look, I've pretty much stolen everything from others, right? Because there are many, many wise people that came before me, whether they wrote a book, whether they were in a documentary. So nothing I've done or do is particularly new. So, I would say that the most important thing to know is that kindness really ultimately is a choice. You get to choose how you show up. I get to choose how I show up. Now, I don't always do it perfectly. I remember I was at a school and a kid asked me in front of the whole school, he was like 12, Mr. Leon, have you ever been mean? And I was like, oh God, I'm going to lie to the child. But no, I said, yeah. I said, of course I've been mean because I'm just like you. And I have good days and I have bad days. So I guess to answer your question, the most important thing is really to choose moment to moment to show up as beautifully as you can. And when you fail, it's all right. You made a mistake. Get back on the kindness wagon, as I like to call it, and start again.
Do you think does it feel binary, or does it feel like there's an improvement over time? Like, do you feel like you get less quote unquote bad days, or on those bad days there's less cruelty or meanness involved? Do you think there's a sense of improvement over time?
100%. If you went to the gym for 10 hours, well, I'm exaggerating, but like 4 hours every day for the next 15 years, you'd be like a superhuman, right? If you went to the gym for 1 hour a day for a week and then never went to the gym again, you wouldn't be a superhuman. So it is a practice. It's the same as meditation, right? I don't know if you meditate, but if you meditate every day, you're going to become calmer. If you stop meditating, you're going to become less calmer.
Do you feel that people who in your life actively, presently teaches you the most of kindness?
Presently or just ever?
Presently.
Do you know what? It's interesting. It's an interesting question. I would say those people who are the most unkind, whether it's in the public arena, wherever it may be, because I look at them and I'm like, I don't want to be like that. And I'm going to do something different to the way they're behaving. And again, you turn on the news or whatever political party you're from, and you see it happening all the time. So, and not just in politics, but in entertainment all over the world. So I look at that and I'm like, okay, you're going to behave like that. I'm going to do something completely opposite.
The contrast is motivating for you, huh?
Yes, indeed.
Leon, now that you've sort of created this thing around kindness, what feels like the level up for you? Like, what is something you aspire to in kindness right now? Where are you going with the kindness journey you're on?
Look, I think that what I've always wanted to do is to inspire people to live their best lives. And however I do that, whether that's through kindness, whether that's through, travel, whatever it is, I just want to make people kind of fully embrace their beauty, and to live so that when they're 97 years old and they're looking back at their lives, they don't regret those 97 years.
To fully embrace their beauty. Is there a piece of your beauty you're working to embrace?
You're a professional questioner. I always tell people that it's easier to be kind to others than it is to be kind to yourself, and that we would never allow other people to treat us the way we treat ourselves. So maybe I should be a little bit kinder to myself.
What would that look like for you today?
Every time I answer a question with something I think is great, you're like, oh no, one more. Go on, son. Come on then.
It's deep kindness. We're not the first question kindness.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. It is deep kindness. What was the question again? The last question?
What would be a way that you could practice that self-care or self-compassion today?
I can make a commitment to you, Houston, that today I will treat myself the same way that I would treat someone who was suffering deeply. I will treat myself with so much love.
We're neighbors, Leon. I'm gonna come over. I'm gonna check in. I'm gonna hold you accountable.
yeah. Okay.
There's just a few minutes left, Leon, which means it's time for quick kindness questions.
Okay.
First one, a synonym for kindness is?
Do you know what? I heard you ask that to Brad, and I actually was like, I don't know what a synonym means. So can you tell me what synonym means? And I'll tell you. I know I'm English. I'm totally destroyed my entire career now. My author career is over, and that's it. I'm done. But the truth is, what is a synonym?
A word that means something similar to kindness, or another word for kindness would be.
Okay. Empathy.
Empathy. The opposite of kindness is?
Hate.
The kind of kindness the world needs is?
To be seen, for people to be seen.
Leon, we've put together a custom deep kindness challenge for you. I want you to think about someone who has shown you unreasonable generosity. Today, the goal is to celebrate their wonderfulness. So I don't know if you can you see my screen okay? You're able to see it.
I can't see a screen, but I have it on my phone.
Oh, great. So here's the prompt. Dear blank, and whoever that person comes into your brain with, someone who has shown you unreasonable generosity. You want to fill in these blanks to share with you.
Sure. So, dear Ted, your generosity inspires love and hope in my heart. When I think of you, I think of a great teacher. Your kindness is a beautiful memory to me.
Ted. Gotta meet this Ted.
He's a wise man.
Leon, thank you so much for your heart, your dedication, your wisdom, for traveling the world, giving people hope, to make sure that they be seen and see the beauty in themselves. And may you take some time to treat yourself with that same unreasonable generosity today.
No worries. And Houston, I hope that these 13 hours are a Guinness World Record.
I don't think it is, but maybe it is related to kindness. We'll see.
No, it must be. It's the 13 hours of kindness. It must be a Guinness World Record.
We'll look it up.
Yeah.
I should look into these things. Leon, thank you so much, man. I'll drop by coffee
no worries.
morning soon.
Okay, thanks. Bye. Bye.
Up next, the one, the only, Parvati. Hello. I feel like we were just visiting. Maybe we were even in this same spot. Hi, Parv.
Hi, Houston. Yeah, I am in the same spot.
It's a good spot.
You too?
Yeah, I guess so. Hello.
Wow, the most I've seen you in like years.
I know. It's getting to be a problem, but this is a treat. I'm glad we get multiple doses of each other over the past few days. For context, Parvati does a lot of coaching and working with different people and groups, provides a lot of support to people. And so I got to drop in this weekend to a small group of people she works with, and we chatted about kindness. And it was so lovely, the sort of support and community you built. Parv, tell me about like your philosophy on community building or holding that sort of space, because I feel like that's one of your kindness superpowers.
Oh, thanks, Houston. This is so cool what you're doing here. I think it's awesome. Yeah, I think for me, building community it comes down to really getting super curious about people and showing up with that kind of curiosity that you want to like find out. Like, what makes this person tick? Like, what makes this person light up? And if this person's not in a good mood or not well, can I ask some questions to help them turn that around? And I live for that. And I think that's how I've created coaching practice, is just with that kind of curiosity, and noticing that when people receive that amount of curiosity, like they see that someone's interested in them and that they matter, that alone can be enough to turn a person's day around.
That's true. Do you have a favorite question you go with? Like, what's a good go-to question that might help people who want to be more curious, but like, I don't know what questions to start with.
Oh, I mean, what do you love to do? What makes you happy? What are you interested in? I watched this really fabulous series on Netflix. I binged it in a day. It's called Love on the Spectrum. Have you seen it?
I've seen it in my feed, but I have not watched it yet.
Oh my gosh, you have to watch it. It's one of the funniest. Like, I just think it's so fabulous because it's a little like window into the world of people who are on the spectrum with autism. And I don't know very many people like that in my personal life. So it was really fascinating for me to watch it. And they're dating. They all want to find love. So they have this relationship coach that sits down with them, and she's like, okay, now remember, what do you have to find when you're on a date with someone? And they're like, common interest. We have to find common interest. And that's really like what happens to be the glue that sticks these people together, is finding these common interests. And that's what I found, like in the community building process, is you have to start with curiosity. You have to start asking questions to find what you have in common. So in that show, she's like guiding them to ask the right questions. So if you or anyone else is to ask the right question or to build relationships, I just couldn't encourage you more to watch the show.
I'm so interested to know who sort of created this curiosity in you. Was someone curious with you that made you feel like this is how I want to approach my life?
I think that I am naturally curious. And when I was in high school, so we moved a lot when I was little. We moved from a commune where we had an upbringing, like that was yogic, and we were surrounded by lots of kids. And it was just a really interesting lifestyle where we had a guru, we had late night, like wisdom talks around a fire. We would like chant together. It was like a ashram, like in India, but in Florida. And then we moved when I was 9 to Georgia, and it was like, whoa, night and day. So we lived in the inner city in Georgia when we moved from this ashram, and I moved from like lakes and forests and trees and running around barefoot with other little kids to inner city, where I first met like the first multicultural people that I've ever met in my life at the age of 9 years old. So it was like mostly Black and Latino people. And I was like, they live so differently than I lived. And I just had no idea about them or about their lifestyle. And I was just so curious. I was like, well, this is interesting. I mean, this is my new life. So let me embrace this. Let me just find out what I can learn from these people. And I really started picking up different aspects of different kinds of lives and cultures from the moves that we made when I was a child, and wanting to fit in. I think that's really where it came from, is like, how do I find out about these people so I can fit in at that point in time? That was really important to me in my life. And I think for many people, fitting in is an important aspect of life, belonging to a tribe. So it's one of the ways that I found to help myself do that.
Curiosity in some ways became like a survival skill for you to be in new places.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, which I think I think curiosity plays such an important role in kindness, because it is that thing that drives listening. It is that thing that drives understanding and perspective taking. What do you think? What reduces curiosity in our culture? What do you think drives us to stop being curious about people's experience or pain or perspective?
Oh, there's so much, but really I could boil it down to judgment and fear and comparison. So whenever I'm in a place of like, I know that I know the right thing to say, or I think this person is better than me, or I think this person knows more than I do, I find that I can shut myself down in those types of situations. So I've really had to work to reduce my judgment and to really see people as their essence, which is like this light that everyone has inside of them, their soul that unites all of us. Like every single one of us has this at our deepest essence. We're a life force. Like we put on these body clothes, this like bodysuit, you know, and we look like these bodies. We look like we're skin and bones and teeth and hair. But deeper down, there's so much there that's the same. So judgment keeps us separated. Judgment stops curiosity. Whenever you're judging someone as less than or more than, or yourself as less than or more than, deaden whatever kind of connection you could possibly make with the person. But if you can start to shift your perspective or your vision or your sight and see people for how they're similar to you, then you can start to shift away from the judgment, shift out of the fear, and get back into that curiosity flow and the connection. Because it's just my daughter has no self-consciousness. She's 2. She doesn't care what people think of her. Just this morning, she threw a wicked, 25-minute fit, just bawling, screaming, banging her head against things. And I'm like, there's nothing I can do except just witness this and be in awe of that kind of liberation. Like, really feel it, girl. You know? So there's something that happens at a certain stage in our development where we start to put on these regulators, where we start to regulate ourselves and we start to get afraid that we're not going to say the right thing, or people aren't going to understand us, or we're not good enough. Those sort of thoughts develop at a certain point in time that's not 2 years old. So I know those thoughts, they're not the truth of who I am, because I don't start out my life with those thoughts. Those thoughts come later. Something else, like a byproduct of the way that the brain develops, that we start to create these thoughts of fear, judgment, separation, and comparison. So I try to get back to my 2-year-old version of myself, and that can help me be more curious.
For any families that needed to hear this morning, just next time you have a fit in your house, witness it with awe at the raw emotion. Reframe. That's a tough reframe for so many of us.
Well, it's completely fascinating, and I've been through my fair time of losing it. Around the fit, I'm just like, I can't get anymore. Just stop. But I realize when I get caught up in that heightened emotion, it just makes it worse. So if I can neutralize myself and find a place of neutrality where I'm just like, wow, it's gonna run its course, and she's definitely gonna feel better. Who doesn't feel better after an outrageous cry? Right.
I also love what you shared, Parv. This again, I just love words are so important to me, and this paradigm shift around judgment is the implication that you already know, which is what then impedes curiosity, right? To say this is you or this is your experience is to shut yourself off from the curiosity or the possibility that your position could be the right one. So judgment is this very definitively arrogant perspective that so many of us, I think, just over time begin to take on the world because we think that experience teaches us that this is the way that it is. But to allow yourself to come back to neutral, as you just described, I think is a really lovely way to think about that practice. Because I think one of the things I'm holding in balance is well, I would love to have some of those temper tantrums. And I think there are ways that as we grow up, we can find ways to do that. But how do we hold that in balance with the people that say, well, I'm feeling all my feelings and then I'm hurting people in that process, right? How do we find the balance between that allows us to be kind even amidst big feelings like that?
Yeah, big feelings. All of my clients that I'm working with right now are having those because we're so confined right now with quarantine, with COVID, with the pandemic, with the loss. We're experiencing loss after loss after loss, like students not being able to go to school, parents having to stay home and homeschool their kids while also working. There's so much containment, and within containment, there's so much loss. So people are feeling their feelings in a more expanded way, but in a tighter container. So you can't ignore them anymore. There's not as much distraction to like take the edge off of feeling those big feelings. So what I'm working with my clients and my students to do now is to allow themselves to get back in touch with those feelings, like letting themselves feel, because so many of us, especially the women I'm finding, have repressed or like held those in or tightened up around them because it's not acceptable to cry in the workplace. It's not acceptable at this point in many workforces to be soft or feminine. So coming home to that inside yourself is like, can be really scary for people, and allowing your feelings to be felt can be really, really scary. And so most people kind of like mash them down. But what I've found to be really helpful is it's not okay for my daughter to hurt anyone else. So I make sure that if she's throwing an outrageous fit, she's not ripping anyone's hair out or biting anyone. It's not okay to hurt someone else, but it's important to feel your feelings. So with her, she's not going to be able to grab a journal and flash write. But with adults who have the capacity to write and read, grab a journal and flash write. If you're feeling really big feelings, anger, shame, grief, fear, like any kind of tension, stress, anxiety, overwhelm, those are big ones right now that people are feeling in this pandemic. Grab a journal and flash write until you feel better. And you'll have a moment after you've been writing for a little bit, your hand across the page. It doesn't work if you type on a computer. You have to have your hand running across the page. At some point, you're going to feel like a sigh or a little bit of a relaxation in the body. And that's a good sign to know that, like, okay, I've offloaded some of these feelings. And then at that point, tear up the paper and throw it in the trash or burn it. So you can actually really just let those feelings and thoughts go, because you don't want to hold on to them after you've flash written them down. That's one of the processes that I use. I have been using quite a bit, along with yoga and meditation, especially Kundalini yoga, because you're breathing so rapidly. And the yoga is so intense that it can help to channel some of that emotion or energy in motion through the body, so that you can actually use that energy to help activate yourself in some way.
So many situations in our world today where some of those things would be welcomed ways for us to regulate before we were to show up in conversation. There's a whole chapter in my book. I question whether or not to write it because it feels a little too academic-y for some people, but the chapter is on emotional regulation, which I think we forget and we take for granted as such a key role in our practice of kindness. And if I don't have tools, as you just alluded to, in my toolbox to feel those big feelings and translate them into healthy channels or avenues, then oftentimes I'm going to treat people based on the big feeling instead of allowing the big feeling to happen alongside kindness, which feels like
yes,
important distinction.
That's it. And you project your big feeling onto someone else and blame them for it. That's something that happens in relationships, especially intimate relationships, quite a bit. And that can just be the death of your relationship.
Yeah, right. If we don't know what to do with those feelings, then we put them in lots of other places. And I feel like we see that play out in our world all the time right now, which is like, we're feeling angry, we're feeling stressed, and we act in the moment towards others. We, instead of flash writing in a personal space, we use a lot of other channels to flash write and flash into people's faces some of that anger or despair or grief. And that's where we experience so much of the conflict. Parv, we're getting towards the end, but I want to see if you had if you were to draw one line in maybe even a short sentence between your experience on Survivor and its relationship to kindness, what would be a simple thought that comes to mind?
It feels really good to be kind in an arena where the rules are to be unkind. Survivor, yeah, the arena of Survivor is like kill or be killed. I gotta get mine. I gotta beat you. And I gotta crush you completely. I mean, they read The Art of War. We read the 48 Laws of Power, and that's how you win that game. But sharing, especially sharing food in Survivor, is like the greatest act of kindness and generosity. And I received that in season 40 with Tyson, this season 40 that just aired last May. And then I performed that act and shared this like peanut butter. The game turned into peanut butter for me like towards the end. But sharing the peanut butter with the I felt so good knowing that it wasn't gonna help me win the game. It might actually stop me from winning the game, but the feeling of generosity in an arena where the rule is scarcity. It's awesome to break the rules and be kind.
Oh, I love that. The rules are scarcity. May we break those rules. Part of it is 2 minutes, which means it's time for quick kindness questions. So, you ready?
Okay.
All right. Another word for kindness is blank.
Generosity.
It's good. On brand. I like that. The opposite of kindness is
indifference.
The kind of kindness the world needs is
self-love.
So good. Parv, we've put together a deep kindness challenge for you. The first step is to think about someone who comes to mind based on this prompt, and then we'll give you a compliment to fill in the blanks. So who is someone that is an explorer in your life, an adventurer who you'd love to do something grand with?
My husband,
John. He's the best. Okay, this goes to John then. You ready? Can you see
okay.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dear John, I just wanted to explore. I want to explore the Great Bear Rainforest in Canada. I can't think of anyone else I'd rather adventure with, mainly because you always come with great enthusiasm.
This is true. This is a well-known fact about John. Would you give that whole beautiful family of yours a hug for me? It's so good to see you many days in a row, Parv. Thank you for the wisdom, the practical insights. I'm going to be flash writing here soon. And thank you for being willing to break the rules in order to be kind. That's what the world needs a whole lot more of right now.
Yes, I love you, Houston. I think what you're doing is so rad. Congrats on the book.
Thank you.
Bye.
Shelly?
Hello, hello.
Coming in hot. Hi, Shelly. How are you?
Coming in hot. I'm so good. Wearing your team colors, my friend.
I see that people are so thoughtful today. People get.
I don't have the bandana, so I'm digging for yellow in the wardrobe.
Well, you didn't have to dig far before you found the big earrings. Those are so fun.
Thank you. Oh yeah, these are my faves.
Those feel bountiful. Like they're ready to play and be whimsical.
Yeah, let's be playful.
Shelly, how are you? It's really so nice we've gone back and forth on email a little bit. I know that you wrote a book. It's called Soulbatical. I have a copy here at the house. And it's such a treat to chat with you today. This is for the people that don't know you, and I don't really know you really deeply yet, but what would be some of the favorite ways you'd like to describe yourself?
Ooh, that's fun. And yeah, fellow Tiller author. So yeah, woo, congratulations on your launch today, by the way. So exciting. I would say, oh man, I am a passionate rebel. I am a liberator of souls, and I have chronic wanderlust.
I need to get better descriptors of myself all of a sudden. I'm like self-conscious. Those are good. You're a liberator of souls. Let's start there. Let's talk about liberating souls and its relationship to kindness. How do you draw a line between the two?
Oh man, I love this question because so this is basically what I wrote about. And when you and I first met, I was like, oh my God, I so clearly see the intersection of our work, because liberating one's own soul is about being kind to oneself. And that kindness comes from acknowledging and honoring your truth, who you are, what you want. I frame it in rebel terms because that's who I am and what I love to do. So I talk about it as rebelling for who you are, what you want, and the impact you want to have in the world. And to me, that kindness to self, to recognize that and manifest that and create your life around it, creates kindness in abundance in the world.
What helped you, what framework were you offered or opportunity were you offered that helped you discover that for yourself?
Oh man, I stumbled my way through it.
Good.
Yeah. I mean, in a very human way, I left a 26-year corporate career 4 years ago, and I had a really big job. I was the chief marketing officer of Harley Davidson. And I started to realize that I was completely, like, living completely out of alignment with my own truth. And so things were happening as a result. And so I made the decision that I wanted to take some time off. I called it my soulbatical. I christened myself Chief Soul Officer of my own life, which is something I offer to everyone. It's really powerful when you say, wow, my responsibility is to honor my soul and what it's trying to tell me. And then I kind of stumbled through, what does that mean? What are my values? What boundaries do I want to create? And what life do I want to create around those values? So that was kind of the loose framework, if I'm honest. And then I did a whole lot of identity work to get clear on who I am and get that self-worth back. So much of kindness, I think, starts in here. There's so much about self-kindness, because if we don't have it for ourselves, how can we offer it to the world?
What do you think is the barrier for people rediscovering that? Like, what does culture give us that prevents us from doing that identity work?
Yeah, well, I think culture celebrates validation, right? Culture celebrates this external validation, of big titles and money and material things. And so many of us are kind of conditioned that becomes our worth, that becomes our identity. We're looking outside, not inside. And so one of my big things that I adhere to in my own life and I coach my clients through is choose values over validation. Right? It's hard. Believe me, it's hard, because when I left Harley, I was sort of like, I felt like I was just free floating in space. I had nothing to tether to, because I realized for so long I'd been tethered to this external identity. And then I started to realize, like, oh, wow, wait a second. Like, I was a marketer. So I was, representing these sexy, global, iconic brands. And I was like, what if Shelly Paxton is the most iconic brand I could ever represent? And that started to just turn it for me, and talk about a way to turn it internally and start to be kind to yourself and really understand who you are. So that was my reframing of my identity.
You spent a long time being a marketer, which is someone who helps people sort of buy into ideas. So you probably have all the tricks of the trade. Did you employ some of those marketing tactics on yourself?
Oh, that's a good question. I think for a long time, I kind of walked really far away from marketing. I was like, okay, I need to completely distance myself from that, because I felt like it was so much of my identity. So the pendulum probably swung pretty dramatically to the other side. So I think for me to find self-compassion and self-love, which to me is also an expression of kindness, I really had to kind of walk away from that piece of my identity. And now I can understand that I am a brand of sorts, and I can look at it through that marketing lens. But no, I honestly think I kind of walked away, distanced myself before I came back to center.
That's fair. When I get out of the kindness game, I'm going right into cruelty. It's going to be Shelly, do you?
Please don't. Please
Yeah,
don't.
no, I have no plans. Do you feel like what, people have different ideas. I'm sure that word brand means something different to you than a lot of people, maybe even watching. What's involved in a brand, and what have you clarified for yourself as that brand that has helped you?
Yeah. So, I mean, our brand really, so when I was doing branding work for other brands like Harley and Visa and so many other big brands in the world, it was like really getting to the essence of what that brand stands for. Why is somebody emotionally engaging with that brand? Because a purchase is never a rational purchase, it's an emotional purchase. So I think there's a beautiful parallel to how we think about ourselves. So what is the essence of ourselves? And how are we connecting with that? And then how are we shining that energy out into the world? So I had to really, so I guess you could say maybe this is some of my marketing experience that I applied when I was going on this soulbatical journey. I was really getting clear on what is my essence. Who am I at my core? Not those titles, not paychecks, not things, not sexy brands. Who is Shelly Paxton? And when I got really clear on that, and that was hard work to really get clear on who I am, I got so clear that one of the things is like, I'm a rebel at my core. So one of the reasons I said I'm a passionate rebel when you asked me to describe myself is because I've gotten so clear that I spent so much of my life like banging my head on brick walls like the one behind me, rebelling against on other people's terms. And I think one of the kindest things that we can do for ourselves is rebel for what matters most to us and what's in here. So that to me is another brand of kindness and how I've thought about, I guess, my own brand and what I want to bring to the world and how I want to shine my light.
Yeah, you definitely knew who you wanted to describe yourself as, which I think is interesting. Not everyone knows. It's in some ways a very simple question, but most people have people are taken aback, like, what do I call myself? And you had it roll off the tongue, which I think is a really beautiful indication of the work that you've done. Tell me about what piece of your brand feels kind. And when I use that word kind, like if kindness is a part of my brand, what would that mean in your world? What would you want that to be if that was a piece of your brand?
Yeah, so kindness, it means a lot of things. I want to start with maybe what I said earlier. I think kindness is self-compassion. So when I think about my world and what I do as a liberator of souls, it really has to start with kindness to ourselves. And kindness to ourselves also means being true to ourselves. So I stand for authenticity, courage, and purpose. And I think when you are exploring and living your truth of those three things, it's the kindest thing you can do for yourself and others, because we then become a model. We become a lighthouse for living that kind of life. And in my world, I think what I'm after is, I say I'm on a mission to liberate 1 billion souls. And I know I can't do that on my own. So I think about how can we have ripples of impact? How can we all think about ROI in completely different terms? It's been return on investment in the business world for a long time. It can continue to be that. And I'd love to add this other dimension that's ripples of impact, because everything we do, the energy we put out in the world, how we show up, how we are present for others has an impact. And what if we think about ourselves as the genesis or the source of that impact? To me, that's kindness. It's kindness for ourselves that then ripples out to others, which is like a win-win-win.
Again, you know, when you start answering this question, you know exactly what you're going to say when it comes to what you stand for. Even people who are like sharing in the chat things like, I love how clear that is. And I think clarity drives competence. Clarity drives consistency, right? When we know exactly who we want to be, it allows us a sense of realignment when we're out of that alignment. But if we don't really have that, it's wishy-washy. We give ourselves constant passes, and then we feel stressed and exhausted and anxious. And it's partially because there's something that we inherently know is missing, but we're not clear on what's missing. And that like unknown, I think, is one of the most draining things of our life. So liberation, it sounds like to you in some ways, is about that clarity. And I think that's a really beautiful exercise that you bring to people. I also love, language is such a big deal to me. I think what we measure in our world, those validation metrics that so often people are driven by. I love return on investment. I think that's still, obviously, from a business perspective, still a relevant term. But what if we were to also measure ripples of impact, which is to say, for every decision, we're going to make this, but what does it also do in these categories that are important to us? What does this do to families? What does this do to communities? How is this going to impact the environment? How is this going to impact these things? And if we could hold those things with equal value, this world would be, I think, a much more conscious, thoughtful place. What else do you measure in your life that's important to you?
Oh, that's a beautiful question. One of the things, I don't know how to measure love and community. I don't have a beautiful metric around that yet, because I'm also a lover of language. So this feels like a new challenge is coming on, and you and I can maybe riff about this one day. But I so value, so maybe I'm going to answer it in terms of value versus measure, but I so value the energy in my life in the form of my community. In these past 4 years since I left Harley, and I've been on this sabbatical journey, and I published this story, I have worked really hard to prune certain energy out of my world and to really create my life. The subtitle of my book is A Corporate Rebel's Guide to Finding Your Best Life. And so this is all about what lives do we want to create that are true to us, that are courageous and purposeful. And I have created a community. And Houston, I'm so glad that this world brought us together. It was probably inevitable given the journeys that we're on. But the more and more that I speak about my story, share my journey, talk about sabbatical and what it stands for, and model the way that I'm living in the world, the more people are sending me these beautiful notes saying, thank you for giving me permission to be me. And the more I am getting connected with other lighthouses, other light workers, other people who are shining these bright lights in the world. And that, I don't know how to measure it because it feels abundant, it feels infinite. And yet that's something I wake up to every day going, man, that light is getting brighter and brighter, and it feels powerful. And that's meaningful. That's loving community.
Yeah, and what a gift to find yourself in that, but also in many ways you create that with the way that you're showing up as evidenced by what you are bringing in. I don't know who said the quote. I just know I heard it many years ago. That a lighthouse doesn't run around the island looking for boats to save. It just stands there shining. And that premise of to embody something so deeply that people can't help but be drawn to it, can't help but be, in witnessing your own liberation, feel liberated themselves. And that is a sort of a generosity of spirit. It's a really beautiful exercise in kindness.
Yeah. And you know what? I'll tell you this, and I don't know how you're thinking about impact or success of your book. I love that you're starting with this, because having these conversations today in celebration of your book launch is starting those ripples of impact, of deep kindness, which to me is such a beautiful way of thinking about this gift. Like, you're giving multiple gifts that keep on giving to the world. So I love the way you're thinking. And I think about the success of my book, not in terms of bestsellers, New York Times bestseller, Amazon bestseller. Those metrics don't matter to me. They're great. They're vanity metrics. And, hey, nice if it happens. What I think about is every stranger who sends me a message that says, your book changed my life, or inspired me, or had this incredible impact, how you're modeling your courage and vulnerability, helped me to be me, helped me to make these scary decisions to chase my dreams or share my truth, whatever it is. That to me is success.
I think that, first of all, I love that your measurement of success is all about ripples of impact. That feels in alignment. It seems like so much of what you care about and what you think about, and probably the self-discovery for you is just all about alignment. And when we feel misaligned in our life, it is one of the most cruel things we can do to our soul. And in doing so, we don't show up with our most generous, authentic selves. And what is our, ability to be kind, if not to show up generously and honestly?
Yeah, for ourselves and for others, but first for ourselves, right? I offer this. I say I'm redefining or rewriting the script of success. And so I invite everyone to think about what it looks like to be successful, as in FULL, which is success and fulfillment, because they don't have to be mutually exclusive. And I thought they did for so long. To me, that's one of the kindest things we can do for ourselves, because I spent many years feeling success empty. So choose successful, not success empty. That's kindness.
Well said. My friend Kyle Sheely says he measures success by the number of nights he goes home smelling like campfire. It's like, that's a good metric. I'm gonna steal that and I'm gonna add some of my own. Shelly, it is time for quick kindness questions.
Love it.
You ready? The first one is, another word for kindness is blank.
Compassion.
The opposite of kindness is?
Indifference.
The kind of kindness the world needs is?
Abundant, not scarce.
Well said. Shelly, we have a deep kindness challenge for you. The first part is to think about who comes to mind with this little prompt here. What would change if you were being 100% authentic and true to yourself right now? Who is someone that lives in full alignment? Let's celebrate that soul and hear. So whoever comes to mind, someone who lives in full alignment in your life, here is the prompt. It's going to say, dear blank, and you'll fill in those blanks.
Oh, I see it now. Okay. Okay. So I'm thinking of my friend Matt. I just sent him a video message this morning in the spirit of kindness. So dear Matt, you've been a huge source of inspiration and light in my life. Your authenticity inspires my own. Thank you for demonstrating courage and vulnerability.
Stuff. We like Matt. Thank you, Matt, for being an inspiration of authenticity. Thank you, Shelly, for giving us all a bit more permission to live in full alignment with who we are, to feel full and successful, to focus on what we value, not just those external validations, and for going on a sabbatical that brought you to be in the lighthouse that you are. What a gift it is to spend time with you and your earrings and all the magic that you bring. This will not be the last conversation we have. We got lots more to chat about.
Absolutely, my friend. Thank you and congratulations again.
Thanks, Shelly. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
All right. Guess what, everyone? We have our first break, which feels like a nice gift for me. I have to use the restroom. I should probably drink a little bit of water. But here comes my best friend, my roommate, Esteban. Where are you, Esteban? It looks like you are in a really celebratory space.
Yeah, well, here is, this is, let me get it up. This is the truth. But guys, it's a special day. So this is the there we go. KCC Awards show where kindness wins. A lot of production.
And this is the really official first gala of the day.
Yeah.
It sounds like you have some awards to give away. I'm going to let you take it away, Esteban.
Awesome. Have some well-deserved rest, Houston. We'll see you in 20 minutes. Hello, everyone. This is a very, very fancy award show with very real awards. These are real awards. We're so happy you're here and part of this. And we've been checking out and seeing some amazing tweets and silly awards that we will get to. It's 8:40 a.m. for me, and I'm wearing a suit. So pretty, pretty special moment. Pretty special moment. But I want to know, I've loved the chat so far, and I want to know more about who's here and who's in the chat and all that good stuff. So before we get to the gala, to the awards show, let's do, I don't know if we did this at the very beginning. I have to admit it was 6 a.m. my time and I was asleep. But if you're here and you're willing and you want, do you want to write who you are and where you're from? Skoog! Karen, oh my gosh, Huntington Beach, Washington, amazing. Wisconsin, love it. Tampa, Florida, Kansas City, incredible. So good. Illinois, Latvia, from Egypt, Philippines, California. Oh my gosh, Robin, I went there, Atlanta. So good. This is incredible. If you are from Bogotá, Colombianos, vamos. This is incredible. This is absolutely the best. Egypt. Yeah, if you're from outside the United States, do you want to write where you're from? We could do a farthest traveled to this conference. Argentina, we got Granada, Katy, Texas. Heck yes, my sister-in-law grew up there. Hershey, Pennsylvania. Love this. Love this. Okay, now let's play the game of what is the temperature where you're at? What's the weather like right there, right? Sort of 68. It seems really nice in Angelica. Oh, now 100 degrees. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, we're throwing in the Celsius. Great weather. But feels like 48. I like that. I like the specificity. Like, listen, it's 50, but let's be real. It's like 45. So good. So good. Okay, and now, I love this. Thanks so much for throwing all this in there. Now, what's something, maybe you've tweeted this or maybe you've been on social media, but what's one or two things that you'll take away? What's one or two things that you're like, oh my gosh, this thought is bouncing around in my head. This has been amazing. 8 degrees, 27. So maybe a takeaway, something that you are like, this is something I'm going to be thinking about. A little bit tougher than weather. You're right. That pause makes sense. Be present as beautifully as you can. Wow. I love that. Yeah, the guests are amazing. Kindness is essential. Kindness is exponential. It's okay to be a rebel. I love, Shelly was so wonderful. Renner was great. Carve out more time. I love it. Values before validation. What a good phrase. The alliteration makes it feel really good. Truth. Yeah. Lisa Craft hugs like she does mean it. Seek to be successful. So beautiful. Okay. Love this. This is incredible. A few hours of kindness every day. Thankfulness, not thank emptiness. It works. It works. David. Dude, I'm just responding to what everyone else is saying. Get back on that kindness wagon. Okay, here we go. Now let's see. Let's start. Let's find out who really is in this chat. If you're team dog or team cat, we're gonna do some quick ones. Team dog or team cat? Dog. These are the hard-hitting questions. Wow, dog. That's a lot of dog. I love both. My favorite person is like, it's the kindness conference, dogs and cats. Everyone's invited. That's a lot of dogs. I have to admit, that's a lot of dogs. Okay, iced coffee or hot coffee? Where are we at? Where are we at? Wow, this seems pretty even. Neither. That's a good. I'm drinking tea. Depends on the weather. It's all about context, Terry. Naturally coming. Patricia, I used to say that. I was like, I don't need coffee. I run on anxiety. I'm all right. I'm fine. Okay, beautiful. Early bird or night owl? Where are we at? Humvee's coming in with Team Cat. He just wants to be sure. He's like, by the way, a lot of, wow, forced early bird shows. That's true. That's my lack of really early bird with a little bit of night owl, Larissa. I love that. Yeah, I would say I'm forced early bird. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Both. Love that. Okay. What about library or museum? Someone asked me this. What do you miss more, the library or the museum? And I thought that was such, and I was like, libraries are, yeah. Some museums are open, I've heard. Love it. Love it. Perfect. Okay. Here's something I was thinking would be really fun. Do you want to, in the chat, maybe a band or a movie or something that you feel like people should know about? Maybe like from where you're from. What's a movie or a band that you think people should know about? The Beatles. They got a future. I think they're going to be big. 90s are great. Yeah. Beyond the Blackboard, I haven't heard of that. Social Dilemma. These are great. Need to breathe it. Here now, there's my desire. Consumer. I'm going to genuinely scroll back and listen to a bunch of these. Yeah, Octopus Teacher. Never heard about that. Falcon, I want to see that. 13th. So good, so powerful, so necessary. I love it. Beautiful. All right. Well, this has been a blast getting to know all of you through chat. That's what we can do. Angst, Larissa says, is Angst a music or movie? Or are you just expressing angst overall? Love it. Angst. Blinded by the Light, so great. Bruce Springsteen, new song recently. Movie about anxiety. That is awesome. Said junkies, just are with us. Love it. Okay. Thanks so much, everyone, for sharing. What we're going to do is we're going to get to this very, very fancy award. These awards are chosen based on just people that were like, that person is contributing. So, but here's the cool thing, and this is true. If you win an award, you can email deepkindness@characterstrong.com, and we will send you like a gift. So these awards are actually kind of awardy, which is very exhilarating. In fact, we're going to go to the background for this, and we're going to be doing this every few hours, every break. Look at this. Now it's official. Now you really feel it. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone in the chat, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 awards this first award ceremony. And this first award is for the first tweet. It's extremely awardy. Lisa Hoekstra, are you here? Oh no, now I see I can't do this. Okay, here we go. We're just gonna do this. This is my room. Lisa, you were the very first tweet of the conference. That's extraordinary. Fast fingers, jumping online. Lisa, if you're here, email deepkindness@characterstrong.com or an acceptance speech. Lisa, yes, Lisa. Lisa, maybe it was a first tweet. People are popping in and out. If anyone sees Lisa, maybe be like, Lisa, huge news. We gotta talk. Okay, here's another one. Amanda Fabian? Amanda? She's been crushing it on Twitter. She's remarkable at it. Amanda. Okay. Maybe when will the next award session be? Catherine, the next one will be at 11:40. 3 hours. 3 hours. The whole time I'll just be spent trying to fix my hair. So how does Houston in perfect hair at 6 a.m.? Lisa, Amanda, very excited. Okay, here we go. Next one, Dever. Is there Dever in the building? Dever in the house. Dever in the house. He's been making up this slogan that's remarkable. He said, keep the kindness flowing. Keep kindness flowing. He's been dropping it a few times. We're starting to think he might be making merchandise, just shirts, keep kindness flowing. Dever, you won an award. Okay. You know, sometimes people don't show up for awards, but I think the awards are still really good. They're still, Natalie Barnes? Natalie Barnes, are you in the house? Natalie? Wow. She's been taking photos of what it's like to watch the Kindness Conversational Conference. Pretty exciting stuff. Pretty exciting stuff. Well, I think we were 0 for 4. Natalie, yes! Natalie Barnes, or no, you're right. It might be Barner. Oh my goodness. Is that you, Natalie? Yes, it's Barner. Natalie, I'm so sorry. Do you remember when they announced, who was it? It was like La La Land, but it was actually Moonlight or something like that. This is this moment, Natalie. We are thrilled. Your social media has been engaging. It's been wonderful. This is a very, oh my goodness, wait 1 second. We will fix this. Barner, deep kindness here. Our first person, this is very exciting. And then we're gonna get back to the interviews. By the way, if you just tuned in and you're like, that person, Houston looks worse. This is less conversational. We're gonna get back to it. Natalie, KCC, Kindness Conversational Conference Awards, a very fancy award to Natalie Barner for POV photos of what it's like to watch it, really bringing us into the action, and for your powerfully kind contributions to the conversations in the Conversation Conference. Houston didn't sign it, good thing. One of my best friends, classic, I know his signature and then my signature. Okay, Natalie, this is very, very real. If you email deepkindness@charactersean.com, we'll send you a gift. I know, Catherine. Okay, Catherine, we're gonna get back to you because you're right. There's some great movies and song ideas. This is very exciting. This is the awards gala. By the way, if you didn't win an award, we still think you're the best. Is kindness a competition? No. But did we just kind of give out awards? Yes. That's a very good follow-up question. We're so glad you're here. We're so glad you're contributing. This is awesome. David, thanks for the compliment. I mean, best compliment to the awards gala host. No, David, there's a whole committee. The process is an extremely bureaucratic process. So I wish I could just hand out awards. You would have one, but I wish. Okay, we've got a few minutes left. Stefan is next, and he is absolutely incredible. But let's do, oh my gosh, I'm not got in now. Let's see. We've got a few minutes left. Let's just take a stretching break. Maybe we'll go to some music. And I'll turn off my video. We'll just do a stretching break. In 3 minutes, we're going to be back with the Kindness Conversational Conference. In the meantime, a few fun reminders. Number one, if you haven't ordered the book, oh, can you still hear me? Wait, I think so. Right? I'm so sorry. I said, okay, thank you. A few reminders before we go into the music. It's too well produced, this event. It's too professional. Music coming in immediately. Before we go, number one, if you order the book today and you send a copy of that receipt saying you ordered it today to deepkindness@charactersean.com, at the end of today at 5:40 p.m. Pacific time, I will be writing a song with everyone's name who pre-ordered the book. These are my contributions to the conference. Award gala and song. So this is true if you haven't gotten the book already. You can order it, but it has to be for today, or else the song would be really, really long. Paul, we're gonna check on that. But here's my fear, Paul, that then I read like 4,000 names, and that's a lot in a song. So, but I will write your name in a song at 5:40 p.m. That's when we're singing it, and it's pretty good. Here's the piano. If you're like, what's the sneak peek? And then I'll be back at 11:40. More gala, more awards gala. Giving Houston a little bit of time and space to get some water, go to the restroom, come back, and keep the amazing conversations going. Thanks so much. Truly, truly, thank you so much for being in the chat and tweeting out and doing all the social media stuff. It is so fun. I've been watching it, and there's something beautiful about watching a good conversation, and then there is something beautiful about in real time seeing people comment and reflect and double click and bring out the best parts of a conversation. So please continue doing that. It is awesome. I'll see you in 3 hours. In the meantime, be well. Yeah, Jeff. That's true. Jeff, I think, has volunteered to sing almost everyone here individually a personalized song. So that's pretty good. You can reach him. Jeff right there. Yeah, find him on chat. We'll see you in a little bit. We're going to play some music. In 2 minutes, we'll be back. Stefan Taylor is an incredible, vibrant human being who is like, if you haven't had coffee yet, we talked about coffee, he's like a cup of coffee. He's going to bring the inspiration, bring the energy, bring the good vibes. We'll see you all in a little bit. Farewell. Now fade in the music. Yeah, perfect. Now fade off. Fade off into the night. Perfect transition. Another perfect transition. Guys, big news. If you pre-order the book and you email the receipt to deepkindness@characterstrong.com, you know what? Your name's going in the song. Just confirmed. So all you have to do is send it to deepkindness@characterstrong.com. Oh my gosh, I'm over time. Okay, Tammy, we did it. That was a team effort. Goodbye.
We did it. Tammy, you did it. Paul, this might be your fault. This is going to be a longer series of names that I think we've prepared for. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Esteban. And up next, my dear friend, Stefan from Sweden. Where are you? We got to see your face.
My ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sweden.
Yes. Live from across the world. Hello, my friend. It's been far too long.
It's been way too long, but good to see you again, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and digitally. So it's all areas. Congrats once again to the book. Way to go, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels like we haven't seen each other mentally, even. You know, certainly not physically, but mentally or spiritually. That's the worst kind of not seeing each other.
Definitely.
Oh, Karen, my friend Karen is here, who speaks Swedish. She's dropping knowledge into the chat.
Oh yes, she is saying in Swedish. I lived in Sweden many years ago, so that's nice to feel the Swedish love as well.
How are you, my friend? It's good to see your face. Tell me, what is your current state of emotion right now?
Current state of emotion is that I'm a bit curious to see what will pop out of this mouth and your mouth, and maybe in the chat as well. And I'm also grounding a bit after like 6 hours train today through around Sweden. I did a speech in southeast part of Sweden, and now I'm in Stockholm again. So I'm like, I went home, took a little shower, and now I'm ready to talk about kindness. So it's entering the evening here in Sweden now.
This is good. This is when we get the most real, authentic stuff. Is at the far side of exhaustion. That's where the money comes through. Tell me, how do you describe yourself usually?
I usually describe myself as a professional dreamer. That's my made-up title. And I also describe myself often referring to that when I do speaking, that I was at an event 2 years ago in north of Sweden. And this was this lovely lady who we had a good conversation. like 15 minutes. And then the final question came, what do you do? And I answered her like, I'm a professional dreamer. And she replied like quickly and firm, okay, so you're unemployed. And that's like a kind of harsh reality. I have to live as a dreamer out there. People is attacking my dreams. But a professional dreamer is my is how I like to go by, or a human being, or Stefan.
Stefan, human being, professional dreamer, sometimes unemployed. It's all right. All of the above. First and foremost, human. Tell me, what is your professional dream right now for kindness in the world?
My professional dream for kindness in the world is to be as present as possible in the moment for opportunities that comes along the way. That can mean to say hello and meet someone who is in need on the street, or in a bigger perspective, to sit in a beautiful Zoom with you with hundreds of people listening. So I believe to be in the present moment, because I don't believe that the big impact is the people on the stages or the public speakers or the influencers. I believe the big impact happens on the daily basis. Like I have this story from when I did a speech for like 400 high school students, and after the speech, people like they were like so happy, and they came up to me and like, thank you for the speech, it was the best speech ever. And I was like standing there and like almost comments of shampoo, and I was like loving life. And then I was standing next to this person who I asked like, what did you think about the speech today? And she said, oh, it was terrible. And I was like, oh damn. And I asked her, was it anything good about the speech? And she answered, well, you did your best. And I was like, yeah, that's kind. And but I think as you are listening right now in the Zoom or at YouTube or digital, that I got that feeling, you know, when everything is not right. And I asked her, how is life? Is it anything you want to share? And she said, yeah, my life is terrible. I'm deeply depressed, and nothing is fun right now. And she had like this blank face. And I told her, my friend, I love you. You're not alone. And she didn't reply, and she walked away. And car picked her up and drove her away, probably her family or parents. And the day after, she texted me on Instagram saying, hi, thank you that you saw me on the parking spot, or how you say, on the parking station. And so I believe that anyone can be that person on the parking station. I didn't do the big work that day on stage. I did it on the parking station. And I think that the person who's listening now, that we're all making that impact on a daily basis. So that's my answer on what I believe in the mission of spreading kindness, that people who are listening and people out there are doing the work together.
Do you feel like people, do you think there are people out there that don't dream of a world with more kindness?
I believe deep inside everyone is dreaming about it, and this quote, hurt people hurt. I believe the people who are hurting are hurt, and I also believe that the people who are doing the worst thing are the people who had the worst upbringings, etc. So I deeply believe that people want the best and have the best intentions, but I think when people are really hurt, people do bad things. But I still believe they do it out of a place where they think it's good, but they're doing it out of their hurt instead of their love. So I believe that everyone wants good, but it turns out in really different ways of their way of doing good. Like people are doing attacking people, etc. I think they are believing in some kind of good cause that they are making up with their childhood or whatever. But yeah, so I want to believe in good in everyone.
Do you think, talk about a time, if you have one, where you thought you were doing good, but discovered later that maybe you weren't being helpful?
Beautiful question. I thought I was doing good, but it turned out not being good. Yeah, that's a good question. I can have some memories down here. I'll try to figure them out. Maybe it's...
Can I offer a different angle on a similar question, which would be,
yeah.
When was the time you like did your best, as that girl so lovingly said to you, but you discovered that your best didn't actually help in the way that you were hoping it to?
Yeah, well, I have one memory when I was going to do a speech for a high school in Sweden. It was a teacher in the room. She was not the main teacher in the room. She was like the sub teacher, or how you say in English. And I went up to her and I spoke to everyone because I wanted to like engage and be respectful before the speech. And I told her like, yeah, are you one of are you one of the students as well here? And she got like so mad at me, so mad. And this was just before the speech. And I was like, that was not my intention. I was like, and I was feeling so bad. I was feeling like the worst ever inspirational being on the planet. I was like, I can end my speech before even starting it. So that's like one moment where it didn't end so good. But even though I was feeling really bad in that moment, I try to have this saying, which I want to believe in other people as well, even though I fail thinking it, is that everyone is doing the best out of that place that person is at that point.
That's a little bit like deeper than the traditional, everyone's doing the best they can. It's really, I like that saying because it contextualizes people in the moment. People are doing the best from the place they can, where they are. It feels like one of the things I know about and love about you is you have a lot of sayings that sort of drive your way that you interact with the world. What are some other sayings that help shape your life?
Other sayings that help shape my life. Yeah, I love quotes. Like I'm a quote machine. So I'm looking forward to learn more quotes in your book now as well, Houston. But one saying which I really love is that when probably some people heard about it as well, but the language of kindness is the language the deaf can hear and the blind can see. Okay. And that makes me think of my good friend Anna in Sweden. She's blind and she's been seeing half of her life, and other half of her life she's not been seeing. And one of my moments I share sometimes, which was like I shared it quite recently, or dared to talk about it, happened 2 years ago, where some people bullied me at a midsummer party in Sweden. But anyhow, the day after, I met my friend Anna, and without even hugging her, touching her, we were like said hi. She instantly said, "What happened?" So she could like feel that it was something wrong with me, without even seeing me, without even touching me, without seeing my face expression. She could just like sense it with her ear. And I think that kindness goes beyond like seeing someone. We often talk about let's see each other, but what do we actually mean by that? Seeing each other. We don't have to see each other by you and me seeing each other now, or we are responding to each other by a chat, by text. Like we can also see each other by listening, or by feeling the energy in the room or so. So yeah, that's another quote I love, and I love my friend Anna as well for picking me up after that battle.
What do you think is something that people don't always see in you, but you wish they saw?
I wish they saw how afraid and small I can be in so many times, because I think we raise by seeing and understanding that we are all weak, and together we are strong. That's my opinion of seeing it. Like I see myself as a very weak person, and when people see me as very strong and immune, I think people can maybe be more harsh, or people can maybe be more offensive. Thank God I'm blessed and fortunate to not happen in so many of those situations anymore. But if we all could see each other as like vulnerable, weak, then we can actually support each other and see all the strength and the power and love in each and one of us. So some kind of yin yang of weak and strong.
Yin yang. Yeah, I love that. I feel like that is probably a common misconception of anyone who puts himself on stage, is that there is a strength, confidence, when oftentimes putting yourself on stage is an exercise in trying to express the things that you are asking for yourself, but you're doing it in like a workaround way, right? You're telling stories because you hope people understand that you're scared of the same things. One of my favorite quotes is sort of a derivative of a G.K. Chesterton thought, which is how much bigger our life gets when we make ourselves smaller in it. And I think it's a good reminder that it's okay to make ourselves, or to feel small, in the sense of to give ourselves that humility that with each other in community, there is so much more richness than if we were to try to do this whole thing alone and by ourselves. You say you sometimes feel small, but also scared. what are some things that you feel like you are afraid of that make kindness hard for you? It's one of the things I talk about a lot in the book is like fear and these insecurities, these lies that we tell ourselves that make it harder for us to love. What's a fear that you have that you think makes connection or kindness hard?
I think it's the fear of rejection. Like it's the absolute number one. Like if I knew I would never be rejected in sending love and sending something beautiful as kindness, and so I would spread it even more than I do now. But sometimes those moments where the bully energy is in the room, I doubt. Like yesterday, I did a speech at like an event where it was a lot of CUs and sales manager, etc. And I always become shitty nervous when it's like all this CU, etc. Like I feel so comfortable and home when I speak with youth, but many times it can happen something because there's a wobbling energy of like suits and it just happens something with me. So yesterday I told this man, his name was Glenn. I told him just before the speech was entering, I sat down on my knee and I was like, Glenn, and I didn't know this guy. I was like, Glenn, do you believe in me? And he was like, yeah, I believe in you. I believe in you. I was like, that's the only thing I needed to hear because now I know you believe in me, and it did help. And I also, when the speech started, the person who presented me was like, yeah, now we have Stefan Taylor, and I didn't got any applause or something. I often get I get a lot of energy when someone is sending, like, if you send love, love comes back. If you send hate, hate comes back. This is always what I say when I do speaking, and I tell the audience to chant this and so as well. But I didn't even get an applause when I started my speech. I was like, hello, everybody. Can I start with presenting yourself one more time? And you can pretend to be, I can pretend to be your son and your brother and whatever. People started to laugh like, and I was like, we have a person, he's 50% English, 50% Swedish, he's 100% excited to be here, Stefan Taylor. People started like, whoa. And you can guess who was the most excited in the audience yesterday. It was Glenn. He was my man. So I believe in like sharing the vulnerability, and also that what I meant before, like if people would know that I was afraid yesterday, then Glenn and more people like, let's help this guy here. Mm-hmm.
It's a great reminder that sometimes vulnerability gives people permission to show up for us, right? When we are honest in what we're afraid of, it offers people the opportunity for kindness, which when we try to tough it out and do it on our own, then we're actually robbing people of an opportunity to show up for us. And so by asking Glenn, do you believe in me? Can you do this for me? I think it changes the relationship of people's ability to meet needs. I did a talk recently maybe you'll resonate with this, in like an exhibit hall at the end of the happy hour, and people were like leaving. No one was at the stage. It was going to be the most awkward, terrible talk I've had in a while. And I literally walked around the place and I said, can you be here for 10 minutes and just pretend like you're listening so that other people feel like I'm about to say something worthwhile? Mm-hmm. And I brought 10 people in, and they felt invested in me because of like that. I think that vulnerability to ask and say, I need someone to be here. And such a good reminder of what happens when we ask for what we need when we're afraid. And while that fear can sometimes make that really hard, what a gift that Glenn was right there being like, you're mine, I got you.
I got you, buddy.
What's something that you wish that everyone felt right now in the current context of the world? If you were Glenn giving the world something, what do you want the world to have?
Beautiful. I would like the world to have that we hold people accountability who is spreading envy and hate and talking bad about people behind people's back, etc. Like that we step up and hold people accountable for these topics. And that maybe sounds harsh and so, but I believe that's one of the kindest things we can do, actually, to put your foot down to your relatives, to your family members, to your cousins, to your friends, to your ex-girlfriends or ex-boyfriends or whatever, to actually stand up and actually say, I hold you accountability on your hatred, on your envy, on your talking about this person when this person is not in the room. I don't accept this. Like, that is what I wish the world for stand up, some kind of revolution to stand up against these areas, because it's so easy to to spread love and spread kindness. And I would be a little bit provocative now. That's my Swedish, provocative now, because I know people do all their choices, but it's so easy to talk about like that we shall stop animal cruelty until we have the steak on our own plate. Like it's so easy to talk about we shall stop kindness, we shall bring kindness when we don't even want to stop talking about that about our own friends. I'm the first one to say that I'm guilty when it comes to talking about the person who is not in the room. I'm the second one to say that I'm improving, I'm changing, I'm working on it. But we need to hold ourselves accountable. And when I don't do it, I want someone else to say, Stefan from Sweden. That's not acceptable. So yes, that's what I want to see more of.
This Glenn guy is really smart. Stefan, so well said. I think people sometimes think that kindness is letting people walk all over you, or kindness is this fluffy, loosey-goosey thing that only happens in moments of positivity, when in reality, sometimes the most kind thing we can do is offer someone the accountability to say, we need you to be better than this. And I know that you value X, Y, or Z, and I'm going to hold you accountable to being that kind of person in your life. That is the role of a great friend, a great mentor, a great boss, a great coworker. That's the sort of kindness I think the world needs. We're at that time, Stefan, the quick kindness question round.
Yes.
Another word for kindness is blank.
Houston Craft.
I'll take it, but only today. The opposite of kindness is?
A hurt person.
The kind of kindness the world needs is?
Brave kindness.
We have a deep kindness challenge for you, Stefan. I want you to think about a dreamer in your life. Someone who lives into their wildest aspirations, their biggest dreams each day, and who inspires you to do the same. And whoever that person comes to mind, I'm imagining someone's coming into your brain, a great dreamer in your life. We're going to use the next image to have you share this prompt. So dear, fill in the blank, and then go ahead and give that person a moment of kindness.
Yes, okay. Okay, so I say like this, I say, dear Amanda, your dreams are bigger than your past. I respect how you bring life to life and always show up with, what does it say there?
Blank.
Bravery. Yeah, bravery and love to everyone. The text was a little bit smaller, yeah, but with bravery or courageous to everyone, yeah. But your dreams are bigger than your past, that I would say for sure, and bring life to life and courageous or bravery, yes.
Well said, Stefan. I love you, my friend. Sending love from across the world. It's so good to see your smiling, radiant face. Thanks for always bringing such hope and energy. And I know Glenn believes in you, but if it means anything, I do too.
I love you. I love Glenn. I love everyone in this chat right now. See you guys. All the love. Thank you.
Bye, Stefan.
Bye, bye, bye.
Do we have next in the building? Very exciting. Cleo Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited to have this conversation right now. Just pop it on the screen. Look at you. Your background is so professional. What am I doing wrong? I need cubes with my books in them. I need more plants.
It just happened like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I woke up and it was just like, boom, there.
That's what happens when you write great books, is they start appearing all around you, especially in video chats.
Yes.
Cleo, hello. Nice to connect with you. It's so fun to meet you here.
Yes, you too as well. Thank you. This is so amazing. Oh my God, I'm so inspired. Really.
Stefan, just one of the coolest humans you've ever met. What a gift. Yeah. Well, I'm super excited to chat today because one of the things that I love doing is thinking about kindness from different angles, right? From the perspectives that maybe our media or the everyday conversational language of kindness don't always honor. And you wrote an amazing book about masculinity, about manhood. And I think there's so much to say about how the way culture talks about masculinity and how we can relate that back to a deeper, more thoughtful pursuit of kindness. So before I get into that, let's first hear, Cleo, what are some ways that you love to describe yourself?
A pistol. I was just telling someone I'm a little bit of a pistol, which has its pros and its cons. I'm a journalist, an Emmy Award and Peabody Award nominated journalist, a former television host for Univision, a deeply curious and compassionate human being.
Those are good answers. We start with the personification of a weapon. I am a weapon in this world.
Yes.
I brought it to life, and I do it with curiosity and compassion.
Yes.
Let's talk about first, before we get into manhood and masculinity, talk about your relationship between being a pistol and living a kind life.
Well, so I'm of Ashkenazi Jewish descent, and yesterday was Yom Kippur, which for my people is one of the holiest of Jewish holidays. And you spend that day thinking about your actions and the ripple effects that they've had the prior year, and if there's anyone or anything that you need to atone for, and sort of setting intentions for the year to come. And in doing so yesterday, I thought about how this year had gone for me personally, and areas that perhaps I need to atone for. And I realized that my book came out last year, and we wrote it very quickly. It was a very stressful project, but so important because, to this day, in this theme of kindness, really trying to pull people together to show up the best that they could is such an important mission. And I took it so personally that I wondered if I had spoken unkindly to people this past year while trying to get this message out. And I thought, where does that come from, right? Where does this drive come from? And I thought, okay, I'm a little bit of a pistol. And there's a lot of energy behind that, and there's a lot of force, and those are really wonderful qualities. But a challenge to that can be that sometimes I perhaps unintentionally hurt people with my words, and that's not how I want to show up in the world. And the older I get, the more important that becomes to me. So I'm grateful for the holiday yesterday to really think about that. I'm sure people can probably relate to this, where when something is very important to you, in an effort to protect it, you might act in ways that upon reflection are not how you intend to or you want to, right?
Well said. I think, first of all, it's a nice gift to have a culture that has a holiday literally dedicated to self-reflection around where we can show up better in the world. I think we should all just put that holiday, a version of that holiday, on all of our calendars. At least an annual check-in, like, did I show up in the world the way that I was sort of trying to plan to do? But it sounds like this is something that you are, and I imagine as a writer who spends time asking purposeful questions, what would be one of the most uncomfortable questions you ask yourself? Self-reflection, I think, is a huge deal when it comes to kindness. What is one of the more uncomfortable questions you ask yourself?
Oh, this is such a good question. Who am I doing this for? Right?
Good one.
Right? As a reporter, I'm always telling other people's stories. And fundamentally, I am doing that because I deeply care about sharing stories that make us feel more connected and less alone. But if one is not careful, these projects can, I'm sure as you know, right? A day like this, everything, you know, that deep kindness means in the world, if you are not constantly reevaluating the purpose of it, it can stray. So who am I doing this for?
And what would be the answer to you that would warrant change? Like if I say to myself, I'm doing this for blank, I need to rethink this.
I'm so curious about what everyone else would say if you want to drop it into the chat, because I'm seeing some things pop up that I'm loving. Okay, I will answer that, but then will you also answer it?
Me?
Okay. Yeah.
Just people, yeah, okay, yes.
Okay. So I guess if it ever feels like I'm doing something for the ego, that's a problem. That's a problem. And that's it. That's the change.
Yeah, my answer would be validation, which I think is ego related, but Shelly and I just chatted about that whole values versus validation and how easy it is to find ourselves misaligned between those things with this desire. You know, I want to feel like sometimes I get caught up in wanting to prove. That word prove comes to mind. Like I need to prove whatever it is to whatever group of people, someone who doubted me or someone who loves me, but I think my lovability is associated with my achievement. Whenever I feel like I need to prove something is a moment where I know that pride is disrupting purpose and requires realignment.
Yeah, 100.
That's so good. People, I think, really resonate with that question. Who am I doing this for? Is one of the what a great reflection question for kindness. When we're offering kindness, we can sometimes find ourselves in danger of doing things that we think are good, and then we become self-righteous about them. And then when someone doesn't receive them in the way that we intended, we get mad at them instead of taking ownership over our own desire to serve our ego or validation.
Oh my God, yeah.
Let's draw that line towards the thing I know that you're passionate about, which is masculinity, which I think sometimes, right, when we talk about ego, when we talk about pride, maybe some of the traditional narratives around masculinity bring those things to life. So talk to me about how modern masculinity, modern manhood can incorporate more gentleness, softness, compassion, humility, those sorts of things.
Yeah. Well, I started working on this book. It's called Modern Manhood because I was hosting my show for Univision, and a lot of men started writing into me, were we going to do a season on the sort of national or international at this point conversation that's been happening about power dynamics shifting between men and women, and how, you know, the Me Too conversation obviously started about work and also about sexual assault, but it's had such a ripple effect in everyone's lives. It shows up in parenting questions. It shows up in the way that friends are interacting. It shows up in relationships, marriages. So I was getting a lot of questions about this sort of sentiment that there were new rules were being created because things that had happened in the past, we knew now were not working, and what was the new set of etiquette. And these piled up in my inbox for 2 years because I thought, well, like hell if I know, right? So this project is an amalgamation of reporting for a year and speaking with 100 men across the country, ranging from ages of 18 to 62, from South Central LA to rural North Carolina, to find out how men are showing up to be good guys in this kind of post-Me Too era that we find ourselves in, and probably very current right now in this post-COVID anti-racist time that we find ourselves in. So one of the biggest takeaways about kindness when it comes to conversations about what a good man does is that, of course, there are so many examples that we could get into, but the overarching takeaway is it gets really confusing for people because we grow up, most of us grow up with really strong ideas about what a good man or good woman does. And we've learned them from our parents or our teachers or the, you know, the culture around us. And when faced with, you know, forced to look in the mirror and see how actually this structure is hurting us, people get angry and they get defensive, and it's scary because things you were taught to do are perhaps not now being looked at positively, right? And so the question of what does a good man do today, ultimately what I recommend is that you can get really caught up there in like, well, my mom taught me this and I didn't really like that, but I don't really see you offering anything else. So I'm just going to kind of step out of this conversation entirely. And so I recommend that we lose that. And instead I recommend focusing less on what a good woman does or what a good man does, and get more clear about what a good person does. You know, how do you want to show up in the world? Because a lot of times as well in our everyday behaviors, people, what I heard a lot when I was reporting this book was that men felt like they were walking on eggshells, that they just didn't know, and that at any moment they could be falsely accused of doing something, and they were very fearful and angry about that. And so partly you can get into these situations where you feel like you're walking on eggshells when you haven't thought about, okay, well, why am I doing this behavior, right? What's the motivation behind it? And so if, you know, this question of like, does chivalry still exist, right? Is it relevant now? Take, for example, the time-old question of, do you hold the door open for the woman coming behind you? This actually comes up, so first of all, do you hold the door open for the woman coming behind you, Houston?
I don't know if I'm trying to answer this question too hard, but I hold the door open as a matter of principle, whether it's a man or a woman.
Exactly. Okay. And I honestly, you are an anomaly in this, because most of the folks that I talked to, this was a very controversial idea, because folks said there's kind of like this urban legend, actually, that if you hold the door open for women these days, some will be okay with it, but maybe one is just going to absolutely lose it on you, and then you've done something you thought was good, but it's not being received well, right? And you have to say, who are you doing this for? So the question is, do you want to hold the door open for the person coming behind you? Are you the kind of person who does that? If so, do it irregardless of gender, right? And if you don't want to hold the door open for someone coming up behind you because they are one gender versus another, it's actually really good information to have about yourself, right? And you probably want to spend a little bit of time thinking about that. But it also puts you in this situation where, when you've thought about, why do I actually do this behavior, this thing that I've kind of been taught, now I'm really clear on why I do it. Then in the off chance that someone is not pleased that you held the door, and maybe you do have an odd altercation, although I will say that seems awfully rare, but should it happen to you, then you are very clear on why you've done it, and you can just easily say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I hold the door for everyone coming up behind me. Have a nice day. And you kind of move on. So this is where really like the underlying message of the book comes. We kind of investigate a lot of behaviors, everyday behaviors that men and women do, and that we haven't previously thought about. Oh, is this relevant to our modern society? Or is this something that's like a hangover from the 50s, right? Can we up-level our behavior? And when it comes to something like holding the door or taking the check, paying the check, etc. First, get clear, not what you do as a man or a woman, but what you do as a good person.
It's good. I feel like there's so many, you know, the undercurrent of that as my brain always ties things back to kindness is, are we doing this thing because it is a transactional action we've been told is kind, or even the low-hanging fruit of like politeness, this is just good manners? Or is there an orientation towards a purpose that my intention in holding the door is to engage in a moment of generous interaction with the person? Because if I'm just doing it transactionally, I'm really just forcing because I've done this before, you know, you hold the door open because you're quote unquote supposed to, and now someone's like kind of far away and they have to sort of awkwardly run. And now in some ways I'm putting them out, and they might not have wanted to hurry. They're in a podcast or listening to something they're enjoying, and now I've done something, and it's almost like the transactionality of it removes the relational component if we're not thoughtful or careful about it. And I think that's a really important reminder of moving beyond the transactionality that we, you know, in the book I call it common kindness, which are the pleases and thank yous, the politeness, manners, to how do we take that action, which could be common, and make it deep? Well, that might have to do with what we're watching for, how you see people walking towards the door. Do they look like they even want an interaction? Because in some situations they're in their own world and they don't want to even like look up at you, and that's okay. And when we are clear on why we're doing it, it's not about how the person responds, which is the humble perspective that is hard for us to take, because we can get self-righteous when we're like, I'm doing a good thing and you didn't even say thank you.
Oh my gosh. Exactly. And I'm laughing too because I've had so many moments of this personally. I live in a building with mostly folks over 65, so they walk quite slow. And after having reported this book, I am like an evangelist for door opening. And so they could be like, you know, a quarter of a mile away, and they're walking in a walker, and I'm still holding the door there, and they're looking at me like, what are you doing? I'm like, this is not, don't even rush. You know, I'm on this thing and I just do it. And I know I'm making this uncomfortable for everyone here. Never mind. Have a good day.
Yeah. Cleo, it's that time. It's time for quick kindness questions. You ready?
Great.
Okay. A synonym for kindness. Another word for kindness is blank.
Openness.
I like that. Door punny. Very nice. The opposite of kindness is
closed.
The kind of kindness the world needs is
gentle and yet fierce.
This deep kindness challenge is just for you, Cleo. Think of a good male role model in your life, someone who has contributed to you being the best version of yourself. Take a moment to share some gratitude with that person. So I want you to think about a good, positive role model of masculinity in your life. And here's the prompt. Go ahead and fill in the blanks with that person's name and how you'd fill in a few of those other blanks.
Thank you, Jason, for being such a terrific role model to me. The way you redefine masculinity has taught me about how strength and tenderness can occupy the same space. Because of your example, I'm a better person.
Well said, Cleo. Thank you so much for your time, your heart, for the journalistic work that you're doing to make not just men, women better, but all of us as human beings. Appreciate it so much.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
Bye, Cleo. Look who's here. We got John and Catherine in the building. Hello.
Hi.
How are you, Catherine? It's so nice to meet you. John and I have spent a little bit of time together, but what a pleasure to see you side by side.
You too. Good to see you.
And of course, we got a backdrop of all the magic that has been written in these hallowed halls in this office. And you two just came out with your first book. Is it your first book together? Yeah?
It is our first book together.
Incredible. Relationship grit. I'm so pumped to talk about how that relates to compassion in our world right now. But before I jump into that, this will be fun because you're the first duo today. I want to know, what is your favorite way to describe the other person? You could use what they do for work, how they interact with the world, them as a partner. But would you introduce each other with your favorite ways to describe each other?
You got it.
Okay. You want me to introduce John?
Yeah.
Okay. This is John Gordon. He is the most godly, disciplined, organized, consistent person you'll ever meet. He loves his family and he loves helping the world.
Wow, thank you, honey. That's so nice. I didn't know she liked me that much.
Yeah, that's good news.
And before I go, Houston, I just want to say we just got this in the mail. I'm very excited about this book.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What an amazing book, an amazing title. Very excited about that.
Thanks, John. Partially your fault. We changed the title based on a conversation you and I had, so this is exciting.
It's so good, and I'm excited for you. I would describe Catherine as spontaneous, loving, caring, strong, beautiful, giving, an amazing mom, an amazing wife, and someone who sacrificed so much of her life to give everything to her kids because she loved them so much. And I love her for that.
Thank you, John.
Generosity of spirit in both of you. I'm so grateful to be chatting with you today. You just came out with this book fairly recently about relationship grit. So I want to start there on the highest level. Could you talk about what's the intersection? What's the Venn diagram between grit and kindness?
Wow. So I think you need to have kindness to have grit in a relationship. So for us, grit is about staying together, sticking together through the tough times and through the challenging times, not giving up when things get hard. And during those times, you have to find a kindness and a love for each other to want to stay together, because love is what drives grit ultimately. And early on, to be honest, we didn't have a lot of kindness from me. We didn't have a lot of grit in our relationship. It's amazing that we stayed together because I wasn't a loving and giving. I was so focused on success and myself and just trying to make it, and I wanted to provide for my family, that I wasn't a great partner. I wasn't a great father, a great husband. I had to learn kindness. Catherine was always kind and she was always great. I had to learn to do that, and I changed, and that's what changed our marriage. That's what allowed us to have grit in it. But kindness is a big part of having grit. The more you are kind to each other by wanting to give to each other, John Gottman's research shows that when you actually sacrifice for each other and make time for each other, that is a very likely predictor of whether that marriage will stay together.
Yeah, protecting time. The Gottman Institute has some of those practical pieces of research just about what we give our time to. Is so indicative of what we value. And so I think there is that false narrative sometimes of, I need to be a provider. Well, a provider of what? Is kindness included in that providing? Catherine, what about you? How do you associate that?
Kindness in the relationship?
Kindness and grit, yeah, in particular, like that stick-to-itiveness, that dedication to making something work.
Well, it's we before me. It is about helping lift the other person and not trying to hold them down, and having that love and kindness to allow them to be who they are, to grow into who they want to be. And, in John's case, early on, it was about saying, you know what, you go and do what you need to do. It's okay. I'm going to hold down the fort here and support you in that. And it was that loving kindness of me wanting him to succeed, which, ultimately benefited my whole family. But it was just about that love and kindness of wanting someone to do something good outside of yourself.
Where have you found are the limits of that, right? Because we can sometimes sacrifice to a fault. So where do we do that? What is the boundary between loving kindness, generosity, and then when that sacrifice leads to resentment? And at some point we cross that threshold.
I'll tell you, I mean, it is an emotional maturity for sure. And what I found for myself, listen, there were times in our relationship, especially when John wasn't being very kind, and we talk about that in the book, where, you know, I wanted to attack. He would come into the kitchen all dressed in a handsome suit with his suitcase ready to fly off again and go spread positivity into the world, but he wasn't delivering that at home. And I wanted to cut him down, but I realized I wanted to cut him down because I didn't feel good about myself. So interestingly enough, the more I decided to give that kindness and that love, the easier it got for me and the better it made me feel. So, you know, it works on all levels.
John, what was the, I think that's so beautifully articulated. Oh, creature, hi creature.
That's Jules.
I was trying to talk at the same time.
That's Jules. That's our little loving, kind cat.
That
named Jules.
That's the boss of this family. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, your interview is over. It's time for attention. I want to know, John. In fact, a piece of my book, I talk about what I think is a similar narrative, which is I got so attached to my purpose, which I felt very clear on and motivated by. And sometimes the more clear you are on that purpose, the easier it is to excuse a lack of attention with those relationships close to you. What was a paradigm shifter for you when you said, my purpose is important over here, but how do I hold that in balance with other things I say are important?
For me, it was about the fact that if I could share it with others, I needed to first share it at home. It needed to start at home. Like, you can't give your best to everyone else and give your family the worst, right? You can't give them your stress and your fears and your negativity and all your pain and give everyone else your best, right? So for me, it started by giving my best at home, leading from the inside out, and giving it to the people that you love the most and who love you and who will be crying at your funeral, right? Those are the people that matter most. So the shift for me was about, how do I serve my family? How do I invest in them? How do I give them my best? And amazingly, when I did that, that's when things took off for me. That's when my career took off, when you really, you know, you're walking the walk and talking the talk and you're really living it. When Catherine was talking about me going on, you know, the road and stuff, at that point, I was working a lot on positivity. So I had made a big shift at that point, right? It was the years early before that where I was really, you know, I would say I struggled the most, and I gradually got better and better and better over time. And then the big shift came when I really decided to focus on serving my wife and my kids.
That growth and positivity over time, I think one of the narratives in the book I try to unpack is, I think we always associate kindness with positivity. Does kindness always have to be positive?
Wow. Does kindness always have to be positive? I think in terms of, I think it should come across as positive. I mean, I think it should be positive intent. I think when you're kind to someone, or I would say you care about someone, you will challenge them at times because you want them to be their best. I'm not sure that's the definition of kindness, though. I think that's caring. Like, I care about you, and because I want you to be your best, I have to hold you accountable. I have to challenge you. And if I love you, I'm not going to let you settle for anything but being your best. Like, we love our kids, and we love them, and we give them tons of love, but we also do challenge them to be all that they're meant to be. So that's caring. Kindness, yes, I believe you can do it in a kind way. You don't want to do it in a mean way and a demeaning way. I believe in being, when I speak about leadership a lot, right, in my work. So I believe in being demanding, but not demeaning. And so I believe that you can be demanding and kind at the same time.
That's good. So true. Tough and tender, demanding but not demeaning.
I like that, tough and tender. That's good. Or I would say, but tender must come first, tender before tough.
Ooh,
and
good.
So they have to feel your tenderness. And I call it love tough instead of tough love. If your team knows you love them, then they will allow you to challenge them. If tough comes before love, they will tune you out and you will burn them out.
Oh, well said. Catherine, as someone who's been touted by your partner as a great and loving, sacrificial mom, what is something that you have watched your kids struggle with when it comes to kindness?
I think Jade was the recipient of some tough.
Yeah, my daughter was the recipient of
a lot of meanness.
Yeah, mean girl behavior. And so for us, it was about really kind of coaching her and loving her up at home. So one of our phrases would be, rejection is God's protection. And it was always about just continuing to be kind no matter what, and eventually it all came around, don't you think? Yeah.
Our kids are really kind. I think they're like the like naturally. Our son is just so nice to people.
He's probably too sweet.
Yeah, he looks at the people that are struggling and he'll bring them into the fold. He loves animals and really caring about animals. So yeah, I think they have a deep kindness in them. Much more than I think that I had growing up. I grew up in a battle zone, and I had to fight for my life in a lot of ways.
Me too.
Yes, and Catherine did as well.
Yeah, our son will probably give away any money he makes at any time.
Yeah.
Just
he likes to give away my money.
Yeah,
we know that.
Money he has access to. So it sounds like what a lovely inversion in many ways, and I think obviously young people getting to work in schools is such a gift because young people typically remind you of things that you need to be reminded of. What have your kids taught you about grit and or about kindness?
For my daughter, just watching her persevere. She played lacrosse in high school, and just to deal with a negative coach and a lot of team drama that, was not her producing, that she had to deal with and overcome. And just watching her stay the course and getting benched a bunch and not being able to play well at times, and to see her persevere and overcome and to eventually become an academic All-American her junior year was really exciting to see, because this was a girl that struggled and faced adversity, and she just kept going. And I'll always remember that. And I'll remember becoming a more kind and positive father and coach during that process, where when she was younger, I pushed her a little too hard. And I almost ruined her. She almost quit lacrosse because of me, because I played in college. And so I was pushing her to be great like I was. And I almost ruined her joy for the game. And Catherine approached me and said, no, you can't do that anymore. And we really had a great talk about it. We decided to do it differently. I became a transformational dad instead of a transactional dad. It became about loving her, encouraging her, and just helping her be the best person she could be, not the best athlete. And amazingly, when we did that, she thrived, she grew, but I watched her own grit and her own perseverance. And also during the COVID, she's 22 years old now, and I watched her, work as an essential worker, delivering food with Postmates, and providing for herself during this time. And yeah, could we have tried to provide for her? Yeah, but we thought, this is a great lesson for her to learn to overcome and to face real life and battle through it. And she did. And watching her do that was really something I'll always admire her for and remember her in doing that.
Awesome. What about you, Catherine? Do you have some insight?
Well, for my son, he was a tennis player. And let me tell you, when you are going out playing in 103-degree heat and having sometimes consecutive losses and, losing against your peers, because that's a hard thing about playing singles tennis in his age group, is his friends are also the kids he's competing against. And watching him continue to, sometimes have losing streaks, you don't always win, and watching him just persevere through that and have grit through that. I think those kind of things do help you more in life and in life circumstances, as they got older. So,
and he never gave up. He kept going too, and he lost a lot. Unfortunately, we saw him lose a lot, but at the same time, he always kept fighting, eventually achieving his dream of playing tennis at Clemson University. And to watch him be able to win his first college match, and to hear those good news. And the coach reached out to me and said, hey, he just won his first college match. He battled. He was down 5-2 in each set, and came back and won both sets to win his first college match. That was exciting. So to see all the losses come with a final victory was exciting and rewarding.
Yeah, and it sounds like even piece of your journey in your relationship was early losses that have transformed into wins now. This book in many ways is as I understand it, like a guidebook to help people navigate some of those losses to help them be more successful. What would be like the main thing you want people walking away understanding about relationship grit?
I would say don't give up.
Yes.
Don't give up. I mean, in the book, we share our story. Really, it's just a little bit of the whole story. And it's, raw. But to read that and know that we were able to go through what we went through and get to the place we are now, which is a loving, kind, positive relationship. If we can do it, anybody can do it.
Yeah. And we want people to understand that, the formula in terms of investing in your relationship. The investment, you have to do it together. You have to have a resolve to do it. It's easy to walk away. It's easy to give up. But when you do, you don't get the joy. You don't get the love. You don't get the kind of relationship we have now. All those losses could have made us want to just walk away, right? But we stayed together and now we get the win. And I think that's important. I think so often we think the grass is greener and we look outside the relationship, outside the marriage. But if you start with being kind to each other and start loving each other, investing in each other and your relationship, and that becomes a priority, then you get the fulfillment of the joy that you won't get in any other way. And as Catherine often says, if you don't do it in this relationship,
Yep.
you'll have to do it in your next one. So you better start with this one.
Yeah, well said. Wherever you go, there you are.
That's right. That's
Yes.
right.
Work will always be, and such a great parallel to the resolve that I think many of us need right now to practice compassion and kindness. And
Well, right now from April to today, there's a 57% increase in couples seeking a separation. So, I mean, there's something going on. So stick with it, use this book is not just for couples. Some of my best relationship work I did when I was single or, when I was getting out of a bad relationship. So the principles in the book do work. Yeah.
And like you said, Houston, now is a time where I think if you have a crack in the foundation of your relationship, it's being exposed and it's growing into a canyon during this time. And so you have to heal that crack. You have to heal the void now more than ever. And I think this is a great time to do it.
John and Catherine, it's time for some quick kindness questions to bring us to a close. You could alternate, you could each share one, whatever you feel, but as synonym, another word for kindness is
love.
The opposite of kindness is
mean or meanness.
The kind of kindness the world needs is
real, actionable.
We have a prompt for you two. If you're up for it, we all have relationships that we look to as exemplars of what thoughtful partnership can look like. Do you have a couple that you admire for their relationship grit that comes to mind?
Wow.
If so, we have a little prompt for you here.
I say Ken Blanchard and Margie Blanchard.
All right. Would you address this compliment to them, Catherine? You see it on the screen. Can you see that?
Thank you for the grit and kindness you demonstrate in your relationship. I'm a better
husband and wife because of it, and you need to know I've learned a lot about marriage from you both.
And I'd say commitment from you both.
Yeah.
Beautiful. You have to pass that along to them next time you two speak.
We will.
Thank you for being exemplars for so many of us and reminding us of the power that when we invest in the things that matter most, we can take things from cracks and avoid them becoming canyons. It feels like we're experiencing a canyon of a lack of kindness in our world right now. So may we work to reduce that. And to quote Tom Hanks, it is the hard that makes it good. And wherever you go, there you are. So let's do the hard work now so we can make a more kind world. Thank you, John and Catherine, for showing up.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Houston.
Thanks, Houston. Congratulations again.
Yes.
And we'll share those prompts on our social media. Love it.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, John and Catherine, what a squad. I got a chance to hang out with John I guess it was a few months ago now, and we talked about my book, and he goes, I think you need a different color think it needs to have a different title. The man has written a lot of books. And so thanks to his wisdom, a little bit of prompting, and Simon Schuster, they brought together this bad boy, which I think does look better. JoAnn, thank you so much. Up next, Eve Pearlman. I'm so pumped to chat with you today, mainly because of I know the work you're doing right now in this world is so necessary. Eve, how are you?
I am well. Thank you for having me on. I'm glad to be here.
What a treat. Where are you coming at us live from right now? I see some nice trees in the background. Fall is spring.
Yeah, I'm actually a Californian. I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, but I hightailed it out of there for a little while because it's been a tough time. So I'm up in New England. I'm in Vermont.
Oh, good choice.
Yeah, it's really nice. I'm trying to get the light so it doesn't mess with us so much.
I like it. Yeah, you're nicely side lit right now. You get your right.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it. I am not in my normal place. So,
Vermont's an okay place to have it be unnormalized.
Yeah, I can't do. Oh, there we go. I have to come down here. I'll come down here for you guys. There we go.
Oh, that's perfect.
So that was very beautiful and heartwarming to kind of drop in on the end of the prior folks.
Nice. You should have been here for the rest of the morning. We got lots of heartwarmingness and
I'm doing things like writing grants and keeping things afloat. So
hey, thank you for making time today. And I'm super pumped to talk about your work and your world, because your work is all about helping people have meaningful conversations, particularly those ones that aren't as comfortable or convenient or easy, which is really a lot of the premise of what the book tries to get at, which is that kindness isn't always these light and fluffy moments. It is often engaging in these uncomfortable conversations. So before we get to that, Eve, I want to know, how do you best like to describe yourself?
Oh, I try to avoid that. No, I like the best part of myself. I'm a journalist, my career. And so I think the things that really drive me and inform what I do and who I am is my curiosity, sort of endless about people and lives and different expressions of living and ways of knowing. And so I think I'm just super interested in all the ways that people come into life and do things for one another and with one another.
Expressions of living. That's a lovely phrase. That I really appreciate people who have perspectives of others in the world that are unique, not just engaging with other people, but these people have expressions of their own living, which I'm sure that informs a lot of your work, which is all around how do we engage in these, how do we cross quote unquote divides in our world. So talk to me about your relationship to the word kindness as it relates to civil discourse.
Yeah, so just a teeny bit of background about me. I was a journalist my whole career, and then in 2016, after the election, I launched an innovative journalism organization that really thinks about bridging and conversation across social and political fault lines in the context of journalism. And so I think about wait, was your question about kindness? I got it. Yeah, right. It was what is I think kindness is?
Yeah, that relationship there between.
Yeah, so I think about it all the time and every moment. How to open my heart and the hearts of people I'm working with to hear across divides, to hear when we might be angry or tight or polarized or frustrated or certain, how to soften that. And kindness, I think of kindness and empathy is really inextricably linked. And so, my work really is centered around that.
You use that word soften, which I think in variations on a theme has come up today. What is the practice of softening look like for you?
It comes of like most things, like all things, from my own experience, right? Like when I was younger, I knew everything and I knew best and I was sure and I was right and I was dogmatic. And as I've gotten older, I understand the problems with relating to the world that way, and also just the limits of my own knowledge and experience. And so I think about softening as helping walk back from those states of being where we're, to use the language that we use now, triggered or in some sort of sense, moment of heightened awareness, to places where we can listen, where we can have empathy, where we can be kind. And that's part of being that's how I work with journalists, and that's how I work with the ordinary people that I have in conversation. So
I love a visual comes to mind, Eve, of when we're angry, even like the cinematic experience of angry is people being up in someone's face like this, but that the way you said, to walk back, to almost like walk back away from that experience of the anger that is bred by, that makes us want to get in someone's face, but to take the perspective that is wider, that is perhaps more generous, that is more open, that is more listening, is a big challenge. What is it you think? What is the tool that you would most want to offer people right now to engage in those conversations where we need to walk back?
Yeah, I think, what we talk about with people we work with is essentially mindfulness. It's like, where am I now? Like when you see that, when you feel your body getting angry, when you feel your fingers start to type furiously, when your voice goes up, when you're, like you said, in someone's face, to me, those are all warning signs that we're not going to be happy with how we behave, that we're not going to be effective in engaging with other people, that we're bound to make things worse rather than better. And it's really interesting, my work in a journalistic space, right? Because journalists go to points of tension. Like that's what news is, right? News is when, not always, but often news is when something's happening, right? And so it's a really interesting dance in journalism to say, okay, I'm going to go to places that are tense, that are intense, and then try to hold that calm within myself, to be dealing with people who are tense or dealing with situations. I think it comes in a lot of professions, like medical anything that's in their emergency, or that time is of the essence, and having to stay grounded in under tension is a interesting act.
One of the reasons tension arrives is because one party holds their perspective to be true in the face of someone else's differing truth. What is your relationship to that idea of truth, and how can we look at truth right now as a collective?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think two answers. One, I think a lot about extending empathy. Like it's easy for me to have empathy for my children, for people I know and love, for like-minded people. Like it's not hard, right? I care for them. I already love them. I'm predisposed. But to have empathy for someone who I disagree with fiercely politically, that's a whole lot harder. And so I think a lot about how we can support people in humanizing people with whom they disagree, right? And remembering, for example, if we talk about our country and our state of polarization, like remembering people who support a different candidate basically care about the same things by and large that you do. They care about taking care of their family. They care about their health and well-being. They care about, being safe. And so I think a lot about extending empathy. I'll just leave it there for you, but that sort of act of imagination outside what we know. And then I guess just one more point I think about, and I don't want to get too weird on it because I am a journalist and I believe in facts, but just sort of the relativity of what we can see from where we are, right? So I can only see what I can see from my experience and my understanding, my paradigms for interpreting information. And so somebody else sees something different, and knowing that's possible, and believing that someone could be of good faith and still see things really differently is important and hard.
Most important things are unfortunately rather hard.
That is true.
I love the extension of empathy. Dr. Brian Smith, who we work with, who helps direct our research at Character Strong as we build curriculum for kids.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about empathy, and he talks about the circles of care, which is to say, I can have empathy for people most in my proximity, and the access to that empathy is easier, right? The more that I understand or spend time with them. So my family, my friends, people close to me. But he talks about the importance of expanding those circles of care, or even recognizing who isn't in our circles of care, because we can then say, the danger of not understanding that model is I can say I'm an empathetic person, which is true circumstantially.
Yeah.
Yet there's lots of people who I won't act in empathy towards. What's an experience you've had that has expanded your circles of care?
I mean, for me, it's been this work I've been doing the last number of years, which has been a lot about going to the American South, where I spent all my life in coastal college towns, either college towns or coastal places. And so I had my exposure to Americans was very limited, right? It's mostly people who look like me and talk like me and think like me. That's overstating it, but still. And so spending a lot of time in the American South, which tends to get disparaged and looked down upon and dismissed and negated, has been really a good exercise for me, and a good way to understand what I don't know and what I don't see and what I might not have thought about. I like the circle model. I wasn't familiar with that. That's nice.
Yeah, well, it's something that he's been creating because of that reality that we can feel badly for people and do nothing to alleviate that suffering. And so much of that is where the intersection of empathy and compassion, or empathy and kindness, as you said, they're inextricably linked. But the link to me, is the actual action component, which is how do we go from feeling, understanding, into actually recognizing, honoring, doing something about it.
And I have a question for you about that, if I may, because it's something I don't know how to reckon with. It's like, I live in the Bay Area where we have where there has always been a visible this is just an anecdote, but there's always been a visible homeless population. So, and it's very much on the rise now. There's economic chaos and social chaos. And so how do you reckon with empathy that you can't action? Like, how do you, I'm asking you or maybe others you've talked to, how do you, you can't fix everything immediately, and you can't solve, and most things you can't solve. You can just sort of focus on what you can do and what you are doing. And I get that, but how do you wrestle with all the things you can't do? Or do you wrestle with overwhelm? Or do you wrestle with people who wrestle with them? Or do you talk to people who wrestle with overwhelm? Is that a hard question?
It's a very hard question. And I think it's one of the realities, I think it's one of the biggest challenges we're facing universally, but particularly as a country. You look around and there's so much to care about. In some ways, natural result is I'll just care about none of them, because too many choices. I've lost the capacity to choose. And I think about a young person who I worked with named Kayin, who I actually talk about in the book, who stood at the front door of his high school for 2 years straight, got to school an hour early, never missed a day. And in asking him why, he said two pretty profound things. Number one, he said, I never wanted anyone to feel lonely like I had. So he had this sense of compassion or empathy for those who had suffered in some capacity like he had. And number two, he said, I realized when I got to school, I really wanted to involve myself in all these sports and all these activities. And he goes, by my sophomore year, I was exhausted and overwhelmed because I realized in trying to do everything, I ended up doing nothing very well. And I think that's the reality so many of us face, is that there's so much to care about that it's easy to exert ourselves in 1,000 directions and end up feeling actually quite useless at the end of it, which is a really frustrating exercise. And for many of us, it is one of the things that will make us cynical. Giving in all these directions and be like, did I do anything? And I think about the Champs-Elysees in Paris is the big arch there. There's 10 different roads that go off in every direction. And I'm a big believer that when we feel overwhelmed by choice in our life, no matter what it is, picture yourself in the middle of this square with all different roads to walk, and just start walking a direction. And allow yourself to get lost in that direction, because no matter where you end up, you're like, I'm still in Paris. It's still good. It might not be the quote unquote right one, but to give ourselves permission to walk in one direction, I think frees us up from the expectation that we have to do everything. That's not to say that in walking by someone who's suffering, I'm not going to feel hurt for them. But is that my lane? Is that my highest good of my energy at the time? Not for all of us right now, right, in our current circumstance. Maybe we don't have the thing to give this hurt in the world, but maybe our circumstance, our life experience can better give over here.
That's a good answer. Of course, my cranky person wants to take your metaphor and be like, but what if something really great happens over on that road and I missed it? Which I understand that feeling, and I understand, but yes, you can only really do one thing at once.
Yeah. There's a good cafe in every road in Paris, so you can just know that you're going to find a baguette somewhere, and we must rest at that.
That could be a bumper sticker, maybe.
Eve, tell me about the recent writings you've been doing. And do you think about kindness at all as you write these things?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like I said before, kindness, I'm thinking about it all the time. Like I think about kindness as a practice, but we do have a book coming out later this month, Spaceship Media does, about a conversation we did between people on all sides of the guns issue. So Second Amendment advocates and gun safety advocates. And so that's an interesting project because it really maps our process and kind of all the thinking that threads through our work, which is about information and journalism, but also about bridging and bringing people together across divides. I am also working on a sort of more personal story about my relationship to storytelling, like journalism, and where I've landed with this practice of dialogue journalism that's really community-centered journalism and meant to depolarize and soften and invite reflection, all these things that you talk about and think about, but within the journalistic context. It's a lot of fun. Having a lot of fun playing with all the ideas and all the practices and inviting change from journalists who are really at the center of our partisan divides in a lot of ways.
Storytelling, one of, I think, the most important pathways to healing right now is offering those stories, being open to hear those stories, to depolarize and soften all of us right now when tension is high. Eve, what's that book going to be called here very shortly?
So the book from Simon & Schuster, Tiller Press, is Guns: An American Conversation. And that it's about how to run this process. And I think it's instructive for whole lots of audiences, like within school settings and for journalists and in communities, like how can we come together and talk about the things that matter to us. We're pretty excited about it, to see it see the light of day. I'm sure you know that feeling of like
I'm presently experiencing that.
Yeah, you're presently right in the middle of it.
Eve, it is that time for some quick kindness questions.
Okay.
A synonym for kindness is?
I think it's about being human, like in all the best senses.
The opposite of kindness is?
I heard the guests before me say meanness, so I'm going to say cruelty or nastiness or all those tight, angry things.
Yeah, tension is a good, that leads to some of those things, or can lead to some of those things. The kind of kindness the world needs is?
I just think we need the more everyone, I think of it as like little bits of pieces. So it's because it's a practice, right? It's hard. It's hard. And we live in a time of heightened tension and stress. And so I think just as much as people can relax and steer towards little kindnesses with their friends and neighbors and coworkers and children, I think it's a time for micro kindnesses. I'm going to keep trying again and again to be patient with my child's teacher who is overworked, or patient with the clerk who is not in their office, and all of that stuff that we're seeing play out right now.
The micro that add up to the macro. Eve, we have a deep kindness challenge for you.
Kindness.
Who on your social media feed or wherever you engage with people like this, someone who has inspired you in how they engage in those tough, challenging conversations. They do it in a way that's inviting and empathetic. Do you have someone that comes to mind who's really good at those tough conversations?
Yeah, so I have a person on my team, Adriana Garcia, who day in and day out is moderating really difficult and charged conversations on Facebook. And she is just a hero in like breathing, relaxing, wordsmithing, and moving forward through really tough terrain, right? Social media conversations about political issues are about as hard as it gets right now. So I really admire her work.
Could you use this template to offer her a moment of kindness? Dear blank Adriana, is that right?
Oh, dear Adriana, wait. I can't read this. Dear Adriana, thank you for your blank, your work, your presence on social media. It has helped me be more resourceful when responding to those I don't disagree with. You are a role model and a hero.
I love it. Thank you, Eve. Thanks
All
for
right.
back from Vermont. We'll see you here or there. And I'm super thrilled to read your new book and continue to listen to the stories you share, how they make us a little bit soft in a world that needs a bit more tenderness. Thank you.
Take care of yourself, and I hope you don't wear yourself out by the end of this day. I hope you're drinking water.
Right now.
All right, take care.
All right. Up next. What a joy. How lucky are we right now? Dr. Rada, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Nearly back-to-back days that we get to.
Do you need a doctor? Are you surviving Houston?
This is a good way to start our conversation. Your world, your work, one of your passions is helping people take care of themselves. Am I accurate in saying that?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of my real passions is to help people tap into something inside them to empower themselves to make good choices in their life. And that's what I'm all about. Yeah.
What good choice could you encourage me to make today?
Well, I think as Eva was saying, drink water, sit down, stand up, keep moving, keep energized, maybe have a little song break. But above all, just keep smiling. I mean, you're actually talking to so many inspirational people. So I think when you chat to inspirational people, you actually get energy to carry on. So that's my top tips for you, Houston. You're already on it. You've got it. You're wearing yellow. It's really a happy color. You're looking good. It's all good.
You're right. I think the inspiration is going to keep me thriving, but it's going to be in my back and neck at the end of the day. I'll need some physical care.
Maybe an Epsom salt bath. There you go. There's my prescription for you.
Family, friends, are we taking notes? We had a great chat the other day about we used what you call the sock of destiny to talk about and answer questions, which was really a joy. Today, I want to talk about how your work and world relates to kindness. Tell me about what your first understanding of kindness, and then how it's changed over the course of your life, your career, your research.
So probably my first experience of kindness was actually me being labeled as the kind of youngest out of 4 as being the kindest person in the family by making lots of people cards. I'd kind of make 100 birthday cards for every member of my family because I thought the more the better. And I think also just at school, there was a couple of people in my class who were being bullied, and I tried to step in and try to kind of chat to them and be with them and not kind of go along with the crowd. So they're the kind of childhood influence, I suppose, in terms of kindness. And then as I grew up, I really loved helping people. I really loved listening to their stories, helping them find ways around not feeling alone or not feeling sad or feeling upset or just like they haven't got anyone to speak to. I then became a medical doctor. So obviously lots of my work there involves helping people and being kind in different ways to different people in different scenarios. And then I went into broadcasting, television presenting and radio and podcast and writing. And my focus has very much been on mental health, emotional health, particularly for young children and young people, but for all of us. And I've spent really the last sort of 12 years in my broadcasting role, really trying to get the message out there around the fact that things that can help people with their mental health are really related very much to kindness. And it can be that simple. You can really make a difference to someone's life and how they're feeling mentally and emotionally by actually just being kind.
What's an example of something someone did for you recently that changed your mental wellness?
So I've got a lovely friend called Michelle, who is just amazing. She lives in Scotland, so quite far from me. I'm down south in the UK. But I was having a little bit of a tough day, a little bit of an anxious day, because, you know, with what's going on in the world at the moment, you can have those up days and down days. And I called her and she just made me absolutely giggle. I don't know how she did it. She just took whatever I was worried about, turned it on its head, made it really ridiculous and silly. And she just made me feel so much better by actually just making me laugh. And also, do you know what? She's great at just giving me time, always being someone that I can call or talk to whenever I need them. So yeah, she's lovely.
Sounds like it. We'll have to go visit her at some point. When I get to come visit, go to Scotland, we'll make it a day of it.
Absolutely. We'll get on the tour bus.
Brad, one of the things that we connected over initially was your work, especially with our youngest people. You used to have a really key part on the CBBS, which is my favorite thing just to say out loud. Children's show there in UK, focused in many ways on emotional intelligence and building the social emotional skills. What was something that you realized you were teaching young people, that
how they're feeling? And if we could just get that a bit better right from the start, I think we'll all benefit from that.
Yeah, I think I was recently offered the paradigm shift of, instead of saying good or bad feelings, it's sometimes pleasant or unpleasant, which is to say what you're feeling isn't bad. It might not feel good in the moment, like it might feel painful or it hurts or stressful or overwhelming. But to say it's a bad feeling makes people feel like they're not allowed to share that thing.
Exactly. And we actually did a whole episode on feeling kind. So there's actually a dedicated song to kindness, which I think is a lovely thing, again, for all of us to remember, because it's often the basic things that us as adults forget. And actually when we tell children very easily what to do and how they can, you know, how they should behave, but actually we forget to do it ourselves. So I think, you know, we need to take the advice that we give to children and actually start to act on it ourselves as well.
Yeah, we should take a lot of the advice we give out to people.
100%. myself included.
Of course. What is it that you feel often that makes kindness harder in your life?
I think when I'm in a place of fear. So I think kindness for me is very much related to love. And I think on the flip side of that of both of those is fear. And when we're frightened, we feel threatened, we feel scarcity, or we feel alone, then it's very difficult for us, or it's more difficult, more challenging for us to act from a place of kindness. But actually, if we are able to act from a place of kindness, that's the antidote to the fear. So if we can just see that, then actually, and we can step away from it and recognize what's happening emotionally inside of us, like your previous speaker was saying, then we can make a good choice to choose kindness and love as opposed to fear. But fear, I think, is the biggest obstacle to people showing kindness.
And what is a fear that you feel most often? Like, you know, fear is a sort of a big category. If we were to narrow down those fears that feel preventative for you, what might it be?
I think a big one for me and for a lot of people is fear of rejection, or fear of your kindness or love not being reciprocated. So being vulnerable, I suppose, fear of vulnerability, I think is a big thing. When we're kind to someone, we put part of ourselves out there for them to receive. And if that's not given back or not recognized or not valued, then we can then potentially take that personally, and it can hurt us if we're not careful about the way we're giving out kindness.
Have you maybe there was a time recently you've experienced a bit of that? You felt like you put yourself out there and you received something you weren't anticipating, or something that felt hard?
Yeah, definitely. So I've been the last 12 years, I've been banging on about mental health, emotional health, kindness, loneliness, grief. And I constantly go and pitch ideas to TV companies over in the UK, to radio platforms, to all kinds of different people. And now I think this year, actually, people are starting to now platforms are starting to want to talk more about it, which is great. But, before that, and even this year, I've kind of put myself out there in terms of pitching ideas around what I think would be valuable for people in terms of empowering themselves to feel better and have better lives, make good choices for themselves. And I've got slapped back in the face and like, no, thank you, we're not going to talk about that. People don't want to know that. And I'm like, no, they do. And I've often taken that in the past personally, and now what I recognize is that actually I need to be kind to myself and recognize that my values still hold no matter what anyone else thinks about them, and that I need to be kind to myself by persevering and being determined to keep putting out my ideas, because I believe in them. So that's kind of one example of how kind of fear of rejection, the things you do that are kind or you put out there, we often fear about being judged or being judged by other people. So yeah, it's good just to hold on to that and be kind to yourself as well as other people.
What is an action that you find yourself doing consistently that feels courageous, right? What does kindness in action look like to you in a consistent sort of way?
Joe, I think for me, it's actually listening. It's actively listening, really listening. I think nowadays we've got very used to talking, but not listening. We've got very used to being on our phones, but not listening. And not being present with somebody. Now, for somebody, particularly if they're going through a tough time with their mental health or emotional well-being, if we're there and we're really, really listening to what they're telling us, we're not jumping in, we're not interrupting, we're not making assumptions, we're not telling them what to do, we're not saying, oh, why do you feel like that? We are actively being present. The power of human presence and energy when someone is in distress or someone is lonely is healing. And so for me, kindness is about making time, but also really actively listening to what that person is telling you about what they need, how they feel, and who they are, because then they feel valued. And once they feel valued, they can then go on and be kind to other people and share that with others as well.
You are a great listener. We've spent some time chatting back and forth. Good question asker and a great listener. I think that concept of showing up for people proactively, to draw back to a lot of the work you do around mental health and mental wellness, is this proactive pursuit. What are some of the things that you offer people to help them do things proactively in their life when it feels like so much of us spend time being in the reaction mode?
I think the first thing to help people with is to recognize that they deserve to make good choices for themselves. So to start loving themselves, to say, do you know what? Things aren't working for me at the moment in my life. I want to change, but the first obstacle to get over with making any change is to recognize that you deserve that change, that actually you want something better for yourself because you care about yourself. So I think that's the first thing. And then actually after that, I think the how is a bit easier, because I think once there are a few strategies there, for example, or a few ideas about how things could change. And I'm a big fan of problem solving as well, practical problem solving. Words don't really help people. It's actually about finding practical solutions. Once you find your strategies that are going to work for you, the key then for me in my mind is about making those into habits. And once we start doing something repetitively, and then we link that activity to us feeling better, that habit will form. And once we can say to ourselves, do you know what, I've been running, for about kind of 3 or 4 weeks now, I feel better in myself. That must be the running. We make that link. The habit is connected. The habit is made. And then because we want to feel better and we care about ourselves, we're going to then act and we're going to carry on with that habit. So I think it's a couple of those elements in there as well.
I think it's one of those questions that does come up when someone's like, I started running or I started eating this different diet. People are like, how do you feel? And everyone's always like, great.
Yeah, I know. I sometimes think people say great just because they think they should.
Yeah, that's true. But so many people, whether or not it's true, right? We've convinced ourselves that it is true, and it allows us to give us greater access to this action. in the future. What is one of your habits that brings you mental wellness?
So for me, it's definitely exercise. So I choose, if I'm stressed, I choose to go running. If I want a bit of grounding, I choose yoga. If I want a bit of peace, I go for a walk outside in nature. If I want to just kind of blast my music and be happy, I go cycling. But for me, exercise is the one choice that I can make, which I can guarantee will make me feel better, not just necessarily because of the exercise, but because I've made a good choice for myself. And I think once you start to build the trust in yourself that you can make good choices and that you are doing that for yourself, that's another layer of trust and empowerment, and another boost, if you like, to you actually carrying on with whatever is helping you. And it's very different for different people. And I would encourage everyone to work out their own kind of bespoke little kind of kit, emotional toolkit, about what actually helps them and when, and which tool they need to use in which mood or which challenge.
I like the permission to create a bespoke, like a real bougie, like something nice for yourself.
Yeah.
Customize it. And I really appreciate, I don't know if I've ever thought about it this way, but that when the more of an emotional vocabulary you begin to develop for yourself, the more you know what best meets that need. So you say, stress is this, exhaustion is this, franticness is this. I think so often we think of self-care as a blanket statement as opposed to more fine-tuned need addressing. And if we aren't conscious of what we're feeling, it's hard to actually meet that need. So it's not always a bubble bath that you need. For me, I'm always like, I should take care of myself. I should take a bath. And I'm like, no, it's time for a bath.
Yes, so true.
And sometimes running is the more healing thing in those situations.
That is so true. You're so right. And there'll be all kinds of different tools in there, like you say, from having a bath, I love baths, by the way, to running, to getting back into bed and having a bit of a cry, to watching something totally inane on TV or a box set, to being in nature and listening to the birds. So there are so many different, there's no right or wrong. I think sometimes when we talk about well-being or we talk about good choices, we have this very superficial idea of, oh, that must mean I go to the gym. That must mean I have to eat healthily. And it's like, well, you know what? Sometimes being like well-being is actually having a chocolate eclair, or or getting back into bed with a hot water bottle. And I think if we embrace all of those things, we're more likely to stick to them, because they're not so harsh and they're actually more realistic, and they are actually kind. It's a kind way to well-being as opposed to a harsh, you should be doing this, which I think kindness always works best. It always has the best results.
Well said. And the way you say things just makes it like, have a bit of a cry in bed. I'm like, I'm gonna go weep tonight. But you say it much more than I like that. It's time for the quick kindness questions. You prepared?
I'm ready.
We've warmed up for this. A synonym for kindness is blank. Another word for kindness is?
Okay. To really listen.
The opposite of kindness is?
Giving into fear.
Kind of kindness the world needs is?
More of it.
Good. Deep kindness challenge for you. I believe specificity drives meaning. So who is someone who has helped you feel empowered? Who helps you keep going when things are challenging? Let's see if we can help them know the difference they've made for you. So if someone comes to mind who helps you feel empowered, and here is the prompt. Dear blank, and then you get to fill it in from there.
Okay. Dear Dad, your thoughtfulness and generosity have made a difference in my life. You've really helped me to feel strong and that I can be who I am. Thank you for changing the way I think about my world.
Well said, Radha. Such a treat for you. Multiple days in a row. Thank you for your huge heart and your desire to help people find their own sense of mental wellness during this time, and the generosity you give for all of us to feel, no matter what we're feeling, it's okay. And we move forward with kindness and care towards ourselves and others.
Oh, such a pleasure. Thank you for having me on, Houston. Look after yourself. Good luck with the rest of it. You can do it. And remember, take that bath.
Tonight. That's going to be the cards for tonight. Thank you, Radha.
Take care. Bye. Bye.
There he is.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Hi, Seth. Look at you. You're like well prepared here. This is not
Oh yeah.
thing.
I went for the whole plant blue screen. Yeah, I'm ready.
It's good. I've never seen such blue skies as those blue skies behind you.
Does it look silly, by the way? Because I can always just turn it off. It's actually just a green wall. Like I don't care. Just
No,
natural.
I like it. That's now the greenest sky I've ever seen. It's perfect.
Yeah. Okay, great. I can't see you. I can just see a thumbnail of you. I guess I just deal with that.
Oh, that's fun. I'm here. I'm present. I swear.
Maybe I can pin your video. Oh, there you are. Okay, cool.
Seth, what a treat. Good to see you, my friend.
Absolutely. Tell me, how's it all going?
Oh, I find so much joy in one of the challenges I give to myself is discovering questions that are rarely asked. And that is energizing. But I think over time, I'm just going to end up on the floor by the last interview.
And what time is that, by the way?
7 p.m. here in California.
Wow, that's awesome. That's not even 9 hours away. You're crushing.
I don't know if that was encouraging. What I know about you is that you have this sort of abundant desire to give people permission to live silly and wonderful lives and really provide resources to help them do that. Before we get into that conversation, I want to know, what do you call yourself? What is your favorite way to describe yourself?
Oh, I'm still not very good at this. But I was actually at a Shabbat dinner on Friday, and someone asked me what I did, and by the time I'd finished answering, I think they assumed I was sort of homeless. But I essentially I have a list of 100 things that I've been trying to achieve for the past 12 years, with the idea of trying to get closer to a sense of happiness. Along the way, it's resonated with a bigger audience, and it's kind of moved and absorbed into a world of kindness. So I started with myself, putting my oxygen mask on, if you will. You know, when you get on a plane and they say in an emergency, put your mask on first. So I did that with my list. And now I'm really fortunate to be in a position where I'm able to help others with their masks. And what I found is that we're now in an ecosystem where everyone connects based on passion and desire to live a nice life. And within that, I see goodness in people all the time.
I love the premise. I think it's an important premise. When we're thinking about kindness, specificity drives action, and part of the action of writing down a list provides this like direction. And that list can be, as you mentioned, some of those things can be totally for you, and some of those can be generous. Talk about some of the things that you needed to give yourself first.
Well, I think the very first thing for anyone is permission. I think it's such a powerful word. We typically, certainly in my experience growing up, I waited for other people to give me permission to do things or to feel things. And I think now I'm very fortunate to know a lot of people have done incredible things and look at you as the example as I stare into my screen. You give yourself permission to live well, or to consider yourself, to understand what your values are, what your desires may be, what you want to stand up for in life. And only once you've done that, do you then have this opportunity to take specific, as you say, action on it. So I think, kindness being such a wonderful theme, kindness starts with, as a previous speaker just mentioned, starts with yourself. Give yourself permission to be kind to yourself. What does that look like for you? And it's different for everyone. For some people, it's, okay, I want to get healthy. For some people, it's, I want to seek adrenaline somehow. For some people, it's about connection, whatever it might be. And I think once you're on that journey, what I found is that once you're on that journey, you then kind of find yourself in a position to, again, give yourself permission to support and be of service to others. And it's a wonderful thing to see. But permission is absolutely the first step.
Dr. Brene Brown, who's one of my favorite writers and authors and speakers, she talks about permission slips. I think it's like a programming, right? Like when we're little, we have to get permission slips signed, and it's almost like something that you associate with this transaction, that we think we need to go to someone else for that permission. And what a good paradigm shift that doesn't have to be that. We can offer that. We can sign our own permission slips, and that's a gift. What's something that talk about the transition from, you did some of these bucket list items to meet personal need.
Yeah.
The first transition from there into, I'm ready to serve others. What was that? What was that thought process like?
Yeah, it was really interesting. So on my initial list of 100 things, there were, deliver a baby, marry a stranger in Vegas, walk across the country, skydive naked, a lot of self-indulgent, self-centered things, which I think are important.
On everyone's list, skydive naked.
Yeah, it was horrific. I had to find someone who was happy to be strapped to me naked while I was jumping out of a plane. That was the trickiest part. But then, yeah, number 26 on my list was to help a stranger. And I just wasn't sure how that would happen. And thankfully now it's happened many times over and over. But the first time it happened significantly was when a guy called Mark contacted me. He saw me on TV talking about lists, of course. And he sent me his list of 150 things and he asked me to shave his head. So I thought, that's odd. So I went to Melbourne in Australia, where he's from, and I shaved his head. And I also got to find that Mark was a quadriplegic. He couldn't move a muscle in his body, wasn't always that way. He just got bitten by a tick whilst backpacking through Italy as a mid-20-year-old. And he got Lyme's disease and turned into a quadriplegic, being able-bodied. I mean, it was, from being like you and I to a quadriplegic. Can't speak, needs a ventilator to sleep at night. So I shaved his head and I just felt a sense of satisfaction personally that I'd never felt before, which was, very much attributed to doing something for someone else. And Mark was stoked. And I said, what else can we do together? And he showed me his list, and on there was complete a half marathon. And his carer asked me if I could help. And I said, how can I help? And Mark said, push me. And that was it. So that was the first time that it transitioned into really doing something for someone else. And so I pushed Mark in this half marathon. It was beautiful. And as you can probably guess, by the time we finished the half marathon, I was quite tired, but a lot of people had joined us too. A lot of strangers had joined to push Mark. And it just became very clear at that stage that we all want to be kind. We all have something to give, something to offer. And we just, often we just need the opportunity. So I've sort of taken it upon myself to try and create a platform where there is an abundance of opportunity for people to connect with themselves through jumping out of a plane, as an example, or helping someone do so. I mean, even 2 weeks ago, we've just found a kidney donor for someone who shared their story on our site. So, not to waffle on too much, but kindness exists. It's out there. It can be activated like that with anybody. And it doesn't have to be as significant as donating a kidney, of course. It could be smiling at someone.
The intersection of where my capacity to serve meets your present need is a really powerful thing. And I think one of the things you've done really beautifully is you've actually begun to systematize that, to offer those opportunities more readily, right? Like, I think so many of us will wait for that opportunity to happen, but what happens when we have a more proactive ability to find those? Could you talk about KindSome and how you bring people together where opportunity meets capacity?
Yeah. Well, thanks for asking. So I truly think that we all can be good. We're innately wired to be good. We innately have an ability or a capacity in some way, shape or form to be of service to other people, but we don't know how to activate that switch sometimes. So all I've done for a number of years now is share stories of people who need help in some way. And pretty much immediately on every occasion, people who see that story that I've shared will go, I'll help them. And so there's been amazing things that have happened. And so I'm convinced, I see it all the time, that it's just a matter of, it's matchmaking essentially. So KindSome is this idea of, it's almost like an online dating site, but for kindness. And we're actually sort of rebranding it and putting it into 100 things, which is my initial thing at the moment. So anyway, another story, but just conceptually, if there's a place where there's trust, there's a community is defined by a group of people who share a belief or a goal, right? And so if you're able to create a community based on the idea that we should all be striving to do what's good for ourselves and by that others, I think we've been able to develop something quite special where there's, as I said, trust. There's some sort of feeling of comfortability with sharing stories, vulnerability, all these key words that we hear all the time, but vulnerability is such an important one. It takes a lot for some people to ask for help, including myself. I'm not great at it. So, if you're in a community where that's the walls, the barriers are reduced a little bit, and someone says, hey, I need help with this because of a genuine reason, everyone just wants to help out. So I don't know. I just think that's such a beautiful, it's inspiring for me to think about humans as I do as the magical beings that we are, we can all make a difference. Even right now, if I shared a story of someone that needed help to your community, to the people who are listening right now, I'm no doubt that somebody would be able to help them. That's ultimately how we found this kidney, by the way. I just share, I do talks, I give keynotes. And at the end of one keynote, I said, by the way, bit of a joke, but if anyone has a kidney that you're happy to donate, let me know. And that lady is the one who's going to be giving her kidney away. It's crazy.
Yeah, the power of asking. We don't know until we give people the opportunity to serve, if there's someone available to serve. In some ways, building a list for yourself is about identifying things that you're missing to some degree, things that you need in your life to work towards fulfillment, joy, happiness, however you want to frame it. What sorts of questions do you ask yourself, or what sort of questions do you offer others to help unpack need? Because as you said, I think some people have a hard time asking for help. Some people don't even know what they need help with. Is there a process that you go through to identify some of that for you?
Completely. I think ultimately there's 4 steps to creating a list. I think step 1 is permission, that we've spoken about. Just give yourself permission to think about nobody but yourself on a really, a deep level if you can. And I think by doing that, step 2 is reflection. It's good to know that of course you can't change the past, but understanding how it got you to now is an important thing, because it kind of highlights your patterns, your beliefs, the way you've been operating. So I think that would lead on to step 3, which is then, I would call it, as I would take through a workshop, I would describe this as spokes of a wheel, but essentially values. If you're able to then identify what your personal values are, not what other people think they should be, but just what you think they should be, I think that is the perfect foundation. Understanding where you've been, understanding what your values currently are in life, that's the perfect foundation for step 4, which is then creating a list. And as you say, it sounds silly, but this is a step we overlook a lot. What are the things we want to do? And then once you know that, if it's 1 thing, it's great. If it's 100, even better. If it's 1,000, fantastic. But if you know what it is you want to do, you then can pursue that by pulling the trigger, going for it. And where you need help and support, well, you'll find that along the way, because you become very impassioned about this thing that's very meaningful to you, because it's based on values. So yeah, give yourself permission. It's not selfish to think about yourself. I'd say it's crucial, and it's the first act of service for others, which comes down the line.
I think it's easy to talk about. I think people often lean on the excuse, I have a hard time asking for help. But I think that's sort of a big categorical statement, when perhaps it's the more honest statement would be, I have a hard time asking for help with blank. What is the sort of thing that you have the hardest time asking for help with?
So I think, I want to be really honest with you. I think I find it hard asking for help for something that serves me only. So a silly example. So right now, this month, I have a running accountability group, and just, me and a few friends, some in Australia, some here in the US, some in Europe. And for whatever reason, we've decided that this month, September, we're going to try and do our fastest 5-kilometer time trial, right? So it doesn't help the world in any kind of way. It's just a fun thing. And I had a running coach reach out to me and offer to do a running program for me. And I had a really hard time sort of accepting that, just purely because it was helping me. And it was such a lovely statement from him, I want to help you. But I sort of avoided it for a little while. Now, eventually I said yes. And I've been running this horrific running program for a month now. And I've got to do my 5-kilometer time trial either today or tomorrow, actually. But things like that, when I feel that the help is offered to me, I've never been great at receiving, in honesty. Yeah, I mean, I'm still dealing with that. I think a lot of people do, but it's just practice. It's just practice, like anything. If it's a muscle, it's going to the gym, working on a particular muscle, you need to for it to grow. And so I'm trying to receive better. Even compliments to me, by the way. A lot of people wouldn't even know this, but I'm awful with compliments. I'll change the subject, I'll deflect, I'll look at someone and I'll go, I'll be awkward like that.
If there's any deflection noise, that's a good one. That's at least a joyful one. So do you feel, what would be a skill, maybe besides asking for help, that you would love to teach the world to help make it more kind?
Well, I think action I just think, you know, I've been listening in this morning, and like that seems to be a bit of a theme, and you've spoke to it even in this chat. Just action's the only thing that actually changes a reality, I believe. I mean, of course, you can change your thoughts, your beliefs, you can school up, educate yourself on A, B, C, that's fine. But yeah, I think a skill set, and one that's not utilized a lot, is that of action. You know, how do you climb to the top of a mountain? Well, you walk, you take the first step and you go for it. And there's a million reasons. We can all give ourselves reasons as to why we shouldn't. But it's not until you actually start walking that you truly start to learn, and you truly start to grow, and you know, progress. So I think that's one thing, because a lot of people look at my list, and yeah, I've done some pretty outrageous things and some, you know, quite big things, and also quite silly, by the way. But on each occasion, you know, people are like, how did you do that? Well, I just tried. You know, I just tried. And we should be trying. We shouldn't be living within ourselves. We shouldn't be settling. We should all be really giving ourselves permission again to think about what's important to us. And once, and only once we know that, can we then pull the trigger and go. And we should. We owe it to ourselves. Living a good life isn't something which is, you know, for the lucky few people on earth or the people who have money. Living a good life is available to everyone, and it's a choice. I couldn't think of anything worse than being on your deathbed and having a moment of clarity, reflecting on your life, and then just thinking, oh, I wish I'd done that differently. And how do you change that? Well, you change right now. You take a moment in this present moment, for anyone listening who this hits a note with, take a moment right now to think about yourself. What would you love to be able to say years down the track on your deathbed that you did or you tried? And this is the opportunity we have now. So that's my long-winded answer to your question. What's the skill set? Action.
Yeah, and people, I think, find themselves we give ourselves 1,000 excuses to be out of action. And some of them are, of course, circumstantially very real and very honest, but so many of them are made up stories we've told long enough that we've started to consider them to be true.
Yeah. I'm looking in the comments section, and someone is quoting what I'm saying, as I'm sure they're doing with all the speakers, but it puts added pressure that I don't stutter.
Yeah, they're not adding the skip overs, and they're distilling it down to the essence. So.
Whoever that is, please try and make me look smart and eloquent.
So it's time. It's that time for quick kindness questions.
Okay.
A synonym, another word for kindness is blank.
Another word for kindness, love.
The opposite of kindness is blank.
Is to be avoided.
The kind of kindness the world needs is
you.
Cheers, my friend. Deep kindness challenge for you. Think of an act of kindness that would not only make someone else's day, but create a lasting memory for all involved. Who would be the perfect co-kindness conspirator? So who would you want to skydive naked with? Who would you want to push someone in a half marathon with? Who comes to mind? And then here is the prompt. If someone does come into your brain right now, we can fill in these blanks.
Okay. Well, I'll be very open. I'm falling in love at the moment, and with this beautiful girl called Morgan. So I would say, dear Morgan, would you be willing to join me on a kindness quest? You're the perfect person for the job because you're so amazing and incredible. I'm grateful for your kind and massive heart.
You'll make sure Morgan hears this. So cheers to that, man.
I'm going to. She sat just behind the laptop. That's not why I said it, by the way.
But well placed, Morgan. Seb, thanks for showing up. I can't wait to see you soon. Maybe we go on an adventure ourselves,
Love to.
Battle tennis, and do some more kind things for the world.
Good on you for doing this. Thank you so much for having me, Houston, and to everyone who's listening. So thankful that you're here. What a day. What an event. Thanks, buddy.
See you soon.
Bye.
Up next, I hope you're excited. We have Justin and Emily Baldoni in the building. I'm so excited. They're actually in distinct places, although they are typically in one place. They're always in each other's hearts. Justin and Emily, thank you for showing up today. Justin,
Hi,
prepared
Houston.
with props. It's a nice mug. I wish I had purchased that for you. This is a
Is it showing up backwards or is it showing
No.
up? Can you read it?
It's
It's
actually
perfect.
showing up exactly how it's.
Listen, I know, you know, we're in an age where props sell. And I think that merch and swag are really important. And, you know, I see all your swag there, but I just feel like I think the people love the scrappy put together scraps, and I'm happy to sell this. I can do links in my bio if you want to help.
Is this your swipe up
donate.
right now?
This is
He's
my
really
swipe
crafty,
up.
and he's a little bit upset that nobody is sending him this kind of stuff. So he just started making it himself.
Yeah.
Justin, I feel like I did drop by some swag for you just the other
You
day.
did.
But it needs to be.
But the great thing about this is, like, you can just, if you want, you can just add a different, you know, version of Be Kind to the mug whenever you want. So, hey, buddy.
What would be the B blank that you'd like to offer Emily today?
The B blank to my wife.
Yeah.
B. Can I change it?
Sure.
Because it's, you know, listen, let's be real. You're kind of in the family. You know, you're dating my sister, Houston, which is not a secret. And if anybody didn't know, everybody, Houston's dating my sister. I'm calling him out. Look, he's blushing right now. He's so.
I hear her laughing in the background.
How long did that take? It took a minute.
So you know, we like to change things in the Baldoni household. So what I would say to my wife is, I would actually use kind, but I'd say be kind blank to yourself today, sweetheart.
I knew you were gonna say that, and I appreciate that so much. Thank you, my love.
I'll just turn my camera off. You guys keep going. This is bear witness to this affection. It
That
is
is so true. I love it.
true. I am dating your sister, Justin, which has been a joy of the past many months at this point. And it's been primarily a joy in relation to this conversation because I've had a chance to get to know both of you better and your proclivities towards positivity, the way you go about your life and your work. I just had better insight into it. And I think that both of you are great role models of doing thoughtful working in your life that brings goodness to the world. So I'm interested first, Emily, how you think about your work and how it can bring more compassion into what feels like specifically families, but maybe beyond that as well.
I think for me, just becoming a mother made me realize so many things. One of them being how unkind I was being to myself. And when you no longer is the center of your own universe, when you have two little beings that really truly are the center of your universe, you realize that I had to learn how to show radical kindness and acceptance towards myself, or I would not be able to show up. I would not be able to take care of two little humans. I would not be able to be anybody's wife. There's a lot that I can't be and can't do unless I show up for myself as well. And I also don't think there's a way of showing radical kindness to anybody outside of yourself if you don't know how to give it to yourself. That being said, I'm still learning about this very much, which is why my husband just reminded me to show kindness to myself today, which I really need today. But just that knowing and then looking around me and getting to know other parents, especially other mothers, I saw that that is something that we all struggle with. And we never really feel like we are enough, especially mothers. So it became really important for me to build this company that I'm building with my friend Satya, and focus on celebrating and elevating motherhood and helping mothers feel supported and loved and cheered on and celebrated, and create a safe space for them to talk about tough stuff. You know, talk about the fact that we're not perfect. Talk about the fact that we are not parenting perfectly, and that that's okay, and that we're here for each other, and that we can do better or not. You know, so that just became a very, very important thing for me, showing that support for others, knowing how hard it can be.
Do you feel, if you were to fill in a blank, Emily, with something that you feel like, since taking care of ourselves, being kind to ourselves is a journey, but I think there are like fun milestones. Is there something where you're looking at the phone right now where you could honestly say, I am blank? Something good to yourself, and you feel like you've arrived at a place where you believe it.
I'm trying to find the word for it, but I can't. You know what? I'm going to say I am learning. And I know that may not be like, it sounds super exciting, but to me, it really, really is. Because like you said, this is a journey, which means that we're always learning. And I feel like the day that I stop learning, or the day that I stop wanting to learn, I stop being human, and I may as well just not be here. Is that hunger and yearning to learn and to fall and fail, and then knowing that I have the ability to stand back up, dust myself off, and just jump back in. That to me is life. And that is why I continue to grow and become more of myself, because I'm so willing to learn, and I am truly always learning. And to me, that is everything.
What is something to set up, Justin? What is something that you look at Justin and you feel wholeheartedly you could say that Justin is blank?
Oh, me for Justin?
What would you say about him? Yeah.
Annoying.
Justin is annoying. Justin, no, you're not. You are sometimes.
By the way,
no.
Houston, you have to play that speech back she just did with like Rocky music underneath it or something.
Yeah, we'll put it in a nice crescendo. It was a good build.
Justin is magic. To me, he is magic. He knows how to take the most mundane moment in life and turn it into magic. He will turn relationships into magic, projects into magic. He has that like fairy dust sprinkle that is quite rare, but he uses it frequently to make other people happy. And that's just pure magic to me. And Justin is love. I saw somebody just added that. Yeah, he is love.
Justin,
and crying.
Do you have ownership over that? Do you feel
Thank you, baby.
magic in your world?
Yeah, but it's not from me. My magic comes from being a channel. None of them, like, you know, I think this whole world is magic, man. Like, look at our life. Look at the fact that we're existing human beings with thoughts and opinions that have limbs that can like move. I mean, look how hard it is for us to try to create robots that can actually do what we tell them to do, let alone here we are having these full experiences. Look at the world, look at the ocean, look at the fact that every cell on the planet is connected to another cell, that, you know, when one part of the world is in pain, then another part of the world is in pain. You know, it's something that if you look at everything about the way that this was designed, it's all magic. There's no explanation for it. Look at the universe, look at the stars, look at the sun, look at the fact that we're the perfect distance from the sun, and the you know, that suddenly it's just so unexplainably designed in a way that we have the perfect amount of molecules in the air and carbon in the soil, and you know, you name it, it's just magic. So like, am I magic? Yeah, but so are you, and so is every human being alive, right? The difference, I think, is that I think what Emily's picking up on is that I am aware of the magic, and I just try to like capture a little bit of it and be open enough to it. And then like when you're open to the magic that exists, which is, we believe in the Baha'i faith, is you know, stems from love from a creator to us, then we're all magic, and it shows up everywhere. You can't, it almost becomes impossible to not see the magic. right? And I think that's one of the coolest things about it. But the magic isn't magic, it's love. It's like Abdul Baha says that love is the secret that unlocks love is the master key that unlocks the secret latent in the universe. It's all magic. So, yeah.
There is a gift when you can hold that as the prism, the lens that we look at everything through. It changes the way we interact with the world. And it feels like a natural then gift, like we want to all hold that perspective. But Justin, you and I chatted a few years ago, and one of the insights you shared with me that I actually talk about in the book. I say nice things about you, kind things about you.
Houston, do you remember when we chatted, but you weren't dating my sister, and how different that felt?
Yeah, I do remember distinctly how different that felt. And I'm not sure which version I like better yet, but in our conversation, you shared with me this thought that I'm actually pretty obsessed with. It's that in Arabic, the word human is to forget. And I love the premise that the world is magic, which in many ways, I think when we're young is self-evident. What is it about culture you think has caused us to forget the magic, which I think is, in many ways, one of the fundamental reasons why we lack compassion with each other. When I stop seeing magic in you, it becomes easier to be cruel to you. So what makes us forget the magic? Both Emily and
I think it's by design. I think it goes back to the design. First of all, I can't take credit for that. So that comes from the Islamic scripture, and actually from one of my best friends and business partners. He was the one who told me that one of the many Arabic meanings for human is insan, which is translated to mean they who forget. So the idea of being insane is humans forgetting, but it's humans forgetting God, humans forgetting that they were created, right? So like when we say we're insane for forgetting. But I also think that God designed us that way, and I think that it's on purpose, because the joy and the reward is in the remembering. So if God created this world for us, if he built this magical paradise, right, and gave humans the ability to choose whether they wanted to live in their higher or lower nature, gave humans the ability to choose whether or not they wanted to spend their lives in ignorance or searching for the meaning of it all in the first place and reconnecting with the very thing that made them, or discovering or trying to figure it out. It's one of the reasons why I think all human beings have somewhere deep down latent in them a burning desire to be curious and to know, and as Emily said, to learn. So I think God created us with this short attention span and this strong lower nature, and a predisposition to forget all the reasons why we were created. And the Baha'u'llah says, rise. So essentially to figure out why you were created, right? Rise, like we have to arise to that. And so if we didn't forget, then we couldn't remember. And it's all in the remembering. It's in the finding of God. It's in the finding and the searching for love. It's in the discovery of magic and of kindness and of empathy. If we were just born like perfecting all of those things, then there wouldn't be a journey. Then that would mean there wouldn't be a purpose to life, right? So again, I go back to like, yeah, we're insane. We're all insane. We all have a lower nature. We're all predisposed to like want to stop on the 405 or on the freeway because there's an accident on the other side, because we're drawn to the negativity and the potential of a train wreck. But like, that's okay. That's why it's that much harder to respond and to be attracted to positivity. It's that much harder to find, like, to be drawn to love and kindness and light. It's easier to be in the darkness. So in the remembering of it all, in the remembering of God, in the remembering of the fact that like we are all brothers and sisters, that we are all one, that we were created, that something beyond our comprehension created us, created the ocean, created volcanoes, created the sun, which is God knows how much bigger than we are on Earth, created the billions of stars in the Milky Way in the galaxy. Something created that. That's where the magic is. It's the journey is in the remembering. So like, I think that's awesome. Abdu'l-Baha says, without darkness, we can't appreciate light. Without sickness, we can't appreciate health. Without evil, we can't appreciate good. So, like, again, we're meant to forget, but we're also meant to remember.
We have the choice to rise.
Be kind. Be kind. Be kind.
I agree with that. And I know I know we don't have much time left. I just wanted to add that I also think that we forget about the magic because we do grow up being taught directly or indirectly that we are not enough the way we are. And unfortunately, some of that messaging can come from our parents, no matter how wonderful their intentions are. We're all broken people trying to raise the next generation, and it's hard. And then society and our culture keeps telling us that we need to be more, that we need to be different to be enough. And I think that's also where that journey of remembering and that journey of kindness and exploration comes back, that we find our way back to ourselves and that we can remember that we are good enough, that we are okay just the way that we are, that we can stop imitating others, imitating life, and just find our magic, the true magic. And when we start that journey, that's when we begin to see the magic all around us again. So it's that conditioning and programming that happens as we grow up that we then have to unlearn to find our magic again.
Beautifully articulated, both of you. So much magic around. I really like, Emily, when we try to imitate others, we are really becoming an imitation of life as opposed to the magic or the real authentic version that maybe we were meant to live into. It's, of course, that time for some quick kindness questions. Emily, you take the first one. Another word for kindness is blank.
Acceptance.
Justin, the opposite of kindness is
apathy.
Either of you or both of you, the kind of kindness the world needs is
I just, huh?
I didn't want to go first, baby. You want to go? You want me to go?
All that comes to me again is acceptance. Embrace. I don't know. I'm coming up with all these things. What would you say, babe?
I would say deeds, actions, deeds over words. Yes. I would say Abdu'l-Baha says, "Let your heart burn for loving kindness for all who cross your path." And so we must show kindness in our deeds, not in words alone. Kindness in words does nothing. It's like, it's like putting, sprinkles on something that looks like ice cream, but it's really not.
Oh, that's the worst. Fake ice cream. Here's the deep kindness challenge for you both. There are some people who help us remember important ideas in our life that the world has made us forget. Who is someone that has provided some much needed insight when the world feels heavy? And here is your prompt. Dear blank, thank you for helping me remember to blank. Because of you, I will blank more and blank less.
Easy. I have two names. Maya and Maxwell. For sure.
What do they help you remember?
The magic, the how kind life can be and how beautiful it can be in the smallest of moments. Finding beauty and creation in a leaf, in a flower that I would just normally just like walk by and not even see. They will just stop and grab that little leaf or that little flower and go, "Mama, look at this color. Look at this purple. Look at these rainbow colors." And they just like, boom, like that. Magic is back through the eyes of a child. It's amazing.
Justin?
I mean, yeah, our kids. Children are the future. Children are the saviors of the planet. It's up to us to not mess them up and to, through kindness and through our actions and through our deeds and through the magic that exists in the world, to make sure that we give them all that they need to take this beautiful world and make it more beautiful, and in return they're going to help us as we get older. Yeah, I would absolutely say our children.
Stuff and dinosaurs. Can't forget dinosaurs in the equation. Well,
There's so much joy in
Sorry guys,
dinosaurs.
I gotta go. I got a book to read here. So bye everybody. It's been really nice to spend time with you.
Thank you, Houston.
Link in
You
my
rock.
bio. Link in my bio for Be Kind.
Yeah, you get
And
the
Houston.
mug now. Buy
Houston.
one mug, get magic free.
Houston.
Thank you, Justin Emily.
I want to tell you something. I want to tell you something in front of all these people, Houston. I couldn't think of a better person for my sister to like.
There it is. Mic drop. Bye. Bye.
But remember,
knocking on my door. Justin, I appreciate
but
that.
remember, Houston, be kind. Bye, y'all.
Thank you, Houston, for having us. Bye.
If he's not kind, Sarah.
Love you guys.
I know who to call.
Bye.
Well, that all went well, everyone. Up next, one more before the break, and I'm so pumped. Ari in the building.
Woo!
What is going on?
Hi,
Look at you.
friend.
Stylish. I don't even know where this background is, like so full of excitement. There's plants, there's books, there's learning. Primarily,
You
there's
know.
Ari here. How
I
are
just
you?
went to Home Goods for some retail therapy, and I pimped out my studio just for you. So I
Oh.
hope you enjoy it.
You seem well counseled after Home Goods. It seems like
Yeah, exactly.
Ari, are you gonna share a song with us today? Is that a thing?
I have one if you'd like if we want.
I would like so much. Here, before we do that, just so we can
Yeah.
contextualize who you
Yeah.
are in space.
Yeah.
How do you
That's
describe
probably
yourself?
A singer, songwriter, and storyteller.
Lovely. And if you were to describe the story that this song is going to share with us.
Sometimes being looping it into our conversation as well, but sometimes being kind means holding the ones you love the most accountable to see a better future. And so kind can sometimes be really hard and difficult. And this song is about being kind to your loved ones so we can all see a better future. It's called Tennessee. And it's about the junior state senator who had the deciding vote of getting the 19th Amendment passed. And the night before the vote, he got a letter from his mom. And she said, be a good boy and put the rat in ratification. And so the song's called Tennessee.
Can't wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. Guess I waited out till it's over. Don't you forget I call you son. In the end, it's always me. Now your words are silent sheep. I can't believe you go against your only mama. Remember all the plans that you told me of how you'd make it big someday. With every breath you make me proud as you're fighting all your doubts. But don't you see me looking, dreaming from the outside? Dear baby, you gotta make this easy, or you're on your own. Bold black pen, I'm gonna sign in stone. I feel holy rising. My bones are turning cold. Never felt this before. My eyes are
every fiber of my being, traveling right up through the ceiling to Tennessee. I never knew that this could happen. While I hold my daughter's hand, Mama, let me wipe your tears. This is just another year that I'm seeing beauty for the first time in my life. I'm finally watching all the pieces. My baby boy did good today. I fled the house so I'd be safe. Grab my hand-me-down suitcase, and to my grandmother I'm voting in your name. Dear baby, gotta make this easy, or you're on your own. Bold black pen, I'm gonna sign in stone. I feel holy rising. My bones are turning cold. Never felt like this before. My eyes are open. Every fiber of my being, traveling right up through the ceiling to Tennessee. To Tennessee. Can't find it in my heart to stay, 'cause forgiveness always testing me to live in all the mess we've made. The world's spinning every day, and despite the hours we sacrificed, we know that we just did it right. I feel holy rising. My bones are turning cold. Never felt like this before. My eyes are open. Every fiber of my being, traveling right up through the ceiling to Tennessee. To Tennessee.
Oh, always such a gift, my friend.
Oh, thanks, Houston.
I feel like your voice for you has long been an instrument of kindness. Where do you think that instrument has its biggest role right now?
I think that the biggest role of speaking your voice and taking up space, and I think sometimes we can feel that in order to be kind to others, we must hide ourselves and hide our voice. And I think that it's a misconception, and I think that we need to use our voice and use our space in order to be kind to others. And I'm continuously inspired by you, Houston, who uses your space and your platform, and obviously this amazing book that I need to first start off with congratulations. But to spread joy and to spread light, and you have to take up space also to be kind to others and use your voice. And I think that that instrument needs to be used in this time.
What do you think diminishes people's voices? What prevents people from taking up space?
Fear, the patriarchy of the system, and also which we were born into. So it takes a lot of courage and a lot of strength in order to take up space, and the fear that you're not good enough, the fear that I'm not good enough, the fear that I'm not an expert or I don't know enough in order to take up space. Why would my voice mean something if I'm not the expert or if I don't have all the knowledge? And I think if we let those things go and we realize that no one is an expert, that no one has the knowledge, that no one, that everyone is faking it, and not even in a bad way, but in a positive way, that we're all just learning as everything that we're doing. I think if we start to realize that, those fears and the system start to diminish.
What was the turning point for you? What helped you? I think escape is too black and white of a term, definitive of a term, because I know it's a process, but what was a turning point for you where you said, I want to be courageous in my voice?
I mean, I'm still learning it. I still haven't figured it out. I still am challenged with my own fears of insecurity and my own blockage as I try to speak up. But I think, you know what, I think it was a moment in time in which someone told me no. And someone told me that I can't. And that's why I talk about like the system aspect of it, or you know, the society in which a lot of times that we are meant to believe that we can't do anything. That we don't have the power. And so sometimes, at least for me, actually, when people tell me that I can't do it, that's where a lot of fire comes from.
What is something presently that you think our world is telling us we can't do?
That our voice and that our vote doesn't matter. I think that they are saying that our perspective doesn't matter. And I think a lot of times they're telling us that what we believe in is the only way that we can go and continue to live. And it is devaluing the idea of kindness. And through kindness, can we actually leave for collaboration and finding where we all actually agree and connect. And I think that we're meant to separate. And that's what they're telling us right now.
What sort of lines of inquiry or wonder or questions or research do you do to overcome separateness?
I struggle with it, Houston. I'm not good at it. I need help. And I need to lean on others who are better at it than I am. And so I think trying to surround myself with people who feel the same sort of rage and desire and growth for change, but also surrounding myself with people who can help me be better at listening, can help me be better at collaboration with people who feel differently than I am, and that's one thing that I really want to work on.
I think sometimes rage or anger gets a bad rep. What role does rage and anger play in kindness for you right now?
I think it plays a lot. I think for me it fuels a lot. For me, it fuels the desire of writing these music. Even though this was like a very sweet song, it started from rage, right? And I think the rage comes from this strong desire of wanting us to all be kind to each other and to love each other, right? And so we, for me, get angry when it doesn't happen. And I think there are many forms of grief when we don't see kindness and love being practiced every single day. And so this is a stage of grief that I think that we all have to grieve together. And that's the current stage that I'm in. Or I fluctuate.
Yeah, we're never definitively in one thing all the
Yeah.
time. It feels like you've channeled some of that into the writing of some music. And would you share a little bit about like the story that you feel passionate about? You call yourself a storyteller. What does it mean to tell stories right now that amplify kindness, or how does the story you want to tell speak to kindness?
Yeah, so the song is actually the finale of the musical that I'm composing, called Jeanette, about the first female identifying Congress member to be elected into Congress 4 years before the ratification of the 19th Amendment. She was a queer woman. She was the first, and hopefully not the last, with this election, Congress member in the House or the Senate from Montana. And she's just an overall badass woman. And I think that sometimes, a lot of the times, we need representation, especially for female-led stories, female-identifying-led stories, being able to see complex, layered women who are leading and who are the trailblazers. That representation is needed in order to inspire the next generation of young trailblazers. And that type of person creates a lot of kindness in this world. And I personally needed and need to see that more represented in ways that I can relate to. And I hope that younger generations feel the same.
What is something in learning about Jeanette's life you stumbled upon that maybe like surprised you in how, if you could connect a moment of like surprise to kindness, right? Like that this woman did this thing and you're like, this is incredible. And I don't know if people always think about this as kindness or compassion. What is something you found about Jeanette that has inspired kindness in you?
Her fourth day in office, she voted on U.S. entrance into World War I. And she had the goal of getting the House resolution of the 19th Amendment passed while she was in office. And she knew by voting in a particular way that it would jeopardize her chances of getting the 19th Amendment ratified while she was in House. But she was a pacifist. She ran on a pacifist campaign. Her constituents of Montana wanted her to vote no on the war, even though she knew that her vote would not be a part of the majority. She knew she had to vote for her constituents, for the people that she represented, and for the platform that she represented, and on the ground in which was her moral backbone. So she voted no on the war, which was her fourth day in office, which really affected the rest of her power in office for those for the rest of her term. And I think that strength, that power, that resilience is a manifestation of kindness that requires a lot of courage that I was surprised to find out.
Yes, and we are, I think, collectively looking for that sort of courage to remove ourselves from the divisiveness of binary sort of votes and have people align to a sense of values. It's hard to know what people value besides sort of these categorical things, and to stand up that clearly, even at the expense of future quote unquote power, is this sort of sacrificial type of kindness that I think we all need more of.
Yeah.
All right, it's time for some quick kindness questions. You ready?
No. Okay. I'm just kidding.
Another word for kindness is blank.
I mean, love, but that seems so like duh. So does that count, or should I give a better one?
You can say love, duh.
Love, duh. Okay, there you go.
The opposite of kindness is
divisiveness.
The kind of kindness the world needs is
equitable. Does that count?
Sure does. Go on. Here's your deep kindness challenge, Ari. It takes courage to stand up for what you believe in, especially when you feel like you're standing alone. Who is someone in your life that bravely shows up for causes and people they believe in? So I imagine at least one person comes to mind for you, and here's the prompt.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get super emotional. Dear RBG, I admired the way you stood up for women in this country. Your courage and conviction to use your voice when it was not always easy, that's for sure, and continuously inspires me. A cause I will champion better thanks to you is implementing your goal for women's rights to every single identity group, to make sure that there is truly an equitable world, including every identity group.
You're the best, my friend. Thank you for using your your platform, your voice to tell meaningful stories, and allow us all to be better representatives of each other and champion a more equitable future.
I'm sending you so much love. You're doing incredible work, but I'm also sure it's exhausting. So sending my heart over to you.
We'll get a good nap in later today. I'll see you soon, my friend.
Yay. All right. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second break. Here comes the one, the only, Stefan. There he is.
Hello. Hello, everyone. That's right. It's break time, which means it's the Deep Kindness Gala Awards show. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. That's very, very exciting. Houston, I don't know what he's doing now. I think eating lunch. And during that lunch, asking that turkey sandwich very thoughtful questions. What does kindness mean to you, Turkey Club sandwich? This is a blast. This is exciting. He does deserve a break. He said, my favorite thing is he said, I'm getting a nap later in today, but there are 7 more hours for that. So I think it just is a sleep. He's getting a sleep later today afterwards. But I'm excited to be here. I'm excited that you're here. Let's check in where we are in the chat. Let's play this game again real quick. Where are you tuning in from? Let's throw it in the chat. Netherlands, Arizona, Washington, Hawaii, San Francisco, San Jose. Oh my goodness. Heck yes. Texas, all caps and a lot of exclamation points. That feels like Texas. Buenos Aires. Oh no, it's still here. I love it, Lindsay. Michigan, and then Michigan smiley face. I love it. Philippines. So good. So good. A lot of Texas, California, Idaho. Incredible. Okay, and you know what? I was thinking about this. I love the questions at the end. The quick kindness questions, and I was wondering in the chat, Teresa throwing in Callie, Kale, Vale, Kale, Sanford. I was thinking in the chat it would be wonderful to hear for you, wonderful participants of the chat. Wait, Mrs. I think that's a great. That seems we should address all the violence. I'm gonna give Houston that job, and then I'll just say ridiculous things. Houston's on. He's on it. I think you're right. I love speaking about the current moment. This conference is so critical, specifically because of the current moment that we're in and everything that's happening. We can put a little bit more kindness into the world. Speaking of, I want to know, participants in the chat, for you, what is another word for kindness? You know, at the end, Houston asks people, well, you're the guests. The world is a stage. This is it, baby. We did it. What's a synonym for kindness for you? Turn it down. Oh, a lot of compassion. Love it. Patience, caring, love, justice, hope. Sharing your soul. I love that open-mindedness. These are really, really great. Empathy. What about, I'm curious what you think the kind of kindness the world needs right now is. What's the kind of kindness the world needs? Home cooked meal. Genuine. A lot of genuine. Listening. Unapologetic. Vulnerable. Oh my goodness, these are so good. Kindness without expectations. Grace. Isabella, just everything. The answer to what kind of kindness is just yes, please. More kindness. Peacefulness, openness to others' opinions. Taking beat and breath before responding. Acceptance. Radical kindness, yells Jackie. I would like to order some more kindness. Kindness? Yeah, give me 2 scoops, please. Getting people to see the rewards. It will spread. Yeah, I love this. This is so good. So good. Okay, let's see what other fun questions. What about I feel like people like the recommendations. What's a book you think more people should know about? And then this is where all of us are like, oh my gosh, that's a great book. So in the chat, throw down a Teresa, that win. Michelle Borba's book, Energy Bus. Kath, I didn't read that. Monday Matters. Think Like a Monk, that just came out. Bob Goff is so great. Christine Stewart. Shout out some Bob Goff. Anything by Brene Brown. Why Is She So Wise? I Am Malala. Wonder. I haven't heard of that. Sword in the Shield. Bible. When Friends Influence People. Same kind of different as me. Great. Love it. Love it. Oh my gosh. These are amazing books. Can you imagine what happens if more people read all these books? Christine started throwing in another Bob Goff. Christine, that's 2 Bob Goff references. All right, speaking of, very, very exciting. This is it. You know what time it is. Unless you just joined, then you're probably confused. But maybe this will clear things up. That's right, it's a virtual background. It's the awards gala. We've done it. And so the time has come to give fancy awards. And now I feel like Ari and I have very different musical abilities. Absolutely is exciting. If you are right now standing in your seat, that's a good thing. Let's do this. Here we go. We've got some awards. We've got some awards to give out. Let's start with this one. Oh, these 2 are my favorite. If you are still on, remember, if you win an award, these are real awards. You get a real prize. So you will email. You have to do this. Unfortunately, this is as far as our side goes. You have to, if you win an award, you have to email DeepKind, or if you want to, you don't have to, you have a choice. But we encourage you to email deepkindness@characterstrong.com and you will get a prize, an award prize, a trophy. It's not a trophy. I don't know what it is. It will be a prize. You'll like it. It's right. So if you win an award, do this. Here we go. Here we go. First award. Oh my gosh, there's 2 awards for people who have been on the longest. And one is Paula. Started at 6:12 a.m. and has been on continuously. She has not left. Paula, if you are still here, first off, are you okay? Do you need a break? Do you need me to host an award show and you can do something? Paula, if you are here, oh gosh, if you're here, email deepkindness@characterstrong.com, or I want to say this right, JoAnn Lovey. JoAnn Lovey. Also, right when we start 6:12 a.m. continuous, if you are here. Okay, we're gonna put these over here. Okay, the next one, Catherine. I'm not sure. There's a Catherine that's been, Bob Goff Catherine. I don't know if that's the same Catherine. Catherine asked questions to her staff. If this is you, wait, let me look at my notes. The committee, powerful committee. Catherine, you said you sent a message to your staff with the idea of asking your staff, what question do you hope I ask you? How will your answer help me get to know what you need? Isn't that incredible? Paula. Paula, are you here? Paula? Paula? Wait, Paula, is that you? in the chat, are we seeing this? Did you just congratulate yourself, Paula? Because that would be amazing. That's like layers of kindness where you go, I want to just thank Esteban. Different Paula. That makes sense. Paula, still, congrats to you. You're probably doing something awesome. So Catherine, if you are here and or listening, you're really living it out. So you won an award for really living it out. Let us know that you ask questions to your staff, really walking the walk. What question do you hope I ask? How will your answer help me get there? Love it. Next question, Jackie Courts. Jackie, I feel like I saw you in the chat. Jackie Courts. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Jackie shared some images on Twitter. We thought that was pretty cool. You won an award. Oh my goodness. Dora, you have won an award. This is unbelievable. We are so happy. Dora, I feel like Justin for his interactions with Houston. Dora, do you want to give a quick acceptance speech? Yeah, I'm so honored. That's perfect. That's a really good speech. Dora, genuinely email deepkindness@characterstrong.com, Dora, and we want to give you a gift because you have been rocking it. Also, David, if you're in the chat, and Oscar, been told multiple sources that Oscar and David and Dora really thrown in a lot in the chat. If anyone sees David and Oscar, tell them to do that. Teresa, yeah, absolutely. We have to shout out Justin Baldoni, poking fun at Houston. It's the first time I've seen him flustered in a few years. It's good. It's good to get Houston on his toes. Him being like, oh yes. This is actually a real fact. This is Justin's suit jacket. It's a very real fact. It didn't fit him anymore. And then he gave it to me. Because he knew, listen, you've got important gigs coming up. You got that. Also, I want to go back to, like a little brother. It's very, yeah, absolutely. Because here you go, buddy. You gave me an. Okay, Deborah, if you're here, we still love that you kept keep kindness flowing. We thought that was really great. So an award, deepkindness@characterstrong.com. Amanda Fabian, you were the first person on, oh, I'm sorry, Lisa. Lisa was the first person, the first tweet. We want to celebrate that. If you're around, Lisa Hostra, if you know her. And Amanda, you've been doing it just incredible stuff on Twitter. We love it. People are engaging. You're tweeting out really great things. Those are the awards. These are the award ceremony. Dora, I think, is the one who's here to accept it. But regardless, even if you're not here for the award ceremony, it's about, putting out, saying, hey, this is incredible. It's so fun. And it is so much better when you are a part of this. So except for, yeah, Dora will accept on behalf of everyone. And we will send you a lot of the gifts. Here for a school project, Riley, heck yeah. Okay, how do you know if you're the David listed? David, what a very good question. Very good question. I'm going to say, David, Lisa Craft. Oh my goodness, our headliner. Lisa, I don't know if you saw Lisa's session, but she's the greatest. David, you know what? I'm going to make an executive decision. I feel like this is you, David. Yeah, does this feel right? David, congratulations. Congratulations. That's it. So remember, I'll be back in, and sure, I'll take it. That is, in terms of acceptance speeches, that is the best. I remember, of course, Leonardo DiCaprio going up, getting the Oscar and going, sure, I'll take it. Am I the right? Is this the right Leo? Okay, cool. Yep. Awesome. Thank you. The email is deepkindness@characterstrong.com, the name of Houston's book, deepkindness@characterstrong.com. And if you order a book today, or if you've pre-ordered a book, you can also send that exact same email address, deepkindness@characterstrong.com, your name. And then what I will do in a mere 5.5 hours is write a song, including all of the names of people who have emailed in their receipt. So that's very, very exciting. We'll put this here. Look at this very casual cross promotional. Oh, this. Yeah, I guess it's my new book. That's right, deepkindnesscharacterstrong.com. Hey, that is it. We truly, truly just want to thank you for being a part of it, for being active in it. I've gone on Twitter and seen people's reactions, and it is awesome. It's also fun to look back. I don't know about you if you've been on for a while, but now I'm like nostalgic to the start of the conference. And I look back and I go, I'm like, oh my gosh, that was awesome. That is such a good quote. I want to remember that and write that down. So trying to take lots of fun notes. I think that's it. There's 2 minutes. I can't believe Houston's doing this for 13 hours. That feels like a lot. But thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being generous with your contributions in the chat with each other. This may be the friendliest corner of the internet, and I am here for it. I will be back for another award ceremony at 2:40 p.m. Classic after lunch. That dip, I'm gonna come in with a lot of energy. We're gonna get through it, and then 5:40 we're singing that song. In the meantime, we have so many incredible guests. I saw people writing on the chat. Yes Theory is coming up, and that's it. We'll probably just do a little dancing. We'll fade out until Houston comes back from his extraordinarily well-deserved break. Or, you're right, I could sing Dora. Now I see why you won those awards. Or where are you? That was so good. Thanks everyone. I will be here. I'm here the whole time, streaming live. The awards gala. We'll see you in a few hours. Oh, this? Yeah. Okay, it's a good book. Bye, awards gala. Bye, Sarah. Bye, Kendra. Oh my gosh, I'll genuinely miss you guys. Oh, Malia. Oh, Macarena. Okay, I think I'm. Oh, the avocado pillow, Christina. Oh my gosh, Christina, we need to get her an award. I don't make the rules. Character strong team. Christina, notice my avocado pillow. I am a grown adult. All right, let's get out of here. It's becoming too much. I gotta. All right, I'm stopping video. Bye guys, we'll see you in a few hours. Enjoy the conference.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Esteban, thank you for the thrilling performance. So many awards given away, somewhat wantonly. You just were dishing them out. Glad David won that award. So grateful for you all for showing up. Thanks for giving me a break for a moment. Up next, I guess I'm super excited to talk about, because we're going to talk about building communities. How are you? We're muted right now, but can you hear me okay? Perfect. Hi, it's such a pleasure to meet you.
Hi, it's a huge pleasure to meet you also.
We have never met before. So is it Annika or Anika?
It's Anika.
Anika, I knew it. Anika, so good to be chatting with you today. Your earrings feel like they are like we've taken a garden and put them into jewelry.
You know what? These are earrings that I actually made myself. So that is I will take that as a compliment.
Are you a gardener jewelry maker? Is that kind of your cross section of passions?
You know what? It's just jewelry making. They don't have to be garden themed. It's, it's a hobby I tried to pick up for a while. I even bought the fancy, pliers that you use for jewelry making. Did all that.
I love it. You're in. Now that's not your full-time work. It sounds like a passion project, but Well, before I project onto you what I think that you're about, what are some ways you like to describe yourself?
Ooh, like about like ways I like to describe myself, like to colleagues or like just in general in life?
Ooh, you can give me both and talk about why they're different.
Okay. I guess I would say that in general, I would say I am a extremely energetic person. I'm guessing you are too. I mean, you must be extremely energetic to be sustaining this for so many hours. I would say I am very passionate about a diversity of things. I think, like I mentioned, the earrings. We're going to talk about online communities. I'm a passionate reader. I play video games. I have a lot of things that I'm really enthusiastic about. So that's something about me. What else? I'm kind of academic. I love research, also a theme that'll come up when we talk about online communities. But yeah, I love research. I love reading. I love like gathering facts and interviewing people, all those things. Those are a few little details.
That's a good cross section of all sorts of interests, and it sounds like one of the through lines is just helping understand the world around you and building meaningful things. So tell me about the research you've done along the way, whatever you've been researching. Mm-hmm. Have you discovered any facts about kindness?
Oh gosh. I mean, I feel like kindness is sort of it's sort of a slightly hidden, undercurrent maybe to everything that I've looked at. So when I was in graduate school, I was a journalist for a long time. And so when I was in graduate school, I became really interested. We all had to choose like a topic for writing our, graduate thesis. And I was really interested in like, how people get together online, how they share ideas, how they share ideas with journalists. So I decided to study online comments. The comment section of news websites in particular. So I guess I would say that like my knowledge of kindness includes like potentially the opposite of kindness, which is often what I saw. But I also saw like the enormous kindness, but also the enormous empathy that a lot of the people. So I was interviewing people who were moderating comments. That's like one of the things that I've done a lot of. People who moderate comments, whether they're like doing it in a comment section or on Facebook or, and it was really interesting how much like empathy was required for that work and how kind they constantly were, even in the face of like profound, like, even in the face of like attacks, personal and, political and everything. So I think like kindness is like so key to like convening healthy online discussions, but it's also hard. I think being kind is very difficult.
I want to talk about that on a personal level, and then let's talk about the academic side of that. What makes kindness hard for you? What makes it hard for you to access the thing that you want to do, but sometimes things get in the way?
I think the way that I heard it, I think this is so true, is that kindness requires emotional effort on the part of the person who's being kind, right? And especially if you're being kind to like a large group of people you don't know very well, people who are maybe angry or upset, or people who are kind of being aggressive with you. Like I heard more than one of the people whom I interviewed when I was writing I wrote a book on, online communities. And I have to say that like one of the things that really, one of the stories that I heard from one of the moderators whom I was talking to is she said that she would often have people just send her super aggressive messages on social media being like, you all are terrible, you're full of like, bleep, whatever. And just like insulting her and her organization without a lot of context, usually without like much grammar. And a lot of times she would just get tired and frustrated by that or try and dissociate. But occasionally she would just write back and be like, hey, sounds like you're having a tough day, or like, what's going on? Like, are you like, is something bothering you? And a lot of times they were so shocked by this kindness that they didn't expect because they weren't showing it, that they actually like backed down and were like, hey, sorry, to like come at you in that way, or, like, what she said is like, sometimes people were looking for a fight and then I didn't give them one. And I think that was such an interesting observation. This is somebody named Nandini Jemmy. She runs an organization now called Check My Ads. And it was just really, really interesting to hear that story. So kindness takes a lot of effort, but I think for her to be that kind person in that situation was so hard. And she had to put herself out there.
I think one of the narratives that our culture tells us is that kindness is simple or free. we say it's important, but we don't always assign a lot of value to it. And I love emotional effort is an ingredient in most of the more meaningful types of kindness that I think the world needs.
Yeah.
I think there's something interesting about online communities and the word that we use a lot of times in online fields, which is engagement.
Oh yeah.
What sorts of things drive engagement, and what role does kindness play or not play in engagement?
I think it's hard to come up with like one answer to that, right? Because we all know it's kind of a nuanced answer, I think. I see that I think kindness helps drive engagement, especially like one of the things we've seen recently, like around, the pandemic at the start, but like, hopefully continuing into the future, has been one side of what we've seen online, has been people connecting with people like neighbors and, digitally, whom they maybe haven't met, or people whom they don't talk to as often, connecting with friends, reaching out, offering to help them. So I think like that is one way in which like kindness has helped drive like our engagement online. Of course, we're all online because we have to be, but like, people trying to be kind to each other in a difficult time. And so that's been really engaging. But I think kind of on the other side of it, there is the reality that like the absence of kindness also drives like a very negative form of like downward spiraling engagement online, which we've all seen, which is like people being aggressive or, people trolling and just like, creating like really activating very negative emotions. And then, like we've all been there where there's like this horrible fight going on in some online forum you're a part of and you can't look away, but it just keeps ruining your mood and you're just watching people yell and it's so bad. And so like those tend to also attract a lot of engagement. So I think it's kind of hard actually, because you see like both kinds. And I think the kindness-based engagement is probably better in the long run for people's own health and also like possibly for social health. But I think it takes a longer time to build. And it's maybe not like that immediate reaction that sometimes people are looking for.
I think that's just such an important reminder and insight into the reality of technology, which doesn't really discriminate, right? Engagement is a metric that is typically non-evaluative of whether or not that content is going to be worthwhile for you, truthful for you, good for your mental wellness. Just going to put things forward that are getting high engagement. And that sort of non-discriminatory nature of technology, I think, is one of the reasons why, like you said, the negative engagement activates something that makes it so immediate.
Yeah.
But kindness engagement takes a lot longer over time to cultivate. And it seems like something you spend a lot of time researching, talking about. My work is primarily with schools. Tell me about if we're looking at educators or students right now who have to be building virtual communities. What were some of the things that came forward of what we need to do to create supportive spaces?
I think it's hard right now because I feel so much sympathy or like so much appreciation for educators because there are a lot of demands on educators right now. Like it's a very hard landscape to be navigating. And so I think like one side of this is we need to build like better structural support for educators to like provide education and support in this context, and really help understand and better evaluate. Like being able to create a healthy discussion online is a skill set, and I don't think we appreciate enough how much it is a skill set, and like how much it can be very much a job. And so like that's part of it, like understand and respect that work and create like, better support for people doing it. Now, I mean, on the individual level, you're like, well, you are an educator and you're kind of in this classroom suddenly and you're like dealing with this very new environment. And I totally appreciate that. I occasionally teach at, a university in DC, and I have absolutely like taught my first online class a little while ago, and it was really hard. And so I think like there are a lot of questions that came up that maybe in a physical classroom you'd handle really differently, like questions around like, how are people engaged? Like, are they on video? Are they on audio? Are they disappearing? How do you handle questions around like people's internet access? Like maybe not everyone is prepared and has good internet access. And like, how do you, like negotiate and create like ways for them to engage in spite of that? So I think that's like a huge layer of challenge, and one where, obviously thinking about being kind to yourself and to students, you have to think about like the different realities everybody is dealing with. So I think that's part of it. I think like trying to encourage encouraging students to be kind to each other, to have conversations. I think of a group that I studied for my book called Make America Dinner Again. Do you know them by any chance, Houston? Okay, they're a great group. People should totally look them up. They're a fantastic group. And so they kind of, obviously the name is a play on, the Trump slogan, but their whole idea is that in a very polarized nation, they wanted to create like conversations online between people who have differing political views. And so they spent a lot of time, the two founders, Justine and Tria, spent a lot of time thinking about how they could, create like a positive environment, and really one, to be honest, driven absolutely by empathy, understanding, and kindness. Like they use those terms all the time, as being, how do we use those as the lens through which we look at each other to help us have hard conversations? And so I guess the lesson I might try and extract from that as educators is they really thought about how do you structure discussions. And so a couple of interesting things that they would do is they would make a point of like mixing up the types of questions that they asked. So for example, let's say that you wanted people to talk about a really tough political topic, but maybe you don't want to start there, So they'll mix up their questions. In addition to asking questions that might inspire disagreement, they're going to include fun and light questions. And I think like, obviously that's something that educators think about a lot, is how do we keep people engaged and how do you like mix up like the different material? But I think that's especially important online because like this experience is very monotonous, And so I think that that's part of the challenge. So making sure you have that variety. It also helps draw in people who maybe are more shy. One of the things that Justine told me is that, if you notice that they may not be ready to jump in on a really tough topic, but they might be willing to jump in on a somewhat lighter topic, and that'll bring them into, the fold of commenting and conversing more. So I think that's one part of it. And that's like one useful like suggestion is like, you may have one topic you need to discuss with students, but kind of like leave space for them to talk about other stuff around that, to talk about maybe their lives, to ask questions related to what's happening with them. This was hard even for me in my class. I know one of the things we joked about a lot were when students' pets would wander into their Zoom screens, because that's like a new reality. Suddenly we know each other and all of our pets. So, but it was something joyful. So creating those like moments of joy. And so that was one tip. The other tip that they had that I thought was really interesting is when you're approaching a conversation or a topic that's hard for people, whether it's hard because it's technically hard for them to understand, or it's hard because it requires a lot of emotional engagement, people might disagree. They said that it always helps to be as nuanced as possible in the way that you ask the question. And so they would say, for example, they, instead of saying, should XYZ thing be legal? That's a question that people are going to disagree about potentially, right? They would ask a really nuanced question about like how somebody with a particular viewpoint might view that topic, or they might like cite, historical evidence and say, how does that influence people's thinking about this aspect of this topic? And teachers are kind of experts of nuance, I think, and online discussion is not always expert at nuance. And so I think it's a chance to kind of think about like, how do you make your questions nuanced? How do you give people space? So like, yeah, you can have conversation like in the moment, let's say on Zoom, but then you can also have conversation, you can give maybe some space for people to chime in online if maybe they're not comfortable or they want to think about, online as opposed to Zoom, like online and maybe in like a text-based medium, so they can think about what they want to say a little bit more. So I think those are different ways to think about how do you encourage not just like teachers to show kindness, but students to show kindness to each other in a very difficult environment. But that's just a few things drawn from that one example.
So good and so helpful, and I think so spot on that in a space that can feel rather linear, to create that diversity of experience helps break up the monotony of the challenge of this, which doesn't have that sense of organic engagement. We have to walk people down a certain path. This isn't true about all like Zoom classrooms, for example, but for many online communities, I'm interested to know, do you think anonymity, what role does anonymity play in kindness?
Ooh, well, I mean, actually, before I answer that question, I'll just say, I want to like shout out to all the lovely people who are commenting. I'm reading your comments and they're wonderful. So thank you. And if you have other questions and stuff, feel free to like pop them in there. If I can't answer them on screen, I can answer them in, the text bar later. Yeah, so you're saying anonymity. Oh, that's like one of the big questions that people love to ask. I think there was this theory for a while that anonymity allowed people to be the worst versions of themselves. I'm not sure I fully buy that. And I think that there have been other people who have like taken very intelligent like researched takes on this topic. But I know, like, for example, one of the groups I researched for my book was neighborhood groups, right? Like types of groups. So I talked to people who run like community listservs. And I remember this one administrator of a community listserv for a small neighborhood in DC. And she just said to me, Anika, you will not believe the things people are willing to say about their neighbors. And, you know, I mean, and we've all, I'm sure maybe some of us have seen like a, you know, a Nextdoor thread gone awry or something like that. It's kind of crazy, right? Like even in this, in that atmosphere of deep context and like the absence of anonymity, not only do you know who this person is, you know where they live, you'll see them in the grocery store, people are still willing to, you know, be not always great versions of themselves. So I think anonymity is actually, I'm not sure that anonymity is necessarily the problem. I do think there are a lot of ways in which we like, you know, define our identities online that can be challenging, but I would say that like anonymity is not the reason people are awful, and the lack of it is not a reason that people stop being awful.
Anika, what's the name of the book so people can go and?
Oh yeah, totally. It's called How to Handle a Crowd. Wait, I'll show you a little copy.
So good. You got some Reddit aesthetics in there, some upvoting.
I know. But
more about managing communities, especially those online. I know that's an incredible resource, a well thought out resource of that dynamic, which suddenly we are all managing a whole lot of online communities. So
we really are.
Well timed. Anika, it is time for some quick kindness questions. Are you ready?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Another word for kindness is blank.
I like empathy.
The opposite of kindness is?
Oh, trolling.
The kind of kindness the world needs is?
Restorative.
Oh, I like that. That's good. We have a deep kindness challenge for you, Anika. It is to think of someone who you have noticed consistently uses their social media, their online presence to build people up. Does someone come to mind when I offer that prompt? Because I have a compliment creation for you to fill in the blanks.
Yes. Okay. Excellent. This is great. So I think that, well, you know what? There's so many good people I could put into this list. But I guess I would say, you know whom I'm going to mention here? I'm going to mention the person who I told you I play a lot of games, and that's true. And one of the games I play is Dungeons and Dragons. I'm very cool. And I'm going to thank my friend Keith, who has been my, you know, the game master for one of my Dungeons and Dragons games forever, because he is always bringing so much energy to our online games and helping us like connect with each other in this tough time. And I mean, I don't know if any of you play Dungeons and Dragons. It is a lot of work to be a game master. Like you have to like plot the story and like the maps and deal with people's personalities. It's very much like being a moderator, you know, a lot of the same challenges. And he's amazing and like one of the kindest people I know. The game master for one of my Dungeons and Dragons games forever.
You got a good loop going. It's good.
Amazing. So I hope you agree that it is very hard.
I totally agree. As someone that grew up playing Dungeons and Dragons, it is such an exercise in robust imagination, in creating worlds, and really actually building empathy in those worlds is a big key piece of it.
Right.
Knowing what's next and the strategy involved. So I love that. What was this person's name?
His name is Keith Gerver.
Keith, we celebrate you, your dungeon master skills, your creativity. Anika, I celebrate you for helping us better navigate this online world where we know is both an opportunity for cruelty, but an equal opportunity for kindness. And thanks for taking an approach that allows us to understand those things better so that we can show up better ourselves, but also to create online communities where people feel safe and belonging. And that's where we're going to live for at least the next little while. So let's do that really thoughtfully.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for creating this lovely conversation. This is awesome. This is probably the largest Zoom call I've ever been on, and it is amazing, and you all are great.
Nika, you're the best. We will talk to you again very soon.
Take care. See y'all.
Up next, coming in hot, Michelle. Hello. How are you? Oh, we're muted. Hold on, we gotta get you muted.
That was such an amateur move. I mean, I've been doing Zooms for like 6 months and I show up with an unmuted mic. I'm so sorry.
It always happens when we're most excited. So I'll take it.
But I made it.
Michelle, it's so nice to meet you in person. I got a message not only from you, but from your mom yesterday as well. She was just, I think she reposted about the conference saying she was super excited.
Yeah.
What a joy.
Yeah.
What a joy. We get the full family of compassion coming my way.
Yeah, Peaceful Barb was so sorry to miss this, but she loves everything about it. So thank you so much for having us.
Peaceful Barb. What a hero. So what is a favorite way you like to describe yourself?
I'd like to think of myself as an aware person and a kind person and a compassionate person.
You started with aware. Tell me more about that. Why is that the first thing that comes to mind when you think about you?
You know, I work in the mindfulness space. We run a nonprofit called Peaceful Mind, Peaceful Life. And I just deeply believe that in order to change anything, be the best version of yourself, you know, do anything really, you have to have the awareness of like where you stand in any given moment. And I think it's in that awareness we can start to make tweaks, make changes, be kinder, you know, be more empathetic. And I don't necessarily think that we're always taught to be so aware, but I think once you just kind of tap into that presence and that awareness of what's happening in any given moment in time, you know, you're in a really powerful position. And it's something different.
This is true. Yeah, not everyone starts with that capacity to, I mean, it's a learned thing, and I don't think, feels like most of our world is sort of going through this thing unaware, frustrated, but unaware of the things that maybe make us directly frustrated, or unaware of the things that cause us so much friction or pain. What is something that you became aware of, that in your awareness you recognized, maybe this thing is preventing kindness in my life?
Well, that's a great question. I think for me personally, especially in the world that we're living in right now with so much uncertainty and so much pain, awareness for me has shown me how powerful patience is. You know, I think before the pandemic, we were all very sped up, multitasking, doing a million things at once. And this period of pause, whether or not we like it or not, it's slowed things down. And I've noticed in myself that little, you know, anxiousness that comes when you're just feeling like you need to go. But really, if you are aware that, okay, I'm feeling like something's coming up for me, what is that? Okay, I'm aware of that and noticing that I'm required to be patient here rather than speed through an uncomfortable feeling or get to the next thing. And, you know, we can't control what's happening in the external world. We don't know what's going to happen next. We don't know when we're going to be out of whatever we're in. And it's just really shown me that patience and, you know, a practice of gratitude for what I have in each moment is just really important and powerful in this moment in time, especially.
What is something that, upon slowing down, you've noticed and maybe have discovered is beautiful or worthwhile around you that you didn't see because of the world's speed?
Honestly, I used to consider myself someone who traveled a lot, who liked to go out and see the world, who liked to constantly be going. Although I mean, I'm definitely someone who likes to slow down too and have my space. But, you know, this period of time where being home and not traveling, I haven't traveled since February, has really shown me how beautiful it is to really honor and respect your home and to take your surroundings in and notice them and be grateful for where you are. I live in Florida, and Florida is a really beautiful place. And I think sometimes we forget or take for granted, our spaces that we're so used to because we're so used to them. And so I've just really enjoyed the slower pace, like I keep saying, but, being home and really kind of using this time to reset myself, restore and just really take in my home and be really grateful for my home and what it's provided me.
What is something that your work is focused on mindfulness? It's about cultivating awareness in others. What is one way, question, a practice, a tool that you offer people that you love? Because when they do it for the first time, they're like, wow, that's powerful, that's meaningful. Like, what's something that you've offered people before that you feel like works to bring awareness?
Okay, two things. So we work a lot with high school students lately, and part of our whole shtick is to introduce them to mindfulness and to just, and in our belief, it's mindfulness and meditation is all about connecting back in with yourself, like creating a really deep rooted foundation within yourself so that you can go out into the world. And I wasn't taught these things in high school. So we're teaching a lot of these tools to high school students. And I noticed that when they take just a minute to close their eyes and breathe and not have any external distractions, they don't have their phones or their devices or their screens, and they're just like being with themselves and breathing and noticing that in this moment they're okay. And when they open their eyes, they're like, wow, that was actually really nice. I feel better. And it only takes a minute. I think that's a really powerful practice. And noting that it doesn't take, you don't have to do it for 30 minutes to feel a relief. You can just go in the bathroom and close your eyes for a minute. But also for me personally, journaling is a practice that I know that it connects me to myself every single day. I can put my pen to paper and know it's kind of like taking an inventory of what's going on in my mind at any given moment. I can see, oh, that's what's up for me. Good to know. I'm going to go from there. And it's like, I call them brain dumps, where it's just like giving your thoughts a home so that they're not taking up so much space in your brain. And I think that's really helpful, especially these days.
Yeah. Could we brain dump right now? What's in there right now? What's taking up space that either you want out for in a moment of gratitude, or you want to get out because it's non-useful?
Well, given that we're live on a Zoom with 313 people, I would be lying if I didn't say that there was like some anxious thoughts about like, oh my gosh, am I going to say something that doesn't make sense? Or am I going to mess up? Or what is he going to ask me next? Or am I going to get stumped? Like, I think that's what's going on in the back of my mind. And it's just like, no, it's out. We're done. We're good. But I think that's kind of indicative of how we are regularly. There tends to be this repetitive thoughts of like negativity of like, what if I don't do well? Or what if I mess up? Or what if I, X, Y, and Z? The what ifs are really, really big for a lot of us. And those are the things that I love to get out and put onto the paper, because it's like, all right, you can see that's not helpful. It's not productive. It's not necessary. Good to know. And I can work from there.
What's a reframing of the what if question that you think might inspire a different disposition, or even inspire kindness towards yourself or others?
I think, people are like, what's the worst that could happen? Or what if I fail? And I think the reframe could be like, what could go right? Or what are the things that could happen that my mind can't even comprehend in the best way possible? We're only privy to like the experiences that we've had and that we've seen, but in reality, there's an infinite amount of possibilities and potential opportunities that we don't even know about. And so whenever I get kind of stuck in that loop of like this closed-minded, what's the bad things that are going to happen, I like to come back to like, no, there's so many things good that could happen that I can't even comprehend. And that's exciting to me.
I've talked about the difference between thinking about what's probable instead of what's possible. I think we get programmed into focusing on probability because it's sort of the natural risk mitigation of our brain. But if we can reprogram that into what is possible in this moment, what would happen if this went entirely right? What would happen if this person, what I'm about to do or say is exactly what this person needs in this moment?
Exactly.
It's a fun reframe.
It is. And I think it's like, it's expansive. It goes from being so minute to just opens it up in such a beautiful way. That's cool.
What is something that someone has said to you that has helped you be more expansive?
So lately, and this was really helpful to me. Someone asked me why it is I felt like I needed to do things or say things in order to be, a people pleaser or to be worried about what other people thought about me. Someone was like, why do you care so much about what other people think? And that's something that I've been working within myself, because like I said at the beginning, I'm empathetic and I'm compassionate and I care about people, but sometimes to a degree where I care too much. And this person said to me, what would happen if you stopped caring so much about what other people thought of you? What would be the person that you would present to the world? And that really gave me pause, because like I said, I'm an aware person, but I think there always is this little piece of me that's a little guarded of like not wanting to share too much because I don't want to get hurt. And just opening up that question to me created like this expansiveness of like, oh, who could I really be if I stopped caring so much about what people could say about me or whatever judgments might come. And knowing that I read this quote and I've been thinking about this a lot, that like what other people's opinions of me is none of my business. And knowing that's true and just being like, okay, it frees you from that fear and that constant state of worry.
So interesting. In our culture, we value, like, that word consciousness is about awareness, and then you add self in front of it, and it creates it's like the opposite.
Yeah.
One of my favorite little parables in the book is about how we are basically the biggest obstacle for kindness in our life. Most of the work is about getting ourselves out of the way.
Yes, 100%.
What is an exercise? I heard this on a podcast one time. Wise people take their own advice. What's advice that you give to others that you think you need to practice more of in your life?
I think, kind of piggybacking off of the last conversation, I think we're living in a time that's bringing up a lot of judgments that we have about people with different beliefs, different ideologies. And just like I wouldn't want to be judged all the time, I think I could probably do a better job at not having that knee-jerk reaction to judge someone else based on something they share on social media, particularly if it's, having to do with anything that's going on in the world right now. It's very heightened for me right now, and I gotta take a little bit of my own medicine and dial back the judgment sometimes, for sure. But I believe that's a practice, because we're always just kind of thrown a lot of different things all the time.
It's very true. We are juggling a lot and constantly being exposed to things that create that heightened sense of feeling, emotion, of reaction. So then in the current reality, the context of our world right now, what is the kindest practice that you think we could offer the world? What matters when it comes to kindness right now?
I think that having the awareness, so not getting triggered by what other people say and not judging what they're saying and how they're saying and why they're saying it, and having that awareness to kind of take a step back to create some space to just, first of all, understand that we're all different human beings having a completely different human experience. And then knowing that that's true. And so, what you're experiencing right now might be completely different than anybody else who's on here right now experiencing different things. And our whole life experiences are just so unique and so different. And just, again, having that space to know, okay, that person's coming from somewhere completely different than me. What can I do in this situation to have a little bit more of a deeper sense of understanding about why they're coming from that position, and maybe just acknowledging that and being like, okay, it might be different than where I'm coming from, but that's okay, because I know that, again, like, the lived experience in this world is just completely different.
What piece of your lived experience has taught you most about kindness?
I would say, relationships in general. I think relationships are just a really big assignment in our lives as far as teaching us about human beings, about different personalities, friendships, romantic relationships, family, they all provide a different aspect of life and show us, kind of our mirror for us on how we show up. And I think, how we treat the people in our inner circle and in our communities and in our online space is important. And relationships have taught me a lot about myself and have shown me where I've messed up and where I've not been maybe the kindest person. And, I know that I can do better next time if I've done wrong. And I think every experience kind of builds on each other, and hopefully, there's no end result, but I think as over time, as we continue, we keep getting better and more aware and more kind and more compassionate. And it's just builds on the relationships.
I think I would offer you the compliment of that decision to hold that perspective is a choice, that we can walk out of relationships resenting or being frustrated with the other person and be totally non-self-reflective. Or we can walk out and have it be determinant of what we move forward next. Where are my gaps? What piece of the puzzle was I not able to show up in here? And not everyone does that. So
I know for sure I would be like, that my ex was a jerk, and I'm like, okay, maybe he did some things, but I've done something. Like we can meet in the middle.
The whole balance is an exercise in kindness.
Yeah.
Michelle, it's time for the quick kindness questions. You ready?
Okay. I'm ready.
The first one. Another word for kindness is
compassion.
The opposite of kindness is
apathy.
The kind of kindness the world needs.
Like deeply rooted, grounded kindness.
I'm glad you snuck deep in there. Thank you.
On brand.
A deep kindness challenge for you, Michelle. Who in your life brings you peace? I want you to think about someone whose presence makes you even more present. And then we're going to use this next slide to let them know. You're just going to fill in the blanks to offer this person, whoever that is, a moment of kindness.
Okay, I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't say that my mom, Peaceful Barb, is probably my peaceful person. But even outside of the fact that she's my mom, she's taught me everything that I know as far as awareness, meditation, mindfulness, and being a kind. I learned all of that from her. So she helps me to be more aware. She taught me about the importance of being in the present moment. And so I thank her for teaching me that mindful awareness, and knowing also she likes to talk about the fact that being kind and being peaceful does not mean being, a doormat or being a pushover. It means being strong and grounded in that peacefulness and that kindness, so that, you can share that and spread that in a very powerful way. Like peace is power.
Yeah, peace is a battle that we have to engage with. It's
yes.
not something we sit idly by with. We can't just be in our own sense of peace while the rest of the world isn't.
Exactly.
Well said, Michelle. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. This was so fun.
It was so good. We got more to talk about, whether it's here or Florida, but I'm glad you're in home, and I'm glad.
Anytime. It would be so great.
We'll talk again soon, Michelle.
Thank you so much.
She'd be kissing on the mirror, and the Wi-Fi would be quicker. Everybody would be silent.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
I love it when I enter a room, someone plays my music.
That is a gift. That is something I may not experience in my life.
You never know.
It's
Life
true.
has weird twists and turns, so you might be starting a band soon. It might be called
Parallel Life is DJing, so one day we'll do a mashup. I'll lay the beat.
Yes. Congratulations on your book.
Thanks, Connie. It's
so
so
happy
your
for you.
face. Where are you? Are you home?
I drove 16 hours yesterday and I'm back.
Wow. What an adventure. I was like, this looks familiar. I thought you were somewhere else in the country. Well, I'm so grateful to have you here today. Are we gonna sing a song today? Is that in the cards?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do a cappella because my drive made me very tired, so I didn't have time to set up my keyboard. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be kind to myself. And
Acapella is the better choice anyways. Fun fact, college acapella person here. I can't sing, but I was the vocal professor.
oh yeah, the video, you shared a video with me. It's still like seared into my memory, and I hope you share it with everyone.
Anyways, moving on.
Everyone Google it now.
Held accountable for that. Before you sing, and then we can chat a bit more. What's your favorite way to describe yourself, Connie?
My favorite way would be, it's the name of my company. It's called Gentle Rebel. I think I heard of this coffee shop called Kindness and Mischief. Have you heard of this coffee shop? I think it's yeah. So I think that's my favorite combination. Just a little bit of spicy and a little bit of sweet.
So good. Gentle Rebel, Kindness and Mischief, spicy and sweet. That is, to hold those things in balance. I think that's what, boy, I should have used some of those metaphors in this because I feel like things, and I think that's the balance that we have to strike with kindness, because we so often hold it on the sweet side without giving credit to the spicy side, the much more aggressive, intentional, robust, fierce, rebellious nature that kindness can call out in us.
I agree. I'm learning that as a woman in my 30s, like boundaries, right? For example, that's kindness. Like no can be kind. I think we were hanging out before and you were like, kindness is an action. And then you were delineating between nice versus kind. And so many of us mistaken nice for kind.
Yeah, sweetness versus the necessary no's that allow us to actually show up in generosity as opposed to forced sweetenedness. Which I think sometimes we feel the pressure like, oh, it's all good. We have to pretend, we have to play the game. That sweetness is actually more niceness, and kindness is quite a bit more deliberate and fierce. That said, yeah. I think we need that fierce kindness right now. And I don't know what song you're going to sing, but just about every song I know that you sing has to do with showing up in this world in more deliberate, rebellious ways. So I want you to take it away, and then we'll debrief after. Does that work?
Okay, cool. Yeah. And what's the ideal frame time? Like 5 minutes or 3 minutes? Whatever.
3 to 5. Hit me with whatever.
Okay, great. Well, based off of just what we talked about like the difference between that like sweetness or having that necessary realness to come with our kindness is, I want to sing a little bit of 2 songs. The first song is called Quiet. And this is for me in my personal life is the perfect combination of being kind, yet also being a little bit fierce. And for me, in order to find my own voice, I have to say the things that I cannot do. And that this song has enabled me to become kinder to myself, therefore kinder to other people. So I'll sing a little bit of this. It starts, put on your face, know your place, shut up and smile, don't spread your legs. I could do that, but no one knows me, no one ever will. If I don't say something, if I just lie still, they may see a monster, they may run away, but I have to do this. I can't keep quiet, no. A one-woman riot. Oh, I can't keep quiet. be someone who understands. Let it out, let it out, let it out now. Must be someone who understands. Let it out, let it out, let it out now. Oh, I can't keep quiet. No. Oh, I can't keep quiet. No. I can't keep quiet. No, no. No, I won't. No, we won't keep quiet. So that song is called Quiet. And I wrote it as my own healing song from my experiences of being sexually abused and also being a woman and being a woman of color and being put in boxes. And it's, I know the lyric says one woman riot, and, I call all other genders in to find themselves within it. Because we all have been silenced in certain ways or felt like we needed to fit in certain boxes. And this song, writing this song started my journey of learning that I'm not alone, and it's allowed me to heal. And in that process, I have learned to forgive myself and just be more compassionate. I know we had, Michelle was talking about compassion, and which has led me to be able to write songs that perhaps don't center my story, but is centering my perspective of watching other people being harmed and wanting justice. And so this song is a song that poured out of me when I was watching Tamika Palmer talk about her daughter, Breonna Taylor. And as I was learning about George Floyd's life and seeing video footage of his daughter talking about how his father changed the world. So I'll sing this. This is a new song that is coming out October 9th. I co-wrote it with a guy named Adeo, and his artist name is Bipolar Sunshine. This is a little bit of Somebody's Beloved. She was somebody's daughter, somebody's friend, someone who built her dreams with every breath, whom others could depend. More than a number, more than a story, more than a memory, somebody's friend, somebody's daughter, somebody's beloved. Blood on leaves falling like autumn. Her story's been told 1,000 times. Why doesn't everybody scream? For anyone listening, say her name. Say her name. He was somebody's father, somebody's friend, someone who dreamt of seeing his daughter grow taller and fall in love. More than a number, more than a story, more than a memory, somebody's son, somebody's father, somebody's beloved. Blood on leaves falling like autumn. His story's been told 1,000 times. Why doesn't everybody scream? For anyone listening, say his name. Say his name. More than just a number. Say their names. More than just a story. Say their names. more than a memory. Say their names, say their names, say their names. They were somebody's first call, somebody's home, someone who lived with tears and laughter, who wanted to belong. More than a number, more than a story, more than a memory. Somebody's home, somebody's first call, somebody's beloved. Somebody's first call, somebody's beloved. Thank you.
You're a treasure, my friend. Thank
As
you.
are you.
What a beautiful cultivated gift in your life to have something like that pour out of you in a moment of hurt or pain, that you're able to offer that. I think both songs speak to oppression to some degree, of feeling silenced, whether that's emotionally, whether that's physically. To me, I think kindness isn't always associated with being a solution to that. Do you think it has a role to play?
Oh my goodness, what a great point. I think gosh, by the way, I haven't sung that a cappella for a group of people before all the way through. And it actually hits me in this way that I'm still like the emotions are still kind of like swirling. And I love that you brought up kindness being a solution for oppression. We're in a really emotionally charged time. And the way that I like to gain perspective of why there's a lot of humans reacting in flawed ways. One, it's because we're human. But two, it's like a romantic fight, right? Like when we're in a disagreement and we're arguing with our partners, there comes this heated moment and we say things that can be hurtful and we might point fingers. And something that I like to remind myself is when I point one finger out, there's 3 fingers pointing back at me. And most of the time, this is something I've learned in therapy, is that 10% of the conflict is the actual conflict, and 90% of the conflict is actually from our traumas and our childhood and our own pain. So I think when we feel emotionally charged, it's helpful for us to sit in that uncomfortable feeling and to reach into the kindness that you're talking about, to be like, why am I feeling anger towards this group of people? Why am I finding it hard to understand where they're coming from? And then looking into ourselves, because when it comes down to it, all of this is us needing to find inner peace. And I know this was a controversial thing to say during this time, because a lot of people have very strong opinions and feel like there needs to be action and there needs to be a political conversation. Politics comes from a personal place. And I think that we, as a society, and your book is going to help with this, I truly believe. That's why I'm so happy to be on here, is to champion us increasing our vocabulary and practice. Like, let's increase our tool belt and have more tools on how to communicate through really emotionally charged topics. Can we sit through someone telling us things we highly disagree with and still love them? Because I stand on a more liberal side, and sometimes I can look at more conservative conversations and just totally feel like, oh my gosh, I have no idea what's happening right now. I cannot relate. But what I try to remind myself is that the universe expresses itself in different ways. So all the things in the world that we're seeing are, this is this is not a quote I made up and I love it, but everything is God in drag. all the things that we're looking at that we don't understand, that bring up anger or bring up frustration or judgment, resentment, disappointment, like all of that is God in drag. And so what is there to learn? And that's just being, for me, having a moment to be kind to myself, because I cannot find the solutions to all the problems in the world. So to be kind and just wonder, like, how can I learn from this? And be kind to the other person, be like, there is a reason why someone feels the way they do. There's valid reasons, and they're right for how they feel because they feel it. And so I'm kind. I try to practice kindness to the situation of, I'm not trying to change anyone's mind, but if there's a moment where we can actually share a space where we're listening to each other, that's a success. I think I'm lowering my bar of trying to change anyone's minds. And I think it's because I'm getting older and I'm becoming I'm becoming more aware of the fact that my responsibility is not to change minds, but just to change my own and how I can react to things.
10% situation, 90% trauma. Whose responsibility? I'm thinking through the lens of the conversations we're having right now around race and justice in our country. I have an inclination to say that it is our responsibility to unpack that trauma for how we show up. And I think I recognize so much of the privilege I have in not having the generational trauma that I didn't ask for. So as we look at the sort of challenging, we have this event, which might be 10% of this bigger narrative, whose responsibility is to navigate that other 90?
We all are each so responsible for ourselves. And then beyond that, I don't know the answer to that. I think everyone knows the answer in their own environments. I think something that I grew up with was, I grew up super heady. Everything was like really intellectual. And especially with something like this, it re-triggers back my intellectualness. And I'm like, I gotta research all the organizations in the United States, all the like racial justice issues. I need to understand everything. And then I'm working with I have goosebumps right now. I'm working with some social justice veteran organizers. And what they say is follow the love and work in front of you. Where is the need for empathy and love, and work there. And then if you realize that your surroundings are monochromatic, then just, somewhere close to you within 1 mile is probably a community that's very different from us. And so we can walk there and learn, but I think it's all of our responsibilities to be very kind to ourselves so that we can be kinder to others. Like, for example, I've been like working on this social justice project and I'm overworked, and it's led to me, I can notice sometimes I'm impatient and I can feel this like resentment or disappointment for my teammates not doing as much as I'm doing. And I'm like, oh, that's not good. And so I forced myself to meditate 20 minutes today and just like let myself float and not be so hard on myself. And like all the things that are happening today are just kind of like, I just can look at them more compassionately, Yeah. Oh, I can't hear you.
Follow the love and meet the need in front of you. It's that time, Connie, for some quick kindness questions. And
let's do it.
You're available to stay on for the next person who's presenting. I don't know if you know DeRay, but he's an incredible human who follows the love and meets needs in front of him. So check that out. But for now, a synonym for kindness, another word for kindness is blank.
Truth.
The opposite of kindness is?
Fear. Oh no, blame.
Good redirect. I like that. The kind of kindness the world needs is?
Yours.
Thanks, Connie. Here's your deep kindness challenge. It's curated for you. Think about someone who has inspired you through their art and their way that it champions a cause or idea that you believe in. So here's the prompt. If you can think of someone that comes to mind whose art has inspired you, here it is. Can you fill in these blanks?
Okay. I'll say this to my partner. Dear Tom, I just wanted to let you know that your art has inspired me to let go of the traditional definitions of success. You make this world better for me and for so many. My favorite thing you've created is, oh gosh, his whole life. But One Family Memphis, the foundation that works in Memphis, Soulsville, and all his movies, especially Liar Liar. I do love that movie so much.
The pen is royal blue. Tell Tom hi for all of us. Connie, you are a gem. Thank you for sharing your voice, gift, your art. It makes the world actively better. Thanks for following your love and meeting a lot of needs. I can't wait to see you. Now that you're home, I can't wait to see you soon.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
Up next, I can't tell you how excited I am for this. DeRay, how are you, my friend? Oh, we double unmuted.
I'm here. It's great to see you, Mr. Houston. It's been a while.
It has been a long while. We spoke, I feel like, a couple years ago, but I haven't had the proper honor of chatting like this in way too long. I got to give you the quick, for the people watching, my fond memory of DeRay is I was a scared freshman at Bowdoin College, elected class president. DeRay had graduated at this point, met me very briefly in October of my freshman year. And I believe it was a year later, I ran into DeRay in passing, and he remembered our entire conversation, remembered who I was. I've talked a lot today about feeling seen and feeling a sense of hope and belonging. DeRay, you have a true gift at remembering the things that make people feel remembered. So it's great to see you again.
It is good to be here. And, I'm always in love with the Bowdoin crew. And I remember when you were our first year, I remember when you were thinking about the college, and now we're old. You're like an old man now. I'm like, oh my goodness. So here we go.
DeRay, what's your favorite way to describe yourself?
Solution-oriented, focused, intense, joyful, and imaginative.
Yeah, you live all those pretty darn well. Talk about your work right now and your relationship to that word kindness. Do you think it plays a role in what you actively are seeking solutions for?
Yes, I spend most of my time around policing, right? Like police violence is the thing I organize around. And I've had to think about what it means to be kind to myself. That most of my work is rooted in pain and death. That I am, I just got off of I was on a call with Kayin Gaines's grandmother. Kayin Gaines was a Black woman killed by the Baltimore County Police. And, she was recounting Kayin's last day and what it felt like and how she found out that Kayin had died from a random person in the street and all this stuff. And part of what I had to learn how to do is to take all this in and to live in a work context like this and be gentle with myself and be kind to the way that I walk into rooms, and also understand that people are carrying around so much that I don't see, and that people bring that to organizing, and I have a responsibility to meet that. So I've thought about it a lot.
Where does responsibility and sort of the determination that I know you have to make sustainable, meaningful change, where does that intersect with self-compassion? Where do you draw the boundaries when there's so much work to be done?
I think one of the things is understanding that you don't have to be the martyr, right? That the work being done and you doing all of it are two different things. I think that is something that too often so many of us learn late, that we think the work being done means that we have to if we are not sweating and sleepless and exhausted, then our commitment isn't real. And one of the things that I've learned over the years is part of what I can do that is the best part of leading is to build a team of people who can do really good work. So we can move as fast as as a team can move, not as fast as I can move. And I think that was a learning, right? That like I was so used to like I was the pace and the energy because I did a lot of the things. And now it's like I'm a part of the team. I'm excited to be a part of the team. I'm gonna push all of us, including myself, but like we can actually move in a host of ways that are like way quicker than me as a person.
You're moving towards a world, right, in the most idealistic sense, is free from police violence. How do we handle the conversation of when we say that X is bad or wrong? At least I think people's knee-jerk reaction is we're not being kind or respectful towards police. How do we undo that narrative to actually make work happen?
Yeah, so my push to you will be like, I don't think this is idealistic. I think that, I think this is like a simple idea, right? That like, I think we can live in a world where the police don't kill people. I don't think that's dramatic. I think that we can believe all of these things at the same time. We can believe that there will be rules, that there will be some people who choose, there will be rules and norms. There will be people who choose to violate them, and that there should be consequences in a lot of cases. I'm not convinced by anything that the consequence should be death. And I'm certainly not convinced that if the consequence is death, that it should be a police officer who gets to decide that. So like, I think that's actually like, I don't think that's a wild idea. I don't think that's a dramatic idea. And I don't really think there's another side to that. So when I think about this kindness question, I'm always interested in how people are ready to sacrifice the kindness of a community for the kindness directed to a job title. It's unlike anything else you see in society that nobody would ever say, you know what, if doctors just kill people, that's just a part of the work, right? They tried really hard and like, some people, your cousin, your sister, they just might die in the hospital. That's not, nobody said, everybody's like, I think that doctors should aim to save people. That should be like the goal. And if it's not the goal, then we should be like, we should really be figuring it out. Teachers, we're not saying, I hope teachers just teach some kids or like some kids will fall. We're like, no, like teachers should teach everybody. The police, it's like, if they're going to be police, then the lowest level of demand is not kill people. And, the police will say things like, well, community is hard and stuff like that. And it's like, I don't know, people will make mistakes. You walked into a profession where you are only dealing with the mistakes people make. That's a choice you made, right? So part of what we're saying is that like you entered a profession that is like rooted in people making mistakes. And that your response to that has to acknowledge the fact that people will grow and learn and they should be able to be alive to do those things. So I think about the movement space as a space like rooted in kindness and rooted in love, and saying that the only way to have kindness present is if the people are actually here.
What's the toughest part of that work where you feel the most friction?
I think that when I think about like what is the opposite of love, right? And like what is a challenge to kindness? It is fear. And I think that the police operate really well in fear. So when I say something like we shouldn't destroy disciplinary records of the police, or like, we should fire police officers who choke people to death, stuff like that, which again, I don't think are that dramatic. The police's response isn't ever a defense of those things. It is that if you do these things, your communities will be unsafe. If you do these things, crime is going to increase. If you do these things, your neighbor's going to, try to kill you and you're going to call 911 and nobody will be there. Like it is always a fear-based response. And as you know, Houston, it is hard. Kindness like hides in spaces of fear. Love like shrinks in spaces of fear, right? And there's a part of the policing conversation on the police side that is rooted in fear, that if you took away fear, there's no other arguments. And as you know, fear is at its most potent and at its worst, it's expansive, it seeps, like fear just like bleeds into crevices and places. And that I think is like the hardest part.
What is something that you're fearful of that you feel like makes your work, what challenges you in your work because of fear you experience? What has seeped in that you've had to undo or are actively undoing?
With myself right now, I think I've worked on a lot of it. In the movement space, I am super nervous about, I think people are like oddly celebratory. So when we look at the numbers, Houston, the police are killing at the same rate, if not more than they were last year. When we think about from 2013 to today, 2014, the year of the last protest, was the lowest number of police killings that we've seen in a while, lower than any other year before or after that we have data. But people sort of think about it as if like, wow, like we got these great wins and like we just didn't actually get them from the data. The only other thing that I think is interesting is how people talk about things as solutions that would never be solutions in another circumstance. So like police training, I saw somebody put in the chat, or like body cameras. The data shows that they don't matter in terms of changing police behavior. But let me put it in another context. So Houston, say you have some kids and I'm the principal of a school, and your kid comes home and says, you know what, the teacher just kicked me down the stairs today. Like, the teacher just beat me up. The teacher did it. And you came up to my office. I'm the principal. You're the parent. You come up to me. You're like, DeRay, this teacher just like beat the crap out of my child. You need to fire that teacher. If I told you, you know what, I'm going to put that teacher in training, you would be like, insufficient. There is no version of that you'd be like, okay. You'd be like, training is not enough. Clearly the training didn't help them realize they shouldn't kick kids. If you came back and said, you know what, DeRay, you need to do something. And I said, you know what, I'm gonna put a camera in the room. You would be like, that's cool, but insufficient, right? And that is like what happens around policing. And it's weird because people, like, it doesn't make sense if you take it out of the context, but in the context, people just defend it. And that's odd to me.
What has happened to the role of accountability in our world? Like, has accountability been damaged over time? And how does that reduce our capacity to create the boundaries necessary for change, I suppose?
How does what?
The accountability, that word has come up a few times today, and holding people accountable to their behaviors is an action of kindness. Do you think that word accountability has changed over time? Do you think our ability to hold people accountable has changed? What's at play that has reduced accountability's function in our culture right now?
Yeah, so when I think like accountability is at its core, I think that there's what people think accountability is and what accountability really is. I think accountability is truly how close are your actions to the things that we've agreed your actions should be, right? Like that is what accountability is. I think that what people think accountability is how close are your actions to what I want them to be. And like, that is like a huge distinction. So people are like, I'm holding you accountable, Houston, for that. And you're like, I never agreed to those norms in the first place. Like what you actually are doing is expressing your disappointment and your disagreement. But you aren't holding me accountable, because accountability only exists in a context where there are norms. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So when I think about the police, one of the ways that like, how is accountability been reduced is that there actually aren't a shared set of norms. So like when we look at what community is demanding and what is in place in policing, those are two different things. So like we are demanding accountability, right? And that is actually saying we want a set of norms that are clear and shared. You might not like them, right? So you might not like that we passed a law banning chokeholds and strangleholds. You might not like that you can't shoot into moving vehicles, but that is actually the norms that community have set. And that accountability is how we hold you to those norms.
Great. The work you do on a day-to-day basis, I have to imagine, I don't know this, but it has to feel sometimes big, right? We're working in systems, we're working in policy, working on large scale change. Do you find yourself thinking about the micro in your own personal relationships? And what does that look like for you? What do you ask people to hold you accountable to?
Yeah, part of it is being really clear that we set up those norms so that accountability can be present. I think that my personal relationships, I'm an over communicator. So I'm like, let's talk it out. Let's have it out. Everybody can come to the meeting. Let's figure it out. I'm like, that's just my leadership style. I'm an option guy. I'm all about, like, I think that sometimes, especially when we do work like I do, where like it feels urgent, a lot at stake, is people sometimes have like knee-jerk reaction. They're like, I won't do this, or I won't talk to this person. I'm not gonna, like, that is like just the nature of sometimes some of the race and justice work. And I'm an option guy. So I'm like, okay, cool. I get what your initial thrust was. Let's like map the options, right? So that like we know what the boundaries are, so that we understand the full slate before us. Let's write it all down. Like, I'm like generally an option guy. So like that helps me remain solution oriented. I challenge myself a lot about what it means to be solution oriented in a space that people are, there's an incentive to repeat the problem back. So most of what you see in the press is repeating the problem back. The police are killing people, system is racist, like it's a repetition of the problem. And as you know, repeating the problem doesn't end the problem. So just because we're talking about it more doesn't mean anything about like what the problem is doing. And like part of my work is to say, okay, I get the problem. What are the solutions? And I live in a how space. And like, that is actually one of the ways I've been the kindest to myself, is to like, stop. I don't stay in the problem anymore. Like, I'm so rooted in the how we end it. And like, that is like my form of like professional self-care.
What is, in thinking solutions, you're staying in the how, you're staying in this, I don't know if you describe it as an optimistic sort of space you live in, but talk about the nature of hope in the context of a lot of fear seeping in.
Yeah, I think about hope as a belief that our tomorrows can be better than our todays, right? Hope is not magic, as some people talk about it, but hope is work. Like, hope is rooted in the actions. So, you know, when I wake up every day, I know that tomorrow can be better than this day. I know that the kids I taught deserve a world that is much better than the world they grew up in. I know that my niece and nephew deserve to be adults in a world that doesn't look like this. And that is what keeps me energized. And I'm like really good that we can do this in our lifetime. Like, I'm not working on a 500-year solution. I'm working on I'm gonna be 80 and I'm gonna be like, whew, do you remember that time when the police were killing people? That was wild. Like, that is what I'm gonna be, that guy. I'm gonna be on Facebook Live being like, I know y'all don't remember that time, but it was a time when it was like, that's who I'm gonna be. And I'm excited.
My last thought before we go into the quick kindness questions, DeRay, a lot of people want to know how to make kindness normal. That's a consistent question going on in the chat, but I want to know how you tie the words freedom and kindness together.
Freedom is not only the absence of oppression, but the presence of justice and joy, right? So part of what freedom is about getting rid of all the bad stuff. But the absence of the bad stuff doesn't mean the presence of the good stuff. We actually have to build that. So think about kindness. There is no way to build the good stuff without this belief in other people, without like a default assumption that people bring their best self to the work, and without sort of a desire to make sure that systems do right by everybody. And that to me is the ultimate act of kindness.
DeRay, you are a ray of hope, and I appreciate the solutions that you offer the world and that you embody that space so consistently. It's what I've known from you since day one. It's what has persisted over time. I want to end with a few quick kindness questions. The first one is a synonym. Another word for kindness is blank.
Oh, that was a blank. I was like, what? Another word for kindness is love.
The opposite of kindness is blank.
The opposite of kindness is mean.
The kind of kindness the world needs is
self-sustaining.
Here's a deep kindness prompt for you, DeRay. I want you to think about someone who champions a cause that you're passionate about. How do they make those issues acceptable, or accessible rather? How do they provide you hope? So someone who comes to mind who is a hope provider, who is solution oriented, who maybe has even inspired some of that in you. And then here is the prompt, if you can see it on the screen. It's dear blank. You brought me hope, blank and blank. If you want to fill that in with someone who comes to mind.
Dear Netta, you brought me hope, honesty, and maturity. Thank you for using your voice to stand for Black people. You inspire me to make the world better.
Thank you for inspiring so many to make the world better and giving us real ways to do it, DeRay. Appreciate you, my friend. It's really good to see your face, and I hope I get to catch up with you more soon.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I don't know. That question always makes me confused because I'm just like, sometimes it can feel really loaded, but in a general sense, I'm pretty good. How are you doing?
Okay. Well, how are you really? That's my roommate Esteban says we're all 2 how are yous away from a breakdown.
Oh, yeah. And if I say fine, then that means feelings inside, not expressed.
Ooh, good acronym. Coming in strong with the acronyms.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm really good. You know, life's got some stuff going on, but I'm in the process of moving and shifting and still focusing on my career, but also shifting gears. Yeah, I'm in gratitude. I'm happy to be here. This is awesome. Thank you for having me.
Of course. I feel like it's Manon, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
We haven't met yet, but I've just heard great things about you. We have mutual friends.
Yes.
Noel. And then before we get too far, because I want to hear about these shifting sands in your life, how would you like to describe yourself today? Like, what would you say about you?
I could say what I do, or I could say who I am. Some people know me as a comedian, content creator, now author and podcaster. But as a human being, I'm constantly seeking truth, more and more freedom, expression. And I feel like my journey this year has been to trust myself deeper and to get quiet and really like listen to what my truth is rather than what I was taught to do, which was just like put everyone else first and go off of what they feel and then not even learn how to even listen to my internal knowing. So that's what this year's really been for me.
What's the newest internal insights by paying closer attention to those truths? You got fresh data for us?
Fresh data. Yeah. You know, it's so interesting because when I was 17, I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis. So I had gut issues. And so even from a young age, I just like, my gut was all over the place. And I think it's so significant because this year, and even in the past, I wouldn't necessarily listen to my gut. I would listen to words, right? And they say like, follow people's actions and not their words. And I just recently, you know, I got married and now I'm going through a divorce already really soon. So I wrote a book about it. And so it's been this self-discovery of where did I not listen to my gut? In hindsight, it's always easy to be like, oh, I didn't listen to it there. But there was those pivotal moments when things could have changed when they didn't because I chose to ignore myself. And, you know, even with everything going on this year with everything, pandemic, lockdown, quarantine, I think a lot of people are going within, at least I am, and finding out a lot about myself and what moves me and where I've held back my expression and fear of judgment, right? Fear of getting wrong. You know, I should preface this whole thing of I really, really want to look good right now. And I mean that in like, I want to be liked. I want to be heard. I want to make sure I say the correct thing so that I'm acceptable and lovable by you. Because the deepest fear in me, and probably a lot of people relate to this, is that, you know, I'm not lovable or worthy. And I think that's the common misconception is, you know, sometimes we tie our accomplishments to our lovability. And that's the mistake. That's the lie in the space that I've had running. So, I mean, I just went on a tangent, but there you go.
It is the tangent. I don't know if you can see this very well, but I have a tattoo that I use to remind myself of that concept, which is be is greater than do. That we are human beings, not human doings, but so often we get caught up in the doings to determine whether or not we are, right, this identifier, lovable. What is for those who maybe are feeling that or have felt that, what has helped you turn that paradigm around? What has helped you restructure that narrative in your brain?
Many things. I feel like it's a combination of, you know, my body shutting down with alcoholism and addiction from a young age that kind of took me on the spiritual path to basically start listening to myself and realizing that I absolutely had no boundaries at all. I just went at the whim. So I didn't have a solid foundation of knowing of myself, and I didn't learn how to say yes. I didn't learn how to say no. I often just said yes out of wanting the moment to pass by, and then I'll deal with it later. So I'll just say yes to just get out of the uncomfortability that is being in this human body. And obviously certain foods and alcohol and, you know, for some people, gambling, drugs, sex, whatever it is to escape feeling feelings. For me, I think I was really afraid of feeling feelings. And then I got really lucky enough to hit a bottom to where I got access to, you know, group therapy and whatnot to basically have a safe place to feel what I feel, and not be shamed or made wrong by my feelings, right? Because me, along with a lot of other people, were told that we're too sensitive or it's too much. You know, there's a common thing. I had someone say it to me just yesterday. It's like, I had like a little bit of passion, and the thing that they said was, "Oh, are you on your period?" And then I saw it in a TV show, and I was like, "Oh my God, this is so funny." It could be offensive, right? Like I could be like offended, but now because I'm not actually insecure about that, like I've moved through the feelings that's brought up, I'm like, oh, I'm human. And so loving the parts of ourself that hurt and giving ourselves the space to just be where we're at, whatever emotion that might be, and not making it wrong has helped transform a lot of the past pain that I had experienced. Because pain is really a good thing. It's there to tell us that something needs attention. You know, like if I break my ankle and it's not in pain, but it's all crooked, and I just keep walking on it because I'm not signaled that it's in pain. Pain is there to signal to say, hey, go easy. And it's there. It works the same way with our emotions, you know. And whether you're emotional or not, we all have stuff going on internally that it's harder to visually see that there's a problem. Like if I see a huge gash on my ankle, I can visually see, okay, something's wrong. Okay, I got to go easy. But we don't always necessarily do that for our internal state and the emotions. And so I think writing things down has been really helpful as far as like getting clear of what's going on the inside. Breath work has been really helpful in giving myself the space to just feel and be where I'm at. You know, talking it out with people that understand or can relate, you know, because the last thing we want is to go to the hardware store for milk where it doesn't have milk. So for me to call someone who doesn't have let's say an alcohol problem, if I'm calling them and talking to them, they're not going to understand. So going where the love is when we're having an issue come up, someone who we know will be able to relate and hold space for us, because not everyone can, because how could we understand what other people are going through? We didn't live their lives. And so we're not supposed to understand, right? And so I think that's where compassion and kindness come in as well, is, well, it starts within, right? Like not going where the love is and having that teach me how to become the best mother to myself, really, because, you know, I've been with me for this long. I'm going to be with me for the rest of my life. So I might as well, you know, make best friends with me, because that's really the most important relationship. And so when we are kind to ourselves, we will be kind to others, and vice versa, I think. I don't want to say generally, but that's kind of the rule of thumb.
The way you frame that makes me think about people who have come to me in my life. It's interesting to think about if I have been a hardware store to people's milk needs, or if people thought of me as a dairy provider, you know. And it's interesting. I don't think all of us have such potential, fine awareness of need to know who to go to. Some of us might do it intuitively, but it makes you feel like the people that do come to us, like that's an honor, that they are looking for something that they believe that you have, which to me reminds me to show up in those moments with presence and where possible, make myself available to say, hey, what kind of milk do you need? You talked about someone addressing your passion with this statement of, oh, are you on your period? Which you've sort of arrived on, maybe on I wouldn't say the far side, because I'm sure it's always conscious. But you're on the far side of like that sort of narrative, putting you back in a hole of, oh, I'm not allowed to say this. What do you think are some of the other things that our world tells us that prevent us from full feeling?
Sorry, that the world tells us that what?
That prevents us from full feeling. Like you said, I'm on a period, like that might cause me, if I'm younger or haven't had the wherewithal or the opportunities like you have to explore that for yourself. Like, no, it's okay for me to feel this way, even if you tell me that. But for some people, especially young people who get told messages, that might tell them you're not allowed to feel this thing without coming across as whatever. What are some other things that the world tells us that prevents the fullness of our life?
Just the word stop is really, it can jolt our unconscious mind. So when people say, don't cry or stop crying, I know that they probably aren't aware of it, but it can absolutely halt a person from feeling safe to feel what they feel, whether it's angry or whatever. So just certain words can halt us from feeling certain energies. So, people often will, like, if a person makes like a judgmental face or whatever, what they interpret to be judgmental, it's important not to point it directly. So like if I'm experiencing a feeling and somebody's across from me, let's say they are judging me, or they want to respond. It's important that we respond basically outward rather than directed, because it can feel like an attack on the nervous system. And so we're all going to feel feelings, like we're human beings, we're like animals roaming, but we've been so conditioned not to be that way. So it can feel a bit caged until it comes out in traffic or at the store or at the grocery thing and we're throwing stuff on the floor. So it's about finding that safe place to be free. And I think the world tells us stop. I think it says you're too much. I think people are, just by language saying like, oh, I don't agree, rather than I hear you, and here's what I have to say. So it's not even about what you've said, right? I think just linguistically, we can use different sayings that make a person feel heard and seen, right? Like I see you, I hear you. Or just judgments of like, you're weird or you're crazy. Like that's a huge one, especially for women. It's like, God forbid we be called crazy. I think it's time we take that back and rename it and reuse it as like beautiful. And so anytime you hear the word crazy, you get to change it in your mind to I'm beautiful. And then you go, yeah, I am. I'm a psycho. And you just use it and you play with it, reclaim that word so that it can't affect you in the way that maybe it once was, or maybe they're just saying that because they don't know what they're saying. A lot of people just talk for the sake of talking and they're not intentional with their word, but language drives our behavior. It's pretty much everything. So what we say to ourselves is most important, and what we say to each other is most important. And I don't know if people are taking what they say and being intentional with it, especially when posting online and commenting and all that stuff. I've when I see comments that are like, you're like just stop doing what you're doing, or you're not funny, or you're not, I don't even know what, just insults. It does. It essentially, I'll read it and go, ooh, and it'll make me want to close up rather than feel expansive, which is what I think we're all here to do, is to feel, you know, expansive and to witness each other's beauty.
When someone says you're not funny, you know, you're crazy equals you're beautiful, you're not funny, what do you reassign that in your brain? Or what could you reassign that in your brain?
Oh, I go, I guess they don't have a sense of humor. I just throw it back like that. That one doesn't really, it's if someone said I was gaining weight, I'd be like, oh my God. Cause like, it's basically whatever you're, you know, if someone says you're a unicorn, it would kind of go over my head. So anytime I get triggered, it's an opportunity for look at the part of me that's wounded. So funny, I'm not really insecure about not being funny, but like if someone said something that I was deeply like not, if I really felt like actually I have gained some weight, oh my God, they're noticing. And what does that mean if I've gained weight? Okay, well, to me, it means I'm not gonna be attractive. And then what's that gonna mean? Oh, I guess it means that I'm not gonna be lovable and that my partner's gonna leave and abandonment issues, blah, blah, blah. So I have to go, that's why I'm feeling such a strong response to this, is because it's underneath everything, it's fear I'm not enough. And so I have to go, is that true? Is it true that you're not enough? And the answer is usually, oh, no, like, because enough for who? So getting specific is really good for the unconscious mind as well. And so I go, so even that would be like, okay, so insecure about weight, what can I do about it? What can I do moving forward? How can I still love and approve of myself, love and approve of my body, regardless of what the weight is? You know, oftentimes we'll only love ourselves when we achieve X, Y, Z. And until I do these things, these workouts, eating this regimen, then I can feel good about myself. No, what if I can feel good about myself and love myself just as I am today, right now? Because that's what our bodies need. That's what our society and world needs, is loving the parts of ourselves that hurt. Marianne, or maybe it's not Marianne Williamson, but someone said that once and it stuck with me forever, is healing is loving the parts of ourselves that hurt. Definitely our physical body, we know that much, you put Neosporin, and our emotional bodies, loving the parts of myself that hurt. Okay, so that part of me that feels insecure about this, I'm gonna just send it some love, because that's what it's really craving. And that's what everybody's craving. We're all just craving to be seen and loved and heard and validated for where we're at.
Neosporin for the soul. That's good.
Yeah.
I think we all need an internal Neosporin. Man, and it's time. It's that time for the quick kindness questions. I want to know what you think another word for kindness is.
I mean, I could say love, but like holding the space.
The opposite of kindness is
criticizing.
Kind of kindness the world needs is
the warm acceptance kind.
Here's your deep kindness challenge. I want you to think about someone who loves you by creating moments of laughter with you. Who can you count on for a stress relieving moment of levity? Whoever comes to mind, we have a challenge we're going to put up on the screen for you to fill in these blanks.
Do they have to be famous or friends?
They can be anyone. Friend.
Imaginary friend. Great. Just kidding. Okay. Dear Travis, you always bring a smile to my face and my heart and my soul. Your humor is as abundant as flowers that exist on the planet and stars in the galaxy. Thank you for your silliness and your attention.
Travis, keeper. So abundant. He is fully floral. Thank you, man. It's such a treat to
Thank you so much.
And chat with you. So many insights. I feel like we gotta have a longer sit down and we'll chat about being beautifully crazy.
I would love that.
Bye, man. And
take care.
Look who it is. Up next. We got Christine in the building. On Instagram, the Afro Minimalist. In real life, Christine, how are you? I'm so excited to be chatting with you. I'm so great. We've just very recently connected. and already so much joy coming out of your face.
I know. No, this is wonderful, and I'm so glad you're doing this. I feel like, as you know, I do anti-racism work, and I feel like that kindness is like the one word that is missing from the conversation. You know, I had someone ask me the other day, you know, like, what is your definition of anti-racism? And this is like this question that I'm asked all the time, and I'm just like, really, aren't what we just asking, isn't this just a question of humanity, right? Like, just, we're asking that we respect, honor, and be kind to one another, right? Like, yes, there's this element of learning and personal work that we have to do, but there's also this, you know, I call that the inner work, but there's also this important outer work, right? And so I love that you not only provide just like anecdotes, but also some action items. I love that. So very happy to be here.
Would that be one of the first things I'd like to ask people, what they would describe themselves as? Someone who's doing anti-racist work, what else would you put in your personal bio?
What would I describe myself as? I've actually been saying like I'm a Renaissance woman because I just have so many just varying interests that align what I feel is my mission and purpose in this life. And part of that is anti-racism work. Part of that is working with and writing for children. And then of course, Afro-minimalism, right? Like wanting people to understand the joys and benefits that come with living with intention, that come with having less to take care of and manage, and so that you can do more. And so, yeah, I feel like kind of just like a little Renaissance woman. Is that a word that I can use?
You can say whatever you want, and I like that one. You're doing a lot with very little, which seems like. Yeah, and it feels good. Do you, you said living with intention, that's one of the things, you know, being intentional is one of the ways I try to distinguish in the book between confetti kindness, right? Sort of the kindness that I think the world tells us kindness is, and then deep kindness, the type the world needs. I think intentionality has so much to do with that. What is an intention for you in your present life that you're trying to live into?
You know, and this is, we're being like super honest on YouTube Live, so I got to be careful about how I word this. But I think my intention, one of the things that I'm trying to be really intentional right now is to not become jaded in this work that I do. You know, I think anytime a space becomes profitable or starts getting like really big in, you know, attention, national attention, that, you know, there are some challenging things that happen, and right now, I mean, there's just a lot of people entering this space that, you know, are really focused on just making money, right? There's a lot of people who are entering this space that that I feel may have good intentions, but may not necessarily have the experience, and so getting people to understand that intention doesn't necessarily equate to experience, right? And that wanting to do good and bring about change and talk about anti-racist efforts and movements, you know, saying the wrong thing could have very damaging effects. And so, you know, there's all these beautiful aspects and things that are happening in this work and in this space. And so I'm trying not to become jaded by some of the negative things that have entered this space, and I'm really trying to be intentional about that right now.
What do you think you drew a line early, which I appreciated, and I think it's interesting because I think that idea of kindness actually gets muddy when it comes to anti-racist work because of people's understanding or misunderstandings around the word. So how do you think about it, and how does it relate to a more just world?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I almost wish that we had a new word that was more simple. I think anytime race or racism, even if there's anti in front of it, like people are automatically like, I don't want to be associated with that in any way. And again, I mean, I think it's just this, you know, what we're really asking people to do is, you know, for me, I should say, it's being kind. It's, and when I talk about being kind, it's also understanding that a lot of people are coming from this space of not knowing and of fear, right? And so extending folks some kindness and grace when they may ask questions that we think are like, how could you ask that, right? Or how could you not know that was racist, right? And so like really trying to meet people where they are, because I feel like that's the only way change is gonna happen, right? So like understanding that everyone is not gonna come from this space of having an academic background and having done scholarly research or even having experience in the field doing anti-racism work, but really they know intuitively that they need to change and that they want to change. And so kind of meeting those folks where they're at, and that requires extending a certain level of kindness and grace, right? And I know one of the past guests and speakers, you know, they were talking about just like how cruel people can be online, right? And I think that's one area that I feel like this work, it is attacked viciously, right? And so really, when you see things online or see people asking questions or see people, you know, making what we would call mistakes or, you know, asking something that we feel like everyone should know, just sort of being very kind and gracious, right? And that's something that I try and practice in my own online behavior, but really also calling people out sometimes, you know, and it doesn't have to be super public. It can also be a calling in, right? Maybe it's sending a DM and saying like, hey, you were pretty harsh on that person. I think that they were really just trying to ask a question about, you know, what do they do, right? Or what should they read? And it was just a very honest question. You didn't need to viciously attack them and say like, oh my goodness, like there are a million syllabi online. How dare you ask me what book you should, right? You know, like it just comes from this combative space. And I just really feel like this work really, really could benefit from more people being kind and gracious to one another and understanding that we're all learning, we're all at various places in our journey. One of the things that I like to say is like, I'm not a grown woman, right? Like I am a growing woman, right? And hopefully I'm always growing and may I always be growing, right? And so if we're always growing, like there's always new stuff for us to learn, right? So yeah, that was a long-winded answer, but that's kind of how I feel about this.
That's what I want. I don't want the sound bites. I want to dig in. And I love that between grown, whatever you identify with, and growing. My friend Dexter says we're not human beings, we're human becomings.
I love that. Love
we're
that.
always on our way.
Yeah.
You talk, Christine, about kindness, and that's in particularly this sort of work. The way I was interpreting you talk about it was very much that receiving end of kindness, which is to say, which I think plays a huge role. Am I willing to give someone grace or space to recognize where they're at in the process? Can I, instead of calling them out, how do I call them in with patience and generosity? What is the, I believe there's another side, which is the proactive, the tenacious, the fierce, the sort of the champion piece of kindness when it comes to anti-racist work. Could you talk about that? You know, the distinction between like ally or accomplice or an activist or someone who's just sort of like in the wings. What are the degrees that you see people engage with this work at, and what does it look like to be sort of that more proactively kind?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I feel like most people, or I shouldn't say most, some people are operating as activists and advocates and they don't even know it, right? So I like to tell people all the time, it doesn't, you know, you don't need a blue check by your name, right? You don't need this huge following. Like that work can begin right in your own home, and that's almost where it should start, right? And to me, that's part of like being proactive in this work, like starting starting in your home and then starting in your community. Almost like that idea that you can't save the world before before you take care of home, right? And I think when people approach the work in that way, and this, this idea of, I guess what we would say, starting small, right? That there's so much impact there, right? There's so much more impact in you raising your children to see the world through an anti-racist lens than posting a graphic that you hope will be liked and shared, right? And also so much of that work is also showing through your actions, right? And so I can't say that I am an anti-racist, right? And then I'm living my life in a way that doesn't reflect that, right? Like, what is the messaging that I'm also sending through my actions, not just with what I'm saying, but like with what I'm doing, who I interact with, who I have conversations with, right? And understanding that also it's going to take the work of all of us to bring about the change that we want to see in this world. So another space that a lot of folks really struggle with in anti-racism is like maybe feeling like only Black people should be doing this work, only brown people should, you know what I mean? And like historically change has required all of us to become involved, right? And so again, this is an issue of humanity. It's not some, I don't know, some siloed sort of thing, right? Like this is something that we should all be actively working towards, right? And again, it's not just in the inner work that we do, but also the outer work, what we're putting out into the world, what we're putting out into the universe, what we're sharing online, who we're in conversation with, right? Like all of these things are contributing factors, in my opinion, to being proactive in this space.
Yeah, you don't, if you have a broken leg, you don't go to someone else with a broken leg to heal you. You go to someone who has the tools to, and I feel like that is the context of the current reality of the world. It is on all of us, right, to be to come alongside each other and to offer healing, and especially those who are in positions of power or influence. That it is really, the onus is on us, not the people actively in pain, but the people who have privilege or power to
to help, right? To help bandage up the leg, to help, maybe get them to the doctor. Like we all have these different roles that we can play. And, part of, I feel like I love that example is that, if you've had your leg broken before, right? And now you're healed, sharing your story, sharing your testimony, sharing what you've learned, right? Like all of these things are also part of being proactive, because none of us just arrived knowing, right? Knowing what to do, knowing what to say, knowing what not to say, right? And so again, learning from people who have come before you and experienced different things, made mistakes, how they recovered from those mistakes, what they're doing. Like there's so much power in our personal stories. And so I feel like that's also part of being proactive, is like share your personal story if you think it may help someone, even if it's embarrassing, right? Even if it's uncomfortable, right? I think it's very important. There's just such power in our personal narratives, and I have just seen that time and time again. So
I don't know if you got a chance to watch Brad Montague earlier, but in his book and what I've heard him talk about, there's this beautiful example. Cultural anthropologist was asked the question, how do we know when civilization begins? Her answer was when you see a broken femur that's been healed, because it is an indication that, contrary to all of our programming, which is survival in nature, we would never, the instinct in all of us is to not go back and help those who have a broken leg, because we have our own destination to get to, our own food to find. But compassion, right, which is the willingness to go back to help heal that broken leg, is the sign of true civilization. So it feels like we have some broken legs to heal. And it feels like in some ways it starts really young. Christine, you said, you write all sorts of things, but children's books among them. What would be the one thing that you hope to teach young people about kindness?
Oh my goodness. I love working with young people. First of all, not to say that adults are lost causes, but it's so funny the way that young people just lean in to this work and learning, right? I like to use the example, like when I give workshops or trainings, I also do trainings for the Anti-Defamation League. They have a No Place for Hate initiative for young people in schools. And, you know, young people just lean in. What do I need to do? How do I do it? Tell me, right? And when I work with adults, I can give like the same, I can start with the same set of questions or scenarios, and there's like a hand that goes up and they're like, but what if? But how about? But maybe, right? And you know, like young people are just like, I get it. I don't know what I was doing, or whatever I was doing was wrong. Tell me what to do right. And so I love working with young people and, you know, really getting them to, for me, it's teaching young people the history of race and racism in this country, but also encouraging them and reminding them that like they are the next generation that will lead the change that we hope to see in this world. And so equipping with them with the skills, the tools to do that, having them feel empowered, right? Yeah, young people are amazing. And I'm always so encouraged after I finish any sort of, whether it's either reading or writing a book to young people or having a workshop or training, like they just lean in and they get it. And, you know, often too, I think what's great about young people is they allow us to see the things that are silly, right? Or I don't even want to say silly. It's almost like, I'll say this, for example, a lot of young people really struggle with the fact that we are still fighting over the color of our skin, right? They're like, we're in the midst of like also an environmental revolution, right? Like, how are we still talking about our skin color when there's 50 years of topsoil left, right? Like they just think, you know, I have young people that are just like, adults are ridiculous, right? So they're like, we've moved beyond, we get it. Like we're all about diversity, we're all about inclusion, we're all about equity. Okay, like how can we save the planet, right? Like they're just in such a different space. And so yeah, I love working with young people, and I think we can learn a lot from them. They're very inspiring, very encouraging, and yeah, I think that they're really going to bring about the change we want to see in this world. So
we equip them well and role model well. Absolutely.
We do. And I mean, they almost, I think children almost lead from this place of kindness mostly, right? Especially as the younger they are. And then it's like, what happens in that in-between stage? Like, how do you go from leading from this space of kindness and you know, and seeing the world through an equitable lens to how did we get to now all of a sudden you are questioning, you know, whether one race is more superior than the other, right? So making sure that they have all the tools and language and all the information that they need so that as they move along, right, we're like sort of building upon their skill set and how they view the world, as opposed to not providing them with, we like to say books are windows, mirrors, and maps, right? And sliding glass doors. Like we need to provide them with, you know, almost the map that they need to sort of navigate the world. And so that's really what I try and do in some of my writing. And like I said, that includes in, you know, teaching about history and culture, and feelings and emotions, right? Which we struggle with talking about with children, right? Like you're just supposed to be happy all the time. You're a kid, right? But kids have feelings and emotions too. And so again, just trying to equip them with, again, just a nice toolkit. And in that toolkit, tucking in kindness I will make sure to pull some anecdotes from your book for that and action items. So yeah.
Thank you, Christine. Well, it's time. It's that time for some quick questions. You ready? I know. We're gonna fill in some blanks here. A synonym for kindness is blank. Another word for kindness is blank.
Another word for kindness is compassion.
The opposite of kindness is blank.
Nastiness. I don't know.
The tone helps too. The kind of kindness the world needs is?
I would say unapologetic kindness.
Here's a deep kindness challenge for you.
Uh-oh.
Who do you know that is putting in the work to create a more equitable world? So who comes to mind right away? And then here is the prompt. If you can see it on the screen, you're just going to fill in these blanks to give someone some kindness.
Yes, I'm going to have to go with my colleague, Malini Raghunathan. I am grateful for your tenacity, your humility, and also your commitment. I've learned about focus. I've learned about intentionality, just watching you do your work, and I am grateful for advocates like you.
Christine, what a pleasure. As people in the chat are saying, you are a delight.
Oh, thank you.
I can't wait to chat more and do more of this work to help equip the next generation, to give them maps and mirrors and windows and all the things they need to lean in and make this world a more kind place. You're the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Up next. Oh, hi, Tommy.
What's up, Houston?
How are you, my friend?
I'm
Are
so
you at
well.
home?
I'm at home.
Home in Topanga?
I'm in Topanga.
I owe you a distant wave. I want to come by and say hello.
As soon as possible, please come. Yeah.
Tommy, I'm fielding messages behind the scenes. I can see you texting. I have my Aunt Christina in a thread as well, who's sending a lot of light and love. Tommy, what's your favorite way to describe yourself?
Yeah. Well, holder of flowers.
Yes.
Wearer of garment. Protector of, or seeker of truth. Lover of people, lover of health. Love this planet. Lover of this planet. That's how I like to describe myself.
Those are good. Those are both, those are micro and macro.
Yes.
I love holder of coffee.
Exactly. Bless you.
Conversationalist of kindness.
Bless
lover of a more compassionate world. I'm so glad to have you.
I'm so glad to be here. I want you to know that while I'm trying to keep it cool, it's 100 degrees right now where I am. And my wife gave me this she said, you have to wear yellow. You have to wear yellow. So I've got this heavy shawl on in 100 degrees, and I picked a flower for you on the way up. This is an incredible lantana. And this is to support you in your unbelievable work, which I believe in so much. And I just want to tell you why before you ask me a question. Your work prevents people from having to do my work. You are the antithesis. You are helping people not to become and develop addictions in their life and not to become addicts. And so I just am so into the whole preventative concept, and I believe that kindness is preventative to addiction. So thank you so much, and I'm so excited for this book, and I'm urging everyone in our community to buy it immediately, and we want to see your work elevate all the way. We think you should be on every major TV network speaking about this work, and may it be so. Seriously, I'm not facetious when I say that. I see it happening. I envision it, and it can't happen soon enough, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Tommy.
Yeah.
while I would love for those things to happen, I'm also very much enjoying the freedom of just having conversations with people I admire and love. So I get to do that today with you. And I want to know, first and foremost, how you've approached compassion towards yourself as someone that I know has gone on his own journey of health and recovery. And what does self-compassion mean to you in your journey so far?
So I'm coming from a background in my own life of addiction, drug addiction and alcoholism, and just a whole slew of behaviors that are creating pain, suffering, disharmony, rather than creating harmony. And so anybody who has been through that, one of the sort of bags that they carry around is this understanding of, I have done some damage. I have done some damage. And thank God there is a way, there's a program, many programs, many paths, many blueprints to put down that bag of, okay, I've done damage, but I can fix it. I can right this ship. I can reconcile. I can repair. I can amend and clear the wreckage that I've caused. In doing that, one starts to develop a sense of forgiveness, self-forgiveness. And that's the thing, is without that, it's just too much of a burden. It's too much for people to carry. For them, we wonder why people don't stay sober when it's so obvious that they need to, that it's a challenge for them. And they're carrying around a lot that they need to drop that weight, and it has to be dropped by facing it. And once that's done, though, I like to say nowadays, which is passed down by teachers in many traditions, that I walk in a shower, a constant shower of self-forgiveness. Because the next thing that happens once you drop the big bag is you realize, oh, I'm human. I'm actually going to make mistakes. This is part of why I came here, is to actually make mistakes. And so not living as if making mistakes is somehow shameful or should provoke guilt. It's an understanding, a deep understanding of part of the human process is actually to make mistakes. And from that philosophical perspective, one can walk in a constant shower of self-forgiveness, as long as one is willing to look at their mistakes, learn from them, and then move on from there.
Tommy, did you have a reconciliation that you resisted for a long time? We talk often about the metaphor of kindness or self-compassion, any sort of compassion as an exercise, and we start with the 5 pounds to move to the 10s to the 20s. What was one that you built to, that you worked towards?
Yes. I would say without question, it's the reconciliation with my parents and the true forgiveness of that was necessary for me, not for them, but for me, to move beyond some of the old stories of what had happened to me, rather than now I'm able to see it as what happened for me, or even what happened through me. But to really heal from that, where you could say, I'm no longer attached to the past in any way in those relationships. There is only love there. There is only understanding there. There were only lessons there to be learned, and they were painful ones.
Do you have a sense of, sorry.
No, please.
I was going to say, do you have a sense of, did you know that you were ready to do that? I think people have, a relationship to forgiveness with readiness. How do we know when we're ready for the bigger actions in our life?
I'm not sure we ever know that we're about to do something huge. I'm thinking from the entrepreneurial perspective now, but we can take that into the spiritual realm or any pursuit. I think if you knew what was involved in actually accomplishing anything, if you knew it up front, that a lot fewer things would get done in our world. I think about, Recovery 2.0, or I think about, a movie I once made, or I think about 29 years of recovery, or I think about, powerful relationships in my life and what it took to build them. And it's just one day at a time. You just move forward. You're compelled through love, also through pain and difficulty. You're compelled to move forward one day at a time towards something. And as is the case in most businesses, for example, people set out in one direction, but very rarely does the business end up like that. They become something else, or it develops along a path that ultimately morphs into some other direction that needed to be. So I don't know about that knowing in advance of doing something meaningful. I think we're compelled as human beings to address problems, and that's a good compulsion, let's say, where we see a problem, somebody has it, like for addiction with me. Like, I know that addiction has a solution. I know that. And so to see it in another human being, to see somebody struggling in that way is really, it's intolerable for me. It's very uncomfortable. It's very hard for me to be around. All I want to do is address it head on and begin to work towards the resolution of those issues, because I know there's a solution. And so that's what I think drives anybody forward is, I'm good at this, or I love this, or I could do something about that problem. Like I think what you're doing, with this book and the work and all of your lecturing, and you see a massive problem in the way that we educate children and teenagers and young adults. And you set out to address it, and you have been for all these years. And now look what's happening. It's exciting.
I appreciate the response to people's pains as intolerable to exist in your circle. And that is something that sounds like it just compels you to serve, to meet that need. One of the words I stumbled upon in writing the book, Tommy, was a Greek word, akrasia, which translates somewhat to our weakness of will, meaning there are things that we are compelled to do, but sort of habitually don't do them. So in those moments of compulsion where you feel like you want to put yourself in, you want to do something you know is worthwhile or good for you or healing, what is an internal dialogue or thing that you say to yourself that allows you to match action with compulsion?
It's a great question. I think it partially comes out of the experience of what happens if I don't do it. So there's a lesson. There's a history of experience behind deciding not to do something that has so been proven to be good for me. Like for example, a simple thing would be meditation. So at this point in the game, if we all haven't figured it out, meditation is not a take it or leave it proposition. It's something that is a personal responsibility. The problems in the world are there because of the problems inside all of our collective minds. So it should be clear to us that we need to tend to this. On the days where I wake up in the morning and do a meditative practice, and I establish a certain connection, I notice on those days, good things can happen, challenging things can happen, but there's a sort of an acceptance and a presence and a walking through it. And I notice on the days where I wake up and I get busy and I let my mind pull me away from meditation, and that happens, that those days are a little more wobbly. That would be the word I would use. It's a little more wobbly, a little less steady. And I recognize that my reactivity maybe goes up, the volume on some of negativity or judgmental or addictive chatter goes up just slightly. And over time, a discomfort takes place. And that discomfort in one's own skin is really at the base. That's the reason why somebody would want to try to address that with drugs or alcohol. That discomfort in one's own skin. So I've proven this to myself so many times. So having had that experience, now it's like, okay, just get on the mat. Just get on the mat. You don't have to do anything, Tommy. Just get there and see what takes place. And it's miraculous, Houston. When I get to the mat, all of a sudden my body wants to move in certain ways. My body wants to adopt certain postures. My mind starts to calm. The breath starts to happen. The connection starts to take place. And it's, frankly, it's just delightful. And so the thing I want to just quickly say there is that at first things might be discipline, meaning you have to follow a certain plan, a certain teaching, a form. Someone teaches you how to meditate and you have to have the discipline to practice and do it. At first it's discipline, but then you start to fall in love with it. If you wait, that's that, they say, wait for the miracle to happen. If you wait and you stay with it, the miracle will happen. It's a guarantee. And then what was requiring discipline now has become a love of yours, and now it's devotion. Now you're devoted to that practice. And then it becomes easy for you. You literally don't want to miss it. It's too much fun, too much enjoyment, too much, it's too important for you not to do it. And so we have to practice until we can come to that place. And then it becomes a lot easier.
Discipline to devotion. That is such a, I try to bring that into my own vernacular when it comes to kindness, of what can we do so repeatedly that we fall in love with it, that then it becomes a way of being. Something we go from doing into being, and that transition, it feels like one of the bigger mysteries for people. How do I, so many of the bags and the posters and the witticisms around kindness are like, just be kind, as if it were something that we just get to all of a sudden be imbued with on any given day. But to be a thing, to embody a thing, requires discipline turned devotion over a long period of time. Those habits are both self-care and other care. So good, Tommy. We have some quick kindness questions.
Okay. Yeah. Love it.
The first one, another word for kindness is blank.
Understanding.
The opposite of kindness is blank.
Disinterest.
The kind of kindness the world needs is
random and continuous.
I like holding those together. Here's your deep kindness challenge, Tommy. I want you to think about someone who has lived a story of hope. Who in your life do you want to emulate for their optimism in the face of adversity? And then I have a prompt for you to use to fill in some blanks, if it helps.
Sure. So this is my uncle. I'm his namesake, so Uncle Tommy, without question. I have a lot of teachers and a lot of people and examples of victory in my life. But Tommy, Uncle Tommy, your strength and resilience and leadership in our family have inspired me to move through life with more purpose and clarity. You're a role model. And a true mensch to me, a real stand-up, extraordinary man. And I appreciate you.
I appreciate you, Tommy.
Yes.
Can't wait to come visit. Thank you for
Yeah.
sweating through yellowness on my behalf.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Maybe we hold some flowers together soon, and I celebrate how you have a devotion to making sure that it is intolerable that people don't live lives that are as meaningful and full as they can be. Something I emulate and believe in and admire you for. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Houston. Keep rocking, and please come soon.
Deal.
Okay.
Bye
for now.
Kina, if you're there. Daniel, were you planning on this being your walk-up music? Was that what you
100%, just like we coordinated.
Just like we planned. Hey, Daniel.
Good to see you.
Are we coming at each other live? Are you in Nashville? Your home?
Yeah, a little bit outside of Nashville on my farm. Yeah.
Amazing. It looks like the sky is bigger there. From the reflection in
It's
your
really
window.
nice.
It looks
I probably shouldn't turn my laptop around. I'm sitting in my garden and the sky is delightful.
Wow, that is so delightful. I have a light that is non-real making me lit up right now. So I'm envious.
Well, you are welcome to host the next event from the front porch.
Oh, perfect. I can take you up on that. Daniel, how do you like to describe yourself?
For a long time it was as a photographer, but I guess the most accurate is some hybrid of a traveling journalist entrepreneur these days.
What brought you to the hybridness? What transitioned you from pure photographer into the realm of multi?
Yeah, I mean, I've always had, I don't know, they tried to tell my mom and dad I had ADHD and I think it was in middle school, and I never found out until I graduated college. But my dad, I guess, told them that was all nonsense and that was a made up thing and there wasn't going to be any medication for me. So I just had to learn how to adopt multiple things on a regular basis, I guess.
It was hardwired in, huh, that you wanted to.
Yeah.
Daniel, I know part of your background and your history involves a lot of that travel and the current realities of the world. Where, so many people that we've chatted with today talk about exposure as a key ingredient to a more compassionate life, to allow ourselves to be up close to new experiences, different contexts, cultures. What is a moment of exposure that made you more kind?
With traveling, it's easy because it's kind of endless. So much of the reason why I wanted to write my book that came out last year called Wherever You Go is because I believe that travel can change the world for the better, vastly for the better, and far outweigh, I guess, the negative realities of travel and emissions and all of the things that, we think about as we decide where and how we're going to move about the world. Because I've had so many experiences of trips where people have just been so unbelievably kind and would go to a level to help you that you would never expect, especially in a foreign country. And I think it's good for people to see that outside of their own, whatever their own normal is. So, outside of your hometown and whatever country you live in, there's very few places in the world that you can go that you wouldn't randomly run into someone that just wants to be a good person to you. And I think travel reveals that. And that's why I think it's so important.
Do you have a circumstance where you felt like you were humbled that you can recall in the way someone showed up in kindness for you, unexpected kindness?
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of which story I'd like to tell. I mean, I have a crazy travel story that resulted in and it's not really a big deal. I was going to miss a flight, but I was trying to be back in the United States from India. I wrote about this in my book, but I'll give a little synopsis. I was basically trying to get home for a really important birthday for the family. And if I missed this flight, I was going to be stuck in India another week, which I know sounds crazy, but that's kind of the way the timetables worked. I was in Chennai, India, and I realized that I had messed up my calendar. And I guess I had my calendar set on, I don't know, the wrong time zone. I thought I had it on international time where it would localize. Sorry for the wildlife. And I'm in this cab on the way to dinner and realized that that my flight's leaving in like 4 hours. And so I originally start to panic because I thought, oh, well, we have to leave. I can't go to dinner. Like I have to pack it and rush to the airport. And then I realized the flight that was leaving in 4 hours was the flight after the first flight. That was my connecting flight back to the States. And I thought, what's going on? So kind of two-part incredible act of kindness. First of all, the guy that I was with in the cab, who I did work with and obviously knew me, I was traveling there with him, immediately looked at me. We're in like 16 lanes of traffic in India. And he said, the date has been messed up and you need to take this and Roshan will get you exactly where you need to go, which is the name of our taxi driver. And he handed me like 20,000 rupees, which, you know, to me as an American looked like $20,000. And I'm like, whoa, you know, what do we need this for? How is Roshan gonna make this better? And so rush back to the hotel and throw all my stuff in the bag. Roshan is waiting outside. I'm literally like running down the steps of this big hotel with my bag over my head. And he speeds up. I'll pretend like he obeyed the speed limit on the way there, but you can imagine how he drove. Anyway, I get there and I get out, I thank him like profusely, and I start like running into the terminal. And I realize I can't get into the terminal because I'm at the wrong terminal, which is what happens when you're in a hurry. You don't think, and jet lag doesn't really make any of that any better. So I end up running like the better part of half of a mile to the other terminal. And Roshan was gone. I turned around, he's totally gone. So I get in there and I'm insecure. And like the plane I'm supposed to be on is literally leaving in 10 minutes. There's thousands of people in this like concourse. I have no idea where the security line is. I've never been to this airport before in my life. You know, everyone in India pretty much speaks English and is amazingly kind. But I didn't, you know, I have no idea what's going on. So I run up and I'm talking. I run up and like find this airport person. I was looking for like a Delta person. I couldn't find one. And I said, I'm in such a hurry. Like, is there any way you can take me to the customs place? And they're like, sure. So he walks me through and I'm thinking, okay, all I wanted is, where is the line? Where's the line? And he ends up like snaking me through all this stuff. And I'm starting to realize like, okay, I'm getting special treatment here. Just a random guy off the street telling you I'm in a hurry. And he ends up taking me straight to the customs desk and like waves at the guy. And I've like got my passport ready to go. And then they just open it. We go through this thing. We go through all these back sections of the Chennai airport. And we pop out of this little door right next to the gate. And he's like, you can get on the plane now. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, what am I supposed to like tip him, or was that legal? Or do I need a passport stamp? Will they even like let me into America without one? And I'm going through all this stuff and I'm asking him, and he doesn't really speak that much English. And he's just like, no, it's okay. And he put me on the plane and made it home, which was great. I gave him like 10,000 rupees, which I think was like a $200, $150 tip. I'm like, here, thank you. Like, I don't know what to tell you. And I'm leaving the country. I have nothing else to do with that. But so I love that. I wrote about that story in my book. I wrote a list in my book of rules that I think that everyone should follow when they're traveling. And the fourth one is just called Be Nice. And it says, seriously to everyone, it's effective as walking around handing out $20 bills to get what you want. Remember to smile. So I think that's a secret key to travel. I can't really claim any originality there. I was raised in the Southern United States. So I think part of it was cultural and a lot of my kind of Southern upbringing from my mom and dad. It's yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am to everybody. The first thing you do is stick out your hand and shake somebody's hand, no matter who they are. And that's kind of how you conduct yourself. And my mom and dad took us to stuff and took us on trips in different places. They never did the thing where we take the kids to Europe. We're very middle-class family. So we didn't really do stuff like that, but we had free flights. So we were allowed to go places as long as there was an empty seat. And they just exposed us to a lot at a very early age. And now that I'm seeing, I have no children of my own, but I see my kids raising children now, and they the inclination is to shelter and protect all the time. And I don't know if we were just running around in the 80s and 90s like wild children or what, or it was a more innocent time or what. But I mean, my mom and dad used to leave me at the gate with a red coat when I was 8 or 9 years old and put him on this plane. And that was normal for us. So I was basically taught to be incredibly nice, polite, and professional to strangers, I guess, at an early age.
Do you feel so much of that story is just sort of this unwarranted generosity of strangers who really don't have a ton of context to why you need something, but it is evident that you need something.
Right.
Has there been a time when you feel like someone has asked that of you and you haven't given it in return?
I was thinking a little bit about that when Tommy was on, as I heard you guys kind of talking about some of those things. I mean, the answer is by default, yes, for sure. I feel like, was it you or Tommy that was saying that, there's times in life, and I think it was Tommy, and you see something and you feel just compelled as a human. I think where I struggle sometimes is I don't quite know how to take action. I am absolutely the person that will pull over for somebody on the side of the road. And we did that the other day. I live out in the middle of nowhere. So if someone's broken down out here, they're probably actually in trouble. So I love doing stuff like that. And I find a lot of joy in helping other people. But there's for sure times when I've probably missed an opportunity because I didn't know how to act, whether it's, I don't know, people you encounter when you travel. I don't want to call, that are on hard times. I don't know if this has come up at all today, and I was just thinking about it, obviously because Tommy was on, but there was a story yesterday of Mark Cuban, owner of the Mavericks. I don't know if you saw that. Have you all discussed that at all today?
No.
Oh, it's a fascinating story. I mean, everyone has their own opinion on Mr. Cuban, but most people are entertained by him on Shark Tank. Obviously owns the Dallas Mavericks, and one of his former players, and I don't know his name off the top of my head right now, and I really don't want to get it wrong because these are professional athletes, who had a long history of issues in the league, basically has wound up as what appears to be a homeless person. And obviously used to play for Cuban, earned a lot of money in the NBA. Many people have tried to help him, the league, the Players Association, everyone's tried to help somebody like that was such a public figure. And then it makes you think, man, how do we do that for people that no one, knows about? But nonetheless, however he figured it out, Mr. Cuban convinced, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Someone put it in the comments, DeLaunt West. And the guy's my age. He's 32 years old, and he's on the street with a sign in Texas which is so kind of shocking to see as somebody that, you know, was driving a Lamborghini around making so much money. And Mark Cuban showed up at a gas station and picked him up, you know, with his mask on, dressed up in his Mavs hoodie like a regular guy, and just picked him up and I guess convinced him to give him some help. I feel like there's so many of those type of situations that you encounter when you travel. I'm not just talking about people on a street corner, but you know, you meet somebody or you see something and you think, oh man, if I was here longer, you know, I'd like to help that. I don't really quite know how. I think it can be hard when you're traveling. And it's one of the reasons I always encourage people to maybe take less overall trips and stay a lot longer, because it gives you time to act on things like that. So for sure, without a doubt, countless times where I just didn't know how to act or didn't know if I'd be helping or hurting. I think sometimes you don't want to interfere. And, you know, I'm like the type of person that, you know, is like, no, it's okay. I don't need any help. It's all right. And I think we're blind to other people's needs sometimes.
When we don't know if we're helping or hurting, can sometimes be a really big preventer, because we feel like there's a barrier of competence, and when we're well-intentioned but under-equipped, that almost always means we're not going to stop and help.
Yeah, because it's so easy to walk past, right? And to move on, or to think, oh, I guess that person is like going to fix it. You know, and sometimes you're right. And hopefully you go, okay. You know, we've all kind of like rolled up to help somebody and realized like, I'm probably not going to help this situation. But I am naturally inclined to want to do that. And I think, I believe all human beings are. So I think some people lose their way sometimes, but I think that's a reaction that people want to have, is to help others. And I'm sure every person that's come before me today has said that, but I think that's really important.
Where's the place that you've been so far, Daniel, that was most humbling in how different the human experience felt from your own?
Ooh, that's a great question. And I'm just trying to think. I mean, there's like the obvious answer. I spent a lot of time in Africa and like parts of South America that were, you know, I don't look at them and go, oh, I just feel so bad for the whole country, but that you run into situations in those places and you just realize, I think there's probably like two. I mean, anyone that's any American or any, you know, Western, I guess, cultural person that was raised in that kind of environment and then gets dropped in, you know, China, for example, to see that for the first time, and understand, like, first of all, how compact everything is and like what that quality of life is like. I don't know if you spent any time in like Shanghai or Beijing. You know, they're beautiful cities, incredible places, amazing people. But you look around and you're like, New York City is like a miniature version of this. Like the New York is like the Lego set for some of these cities. And you just try to like understand like what it must be like to live your life there. And, you know, some of these people have great jobs and they're participating in the economy, but, you know, you just try to imagine how vastly different that is. You know, I don't want to say than the rest of the world, because that would not be true. But then like how either one of us lives, or maybe anyone that has been on this today, it's such a different way of life. And it just makes you appreciate, it makes you appreciate where you come from. You know, it's a tough time in our country right now, in a number of categories. We're pretty much checking the box on every category. And a lot of those things to me are incredible. And a lot of those things are long overdue. And a lot of those things are really sad. And it's so easy to be sad this year, with things. I mean, from the stupid things, like I'm obsessed with the Tennessee Titans. I found out today, like however many of them have Corona, and you get sad because that's like the thing that doesn't matter in your life. But they, you know, you get excited about, to like actual real problems, that would just depress you to think about. And this year has been a tough one for a lot of those categories. But I think, you know, I'm like a lot of people have asked me, do you think people will travel again? after the pandemic. And I think, first of all, yes, of course, we have a natural desire, of curiosity. But people have these experiences when they travel, and these encounters and these random acts of kindness that are totally unplanned. And I think it's really subconscious, the reason people choose to go different places and do different things. I think their brain tells them, I'm going to see these 3 things, and it'll be really cool to say I did that. And then when they get back and they're thinking about the next trip, they're thinking, here's the 3 things I want to go see. But in reality, your mind had all these experiences that you probably didn't, you're not really like conscious of, but you have a good time because you encounter kind people that treat you that way. And I think that's why everybody wants to venture out and go to a place they've never been to before.
Variation on kindness. Daniel, it's time for the quick kindness questions.
Great.
But here we are again. A synonym, another word for kindness is blank.
Love.
The opposite of kindness is?
I don't know if this will count, but just quick judgment. That's a butchering of I need a better vocabulary word, but quick judgment.
Good. I like it. The kind of kindness the world needs is?
Extremely patient and loving. I think that would do us all a lot of good.
Daniel, we have a deep kindness challenge for you. I want you to think about someone in your life who has taught you about other cultures, someone who inspires you to travel consciously. Who has that person been for you? And then here's the prompt, if you can see it on the screen. Someone who's helped you travel or live your life more consciously. Here's the prompt.
Yeah. And this is probably as stereotypical as I can get, but it's for sure my dad. My dad is really sick right now with some late stage cancer, and he has been frankly kicking it right in the ass for a lot longer than anyone thought he would. And that is where all of my energy and inspiration comes from when you see somebody deal with something like that. And we're talking about the person that taught me, to live my life as a kind individual. So let's one day, let's travel to, where are we gonna go? Back to Buenos Aires together, which we haven't done a trip together in 10 years like that. I love how you travel with a desire to learn and meet random people, even when we probably shouldn't be. You are a light and an inspiration, and I look forward to a future adventure together. I love you, Dad. Thank you so much, Houston.
Thanks, Daniel. Treat to meet you, my friend. And this next
it's great to meet you. Thank you so much for doing this. And as always, let me know how I can help with anything going forward. And thank you for everyone that's watching.
Well, the next venue is in your backyard, so that's the way you've always
done. We can handle that.
Sending love to you, my friend.
Okay.
Talk again soon.
Bye, everyone.
Here he comes. Man, the myth, the well-dressed, blazered legend. Esteban, do we have some awards to give?
We got some awards to give. But first, I was thinking it's the afternoon. And some of you have been watching and commenting. And I thought, how wonderful if we were to take a deep breath. I'm wearing basketball shorts. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna take one breath in. And then on one, the breath out, we go, kindness. Oh no, I knocked over the book. Okay, here we go. My spiritual guru will join us on this one. Perfect. All right. Maybe stretch if you need a stretch. How are you guys doing? Stretch. Here we go. All right, let's switch it. It is time. Sweating the Avocados is a great band name. It is time. Get a little energy. We breathed, we relaxed. Energy. There's no quarantine haircut. This is it. This is the real me. Incredible. All right, everyone. This is so exciting. Let's do this. We got a couple hundred people here hanging out. Let's check in. Let's check in on the chat. Checking in the chat time. Let's do this. In the chat, let's see. One word you're feeling. I love it. Lindsay is one step ahead. She's like, you're gonna ask where we're from. Still in Monmouth. I went to University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Illinois guy. So let's write one word you're feeling in the chat right now. One word. Love it. Sunny, hopeful, hungry, inspired, recharged, chill, grateful, excited, inspired, hopeful, kind, grateful, warm, empowered. These are good words. A little hungry. Me too. A lot of people are saying hungry, and now I'm like, am I hungry? Inspired, hopeful, motivated. So good. So good. Awoke. Delighted. Okay. How about in the chat? Check in. Of the guests you've seen, what's one guest that you were like, holy smokes, they dropped some knowledge. That was beautiful. What's one guest that you have seen and been like, wow, look at them go? Southern Illinois, Saluki. Connie Lim. Yeah. Shelly was so good. Annika, Cornell, Tommy, Milk, Houston's mom. Yeah, Mama Craft, all of them, says Janet. So good. Christine Platt, so good. Dora, stop it. It's all the avocado. Cornell, Christine, so good. Okay, love it. Now we're gonna do, we've shared movie ideas. We've shared music ideas. Now, is there like a fun fact you think more people should know? You can think about this and we'll throw this in the chat. What are some fun facts that you go, I wish more people knew this? And we're just gonna all educate each other. Fun fact, it can be literally about anything. You can say, bees have middle names, but it should actually be a real fact. This show will remove cord grease from your, that's very helpful. Bungee jumping off the tallest year-round bridge in North America. That's crazy. Strawberries have more vitamin C than oranges. Kindness is contagious. That's what scuba means? Self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. Wow. There's two people that are so, well, one was pro strawberry. Strawberries have more vitamin C. Now strawberries aren't actual berries. And oranges, the first oranges actually weren't orange. These are a lot of fruit focused facts. But I love it. All right. I feel like we love our fruits. Listen, if it's a fruit fact, no, yeah. It needs to be more prominent. Is Houston, I think they're okay if I replace the book with the avocado. I feel like, yeah, that makes sense. Fruit focused facts. Okay, let's get to some amazing awards. Again, toilet paper, I keep reading these facts. They're too interesting. Strongest muscle in the body is the tongue? I don't know. Is that real? What about, I mean, maybe for me, I don't work out, but what for a human that actually builds muscle, I wonder what it is. All right, we've just got a few minutes. We're gonna get to the awards. Here we go. Again, kindness is not a competition, but these are awards. Totally unrelated. We're awarding someone related to kindness things, not a competition. No, but we're just so happy that people are involved. You are an integral part of this. Without this, it just is another Zoom chat with Houston talking to someone. So you are the reason why this is so, so wonderful. And the chat and the tweets and the social medias. I'm so young and hip. So the Facebooking and the Twittering, the Rokus, the Netflixing, I mean, all of that. I love it. The Kindles, that's what makes social media. Dora, very good question. Are you okay? You're right. You're right. Let's get to it. It's really hot. It's getting hot in LA. And I stay in character the whole time. So I've been wearing this while I'm walking around. Okay, here we go. Deep Kindness Gala, KCC. These are the awards, by the way. These are the Deep Kindness Gala, Kindness Conversational Conference Awards, a very fancy award to blank for powerfully kind contributions to the conversations in the Conversation Conference. Here we go. The first one is Stephanie. Stephanie, if you are here, accept this award. Feel free to also, when you win these awards, you can update your LinkedIn, really get it out there. Stephanie, you won an award for screen sharing the conference to others. Huh. Kindness is best when shared. Stephanie, good work, incredible work. The next award, here we go, is Mrs. Wason, W-A-S-S-O-N, Wason, having really awesome social images. Mrs. W, you in the house? You in the house? Macarena, how funny you write that you need one of those for your LinkedIn pages, because our KCC award winner, this is true, you can see it in the ink, is Macarena for encouragement, overall encouragement. This is true. So you can email deepkindness@characterstrong.com and you get an award, or you get a prize. You got an award. This is the award. There's an internal prize, and then there's also an external. Character Strong will send you some goodies. You did it! Yes, thanks to the Academy. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow. This is, that really was manifestation. Good point, David. She spoke it into existence. She's like, congrats to that person. Encouragement. You are encouraging while you won the encouragement award. Wow. Here we go. Our next award winner is Nick. Nick, are you in the house? Nick, you win an award for chat, and you've talked about your commitments to talking about these kindness principles with your family. Heck yes. Nick, if you're in the house, I'm sweating so much. All right, that's okay. We're going to keep going. Miss Simmons, you have been posting on Instagram, and it's been awesome. We've been digging it. And you had a throwback photo for Houston, little young Houston. Miss Simmons, if you are around, you have won an award. That's you, Ruth? Ruth, that's amazing. Congratulations, you're here. You did it. We couldn't have done it without you. You couldn't have won this award without you. Does that make sense? Hey, thanks for being so wonderful. Oh my God, it's Ruth. It's Ruth. Guys, it's Ruth. Ruth won. Guys. So email Ruth, email deepkindness@characterstrong.com and you get a prize. How cool. People know you. Oh my gosh, this is gonna, people will be like, oh my gosh, what was the prize in the room? And the last one, Gary Lemke. Gary. We got 5 minutes left. I'm just gonna say the word Gary over and over. Gary. I knew it. That was Bueller, and I knew it. Gary, you won. I'll stop saying your name. I wasn't gonna go the full 5 minutes. Gary, you've been on here. You have won an award. The notes, the Academy tells me that it was for being part of the marathon. I think you've been on here for a while, and we wanted to salute that. Appreciate you. This is very, very exciting. Also, there's a bunch of people looking who haven't claimed awards, like Oscar, Jerome, Catherine. Jackie Courts, Dora claimed. Dora's key. Dora's multiple. She's Meryl Streep of the chat right now. Dever, Amanda, Fabian, Lisa, Horstra. All these people have won awards. And if you don't claim them, I have to put them up all around my room. And I live with my fiance, and I don't know how much she'll like that. So email deepkindness@characterstrong.com to claim your prize also. Oh, the Catherine Award. Catherine. Oh my goodness. This is so good. This is why we do this. Houston goes, are you sure you need an awards gala? We could just play music. And I go, no, no, no. What if Catherine is here multiple times? We'll do the award. Okay, let's see. I'm sorry if I'm missing stuff on the chat. Catherine, are you, true or false? Are you the Catherine who asked your staff how you can do better for them? Something like that. We've heard rumors. Catherine, you asked your staff how you can, Catherine. It gives me great honor to award the latest award. Catherine, you have won a very fancy award. Email deepkindness@characterstrong.com. And your award was for asking questions to your staff, absorbing information and immediately putting it into action. You also spoke about how we can ask students the questions we aren't asking them. Absolutely. Absolutely. There is a lot of wonderful, wonderful information. Ask your staff, what question do you hope I ask you? How will your answer help me get to know what you need? That's so, so good. Right? That's everything. That's why we're here. There's so much wonderful, beautiful information. And information is incredible. Information is such a gift. It's such a power. But until we actually do something with that information, it just sort of sits there. So I love, and we're so inspired, we're giving out awards to the people who are immediately taking action. Dora, what's my synonym for kindness? Dora, maybe that's it. Maybe it is that, yeah, the synonym for kindness, I think, is this like intentional actions, right? Thoughtful actions. I think a lot of times we spend our time thinking a little bit too much about someone. Where's Houston? Oh, this is the rest 7 hours. I'm taking the back half, if that's okay, Nicole. I'm kidding. This is the awards gala. Houston is back in 1 minute. It's half awards gala and half me stalling. So only 4 more hours to go. David, that's an award winner. Hey, so the next time I see you, if you send us in that you pre-ordered the book or you have purchased the book at all, if you email that receipt to deepkindness@characterstrong.com, what I will do next time I see you in a mere 2 hours and 40 minutes is I will be writing a song with your name in it. So there's already a lot of names, but the song can be long. So you can order yours at deepkindness.com. Forward that receipt to deepkindness@characterstrong.com. And the next time we hang out, there will be very quick award ceremony and mostly song. You know, at the Oscars, they play the song. That's what's going to happen. Gary, if you order that at Amazon, just take a screenshot or forward whatever email to deepkindness@characterstrong.com if you want your name in the song. In Spanish, claro que sí. Va a ser bilingüe. That is it. I know people are in the chat. I'm so sorry. But I was going to blame it on the avocado. No, it's 3 p.m., which means the conference, which means the real conference has to begin, and which means I need to turn on the air conditioning. Dora, you can't pre-order. You know what? I feel like we can sneak your name in. Oh, what's that, buddy? Oh yeah, I need to go. So I think Houston is back. Or we can stall. We're back. Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for being a part of it, for contributing, for writing in the chat, for doing all the things. I'll see you in a few hours. There's 4 hours left. Already sad that it's almost over. A mere 4 hours. It's like a few of the Lord of the Rings movies. That is it. Congratulations. Congratulations to the winners.
Hi, Ella.
Hello. That was awesome. Esteban is the greatest.
Is he not wonderful and silly?
Oh, my
No one
heart.
better to fill time and space and celebrate people just really relentlessly than Esteban. I'm so happy to meet you.
I am so happy to meet you too. It's I'm like been waiting for today, and I'm all ready with my yellow to match your book.
I think you were pre-ready with this. Even before we knew of each other, yellow was in your world, your orbit. We got to know, before we jump into this, the question I've been asking persistently is, how do you love to describe yourself?
Wow, that's a good question. I would say sunshine, creativity, and a helper.
Sunshine, creativity, and a helper. Have you always identified with those three things, or did you grow into them?
I think sunshine I grew into, although interestingly enough, although yellow has been a part of my life only since in the past 12 years, it's been interesting talking to friends and family I knew growing up who said, oh my gosh, yes, that fits you completely. That's how we saw you when you were little. So it's kind of interesting. I think I didn't realize that I was already embodying sunshine before yellow took over my life. And I think as far as being a helper, I think it's something that I naturally do. I always want to help when I see something that I can help with. It's like I love to be able to bring that to other people. And then creativity is just fun. It's like just outside the box, whether it's thinking outside the box, creating something, artwork, or writing something. There's just brings so much magic and joy to me.
Do you feel like, or what comes to mind when I say the most creatively kind thing that you've either done or has happened to you?
I think I experience a lot of that every day through various people. I think I don't want to go all the way back in my life because there's so many things that I just can't pick out one. But during this time of lockdown where we've just been in this space, I would say that people creating art online, especially when they create something just for me and they don't necessarily share it with the world and they just share it with me, it's just beautiful. There's this one lady who just painted a painting and called it Good Day Sunshine, and she's sending it to me. And it's all yellow, and it brought tears to my eyes because she's an artist and she's just beautiful work. And I think that just embodies kindness there. She's putting her time and inspiration and thought into a piece of art that will go in my home forever.
What's the art that you think you offer the world? What do you give in return that is?
Yeah, I am really
metaphorically.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. It's definitely evolved over the years. I used to do a lot of crafting as a child and sewing, and then it kind of evolved into music. And now it's kind of coming back into the crafting and art world. I'm really excited. I don't know whether I told you, I'm just about to launch a little shop called Little Yellow Doors. And it's going to be all screen printed posters and greeting cards that I've shine a light on issues of the day, social justice, and bringing things to the forefront of our mind. So that's how I'm embodying it right now, is creating art for the world.
Do you have something that comes to mind that you feel like someone seeing it or purchasing it, that they would learn something about themselves in receiving it?
Houston, you're amazing. Seriously, it's like, it's just beautiful listening to your questions, and I just want to soak them up. I've been listening to them most of the day. One of the things that the reason I called my shop Little Yellow Doors is because when you open, all the envelopes are yellow. So when you open the envelope, when you send that card to somebody in the yellow envelope and they open that, it's like a little door into your mind, into your thoughts for that person that you sent the card to. And so I really want people to have that moment when they receive the card after purchasing it, where they're writing something that really means something about that person, something that gives the person they're sending it to a little insight into how they're thinking about that person. Because I love it. I've received greeting cards all my life, and I actually have in my closet, I have a whole section where I put my favorite ones that have special messages in on ring binders. And I just go through them, and it just brings me happiness because somebody was kind enough to take the time not only to send me a card, but write a note in it. And now forever, it will be with me. And it just brings me joy. So that's what I hope people will get out of receiving and sending my cards.
I love that you have a ring binder of inspiration literally in your closet. What is a comment that someone has shared with you that is an external comment on something that you need an internal reminder on? Did someone have like good insight, like they gave you something that you needed in the moment? Which one do you go to in a moment of insecurity or need?
I think, well, right now there's actually quite a lot of craziness going on in my life, just personally, just dealing with a lot of different things. And so one of the ones that I go back to is, and actually somebody just texted it to me today, in fact, but it's in a few of the cards, is people reminding me to take care of myself, to take that moment of kindness towards myself, because it's very easy to get caught up in everything else that's going on in life and everything else that needs to be done, and just remembering to take that moment. It's a bit like when I got to have that sneak peek of your book, which I'm like, I was just like, it's like gleaning that goodness from that. Even if I can only sit down for 10 minutes to read, enjoy that 10 minutes, like turn off and just go, okay, this is Ella's time. This is my time for me. And it may only be 10 minutes, but it's going to be the most glorious 10 minutes that I can possibly make it.
You were one of the few people I think we've had today who's, you got the book early enough and you read it and you sent this beautiful message to me. I'm so fascinated since it is like truly in the world today. What was the piece that, I don't know, changed your mind about something, or was a paradigm shift for you? As someone that obviously cares deeply about kindness and compassion in the world, is there something that felt new, interesting, worthwhile?
Yes, I think, I know it's right at the beginning of the book. I have read most of your book. It's like I'm one of these snippet readers. Like I love to kind of like go and get goodness from different parts of the book. Like I said to you, I love chapter 11. So everyone, when you get the book, read chapter 11. So I loved it. But I will say that first story that you shared about Helga, I think was her name, right? And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you were saying something that you were sort of feeling a bit burned out and you were very tired that day when you met her on the airplane, and all you wanted to do was just kind of decompress and just be like, it's like, I'm just going to, I don't want to talk to anyone. Everyone got my headphones on, leave me alone. And she was just like right there. She was like, nope, we're going to talk. And I think the thing that just really got me was, I think when we're living in this zone, it's very easy to feel like, okay, I have nothing more to give. That person, and you will find that inside of you. It's not that you go to complete burnout and you never take any time for yourself. Obviously, that's not what I'm saying, but just make sure that you listen to your heart and find within you in that depth. So that was beautiful. I hope I kind of embodied what I was trying to say, or what you were saying there.
Very much so. Ella, do you, I think one of the challenges that I've lived myself, and maybe you identify with it as someone that is a purveyor of positivity, someone who, self-proclaimed lives in sunshine. How do you hold in balance the negativity or the gray clouds? What is your way of honoring those things and seeing that as okay, or offering comfort to those, that sensation in others?
Yes, I love that you said that. I've been experiencing that a lot this year, as I'm sure many of us have. And there's actually a quote that I'm not sure exactly who originally said it. I'm going to look it up much on, but I make sure that I say it right. But it's basically, here it is. Sorry, just want to make sure I say it right. It says, even when it's raining, the sun is still there. And I love in the question that you asked, that you said, how do you honor those times, the rain? Because it's so easy to put the rain in the negative category and to put the storms in the negative category and only focus on the sun. And I know that with the messaging, with this actually says sunshine in balloons on my wall, and everything, that I think it was really important for me right from the beginning for my audience to know that my life isn't all sunshine. And in fact, a lot of it isn't sometimes. And I think for me, I honor those times and the rain by not allowing it to overcome me, by acknowledging it, being aware of it, but knowing that through all of that, through all the clouds, through all the rain, that the sun is still up there and it's still there for me, and we will get back together again. And so that for me just kind of really holds a place, what you're saying about how do you honor that time, because it's so easy to just try and race through it. But there are so many things to learn during the rain and during the storms. Like, for instance, the one that I'm going through right now, I'm learning that I need to just flow. I need to stop fighting and I just need to flow. And I need to just let, I need to use my knowledge and use what I know and what I've learned, but I need to stop fighting. And then there's other storms where you need to fight. So it's listening and learning what each storm cloud brings.
Would you say that there is something that you are fighting for right now that feels like you have a sense of sunshine on the far side of it, but maybe you're fighting towards that thing? What is something that you feel passionate about moving more towards sunshine?
Yeah. I will honestly say probably my shop. I mean, like, my shop is full of sunshine, and it will be. There's been things that have come up over the last couple of weeks that completely frame on it. And so it's kind of felt very stormy. But that's something that I am fighting for, is that I'm not letting it go. That's something that I'm not like, okay, well, let's just see where it goes. Like, I'm like, no, okay, we're adjusting these time frames. Probably I'm a book editor as well, so I'm sure that when you were writing your book, there's those times that you've experienced too, where it's like you're like the deadline and you're like, and it's like, then you just learn to adjust and you're still fighting for it and getting there on the other side. But I think just let the other things take over, and I haven't given space for the things that are important to me that I know I need in my life. And so then depression started and all of these other things. So yeah, so I think it's I'm fighting for what I am passionate about, which is bringing sunshine to the world through art.
What is a mantra or a quote, a nugget of wisdom you've heard that offers you a perspective of hope when you are struggling through stuff?
So it was a mantra that I use.
Yeah, do you have a personal one, or do you have some piece of wisdom or advice that was offered to you that helps you when you're in the midst of things feeling cloudy?
Yeah. I'm trying to find there's something, because it's like, for me, the one that I just said, even when it's raining, the sun is still there, is honestly something that I really do gravitate towards. That's been really kind of like my mantra and my quote that I've been really clinging on to. I think for me, I just remind myself that I am enough. That's the mantra that I use, is I am enough, and then I'll add on to it whatever I need to for that day. I think with social media and everything going on in the world, it's so easy to just feel like we have to be, doing everything and being everything. And I just say, I'm enough.
What did you add on today? Or what would you?
I added on today, yes, I love that you say that, because I did actually do that this morning. That's why I'm smiling, because I knew I was heading, I was like, my joy was heading towards this moment speaking with you. But there was so many other things in the morning, is that I am enough, and there will be joy at 3 p.m.
You felt joy heading towards this moment. I'm going to hold on to that today, of framing things in my life as I have joy heading to this person. I have joy heading to this experience. I think that's a sort of a mindful gratitude as we move from person to person or place to place. I love that. I'm glad you've arrived here. And you know what time it is, probably. It's the quick kindness questions time. You prepared?
It is. I'm prepared really fast. Why did you choose yellow for your book?
Oh, I originally wanted a very minimal design. And the original iteration was actually white with a very plain, clean heart on it. And it was the publisher, Tiller Preston and Simon & Schuster. They said they wanted it to be shelved differently, which is interesting in the context of our conversation. I think they wanted perhaps people to experience sunshine in looking at it. I think it is a unique, I hope it is a unique book in the sense that so often books around kindness almost exclusively focus on the sunshine. And in some ways you need to use that to draw people into the cloudier work. And so I think the other iteration would have felt a bit too mundane, which I believe the sort of kindness that we need in the world actually is quite a bit more boring, and in some capacity, right? Boring might not be the right word, but commonplace, pedestrian, everyday practice, disciplined. But we got to draw them in somehow with yellow and flowers.
I love it. And then you got the yellow bandana going too. So sorry, I know now we have to do like super quick kindness questions, but I really wanted to know, because I was like, that's kind of how we connected, with the yellow. So I love that.
It's true. I'm so glad we've been shelved next to each other now, thanks to the yellow. It's perfect.
Perfect.
All right, synonym for kindness. Another word for kindness is
empathy.
The opposite of kindness is
cruelty.
The kind of kindness the world needs is,
been waiting for this one, deep kindness.
Oh.
If I can't steal your title, of deep kindness, I'll go with genuine kindness.
I'll take both. We've got a deep kindness challenge for you. Think of someone who brings sunshine into your life. Of course. Let them know how much their present radiates positivity into your life and what that means to you. So here's the prompt. You can see it on the screen. Whoever brings sunshine into your life right now or over time, let's deliver them.
Oh, I know a great person. I've got 18 seconds to deliver it. Okay. Dear Connie, aka Clouds in Color, I appreciate the way that you see good in things. You remind me of kindness combined with power. Your perspective brings sunshine and rainbows into my life.
Connie, a rainbow deliverer alongside a ray of sunshine. Thank you, Ella.
Absolutely.
I have joy heading into our next conversation.
I have joy. I'm going to be listening to it. Thank you so much for inviting me today. So beautiful. Mwah.
Mwah.
Bye.
Sentir otra vez tu olor y ese gesto tan sutil me remueve y me dispara, me lleva lejos de aquí. Hoy tu voz me matará, no me hables nunca más.
Hello.
Hello. Did you play this specifically for Matt?
I pretty much play everything specifically for Matt.
Oh, that's true. Yes. Oh, what a song. What a song.
You all look good.
Thank you, sir.
Our side of an accomplishment. Amar, congratulations. What a beautiful gift.
Very much.
Shared with the world. Do you feel... Did my mom send you those? Well decorated. Thanks for bringing some yellow into the picture.
That's why I did it. I was like, we need more yellow.
Bandana too. Oh yeah, the bandana. Got your bandana. Amar's been rocking it nonstop.
Thanks, buddy.
I realized that bandanas are so much better than masks.
Yeah, I don't.
What a way to start. Very off topic, guys. But I'm just realizing this as I started using the deep kindness bandana, which actually gives you the superpowers to all of a sudden just be more, bright and kind out in the world. I've definitely noticed.
I have noticed. Yeah, when anytime you wear something that says kindness, it definitely, you have to be a little bit more kind. You wear discomfort stuff, which sort of requires you to constantly be uncomfortable. Different accountability. Okay, we don't have much time, y'all, and I want to get into the nitty-gritty. We talked.
Oh, congratulations, man! What a huge milestone. We've been, we've seen you start this journey and go through it, write the book, and it's been just amazing to finally see you sharing your message with the world at this scale. In a book, something that gives people access to your mind and your journey, and it's just so beautiful to watch people interacting with it. I'm personally waiting for the audiobook, but the lovely lady I'm dating, she finished reading it yesterday, and she's giving me the Spark Notes every night. Yeah. Up there, the audiobook. No, I'm saying up there, the audiobook was recorded.
Oh, no, this is true. I recorded the audiobook pretty much in 2 days in your all space, which I'm so grateful for. Amar, what is something that that the person you've been spending time with has offered you from the book that resonated with you? Like, has she said something like, hey, I want to focus on this, or this helped me? Was there something that you could translate for us?
Wow, what a way to just corner me in, just right off the start.
Should we? I think we can head out. I think Amar's.
No.
Amar's got it.
No.
You're doing great, man. Matt, you're right. Bandanas are better than
All right, take it away.
Let's see. Something that she shared that stuck with me. I think just recently, what's been most relevant to both our journeys is like the kindness towards oneself, in the middle of just like a lot happening. So that's been the topic of a lot of our conversations. It's like the parts that are about how do you treat yourself, so that's how you show up in the world, or how the way you treat yourself is a reflection for just how you genuinely show up in the world. And that's that's been some of the things that we're just getting deeper about.
I feel like the three of you think through that conversation often, and your exercises in self-care all look really different. Matt, what have you learned from Amar in terms of self-love?
I think the question should be reversed. It's like that's
no, not at all. I think Amar, it's interesting. I was talking to a friend about this. Both Thomas and Amar actually do this, and I didn't used to do it, but I'm trying to do it more, where they like really take time to not do necessarily the convenient thing for themselves. As in, like, if they're going to a restaurant, or like if we're traveling to a place, like these guys will want to visit like as good of a restaurant as we can get, or as good of a local food as we can get. And I'm always the guy that's like, let's just eat and keep going. Like, I just want the convenient thing. And I didn't realize for a long time that was that's like a form of self-care, like to go out of your way to do a thing that's like a little more tasty or a little more comforting, or even for like Amar, when it comes to like interior design, like making your space feel like a true home with like the amenities that requires. So now see, like flowers. Now we have flowers in the S house, you know?
That was
Amy. And that was Amy, yeah. But I think that's so important. I think a lot of people just, you know, sacrifice self-care for convenience, and it's actually truly, it makes such a huge difference when you invest time and money into things that are like even small and special to you.
It's another way of Matt saying that Thomas and I are expensive dates.
That's also what I'm saying. Yeah.
That's true. Thomas, have you found yourself recently in a moment of intentional inconvenience where you knew that you were being inconvenienced, but you were on the far side of that, you were offering kindness to someone?
It's actually funny, a couple of weeks ago, and it actually changed. Yeah, good job. A couple of weeks ago, it actually kind of pivoted my day. I had it was pretty stressful, like a million things to do. It was like back to back to back things. And then this subscriber came to the S house and was waiting outside. And usually we try not to like have conversations or take photos because we don't want to incentivize people to come. But this guy was here and he was so excited, and he'd come kind of a long way to come talk to me. And he had the school project. And he had to talk to, basically the school project was to try to reach somebody in entertainment and just have like a short exchange. And he wanted to get my email and do a bunch of exchanges. And I was like, what if you just interview me right now? And he's like, what? And we sat down, we went around the corner and sat down on a bench and talked for like 20 minutes. And actually, he was a really smart kid. And actually a lot of the things he brought to me were really interesting. And he clearly like understood the creator space and the YouTube space in a way that I hadn't even fully thought about. And so I kind of, in that moment, I was like, I have so much stuff to do today. Like, I can't like help this kid with his school project, but like pretty much immediately, like it transformed the rest of my day. Like I was in kind of like an antsy mood, and going out of my way to help this student actually kind of shifted my perspective. I was like, oh, okay, I've been like focusing too much on the little small annoyances that have like, you know, taken me throughout the day, instead of just looking up and seeing like, oh, you know, there's plenty of goodness to do, and just sometimes being kind can actually be a much more rewarding experience than you even realize.
You said,
what was it? What?
It's just something I was reflecting on the way here as I was prepping for the call, and like how deep kindness is such an integral part of the origin story of Yes Theory, because before there was any intention of like ever working together or doing anything, it's just based on that one night that I met Thomas at a party in Montreal 5 years ago. He offered me, he knew that there was a gap of time where I wouldn't have an apartment because I was like leaving Montreal, moving to New York, and he just offered me his cash. And that wasn't necessarily a part of an exchange for anything at that point yet, but it was just like out of his deep kindness to make space and to have me come like join him and Matt as they were prepping for Project 30 at the beginning. And I was just thinking how that was, I mean, that's the reason Yes Theory exists. And that's why it was also so important for us, for kindness to continue being a cornerstone and the things that we do and then the message that we're trying to put out through our interactions with strangers, or even the way we show how we can be kind to each other, to ourselves, and to the world. So yeah, that's just a random reflection.
It was also kind of the first, when we started Yes Theory, it wasn't just about doing the 30 things. It was about actually living true to that across the whole time, right? And I was like very protective of my space. Like I wouldn't let someone that I haven't met just come in and take over the couch. And I had roommates too. So it was like a moment where I was like, I'm consciously getting out of my comfort zone by allowing this guy to be on my couch. And the assumption that I'm testing right now is that if I get out of my comfort zone, like unexpected things will happen. And it was like the firmest like moment of that happening, and meeting you as well, and like actually reconnecting, where I was like trying to make money being a DJ, something you and I talked about last week. And I walked into the bar that Matt was working at, and I didn't get the gig, but I met Matt. And it was like those things just kind of come together in a way when you combine that cocktail of kindness and getting out of your way to be kind, or to meet people, or to start conversations that you're not usually used to, or maybe putting yourself in situations that are like slightly uncomfortable. And as you say, deep kindness is not easy, right? It's not always convenient, but it's always the most rewarding. It's not the surface level stuff that actually cuts deep and brings you together. It's the things that are inconvenient that make the biggest difference.
I've sat in on some of these conversations around like the cornerstones of your work and how you want to continue to like steward a message that feels clear and honest and in alignment with what you want to be about. And I think some of those conversations are born from moments where you felt out of alignment. So for any of you guys, is there a time where you feel like kindness hasn't been a part of the equation, where you've strayed from that in some capacity, whether that's through the lens of Yes Theory or your own life recently? In alignment with what you want to be about.
I'm not sure I fully understood the question.
Like, was there any time that you didn't feel like you had the capacity to be kind? Is that the question?
If kindness is a cornerstone of Yes Theory, has there been a time where you guys felt like you had to realign to that cornerstone because what you were creating, or even the way that you were being or living, no longer felt kind?
I would say not in our work, but actually I would say we took away sometimes from our kindness towards ourselves, so that we never lose that touch in our work and our commitment towards it, and towards putting it out even more. So I'd say like, no, in Yes Theory, we're always super cognizant of it, but sometimes we just tend to look over it when it comes to our kindness towards ourselves. And that's manifested in like different points in time where we each realized that, we needed to take better care of ourselves. And for me personally, it's like exercising and moving my body. And for Thomas, it was more mindfulness and meditation. For Matt, it was just like the combo of everything. Matt always was the lead, and, being on to these habits that, allowed us to see someone else doing and taking care of themselves, being kind towards themselves, and for us to kind of adopt all that. So yeah, that was a very long way to answer your question.
But I feel like what you're touching on is like, it's something that kept coming up when we recorded our podcast, is that we forget that we forget, right? And I think the practice of self-care and growth is the constant like reminder, it's like this thing that's always pivoting a little bit in the wrong direction, and you just gotta like, oh, I gotta come back. And it's like always a little bit like this, and sometimes when you neglect it for too long, it takes a little bit longer to come back to center. But it's kindness is one of those things that like, and then you do it, and then you forget a little bit, and then you got to come back. And it's one of those things like, it's a practice, right? It's coming back. It's like meditation.
Do you mention in the book that the word, I think, because Amy mentioned it to me, she said, doesn't the word human in Arabic means to forget? I think that's in the book, right? It must be.
Yeah.
So yeah, in Arabic, which is my mother tongue, the word human is insan, which comes from
what?
Insane.
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 Insane. E-I-N-S-A-N, insane.
Oh, that's just the pronunciation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's like, is that an American?
No, that's how you say it in Arabic.
And nisyan is the verb, which means to forget. So literally the most inherent characteristic for a human being in the Arabic language is that we are people who forget. We are like a species that forgets. And I guess it's in the process of the learning and the relearning is where we discover life and discover our truth and how we want to go about living life. So it's yeah, I very much.
No, you made your point.
I very much.
I thought you were like.
No. I very much connect with that point. And as Thomas said, it was truly the number one thing. Like my main takeaway from the S3 podcast, and it was recorded during a time where I was feeling very, very down, like barely wanted to be there for the conversations. And the constant conclusion is that, oh my God, I just forget that I forget, and I get mad that I forget, even though it's the most inherent characteristic of my being. So something that I'm starting to be better at dealing with.
I think one of the gifts of what y'all do is I think there's inherent discomfort in the remembering process, because just about any time you remember any of this stuff, you're probably reminded, as Thomas puts it, there's like this, you're almost always reminded of the out of alignmentness, which is an uncomfortable sort of self admission that you have choices with, right? You can either say, oh, that's kind of a bummer, or I'm too busy for that, or I can push myself into realignment. Amar, it feels like, I suppose this is for any of you, the process of remembering, you know, what you shared yesterday with your videos, a lot about like identity and how you become sort of who you are. What would be maybe even one sentence for each of you that you would share about like who you feel you've arrived at right now?
Wow.
A free child. Striving to be a free child, striving to always access that place of uninhibited, unconstricted state of being, a state of connection to who I truly am.
I don't know if I have a sentence, to be honest. I don't know if I've gotten there yet.
Surfer dude.
Yeah, that's my life right there.
No, something like stillness, probably.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I guess my goal is practicing trying to be mindful and present as much as possible. I very easily drift into anxiety of the future. So just something along those lines, I would say. Something around just practicing that. And just, that's another reminder that's always necessary. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I think I've actually I've loved Amar's free child. A lot of people, when the video came out, were confused as to what that meant, which I thought was interesting, because when we talk about it, it feels like it's that's such an access. Yeah, it's a state of like play and uninhibited joy. And I think everybody wants that ultimately. Like that's what we're all striving for. It's just to play and connect. So more and more, even with Yes Theory, like I think for a while we were going on adventures and everything, but there was also like a pressure to build and a pressure to grow and all that. And I think now we've reached more of a place of like really trying to have a lot of fun and really trying to get back to play and to connecting and to making sure that that's the priority. So yeah, I think we're more and more in that space. You know, what about you? What would you say how would you define yourself in that, in a sentence?
Someone who, through repetition and reflection, has arrived at a state of genuine compassion. I don't think that's where I presently am, but it is the thing that I am reminded to be most frequently, is to be in generous, in a state of generosity at all time would be the aim, whether that's generosity of spirit or play or listening or creation. yeah, I think some of the conversations we've shared almost always leads back to freedom, which I think is sort of the inherent message to seeking discomfort, is that when we seek discomfort, what we discover on the far side of it is a freedom from fear. Like that uninhibited life is way more abundant than the one constricted by everything that culture lays on top of us.
Love that. Also, must say that what you said about your identity rings true for us as well. Like when we see you, whenever we talk about you to any friends or anybody, we're like, Houston is the ultimate example of practicing what he preaches. Like you write about kindness, and a lot of people write about certain topics and don't necessarily follow it up in real life, but you are literally like a living, breathing example of what you write about. So I think the fact that like that's what makes this book so special, is that it's written by you. You know, like you are. I mean, I've texted. We've talked about this so many times, but you're just a gem, dude.
And totally, and it's not like you were sitting around trying to think of a book to write. It's like you've been doing this for 10 years. And you're like, oh, maybe I should write a book about it, which is way more meaningful than the other way around. So what you're saying is I totally agree with that.
I didn't write. I had this ghost written just in case you.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone else did this for me, but I'm a good friend.
That would be an exposed video on S3 Plus. Make sure you subscribe.
Exposing Houston.
I have a quick kindness question for you. We'll go one at a time. Matt, a synonym, another word for kindness is blank.
Another word for kindness is I'd say self-care.
Thomas, the opposite of kindness is blank.
Cruelty, maybe?
Amar, the kind of kindness the world needs is?
The one towards oneself and the planet.
What was it?
The one towards oneself and the planet.
Here's your deep kindness challenge, if you're ready for it. Who is someone in your life who has inspired you to seek discomfort? Who has helped you say yes to a meaningful life? I'm going to put up a prompt if you can see it on the screen. Maybe you can think of, maybe someone comes to mind in common, or one of you chooses whoever wants to share first.
I'm going to use this opportunity. I'm going to use this opportunity to shout out somebody that never gets a shout out from us. His name's Tom, and he is a very, very private person. So I'm not going to say his last name, but he's been kind of this, like a godsend for us, this mentor behind the scenes, like a guardian angel for us. And so he, for us, he's pushed us to really think in terms of who we are and what we represent and what we want to bring to the world. So for us, he's just such a role model and such an example of like really just putting, like so many times we've asked him, is like, Tom, why are you doing this? Like, you're not getting anything out of this. And he expresses that it's just out of love. So for us, we want to pay that forward as we continue building S Theory, and it really comes from people like Tom.
I love it. Thank you all. Thank you guys for being the free children you are, the surfer dudes that you are, and the creators of so many spaces and opportunities for people to live into more free lives. It's good stuff you all do, and I love you, and I'll see you later.
We love you too.
Love you, Houston. And BC, go get him, baby. BC's next.
Oh, he's got big shoes to fill.
He's actually, oh wow, who is next? I'm actually super pumped about this. It is Kalina Zanders, who I just heard recently, an incredible musician, a powerhouse, an activist. How are you, Kalina?
I'm good. I'm wonderful. How are you?
Well, we're hanging in there today. I'm sweating.
You're sweating?
But I'm passionate. So, you know that passion sweat. It's good stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. I love a good passion sweat. I had a couple of those this morning.
Good.
Hiking.
Really? Did you arrive somewhere that you meant to?
Yes, I did.
Good.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not quite sure at this point in the day, but I imagine you saw something worthwhile, or maybe you thought of something.
I did. I saw a baby deer.
What? Where are you hiking?
Yeah. I was hiking at Griffith Park in LA, and honestly, that baby deer, like it felt like it was like a sign. It felt like it was a sign of like everything's gonna be okay. Oddly.
It's a Patronus from Harry Potter. You're in the right place at the right time.
Yeah. So that's what I saw, and I meant to see a sign of happiness and a breakthrough, and that was it.
Kalina, what's your favorite way to describe yourself? There's some things you would say about you.
Well, I like to say that I'm like 12 people mixed in one, kind of like a tornado or like a Tasmanian devil. Yeah, because I do a lot of things at one time, and I'm not really sure how they get finished, but they do somehow. And so I just feel like it's just like I'm just like, woo! I have a lot of energy, and I'm usually very like hyper, and so I feel like I'm like a vortex of 12 people.
Which one of those 12 people feels like has been coming forward most often recently?
Oh, a really honest and open and emotional, vulnerable one. Yeah, I think that's the one that's coming through the most. I think the state of the world is kind of, or definitely put me in some more honest spaces, and yeah, so I'm trying to work through that emotionally. And not just cover up and like harden, but I think it's just mostly just kind of allowing to feel it and allow it to like work through my art. And I think that's for me really important at this time, because I think I've just been bulldozing through life and in the past like year, and so now I think it's time for me to emotionally connect, and I've been doing a lot of that.
Clint, I know this was touch and go based on how you felt. One of the ways you process those emotions is through music. Do we get to hear you sing today, or are we talking about you singing today?
Yeah, I can sing like a little something.
Yeah.
But right now?
I think so. I think it'll set. If you're feeling those feelings, you saw the deer. It feels like it's the perfect Tasmanian devil storm or something. Maybe you sing a little bit, and we drop back in and talk about it.
Okay, I'll stand up.
Okay.
Here we go. Now I'm standing up. Okay. I've been chasing a road to glory, driven since I was a child. Sweat and tears fall to push me forward. Pride and fear fuel the fire. They tell you life is a game, but it ain't a game to me. The lights are calling my name. Yeah, I got the energy to put it all on the line. I'm feeling larger than life. If you knock me down, I'll get up again. I'll get up again. Born unstoppable. I'll get up again. Now I'm stronger than I ever been. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, someone said, "Can I wake up to this every morning, please?" The answer, awesome. Of course, yes. Well, I've had a chance to listen to just small pieces of your music, thanks to a new friend of my life, Travis. And you have so many. If the thing that's coming through most frequently for you is that honest emotion, that raw vulnerability, seems like such a channel for you to do that. What is something that you need to use your voice for right now? What is something that you're feeling passionate about being honest with?
I honestly, more so than ever, and it's interesting that you said I'm an activist. I think I've most recently become an activist, and it's mostly just speaking up as a Black person, which I don't think I've ever really done too much of, just because I'm in music, and I sometimes like to be just kind and nice to everybody and try to get along. I don't usually like to rock the boat or anything, but in that honesty, I've discovered like I need to be talking and speaking as a Black person, you know, within all of what's happening. So, you know, I think that's the part where I feel like I'm using my, or trying to use my voice. And I'm even learning so much about even my own culture, which is, you know, which is interesting to say. I don't know everything at all. And I'm not gonna like suddenly start becoming self-righteous just because of, you know, I'm Black, but I mean, I definitely feel like I have some things to say and some oppression that I felt with even in my own like industry that I didn't even know I was feeling really. So yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I pull all those emotions at the forefront and talk about them. And some of my upcoming songs are about like the state of the world and, you know, and just like my feelings about police brutality and things like that. But stuff that I've gone through that I think I've really like suppressed and just kind of like, you know, I live in LA, I live in a nice place, and it's, you know, I have 2 cats and everything is always yay, you know, I'm hiking and there's like dinners and there's lunches and, you know, just like everything I think sometimes just gets washed over your head until you're actually faced with issues. And that's what I am. I'm faced with issues that I need to deal with. So
how do you think people who don't have to be faced with issues, how do we best call them into kindness right now?
Oof. My biggest thing, or from what I just took away from that, is that I think people need to listen, and not just listen and just yes people, but like really take in like the sentences and the feelings of what people are experiencing. And I think it starts there. I think learning how to let go of your defenses, because someone's experience isn't necessarily an attack to someone else. It's just an experience that they've been going through in their life. And if we learn how to listen and empathize with people, I think that's the first step. And then beyond that, it would be, how do I help? You know, asking those questions. And that's just with anything. I mean, with any interaction with humans, it's just that basic thing that needs to happen.
Yeah, basic but complicated. You know, it's like
yeah, super complicated, because you know we're hearing through our filters of whatever we experience in life. So it could be wild.
That's a nice frame. We're hearing through our filters.
Mm-hmm.
What's the filter that you think you hear through right now that makes kindness for you hard towards certain experiences or certain people?
Wow. You know what? I kind of intuitively knew that you would ask this question, and I prepared myself in my heart to like say this. I don't know why, but like I was just like, he's gonna ask me this. So lately I've been challenged with people like needing too much stuff from me, or it could be how I've been relating to the world, and then people think I'm that person, you know? So I've been trying to like take more time like for myself and try not to become hardened and closed off, because I have to realize that people don't necessarily know that 500 people are, you know, I'm just using an exaggeration, but that this many amount of people are hitting me up at one time asking me for the one thing. Do you know what I mean? So like I have to remember not to respond like leave me alone in a way. Like not, I don't say those words, but you know, like closed off. I have to be like, take every situation with like, okay, they don't understand. Maybe I can provide some why. Maybe I can take some time to, you know, maybe I take an hour or 2 hours to like, you know, take a walk or drink some water, just like things I need to learn how to give back to myself just as much as I am put out, you know? So I'm literally just like going through this whole thing like in the last 2 weeks. So I'm still figuring out how to balance people and then my energy.
What are the requests that come in for you that feel most in alignment with what you want to give the world? what would someone request of you that you're like, yes, I want to give that wholeheartedly?
When honestly, when there are messages, even such as yours, like when Travis mentioned this to me, I was like, yeah, I want to do it, because it's not about any like music business, it's about kindness. And I also was hoping to find out something too, you know what I mean? And I like to in music, I respond to messages that I think are for the world, or that I think would help people, or I think that are healing. So that's actually the core of who I am, is I want to help. So I think that, I don't know, I think that's it.
Yeah, it becomes hard to parse sometimes because
yeah,
everyone needs their own version of help. And so
yes,
yeah, alignment with the ability to help.
Yeah, that's, everyone needs help. And a lot of people think I'm very strong. I mean, I am strong, but I also have moments where I just can't even function, so I appreciate when people reach out to me for things like that too. And they're like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, I'm good, but but I'm crazy. Like, it's just, yeah.
These 12 emojis, that's how I'm doing. These 12 people at once.
Like, yeah, literally emojis for days.
Do you say you want, part of your reason for showing up today is because you wanted to find something or learn something or hear something? Do you have a sense of what you're seeking? Do you have a question on your heart as it relates to kindness?
Well, yeah, I mean, like, well, first of all, what does kindness mean to you? Because I think I have a general idea of it. And also, how do you give more kindness, and how do you receive kindness? That type of thing.
Oh, okay. A couple of basic.
Just a couple of basic questions.
Yeah. How do you do the whole thing?
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest challenges in our world right now is that the world is looking for a certain kind of help. And a lot of the things that people need help with are pretty complicated and challenging. And I think our world associates kindness more with the transactional, fluffy, surface level cotton candy things. At least that's what the media pays attention to.
Mm-hmm.
And what we give our attention to is what amplifies, and what amplifies in our culture is how we, I think, start to define those things and really live with them. And so, first of all, how do I think about kindness? I think about kindness as this disciplined pursuit towards something that's going to require me to listen. It's going to require me to sacrifice of something. Maybe it's my time, my energy, my effort, my pride, my ego, comfort. And it's going to need to be something that I find some way to do consistently over time. And I think in listening to you share, one of the big paradigm shifts for me, I quote this all the time because I find it to be empirically fascinating. Brene Brown, who has written a ton of books, she says the most compassionate people are the most boundaried, which means they've learned to say no to a lot of things in order for their yeses to be rich and authentic and real. Meaning their kindness, when they give it, is truly abundant versus feeling a sense of resentment, which a lot of us do, about like, I've signed up for this thing, even though I don't really want to do it. And then I show up disingenuously, which is that actual kindness or is it obligation?
Yeah, that happens to me sometimes.
Yeah, I think it happens to anyone who's passionate about helping in any capacity, is we get wrapped up in feeling like we have to help everything, when in reality, we don't have the bandwidth for it. And our abilities don't always meet the circumstances.
Totally.
Kina, what is something that you feel like you've recently drawn a boundary with that has helped you maybe be more kind on the far side of it?
Well, I drew a boundary with a person that I realized wasn't for me. If that's kind of that, but that provided a lot of clarity and a lot of like freeing up of like, freeing up of like mental space, just kind of like how you cleanse out your computer, you know what I mean? And I think that honestly, I feel this week has been very powerful, and I'm not even really thinking about the situation before at all. I'm just like, that needed to leave, and I feel great, you know? Yeah. So yeah.
Like that. You like defragged your life back in the day when you didn't have any computers. You like had to go through this process of like clearing the cache, clearing the cookies to make space for things to run faster.
Yeah. So that's cleaning up, you know, people's space.
People's space. That's good. It's good. We all need, and I think it is a reminder that that is an action of kindness for them and for ourselves, right? To release them from a toxic is too strong of a word in a lot of these situations, but a relationship that isn't actively serving both people is one that we get to give each other permission to walk away from, to give us both more space to free that up. Kalina, this is the quick kindness question round, if you're prepared for it.
Okay.
I have a few questions. The first one is, what is another word for kindness in your mind?
Gifts.
The opposite of kindness is?
Pain. I don't know why I think of pain, but it makes me think of pain for some reason.
The kind of kindness the world needs is?
Love. I feel like a little kid in kindergarten. My love. Pain.
Is good. Sometimes it's the basic stuff, as we've talked about, is the most complicated. Kalina, I have a deep kindness challenge for you. This is first, think about a song that challenges you to be a better person. I love your music because it's sort of this impassioned thing that challenges us both in sort of its beauty, but also in its message. So I want you to think about an artist who has done that for you. And then I have this prompt for you that you can fill in the blank. So dear blank, whatever that person's name is or their artist name, and maybe even have a name of like this, like the lyrics for this song make me feel blank. Let's give it a try.
Okay. Dear Joy Olorok, it's hard to say her last name. It's Olodokan, like that. She has this, the lyrics for Who Do I Turn To make me feel great empathy and I feel heard. Your art matters, and I want to thank you for being invulnerable.
It's such a joy to hear you share your voice, to know that for whatever reason you're in the right place. You got deer coming into your life. You're drawing boundaries. You are on. You're nearing that sort of bounty and a fresh perspective that's going to allow you to live an even more kind life. And we can't wait for some of that new music to come out.
Yeah,
I'm charge us all with more kindness.
Yes, thank you. This was really great. Really.
Thank you, Kalina. Have a great day.
You as well. Bye, everyone.
Up next, we got Kayin in the building, and I cannot tell you how excited I am. Kayin, you here?
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I am about as good as you look.
Wow, well, thank you, darling.
You seem wonderful. You got a nice, like, very natural light on your face. You have a light coming from inside of you. It's so good to meet you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet. I absolutely adore your eyebrows. They are wonderful.
Thank you. I got them from my dad. Yeah, they've been passed down thoughtfully.
Love that. Love that.
One of the things I've been asking people as they show up is, would you share with us your favorite way to describe yourself?
I think my favorite way to describe myself is, I would like to say resilient. I think that's the best way.
What is that born from, you think? Where does that come from for you?
I think that is born from being a minority. I think that is born from being a young entrepreneur that has always known exactly who I am and who I desire to be in my life, and never allowing anyone to tell me who to be, and always having to step out on faith for my own dreams and aspirations, and learning that sometimes this world will try to knock you down, but you have to just come back 10 times harder. So I think that's where that resiliency comes from.
Okay, when that clarity of identity, I work a lot with young people, and that is something that they wrestle with. There's a whole process there, and it feels like there's so many inputs. When do you feel like you had, at what point did you feel like I have deep clarity around this thing about who I am?
I think it was something that I just always understood. It's kind of hard to explain. I think it was growing up, I was never the one to fall into peer pressure. Like, if there was something that I didn't want to do, I didn't do it. And if there was something that other people did that made me uncomfortable, I always trusted my intuition and the way that I felt inside, and just trusted my instincts to be like, that's not for me. And just because it's not for me does not mean that it's not for them, but I don't have to, agree with that or participate in that because it doesn't make me happy. I think I've always operated in a space of, does it bring me joy? Does it make me happy? Does it make me feel whole? If it does not, then it is not welcomed in this space at a very young age. And that could be just because my mother she had me when she was 35, and so she was a lot older. And I also just had a very old soul. I was like, I never wanted to hang out with the kids. I wanted to hang out with the adults, So I think that's kind of just how I operated in general.
You think, does your mom, your mother have a clear sense of who she is? Is that like a clear identity that you look up to?
Absolutely. Absolutely. My mother is a very, very strong woman, and she was very much not wavering. Like, it was just like, this is who she is, and she's not going to change. So I think that probably rubbed off on me as well.
Was there something that she talked about, taught you, role modeled when it came to kindness or generosity?
I think definitely there was always this understanding. I think this stretches beyond my mother. I think this even starts from being in school. I think I always operated in the space of, you get what you put out. If you put out, if you put out kindness, that will come back to you. Now, it may not come back to you all the time. You'll definitely have your times when you be like, well, you were being really mean. I don't know why this person treated me that way, but I think that you can, as long as you always stay true to your kindness. I am a firm believer that as long as you remain kind and you remain the person that is the right person to be, everything else in your life will work out. I am a strong believer in karma. So I believe that if people want to be mean and nasty, then they are going to be met with mean and nasty. And I don't want no mean and nasty. So I'm not going to give you mean and nasty.
I feel like so many people, it's one of the challenges of our world is some people would say we want a more kind world, but there are these barriers that prevent us from acting in alignment with what we want to be. And we all have those gaps. We all have those blind spots. What is it for you that you feel like, what is the circumstance or the feeling or the fear that causes you in moments to not be as kind as you'd like to be?
Ooh, that's a good question too. I think I want to make sure that we give like everybody a little bit of credit. Like, in reality, we are going to have bad days. We are going to have generational trauma. We are going to have childhood trauma that will affect our behavior and how we operate on days. And sometimes I also understand that a lot of times when I am met with unkindness, it's not actually having anything to do with me, but it's actually understanding that there is something that that person may be going through and that have experienced that they don't understand, that they are just projecting onto me, because most of the times if I'm ever met with any type of attitude or unkindness from somebody, usually my first thing is, I don't know what you're going through, but I wish you nothing but healing. And I hope that you get to a better place, because the way that you are treating me right now, I know you are better than that. you know? And so I think I have to be very self-aware with myself to know that if I am having a bad day or if I'm not in a good place of mind, then I need to actually distance myself from the world and from people so that I don't end up projecting my own drama and trauma and issues onto them.
What a generous way to hold people is that I think so many of us have a hard time separating our experience from people's story, right? And understanding that so often the cruelty given to us is actually an offer, or in some ways a cry for help for us to show up in their life with grace or goodness or generosity.
Right.
What is something that you feel like you need lately? If you were to ask for help from people right now, what would that help look like? What would be most of service to you from the outside in?
I think it would probably be company that isn't work related. I think during this pandemic, I've just realized that I work a lot and I enjoy working. But when it comes to my interpersonal life, I think I don't put as much work into that, you know? And so I think I am working on cultivating my friendships, you know, and making sure that my friends feel supported and feel that I am here for them and that I will be a support to them and that they can be a support to me as well. You know, I think that is definitely my focus right now is just very much finding a balance in between the two. So I think right now what I need is some company.
When you're in that company, Kaylin, what feels like the that's a funny entrance. Kaylin, what feels like kindness in that company? Like, what is a dear friend, an honest friend in your life? What do they give to you that makes you feel seen, belonging, safe, hopeful, loved?
I think being listened to without judgment, understanding sometimes I don't need advice. Most of the time, I've already figured out what I need and what I should do. I'm only talking to you so that you can confirm it for me or that it makes more sense to me as I speak it. Because usually when you start to talk about things, you know, that's the purpose to reveal different truths to yourself about the situation, you know? And so I think what I need also from my friends are to hold me accountable. Hold me accountable when I'm not being kind. Hold me accountable for when I am acting out of trauma. Hold me accountable when I am not performing as my best self, because sometimes I can be blinded by my own situation and my own present being that I can't see it, you know?
Has someone given you that gift recently of accountability?
Oh yeah, my friend Tori is always the one to tell me when I'm in the wrong.
What does that look like for you recently? What has out of alignment been for you? I know recently you've been sharing a lot about the reimagination of who you are, the sharing of who you are more deeply, more authentically. So what does it look like in your disingenuous self? If I were to look for that in Kaylin, like if I were to hold you accountable, what am I looking for in the way you act?
Well, I think the biggest thing I think about is that like I recently like actually started actively dating. And that's like not something that I do. Like I just like work all the time and like don't really focus on that. And so with dating, if there's ever been times that I'm frustrated, also I'm an only child. So, you know, like I'm very much like, it's all about Kaylin, like, you know, that's all that I know. And so I have definitely used Tori as the person to be like, okay, girl, was I overreacting? Am I acting crazy? Am I, over exaggerating this experience that I'm having? So I think that's what it is. It's like helping me when I step into places that are uncomfortable for me or unknown, making sure that you help me navigate that, especially if that's something that you have a little bit more experience in. I think I'm very good at my friends. It's like they come to me for career advice, and I can do that. But when it comes to relating to people and dating and stuff like that, I'm not the person to come to,
What is it about excited to hear that you're dating. Kaylin, congratulations. I hope something comes together. People in the chat say, get it, Kaylin, with dating. Woo. I want to know, in these more interpersonal conversations that you're sharing with people like Tori, what's a conversation about kindness that you think the world needs to have right now?
I think it doesn't do us enough to just say be kind. I think we have to examine, well, I think personally we have to examine where our kindness stems from, you know, because I think sometimes kindness can be misconstrued, as in like you think you're being kind, but it's not in reality, because sometimes the kindness that you have been exposed to is actually not kindness. You know, it's very much worse, just like love, you know, like some of us have the wrong definition of what love is because of the love that we have experienced, you know? So you have to examine what kind of kindness have you been exposed to and see, does that really feel like kindness? Does it make you feel good? Does it bring you joy? Does it light up your spirit? Or does it feel like it's too much work? If kindness feels like work, that's not kindness, you know? So I think we really have to dig into that nitty-gritty of it all.
When was the last time that you thought you were being kind, but maybe it was coming from a place that wasn't as authentic? And when have you felt like that? It's been misconstrued in an effort to be kind.
Let me think of a specific time. I think what happens for me especially is because in general, I'm a very outspoken person. So I tend to say what I feel. And I think because I talk so passionately, it can come off as though I have an attitude or I'm being aggressive in how I'm saying it. And that's why I say that you have to be mindful of what kindness means to you, because I had to understand that just because in my mind that wasn't unkind does not mean that that approach won't hurt someone else's feelings, you know? And I've had to definitely start paying more attention to not necessarily what I say, but how I say it, you know, and making sure that people feel like I am treating them with respect and kindness, and also in realizing how to talk to people. I think we are living in a space where people just don't know how to talk to people, you know, there's a blurred line. So I definitely have to do that, especially if I'm like that, you know.
Yeah, I feel so often we can get self-righteous in our kindness, in the sense of, if I do something and I think it's good for you, but I don't listen to whether or not it is good for you, we can get frustrated that our quote unquote kindness isn't working. And perhaps we're not listening well enough to know if it's working. In the book, I talk about definitions. I love that you use that idea of, I talk about hand-me-down definitions, which is like, we have the dictionary's definition of what a thing is, we have culture's definition of what a thing is, and then we have our experiential definition, which is passed on to us through our family or the people we surround ourselves with. And I feel like kindness has a lot of different definitions to a lot of different people. One of the ways that I like to define a thing is by thinking about what it's not. And I use nice versus kind as an example of that. How do you think about those two words?
Oh, I definitely think that they are different. I think being nice is not the same as being kind. I think being nice is more of a behavioral thing. And I think being kind is more of an emotional type of thing, if that makes sense. I think people can be nice to you, but still be unkind, you know?
Yes, absolutely. And in the current reality of the world, I think we see a lot of that, where we have this sort of like behavior. I'm playing along, but I haven't tapped into the emotionality or the empathy of what that actually means, or to meet a real need. Has there been someone in your life recently who you think has demonstrated that beautifully? You talked about your friend Tori, who's held you accountable. Talk about a story where someone tapped into an emotional kindness with you.
Well, you know, I think Yeah, okay. So I would say, actually, I would have to say that it is my trainer, Cody. And the reason why I say that is because Cody knows that my life is always like, I'm always doing 50 million one things, and some people can view that type of relationship as very transactional. But like, if I am in a bad mental space and say that I cancel on Cody, Cody doesn't just say, okay, see you tomorrow. No, it then becomes, how can I be of support to you? Do you want me to come over? Can we talk about it? Can I be of assistance, or like, I'm on my way, let's go somewhere, let's go driving, and I'll help you decompress. Like, to me, that is an emotional state of kindness, because you're going an extra step that you don't have to do, like, you're showing me that not only are you my trainer, but you're also my friend, that I can confide in you, that you're going to be there for me even without me asking you,
I love that. I love, because I think we can draw a line for all of us to those moments where we have friends who cancel on us, and our natural inclination is to feel frustrated that we've been blown off, and again, be able to take that very personally versus the inverse of that, which is, what's going on? Can I check in? Is there something I can do to support? As opposed to the indignance of, oh, how dare they cancel on me? Yeah, a matter of attention, right? Attention allocation, the intentionality of where we give that attention, and to show up for people emotionally and ask the questions that help us understand that emotionality, to support in places where it matters. Ken, this is, we're in the final 2 minutes here, which means it's time for the quick kindness questions.
Okay.
The first one, another word for kindness is blank.
Can it be 2 words?
Yeah, get after it. Yeah.
Okay. I would say emotional generosity.
That's good. The opposite of kindness is?
The opposite of kindness is disrespect.
The kind of kindness the world needs is?
Healed kindness.
It's a deep kindness challenge for you, Ken. I want you to think of someone who helped you clarify who you are. I know authenticity is a big deal for you. Let's honor them for their insights and inspiration. So someone who's helped you clarify who you are. And I'm going to put up one more slide here, which is a prompt. If you were to fill in the blanks to celebrate that person, does someone come to mind?
Okay. Yes, I would have to say, dear mother, I wanted to let you know that you've helped me understand that I am resilient and powerful beyond measure. Thank you for your wisdom, and your support has made all the difference for me.
Sounds like we have mamas who've given us similar things, Kayin. Thank you for your generous spirit, for your emotional generosity today, and for living fully into an authentic life that is radiant and inspires other people to do the same.
Of course. Anytime. I do the best I can with what I got.
That's all we can do, man. Kayin, have a beautiful day, and I hope to chat again soon, my friend.
Great. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful time.
Up next, Kimberly. Hello.
Hi, Houston. How are you?
I'm getting there. I feel really joyful. I've had so many conversations that just feel full and honest and meaningful. It's like you're packing in all of those conversations with best friends that just enrich you. You just do it all in one day. So my brain and heart are overwhelmed and my body is sore. That's how I'm feeling right now.
So you're having a big kindness day.
The big kindness day, it is. Kimberly, what's one of your favorite ways to describe yourself?
Oh, that's a good question. It's funny. I did a podcast recently, Houston, and someone asked me a similar question, and I said, I am a group of cells, formless cells that have come together that have unlimited potential. I never describe myself by my bio because I think that, we're always growing and shifting, and what we put on paper can't define us. But I just think, I'm someone on the path. I'm a truth seeker, I would call myself. I'm always trying to grow. I'm always trying to learn. I do have a very busy life, but just like all of us, I'll show you guys. I have my newborn on my lap right now, actually. So these are the days I just pack things in when he's sleeping. I'm working on my next book. I'm doing a lot of running around different courses, and my mind is all over the place a lot of the time, but I do try to focus on being present as one of my goals, and being here, and just continuing to share with other people, which is what I think is my purpose, to keep sharing what has worked for me and how I can help support others too.
Formless cells that do things on purpose and seek truth. I like it. That's a better buy. Put that on your business card if we bother to have one anymore.
Well, I'll tell you, Houston, I started out as a nutritionist, and people sort of knew me as nutrition. And then it started, my work started to become more lifestyle and spiritual. So it started expanding. So I learned early on, like, if we pigeonhole ourselves, people will see us that way. But if we stick to our purpose, like our main ideal, like sharing with other people, it takes different forms and it flows and it adjusts as you go through life. I mean, I'm a fairly new mom. My older son is 4, and I never thought I would be, 10 years ago putting out resources for moms, but that's part of my path now. So I just keep that guiding principle, but see where life takes me to.
Life held lightly. And I love that idea of the way we speak about ourselves is what we are going to offer others, and we can limit or expand, as it seems like you've done, and create. And with this new creature you have in your life, we've talked a lot today about I don't want to use the word curse, but the challenge of being human is so often this process of forgetting that we're born with so much knowledge and light and sort of unconditional love that gets pushed out of us through culture. So you get this reminder that is literally in your lap. What is something that little human has reminded you of already recently?
So I think, the biggest lesson is, we hear this idea of being versus doing, but I think babies are the ultimate embodiment of that. They just sit there. I mean, he does nothing but eat, sleeps, and poops, but he just radiates this presence. It's really powerful. And it just teaches me again that primary is me showing up and being love, being kindness. And it's not just rushing through and checking all the stuff off my to-do list. We all sometimes get caught up in all that. Like, what am I doing? What do I have to show for my efforts? But when I just stare at his little face, like I'm doing right now, here, I'll show you just for a second. Just this pure, like, being. Like, all we have to do is sit here and breathe in and out and be. And really that's it. Like, everything else is, icing on the cake. We have to make our way in the world. But I would say, like, the thing that I'm most proud of is really being my ideals, like working towards embodying what, kindness and love, instead of all the, things we can do out in the world. That list becomes endless, Houston. It's like, first I wanted to write one book, and then I was like, oh, well, I have to make the New York Times list. And then when I made the list, I was like, no, I want to be number 1. And then, next thing, it just becomes this endless thing. I'm a recovering perfectionist and I'm a high achiever. So to relax into beingness and just connect with people on that level has been a big part of my personal journey and my path. And, that I think really unfolds into true self-love, which is different than, like, here's what I have to show for myself, instead of being it. So that's what I work on every day. And that's what I would love to teach my sons, that they're good enough just because of who they are. And not because of what they do. I love them for them, not for achievements.
Yeah, one of the most frustrating data points or pieces of research I know about came out of Harvard. This guy, Dr. Weisbord, he asked families what they to rank what they want their young people to be: high performing, happy, or kind. 80-something% of parents say, I want my kids to be happy and kind over high performing.
Wow.
Which is a lovely sentiment. But here's the interesting part: is they asked the kids of those same parents, what do you think your parents want you to be, high performing, happy, or kind? And the data was the exact opposite.
Exactly.
That sometimes what we say is important, and what we make important in our day-to-day practices and the way that we speak, the way that we allocate our attention can be really different. Where do you find yourself experiencing that delta most often between who you say you want to be and what you actually consistently show up with?
Well, I think that all of us have wounds and triggers from our past, from our childhood. I know for me, I have some triggers around. I think that's where perfectionism starts. If maybe you didn't feel love was expressed to you in the way that you would have wanted to as a child, you start creating all these different mechanisms and survival techniques, I guess. And so for me, one of my big things that I have actually discovered through my practices and meditations is that I had this wound around being heard and seen. I really need that, because that was something that in some ways was missing from my childhood. So I guess I move away from my true self if I get triggered and someone cuts me off, or I feel like they're not listening, or they interrupt me, or something that is around this idea of not being heard and seen. And then I react versus respond from love. I react from that wounded place. And I become more and more aware of it. And of course, certain things really help, like making sure I get enough sleep, coming into meetings or interactions already pretty centered, which sounds nice, but doesn't always work in practice. But I would say, Houston, that's when I move away, which is why working on ourselves and self-care and, really understanding ourselves is such a big part, I think, of being kind. Because if we have all this baggage and we have all this stuff that we're trucking along with us, we may have the best intentions, but our hearts are closed, or we feel a bit blocked, or it's just difficult to live it out. That's how I used to feel. So when we clear all that and we just start to, feel into those wounds and help to release them, that's a big part of my work. And I found that keeps me consistently more being the talk, walking the talk, being who I want to embody.
Self-reflection and uncovering those wounds for some people, it's a challenging process. We won't even know how to go about unearthing that information. Is there a question or a series of questions or a practice that felt particularly revealing for you in terms of understanding yourself?
Yes, so I can definitely recommend the book called Letting Go by Dr. David Hawkins. And he talks about thoughts versus feelings, which I hadn't really gone deep into. And a thought is something in our head that we can replay, we can justify our behavior, we can validate ourselves, we can get angry and annoyed. Sorry, the real mom moment here. For many, one thought can just keep going for hours and hours, but a feeling is in our body. And a lot of times I think we don't allow ourselves to really feel our feelings. So we suppress and we repress our feelings, and they get inside of us, and it becomes a wound that, again, if someone triggers something in passing, it doesn't seem like a big deal to them, but it really, really hurts us. So the work that I've been doing that has profoundly helped me, and I hope anybody listening to this that tries it really helps them too, is when something bothers you, to not run away, to not be defensive, to not blame the other person, but to feel the intensity of that feeling. And, according to Dr. Hawkins, the intensity usually only lasts about 10 minutes, but then it's like pulling out a thorn, then you can feel it and you process it and you start to let it go. So I started feeling, the pain and the anger and everything when people started to not where I felt like people weren't hearing me and, you know, all these reactions, I started to feel it. And then it just started to lessen and lessen over time. And that gave me the space to reflect and to deeply look at my childhood from an adult perspective, things that I hadn't processed as a child. And that really helped me. So I would say when I started seeing feelings and thoughts as separate, and thoughts again can not be our friends, they can keep us in that trigger, whereas feelings are in our body and we can release them.
I think about my mom as you share some of that, you know, in a couple different ways. One of them was she put off a routine colonoscopy for over a year because she didn't have time. And a year later, when she finally went in, they discovered she had stage 4 colon cancer. And it's awesome. I got to start the morning with my mom, who's currently, she just literally got her scan recently, 4 years cancer free. Obviously, the journey to get there wasn't easy or pain-free. But that idea that there are things like thorns that if we allow ourselves to feel them and then do the work of excavating them where necessary, it might be painful, intense in the moment, but we get to then release them versus letting them linger and go into our skin, which causes the much longer term pain. And I feel like so often that dance around our feelings, we like to cover our feelings with thoughts.
Yes, and justifications and all the endless ways. But Houston, when you said that's really interesting about your mom. I had a similar experience. My mom also had stage 4 colon cancer that had spread to her liver. And by the time we found out she had cancer, she was gone in 6 weeks. So again, it just shows the extent that we can push things and repress them. And there's such a there's a connection between our body and mind. Sometimes I still say that, but connection means two separate things that are fused. And actually our mind and our body are one continuous loophole is what I truly believe. My last book, I found a bunch of research correlating bloating and inflammation with our thoughts, with like our self-talk and the way that we beat ourselves up, or holding on to body shame, or all different sorts of things. We can get bloated from these thoughts. It's not just dairy that makes us bloated, but many different iterations of our thoughts. So I just think it's really interesting, again, if we're trying to open our hearts and we're trying to be more love, I found this in my own life, and be more kindness, we do want to let go of that old pain and wounds and things inside of us that, again, we may have the best intentions to, promote love and happiness, but it can just close our vibration a bit. So it's really powerful when you look in and you really do feel.
And you have lactose intolerance, which when we eat that, it makes us feel terrible. It's so interesting. There's things that we tolerate in our bodies or in our minds for a long time. We let them live in us that are damaging to us over time. I think that's a profound link for so many to draw a line between self-care and what we tolerate. So many things that we wouldn't tolerate in the way that other people treat other people, or how other people treat us, we allow for ourselves in the thoughts that we think. What's a practice that you use in your life to help reframe some of those? Is it just the intensity of the feeling and then you can extract that for yourself? Or, what are some of the thoughts that loop that you have to actively be intolerant of, I suppose?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question, Houston, because I this idea of practice is a really big thing for me. What we do day in and day out really does shape our lives. Whether it's you're drinking hot water with lemon, if we want to clean out our liver and have better skin, little things really add up in a big way. So I'm a really big journaler, Houston. And to me, my journal, which is sitting right here right now, one of dozens, is a really authentic place where no one's going to read my journal. Sometimes you have things that need to come out of you that you don't even want to say to your best friends or your husband or anyone else. So for me, journaling and putting things on paper is a practice I do every day. I journal for at least 5 to 10 minutes. And I find it's a way to offload so I don't get overloaded and just get in my head. I also have this practice, I call it fear versus truth and wisdom. So I'll write down a fear, like, what if I screw up this talk and nobody likes me? And then I put T and W, which is truth and wisdom, because we all have that inside of us. And I talk to myself and I say, oh, you know, just come with love and it'll be received. And then fear may come in, but what if people are mean? And then truth and wisdom says, yes, but if you are your highest self, that's what really matters. So sometimes I have these conversations back and forth between the fear part of me and the wisdom part of me. And it just feels really, really good. And again, I think we have that inside of us. All of us have that ability to tap in because our essence is love. And that wisdom is part of that love inside of you. So that's something that's really helped me as I go along.
That's lovely. I think the to have that dialogue, as silly as it might sound, that dialogue is happening naturally inside of us anyways. And if we don't bring our attention to it, that fear is going to drive in the background. It's going to drive a lot of foreground controls if we don't offer a different perspective. And that's the beauty. We can offer an alternative perspective if we give ourselves time and space to imagine it.
I also think an important practice for me, Houston, is the intention I set for the day. So I do journal in the morning and I journal at night, but I do have a couple sentences where I actually write out what my intention for the day is. And it's not, 10 years ago, maybe it was my to-do list. I'm going to write 5 chapters today and I'm going to, be the best mom, make the best mom snacks, do all this stuff. But now my intention is being. Today I'm going to show up. I'm going to be love. I'm going to be compassion. I'm going to be, whatever, that day dictates, whatever sorts of meetings or whatever I have going on. And that really helps me clarify and just keeps me focused. I think intention is really, really powerful. Sometimes we just go through and we're like, oh, I'm just going through my daily meetings. But when we consciously go in and we direct energy, and I think that we have more of an ability to serve and again, to embody the principles that are in our hearts that we want to shine out into the world.
To direct energy, that's good. We get to conduct how we show up in our day. And I think, Kimberly, I got to drop off a book with you yesterday. And if you get to a chapter, it's called Busy, Making Time for Lunch Notes. I think you're going to like it a lot. I talk about our to-do lists versus our to-be lists.
Yes, that's wonderful. Thank you for dropping it off, by the way. I live all the way out here in the mountains, so I know.
All right, not a bad place to drop things off. Kimberly, it's that time in the conversation for quick kindness questions. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
A synonym, another word for kindness is blank.
Love.
The opposite of kindness is blank.
Separation.
The kind of kindness the world needs is
inclusive for all.
The deep kindness challenge for you, which is to think specifically about someone in your life who is clear on their purpose and kind in their pursuit of it. Clarity of purpose, and they are compassionate with themselves or others as they go about that work. Does someone come to mind?
Well, I was staring at my pile of books right here, and I'm gonna go ahead and say Deepak Chopra. Nice. We wrote a book together, and he's someone who's a rock for a lot of people. When COVID broke out first, his meditation app exploded, right? He's someone that people go to. His purpose is to share and to really help people develop their spiritual life, and also bridging science and metaphysical thought. But he's so kind, and every time I'm with him, he's just really chill and easygoing and just a kind person. So I think it's a great example how as we grow in stature, perhaps if that's our life's path based on our purpose, we can still keep that deep kindness and not lose that.
Can you see the prompt on the screen, Kimberly?
I can't. Should I click on it?
Yeah. Can you bring it up? Maybe you go to speaker view, or you can pin a video.
You know what? I saw it in my email. Should I just pull up my email?
Oh, sure.
Okay, sorry. I am the worst. That person. It's, my team has to put up with me. Okay, I got it. Is it the dear something?
Yes. Yeah. Do you want to, you're thinking of Deepak. Do you want to address this to him?
Oh, sure. Dear Deepak, somehow you manage to be both illuminating and kind. Your heart for through and all that you do. What does that mean, Houston? Your heart for, give me an example.
Your heart for service, your heart, heart for...
Got it. Your heart for helping so many discover their true selves shines through in all that you do. Thank you for your dedication and your love and your support of my work and helping so many people in the world. That's a long dedication.
That's okay. That's good stuff. The more specific, the better. Kimberly, such a treat to chat with you, to meet that brand new baby who is incredibly cute. And is
you should say goodbye. Houston, thank you so much for including me. I love your message about kindness. It's definitely what the world needs right now.
Thank you. And thanks for that role model of being that is just showing up with all of us right now.
Bye, loves. Thank you so much.
Make it a great day.
Bye.
I am the difference maker. Oh, I am difference maker. Oh, I am the only one that speaks to him. I am.
Hey, Maddie. You're muted. Do you want to do the whole thing on mute? I mean, we can.
Hello, Houston.
BC, welcome.
Greetings.
Greetings. Did you just come out of a revelation? You seem like you're deep in thought.
Just deep meditative, cacao ceremony, breath work, just a little, quick 3-hour session of meditation.
Right, your daily practice, a quick daily 3 hours.
Yes. Multiple.
I wonder where those Instagram captions come from, but that's where it's a 3-hour preparation.
They're downloads. You're correct. They're downloaded codes.
I can appreciate that on one level, but from you, I can't. I'm so glad that you're here.
Do I look cool like this?
Yeah. No, you look contemplative. You look smart.
Everyone you're bringing on is very smart and very inspiring and amazing. So I'm just I'm leveling up right now.
Yeah.
So bear with me.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be important to have a diversity of voices and wisdom levels in the group, and that's why I thought you. For those of you who don't know, BC and I, we go back to when he had a man bun and we had ice cream together. We've been longtime friends. We have, it's coming back. It's coming back.
Yeah, I tried to do it.
Yeah, in an attempt to deepen our friendship, BC decided to grow back as the man bun, which I appreciate. I see you again more clearly.
For this moment, I'm glad we feel safe now.
I've been working on this thing for a little while. Been an integral part of my thought process. What do you think? How do you think about kindness differently than most people?
How do I think about it differently?
Yeah. Do you think you hold a different opinion about what kindness or compassion looks like in the world than the rest of the world does?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's everyone's living out their truth in their own ways of how they practice love and kindness. And so I don't think I think about it differently. I think because I've come from so much experience in pain and loneliness that I live it. I try to live it a little bit more louder because I've been on the reciprocating end of it. And so I've felt what it feels like to be, what's her name in the first chapter of your book? Helga. I feel like I've been on the reciprocating end, and I've been on the end where I've also been in Helga's position where I wasn't pursued. And so now I lead with a much desire to pursue. I feel like your whole reality is created of your intention and your attention. And so as you walk about your day, your attention to what's going on is very important. If you can notice someone like crying, or if you notice someone eating alone at high school, your attention's getting expanded. And then the next level up of life is your intention. So you see people eating alone, or you see someone crying and you notice it, which is great. That's amazing that you notice it. Most people don't notice it. But the ones who walked by Helga and didn't notice it, that's their own world. That's no problem with that. But the ones who walked by and noticed it and didn't do something, that's still their own world. But the intention of going to talk to her or going to sit by that kid that's eating alone, I think that's where I come from. Is I'm kind of like Terminator, where I'm always scanning certain situations and events or wherever I'm at, and I'm noticing who's by themselves, because I've been insecure at an event by myself. And so now that I have a leadership role or the intention, now I'm more of a oh damn, that person's by themselves, I've been there before, I'm gonna go pursue them kind of thing. Did that answer your question?
I don't think so. I know it did, of course. I think there, one of the things I talk about a little bit in the book is the situation of sitting with someone who's sitting alone. We can be well-intentioned and then arrive at that situation and not have it work out. So is there another ingredient? Attention, awareness, noticing, intention, I'm going to actually do the thing. What comes after that? What would be the next up level?
I mean, the next evolution of going in and sit with someone alone, I mean, I don't know. That's like, I think the next up level is bringing them into the circle of your friends group, or bringing them into your community, or bringing them into your tribe. I think that's probably the next up level is meeting them where they're at, and then trying to empower them to either become that person or inviting them into your community.
I think it's one of your gifts. I think it is a piece of what you care about a lot, which is that mentorship component, which is that willingness to show up more than once, which I think is an area where people, we can sit next to the person sitting alone, but if we only do it once, sometimes we reinforce the idea that they're not worthy of a second attempt. I think to come back repeatedly is an exercise in trust building, which I think over time is what's really important. Talk about someone who's taught you about trust in the way that they've shown up for you.
Oh man, I feel like every time people these questions on this, everyone's always gonna be like, you, because like you've been such a me. But I think someone who's taught me a lot about trust is I think my mentor. I think mentorship's a really big key of what I do and who I am. But my mentor, he empowered me before I was equipped, like he gave me an opportunity to lead before I was the least qualified person. And I think that kind of trust is big, where it's like, hey, I know you're young, I know you're not ready, but I want to give you this opportunity. But yeah.
You feel like that's obviously a gift to you that not everyone gets, is like that faith in someone beyond what they're maybe immediately capable of. Has that shaped the way that you see people? Are you looking for that in others? And what does that like? What does that look like? What are you looking for as you seek to empower others?
So my mentor, this guy who gave me a job when I was 19 to travel the world, there was 40 applications. Everyone who applied had college degrees and experience in the real world. And a 19-year-old kid who was like drop out of college, he gave me the job for some reason to travel around the world. And years later, I asked him, I used to talk about him a lot, but he's a British guy. He's a guy of very few words. He's like 70 years old and he's been to over 150 countries. And I go, hey, Paul, I talk about you a lot. And he goes, oh yeah, how come? And I go, because you gave me a chance when I was 19, when I was the least qualified person at this job. And he goes, well, you had a good heart, and that's the best place to start. And then he just walked away. It's very dramatic because that's him. But for me, it implanted in my brain. Dude, it was like a movie. Like he literally, and he was like that for everything. Like every time he would always just walk away after like a one-liner. But this was 5 or 6 years later, and he goes, you had a good heart, and that's the best place to start. When I'm or people to help with traveling good or whatever it is, there's so many times where, wait, am I lagging?
Just a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think for me, it gave me this belief that you have to just trust that this person's going to elevate to this this level, and so you learn how to, you can teach anyone anything. I mean, you can teach that too, but I think when you're hiring someone, there's my people with college degrees and stuff, but a good heart is a. Am I lagging?
Just a little bit. Yeah, it's okay. Where are you? Are you
Okay, cool. You keep freezing, so.
It's okay. You usually are freezing right as you're about to make a good point, so I'm just having to count on that you're saying something worthwhile.
Okay.
What do you think are the ingredients in a good heart?
I think one word that comes to me is just intentionality. Like I said, intention and attention. But when you're intentional, you're thoughtful. I think thoughtful and intentionality go in the same vein. And yeah, I think just when you care, a little bit more, it's just like you have others in mind. I think it's a beautiful thing. Like the one test that I do when I'm hiring interns or employees, or I see something special in someone, is, when you're at an event and there's like 100 people, and then there's like 2 people putting the chairs away, and then everyone that's like talking in their little circles of 5 or 6, like they're slowly just moving around, like where people are putting the chairs away. But then you see that one person who's kind of like, there's 100 of us and there's 2 people putting these chairs away. I'm sure we could do this in 2 seconds if we all try. So, there's 2 kinds. There's one, the person who just starts putting the chairs away without saying anything. They just start doing it because they notice this will help them quicker. And then there's the next level up of like, hey, everyone, there's 100 of us. Let's help them put the chairs away. But, but I always, when you're proactive, it's like gold. When someone's like, no one told you to put chairs away, you notice someone putting chairs away and you knew more hands could help people go quicker. That's just like, that's gold in someone's heart.
What's something that you feel like you still need work on when it comes to that noticing? Like, what's the thing that, from an attention standpoint, you feel like you sometimes miss?
Me personally?
Yeah.
What do I miss? I miss, because I think that's a dance. So for instance, if I'm talking to you at this event, I want to be fully engulfed into the conversation with you, because that's a special moment, right? We're talking. For me, I'm kind of like this. Everyone's different. There's people who have different strengths and stuff. But for me, I'm kind of like, oh, that person's putting chairs away. So I'm not paying attention fully to the person in front of me, which is usually the most important person right now. But yeah, so sometimes I miss the mark on trying to do too much, maybe because I'm like, oh, they need help putting chairs away. And so I think that's like where it kind of like, I wish I could hone in better. There's some people you meet and they just go like Tom Shadyac and Mitch, like their energy engulfs you, and then you're the only person in the entire world to them.
It is a balance though, right? Like the interpersonal, the presence of a moment versus noticing need. Learning how to balance those things feels like an ongoing exercise. Both have value, and how quickly can we, I suppose, determine which one is going to be where we are most useful? That's hard. I think proactivity and presence have like an interesting relationship, because I think both of them are really valuable to the practice of kindness. And you talk a lot about people being ready to give. I think it's one of my favorite philosophies that you sort of operate from. Could you talk about like the proactivity that you have in your life, or the attitude you have around proactivity in your life, around service, giving, generosity?
Yeah, I guess one of my philosophies that I've noticed is a friction with culture, or kind of like where we're going in the conversation, is, it's conflicting to some people, and I want to meet people where they're at, but I've heard this term that you're supposed to put on your oxygen mask first before helping the person next to you. And I've heard this term that, wait, am I still on?
Yeah.
Okay. And sorry, I said it was gonna kick me off, but and this term that you can't pour from an empty cup, you know, this philosophy that you have to fill your cup first so you can pour into others. And I kind of have a philosophy that when your cup is empty, pouring into others is actually kind of what fills your cup. Like, it's kind of like, yeah, my cup's empty and depleted, but maybe by helping or serving someone, then it's going to fill up. Generosity is what fills the cup. And so I think right now we're kind of in this cultural, and I know everyone's coming from different cups, but there's a lot of conversation of like, when I get my money straight, I'm going to donate. When I get my relationship with my partner straight, I'm going to go serve. When I get this straight, my time, I'm going to go do all this. But I think in doing so, in serving, in volunteering, in helping others, you're going to find your partner, your lover, you're going to find your purpose. You're going to find your key to like the secret that you're looking for. Because we'll invest all day in books and programs. I mean, your book, worth it, but we'll invest in programs and books and podcasts, and we'll pay for these things. And it's good because we're learning and we're healing and stuff like that. But there's something in this surrender of giving money or generosity or serving or volunteering or donating money. I think sometimes literally that act can serve you more, even though it doesn't make sense, than the book, you know, or the podcast or the program.
Yeah, people are waiting for some alignment of moments to do the quote unquote good thing. And sometimes in the waiting for that, we miss the opportunities right in front of us. We have so much, once we get X, Y, and Z done, just I talk about in the book, like to-do list.
You talk about in the book, yeah.
Which is like, how do we prioritize this thing that we know is important, even though we might not get the rest of our list done? Which one do we actually want to allocate our time and attention to? What is something that you feel like you are aiming towards this year? I know you're in a new situation of living. We certainly know you're getting older. What is something you're aiming towards right now when it comes to your kindness? What is something you're seeking to improve?
Seeking to improve? Oh man, I think I really want to build leaders. You know, for me, it's like you want to equip and empower people. I don't know. I'm trying to think, what am I seeking to improve? It's a good question. I mean, I'm always trying to improve. I think for me, on my shadow like side of like what I'm always trying to improve on myself is just like my stubbornness, you know, when it comes to serving, and sometimes you get stubborn, and I'm kind of a stubborn person. So I'm working on my stubbornness for sure.
You see, it's that time for some. I have never seen that in you, by the way.
Really?
Actually, I don't feel like I see that in you. I feel like I think you are steadfast in your belief, which I think so many of the things that you and I guess we talk about in general, but talking about now is like holding in balance, presence versus proactivity, sort of like deep-rooted belief mixed with like open-hearted awareness, or like allowing new things in, and that harmony and finding that balance or exploring that balance. I think that's something you think about, something you write about, and those answers probably change over time, which is nice.
Yeah.
We get some quick kindness questions, BC. The first one, a synonym, another word for kindness is blank.
Another word for kindness is tickling, like tickles. Like, yeah, tickling someone.
The opposite of kindness is?
The opposite of kindness is speaking too much.
The kind of kindness the world needs?
Playful kindness, like fun.
You see, I have a deep kindness challenge for you. I want you to thank someone, or who comes to mind, I suppose, who's given you the gift of time. You know that we talked a bit about that, of like consistency over time, that mentorship role that people have played in your life. Who's been a role model or mentor to you? How is your life better because of their love and your learning? So here's the prompt on the next page. Whoever does come to mind for that prompt, can you fill in the blanks?
yeah, so I just look at this and I fill in the blanks. Sorry, my brain's like trying to, you know.
Do both at once.
Dear blank, okay, your mentorship and well, the funny thing is I one person who's really close to my heart is on here now, Louie Cole. He's my roommate and he's older than me, and so I consider him, even though he's a friend, he's like a mentor to me because the way he leads with generosity and love and servicehood is like, I'm like always inspired by it. So I would say, dear Louie Cole, dear Louie, your mentorship and time has meant so much to me. When I think of you, I think of, oh, that's a good one. When I think of you, I think of like a person.
Could be a person, or it could be a trait or a memory.
When I think of you, I think of yeah, just the times we get to just sit and chat about life and about stories. We have a very similar past when we used to just hang out with homeless people and bring homeless people to our homes. Like he's from London and I'm from Denver, and we literally have these like crazy stories where we used to like literally bring homeless people to our house, and then we also have a lot of other similarities, which is funny. You have taught me so much about what you've taught me so much, but the most important thing has been, I would say, servant leadership. He's taught me a lot, just how to serve, and he kind of runs like our community too, but he'll still be the one fixing the toilet when it's clogged or something, but he's also like the one who's in charge of our house. So yeah, I would say he's just a servant, man. And that's like such a cool quality to have when you're like the leader, but then you're like cleaning a broken toilet. That's dope. That's the secret to life. If anyone wants to know the secret to life, you want to tweet something? Leaders clean toilets.
We finally arrived at a mic drop moment, BC. Your man bun bringing us closer together than ever. Always just a jubilant, goofy, playful type of kindness in my life, BC. I appreciate the way you role model mentorship. Appreciate the recklessness with which you serve and give, and that you've lived your life in the generous belief that just giving will fill you up in all the ways that you need. Love you, man.
Love you, bro. So excited for you. Congrats. Also, I saw your mom's in here, and that's exciting. And Lisa, good to see you. And I love you, bro. And so excited for this special day for you, man. You deserve the world. And you're the real deal. If everyone's watching, man, I get to be best friends with this dude who is 100% the embodiment of kindness and patience. And I've looked to Houston so many times and just got chills thinking of like, man, I wish I could lead like that. I wish I could love like that. I hope when I hang out with him, some of like his gold sheds off on me and I get it, and then it attaches to me, and then I become it.
I'll take it, PC. I didn't know you were having so many chills around me, but I'll think about that next time.
When you scratch your head, dude, and dandruff comes off, I'm literally like gold.
Get out of here. I'll see you later.
Love you, bro.
Love you too.
Peace. How do I stop it?
Baby, you can hold me.
Oh, wait. Man.
Can you hear me now? I think I was muted.
That's perfect.
Awesome.
So did we just go from like downstairs at your house to upstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs. Yeah, I'm in the basement.
Oh, nice. Did you get a chance to witness BC's generosity towards you?
Yeah, I caught a little bit of it. Yeah, thanks, BC. If you're still watching, that means a lot. Yeah, we've been developing a strong bond over the last 2 and a bit years of living together, and yeah, I'm excited for the lifetime adventure we're departing on.
Louie, what's one of your favorite ways to talk about yourself? What's something you describe yourself with?
Describe myself. I guess I've always resonated with the word adventure, and I had this slogan for my YouTube channel, which is peace out, enjoy life and live the adventure. But adventure is the thing that I think, if I look through my life, it's been a consistent part, and it looks different at different chapters of my life. But yeah, I always view, I guess, my approach to life as wanting to seek the adventure of whatever it is. It doesn't just need to be traveling the world, which was a big part of my life over the last kind of 5-6 years, probably longer. But yeah, I think just the adventure of life, the adventure of relationships, the adventure of kind of self-development and growing in so many ways. And yeah, I'm an adventurer.
That you are. What do you think about what's been your adventure in kindness? Talk about that journey for you so far.
Yeah, I think it links with for me historically just really connecting on a deep kind of empathy and compassion for others to a point where I'm I think it's coming from a place of wanting to, I guess I've always been attracted to being rebellious and being countercultural, and in the developed world we're taught a lot about success and what success looks like, and for me a lot of that, it's about isolation, greed, and fending for yourself. Whereas for me, the rebellious thing to do is to live a very countercultural and really look to serve others and to live as selflessly as possible, and to live from a place of real love and compassion and kindness. And I think I've been through a bit of a roller coaster of that throughout my life, of getting to the point where I've probably spread myself too thin and trying to serve others, and then at other times fallen into the trap of being a little bit too self-indulgent. But it's really beautiful to have people around that are on your wavelength that can be on that adventure with you, because I think it's very lonely, and I've fallen into that trap as well of kind of doing the lone wolf thing. And like BC was sharing, from what I caught, just there's a lot of similarities in our past, and I think it's very easy to kind of, when you want to do something and you want to serve in a certain way, sometimes you just run with it and you don't think about doing this as a team, doing this as a community. And I think that's the new part of the kindness adventure for me, is how do we create a culture of kindness, not just me as an individual wanting to be kind to others. And and sometimes that is hard because I'm not looking to fill myself first, and I can get easily drained and exhausted, and then you're not giving from a place of overflowing, but you can get drained, you can get depleted really quickly. But I think that the exciting new journey for me is like finding that energy and support from a community of people that want to change the world, and through kindness.
I think it's one of the things that people don't, culture. I don't know if it's clear to a lot of us that kindness can sometimes be a lonely pursuit. I think we take for granted, it's this good thing, everyone believes in it, and yet the action sometimes requires us to stand alone. Do you have a situation that comes to mind where you felt lonely in company, but abundant in compassion?
Lonely in company, but abundant in compassion. Well, if I think back to my kind of early 20s, I was really passionate about kind of supporting particularly teenagers that had come from really difficult upbringings or gone down a route in life that was just going to cause a lot of problems for them. And I was working in kind of inner London neighborhoods where there was a lot of gang violence and issues going on, and just, I don't know, just kids that were just skipping school a lot and just spending a lot of time out in the streets. And I was really felt called to and passionate about being that older brother, mentor kind of role. And at the time, my main community was my church, and a lot of my friends of my age group that I would have loved to kind of team up together and being a support, they weren't really interested in and didn't really feel cool to what I was. And at the time I really struggled with that. But then I accepted it. I was like, look, we're not all cool to be doing the exact same thing and living the same life. And so that was, when I really stepped out, and I was spending a lot of my time, just going out and spending time with people on a solo mission. And it was a little bit lonely, and I did feel a bit disconnected from what I saw my community as. But yeah, I did feel such a deep care for people and really learning about their lives. And I've grown up in a really privileged position where my, really great upbringing, really solid family, and never really had much suffering in my life. And to hear people's stories and to hear these very different contrasting stories of real suffering and real hardship, it was, I was in tears sometimes. I was just like really, really wanted to journey through that with people. And I
feel like the pain of some of that in the world which you were exposed to intimately in those situations, or my guess is over the course of your travels, you saw a lot of other sort of versions of pain. What is it in those moments where you feel that suffering, you witness that? What gives you hope?
There's a lot going on in the world. The more you are able to travel and explore and experience other cultures and hear other people's stories, for me, that was, there's this quote I always talk about, but it's like the antidote to ignorance. Travel is the antidote to ignorance. So over a lot of my traveling, I've feel like I've really bonded more with humans from all over the planet and really felt myself as this global citizen. And I think knowing that we're all way more connected than we often accept, and a lot of the issues in the world and a lot of the rhetoric and hate and division, I feel like it has to end. We have to figure out a way through it. But the hope that I see is, there is something that deep down, when you help people work through their baggage and trauma and issues, is like, I do believe there is this humanity that we can recover and redeem, and by modeling that, being role models, living lives of love, people, it's contagious. I think living a life of passion, even if it's something that people don't immediately connect with, the passion in itself is contagious. And for me, I've seen so many amazing people doing so many great things with such passion, and I've seen how contagious that is. And I see, in the same way that fear and hatred can spread so quickly, I really believe that compassion and love can spread as well in a bigger way. And I do feel like the pendulum's swinging. The pendulum is swinging to a place where I think we're going to be, as a society, especially through this last year. I think people are way more vulnerable and raw through everything that's been going on. And I'm really hoping that can create an environment for love and compassion and kindness to blossom.
That the exposure of the wound is at first really painful, but also what is necessary to heal it. Talk about passion being contagious, and I feel like we get to exist in a community that is sort of the epicenter of so many of those passions. What is the role that you are glad or feel most clearly attached to when you say it's important to be a role model of that? What do you think you role model in your community, in our community, that is contagious?
I think I like that part of my personality or character traits is like real optimism and really seeing the best in situations and people. And I think occasionally that can get me in trouble, but overall I like to just trust people and believe in the goodness inside of people. And something I'm working on as well is just the more I'm spending time with different people and realizing there's, we don't all have to believe the exact same things, but there's something beautiful about this tapestry of, in community. And me and BC live with, I don't know, 13 other people at the moment. And it's a real amazing community vibe. I mean, you popped past last night and like, it's amazing. I mean, we've only just kind of started getting our flow together. We've lived the last 2 years in a house the other side of Venice in California, and now just moved into this space for the next 6-7 months. And the role for me right now, I guess it's like wanting to I was chatting to one of our guests last night, just saying like, I love having, after being nomadic for so many years, I love having a space where I can host and make people feel welcome and it to be a real refuge and sanctuary for people. But we can also be this little hub of support for one another. And I just want to model that. And I think when you show an act of kindness to someone, whether it's, I mean, the example from last night, one of the guests, one of our housemates' brothers was here, and I just met him, and the hot tub we have in the garden it needed topping up and heating up and stuff. And he was like, "Oh, can I jump in the hot tub?" And I was like, "It's not ready, but let me get it ready for you, because I know, like, I really appreciate like a good soak in a hot tub." So I rigged up the tap and it filled up the water, made it the right temperature and got it right for him. And half an hour later came back. I was like, okay, it's ready. But for me, that's, just small acts of kindness and knowing like, oh, I know I would really appreciate this. And I feel like that's what's contagious. So I think that hopefully, and I know when people do kind things for me, and I mean, this house has been amazing, just constant kindness to one another, like people are going out of their way to do things. And it's like, which is another thing I love about community living. It's all those in-between moments. It's not all of these organized hangouts. It's like just the little passing each other during the day, and everyone's getting on with things. But yeah, that kind of act of kindness, I think it's so easy for that to lift someone and that to be contagious. And then you're like, you know what? I felt so good from that act that someone showed me that I want to pass that, that act of kindness onto someone else. So yeah, I think that's what I like, spreading contagiously.
To be a host, in whether that's in our home or whether that is the spirit of hosting, which to me, I think, as you articulated well, is like meeting needs, and we can bring that wherever we are, and obviously in our home we have a sense of ownership over it, but that spirit, I think, travels. You have a partnership with someone that I know you've articulated makes you better, more kind. What is something that you've learned from Raya around kindness that you appreciate?
Oh, yeah. Me and Raya have been together for just over 5 years. And I think she's helped me see the bigger picture. I think I was often very focused in on a certain goal or a certain mission. I think she's helped me see that everything's connected, and she's incredibly passionate about sustainability and the planet, and not just kind of looking out for humanity, but realizing that the survival and thrive, to allow humanity to thrive is to really be caring for all things. And that's definitely been something that's just expanded my understanding of what does it look like to live a kind, compassionate life. And yeah, so I would say like this, embracing this holistic view of living compassionately is where she's really impacted me.
Talked about micro and macro. Just zoom in and zoom out in kindness it's a humbling exercise, right? Because we can be doing things that might be kind in a small moment, but perhaps at the larger scale, either isn't making an impact or in some situations actually doing more harm. So how do we hold those things in harmony, and how do we hold a bigger picture of what to live a compassionate life, not only interpersonally, but as a world, as the systems that we operate in, is a challenge. And I know, I think she's challenged a lot of people in the community with some practical ways to do that well. Louie, it's time for the quick kindness questions. You ready? Another word for kindness is blank.
I would say compassion.
The opposite of kindness is
hatred.
The kind of kindness the world needs is
sacrificial.
A deep kindness challenge for you to think of someone first, and then we'll give you a prompt to give them a compliment. Who is someone you would choose to take on an adventure of a lifetime? Celebrate them and explain to them why they are your person. So here's the prompt. Dear blank, you are so blank and you move me to blank. You're an epic adventure buddy, but most importantly, you are a blank. Who would you fill in those blanks for, and how would you fill them in?
I've got a friend back in the UK who we've really journeyed through a lot together, and I mean, I've got a number of amazing friends, but I think first, foremost, my friend Dave Erasmus in the UK. So yeah, I'd say, dear Dave, you are so unique and you move me to truly reimagine what life could be. You're an epic adventure buddy, but most importantly, you are a brother.
But I'm excited to now.
Yeah, he's
Louie,
great.
Thanks for your thoughtful insights, service, for you sitting alongside and witnessing a lot of pain and wanting to be actively engaged in helping it. Thanks to Raya for helping us all think a bit bigger about what that role looks like, both every day and for our planet. I'll see you.
Could I mention one last thing before I jump off?
Please.
So one of the things that I didn't mention yet that I've been truly passionate about, especially over this last year, is we've been in lockdown, and there's been a lot of questions about how do we be a part of the solution of creating a better world. Me and my friend Brandon founded this organization, the Social Good Club, where we're really trying to equip influencers, anyone in the space that's kind of leading culture, to really use their platforms for good, and to equip their audiences with like the things that we need to make deep impact. So we've been doing a lot of really exciting campaigns, and a lot of behind the scenes kind of roundtable Zoom calls. And obviously when the COVID stuff relaxes, I want to be doing a lot more stuff in person, like retreats and support groups for influencers. But yeah, one of the campaigns we're actually kind of launching tomorrow is with the UN and the EU around raising awareness about violence to women and girls, and how do we, as creators, as influencers, I guess, own our, find where we're responsible in perpetuating this almost invisible kind of systemic patriarchy and system that oppresses women. And it's been an amazing journey, in the same way that the Black Lives Matter movement really opened my eyes up to my white privilege and sent me down a lot of rabbit holes of really just educating myself. It's been really an exciting month or two, just really diving into my male privilege and how I can be more of a support to women. And I'd really urge, firstly, follow what we're up to with the campaign at this Social Good Club. That's our Instagram handle. And also just really urge, especially men watching right now, just to be hyper aware of like how the small microaggressions and the ways that we can behave, and even the ways that we're conditioned to think can be harmful and create an environment which doesn't allow women and girls to thrive. So I really, it's a new topic I'm diving into, but I'd love for those that are interested and want to join us, check out the Social Good Club. And I just love what you're doing, Houston. This is amazing. I'm looking forward to reading the book that you dropped off, and this is it's great to be a part of this day. And thanks for having me on.
JoAnn, hello.
Houston, congratulations.
Thank you.
What an accomplishment and what a big day you're having.
One day I'm going to write as many books as you have behind you right now.
Yeah, well, I'll be lucky if I ever get to read them.
Yeah, which one in your proximity has been important to you recently? Can you see one that's like informative? What's a must read?
I'm teaching a brand new class that I've never taught on American history. So I've got a giant pile of American history books that probably everybody else has already read, but they're new to me. So that's where I've been.
Has there been one recently that's been like, as you're digging in, you're like, oh, this is a good.
Oh, yeah. Okay. This is a book I think every person should read, and it follows nicely also from what Lewis was just saying about white privilege. It's called The Color of the Law by Richard Rothstein, and it is a definite must read. If you had any doubt about how our lives are structured, our laws are structured by racism, just read that book.
Can't wait.
That's not the way I thought we were going to get started, but there you go.
It's good. We're diving in. We're going deep, JoAnn.
I see.
What is,
I want to thank you for inviting me, because you have obviously this incredible group. I mean, what a whole occasion this is. So it's great that you even included me, but I also thank you because if you hadn't invited me and asked me and then made me think about kindness, it sort of led to things for me that I don't think I would have taken the time to put together in a certain way. So I really, I think that's great. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. I think people are looking for invitations to think about things that matter. Not that that's not in many ways your occupation, but I think we all need, I liken a lot of things to the gym because it's a metaphor for so many of us of self-improvement. But if someone doesn't invite me to the gym, and if they don't offer me a workout plan, I have so many barriers, right? And the invitation is one element, and then the workout plan is another one. And so I feel like kindness, anti-racist work, whatever that thing is, it's so important to be invited into the conversation and be given some like, okay, here's where we start. Here's the 101. And so for those of you who don't know, I'm jumping in because, you and I have a history. I know you through my family, and everyone in my family just like loves spending time with you and David, because you bring so much joy and thoughtfulness and introspection into, I think, everyone's lives. But what are some of the ways that you like to describe yourself? What would you offer those listening as the way you orient yourself in the world?
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, I'm just an academic. I'm a college professor. Basically, that's enough of a description. But I do a couple of other things besides college teaching, and I'm pretty happy with that. In my career, I've always been a practitioner of conflict resolution. So that's another whole way that I'm really glad you're doing kindness. And then also, I have a project that I guess I want to shout out to. It's called growingvoters.org. And maybe if somebody will help me put that in the chat or tweet it or something. But it's a project that I do just out of community service, really, for educators, so that they give them ideas and put materials in people's hands so that youth political voice and creativity can come forward, starting from a young age all the way up through voting. So to get everybody interested in being part of our political common space and work together. And I wanted to say that because I'm working on Growing Voters and it's the election, but I also think it's really relevant in a way to what you're doing, Houston, because one of my favorite activities in the growingvoters.org set is about finding common ground. And common ground is, and it's about learning to listen with respect. And I really think that that's a big part of kindness. It's another way of saying it. If you ask me, I think you just asked Louis this, and maybe you were planning to ask me, but if I'm supposed to define kindness, one thing I guess I'd say is that kindness is understanding, and being understood, even having the willingness to try to understand another person is such a fundamental, important step. And I think we could conceive of it as kindness. So in the Growing Voters, I mean, one of the things, it has a lot of different activities, but something I think is really wonderful is to say, instead of always looking for the antagonism, how can we identify something that we agree on? Where do we overlap? And then to do that idea of, I will listen to you for understanding you, not just I'm waiting for you to finish so I can make my antagonistic point. You know what I mean? So anyway.
You find, and I know you've done this work hands-on in many ways, whether it's conflict resolution or whether it's trying to create civic engagement. What do you think people typically stumble upon there? What is the common ground that people arrive at that begins to build a more empathetic or generous conversation?
Well, that's tough. And it's, you have this going on tonight when the first debate among the candidates is about to start. We're sorely at a loss for looking for the overlap of our interests. I would have thought that the pandemic was going to be a great example of, don't we all want public health? Don't we want to keep each other as safe as we possibly can? But I'm wrong about that, because that turns out to be a political statement in itself. So I think that's why these things, I mean, your deep kindness, I mean, I haven't read the book and I don't know everything, of course, about what you're doing, but I think that idea of getting past the confetti superficial level and really being able to apply this to people, to actual people, not just, I don't know, abstractly. I think that's a big part of what it will mean to try to be understood. The role of witnessing, maybe you deal with this in the book and you should tell me, but the idea of witnessing is so important. And that's a part of understanding too. And it's big in conflict resolution. You have to be able to say who you are, what your identity is, what's important to you, and your grievances. You need that. When I've done negotiations, you have to allow the grievances. And then you can start moving past that. I have to understand who's ever I'm sitting with, what is it that's bothering you? And I think that's for people too. When you think about our personal relationships, you to really get to know someone or being able to reach out to them or empathize with them, it really takes an ability to see even their problems, not just, you know, what's great or fun. You know what I mean?
Is that what you mean when you say witnessing is the openness to hear people's grievances? Is that how you define witnessing?
Well, I think witnessing is for a lot of things. I mean, there are whole therapeutic practices that are about having someone be able to witness another person's pain. There's a lot of literature on this, and it's really important. I think it got a lot of, it really picked up as a field with Holocaust survivors and also warriors, wounded veterans and so on, to be able to have somebody understand, not because they've gone through it, but being able to witness the telling of it, the trauma of it. It helps with trauma recovery. But I also using it here because I think that it can be another way of how we can understand each other. I'm really influenced this because I've had a lot of trauma in my life, and so I feel like my own best kindness is the hope that I have, because with the kind of background I have, I could have easily just been dysfunctional or incredibly pessimistic. I think a lot of people might feel like that. I mean, right now, the times we're living in, it's very hard to be optimistic. And so I've been trying to throw myself, I hope with the people I love, and certainly with my work, to have hope, to like, instead of just being mad about politics, I developed Growing Voters in 2004, you know, instead of just throwing my shoes at the TV or whatever. So I think that that's partly why I'm a teacher, because it's hopeful. I can try to give you stuff to read and let's talk about this and think this through for yourself. And that I believe in critical thinking and having an empathetic heart, and then, you know, you'll be better in the world. We'll have more kindness in your terms.
I think it seems like there's a collective barrier to witness-ship. What is it that you think culturally what is it that we don't know how to do that prevents us from witnessing? What are the tools that aren't in our toolbox, or the fears that come up when it comes to witnessing? What makes that hard for us?
That's such a good question, because you can sort of see it right away. We, as, of course, we're just generalizing here, but as a sort of American culture, let me say, we don't do well with holding pain or holding something that's negative or hard. We want to get off that. And it's short attention span, instant gratification, but you can really see this if anyone's had any experience with death. Americans can't handle, if you've lost someone, what I say to you. We're just fantastically bad at it. And a month later, we want you to be okay already, so that we aren't awkward and we don't know what to say and we don't know how to honor your pain. So even something as incredibly basic as death, there's life and there's death. What else is there? I mean, you know, these are knowns, and we can't handle it as a society. So if you can't stay in someone's pain, if you can't relate to them in some way, even though they're not your best friend, but you just want to be able to have some kind of connection or some kind of empathy or some kind of reaching through to say you care about them. If you can't really do that, how can we get to other things too? Do you know what I mean?
When we get you a copy of the book, okay. I have a whole chapter on failure. And the end of the chapter says the kind of kindness the world needs willingly accepts helplessness. Which I think is that sensation that so many of us resist. I think the American culture, but I'm sure lots of people sort of innately, that sense of helplessness is a tough one to embrace. And so many of us, in the face of people really hurting or suffering loss, is that sensation of helplessness that we don't know what to do. And as you know, when my mom was navigating her sickness and cancer, so many people did the programmatic, I'm so sorry, you know, she's a tough lady, she's going to be okay. All the things that you told you're supposed to say because you're trying to resolve, you know, me as the son's hurt in that moment. And I hated those moments. And really one of the most clear moments of kindness in my life is my friend Megan Birch, who pulled me aside into a cafeteria one day. We were working together at a summer camp. I'd recently gotten the news about my mom, and I was bracing myself, right, for I'm listening, I'm so sorry for your mom. And instead she just looked at me and she started to cry, and gave me permission to hurt. She didn't try to solve anything. She just cried with me, gave me a big hug. And that moment of full presence, that moment of helplessness where she allowed me to be helpless too, was such a profound gift. It was such a moment of witnessing. So I think what a huge action of kindness that can be. How does that translate in your work to, you know, the far side of this of people hurting? You know, that's one area where we have opportunities for kindness, but the world is experiencing tremendous conflict. And I know you do that work here and abroad. What are some things that you offer to create a space where conflict can be navigated?
A big thing that I've been doing for years is offering people a vision where the US and Iran are not at odds with each other and are not on the brink of war and open hostilities, etc. And it's usually a shock because most of us have only heard one narrative. It's a very dominant story in the media. And because I've been studying this all my life, I can say with a lot of, if not credibility, at least I know what I'm talking about. And I can say, oh, well, here's what you don't really quite hear about, but is true. And if you think of it from this point of view, here's how we could go forward. And I don't mean kumbaya, we're all skipping down the lane together, but we're not going to war, that we have all these shared interests, that we can envision something very different in the future. And I mean, I care about this a lot because I don't want us to go to war, and I don't want us to go to war with Iran. And I have a very keen sense of how terrible that would be. But I also think it's important when there's such entrenched hostility like there is in the US and Iran, for people to see that here at least, oh, it doesn't really have to be like that, really? I mean, tell me that part again. So I appreciate being able to have opportunities to do that. Particularly, I have lots of times that I get to go to audiences that don't agree with me. I'm not preaching to the choir. I'm telling people who are expecting war with Iran, and I try to bring in other perspectives, so that's good. And then I think the other thing I would say to your question, Houston, is that I'm trying to be a kinder professor. And that's funny because I've been doing this job for a long time, and I get teaching evaluations. I think I know how to teach, but it's really been COVID-19. And it's what reminded me, because you said if people are struggling, and since this pandemic, and not just things having to go online for all kinds of, education, but in general, the idea that people are suffering, and that could allow me to change my relationship to what I'm expecting in the classroom, that I could be more generous. And it's been very interesting. I started over the summer, I was teaching all summer, and now I'm teaching this fall, and it's a very different approach. I don't want to go down that road if you don't want to, but I'll just say that in the past, I've really concentrated on having expectations for the students, being consistent, being clear, holding them to it. And, I know, Houston, you're an expert about character. I've thought for a long time about my role as an educator is partly character work, right? Because I want students to do what's expected of them, and I want them to do it on time. And isn't that a developmental stage? And then the logical thing of when they go to work, when students are out in their careers and their professions, they will be already used to, they need to do something, they need to perform, and they need to do it now. Well, that's true, because if we don't do that, no one will do any reading, no one will learn, etc. But I'm now have this other way of thinking about it, which is that everybody's struggling, some more and some less, but look what we're living with it in COVID-19 alone, let alone politics, etc. So why don't I just keep being kind, and I chase down each student that isn't doing something or is 2 weeks behind. I say, great, what can I do? How can we make this work? Do we want to have a meeting and you give me the material orally? Like, what do you want to do this, and do you want to try that? Like, how can I help you? How can I support you? And we've come up with all kinds of workarounds, and of course it takes more time, but it's so great. I don't care. I used to do this thing about teaching, well, this is worth 4 points, and now I just go, great, you did it. You got credit. Good, we're moving on. I'm so glad you showed up to class. I'm so glad you did even half your work. And it's fantastic. It's working so much better than I thought it would. So I think that's another version of sort of me implementing empathy and trying to be compassionate and kind.
Yeah, I think in the midst of collective trauma, in the midst of shared struggle, our definition and metrics of success have to change, right? The bench posts and the benchmarks and guideposts have to shift because the circumstances have shifted. And if we try to teach or measure by the old narrative, then we're offering sort of a prehistoric ruler when we need a totally reinvented way of understanding what is purposeful. JoAnn, we got a couple final questions. These are the quick kindness questions to close us out. So many good thoughts, and we're gonna have a longer follow-up conversation. But I want to know, another word for kindness in your brain is what?
Oh, I was already giving you understanding. Do I have to come up with another one too?
No, that's good. I like understanding. How about this? The opposite of kindness is?
Misunderstanding. Oh, that's too easy because I said understanding. Hold on. The opposite of kindness. Refusal.
That's a good word. The kind of kindness the world needs is?
Oh, is it only one word, or do you get a phrase?
You get a phrase.
Okay. True open-heartedness.
JoAnn, I have a little deep kindness challenge for you. It's to think of someone and then we'll offer them a compliment. So someone in your life who handles difficult conversations thoughtfully and with humility. And then the prompt, the compliment is this. So you'll use that person's name. If you're able to see this, okay? Does that come up all right?
Okay. Oh, I'm hardly seeing it. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to tell it to me.
All right, so it's dear blank. I appreciate how you bring blank and empathy into every interaction. So who is someone that handles tough conversations well for you, and what do they bring into every interaction?
Well, I don't know if it's about the nature of the conversation, but when I think of kind, I have a friend whom I love and I think is such a kind, it's like a deeply kind person, and brings it over and over again to sort of every interaction. I definitely have that person in mind.
What's their name?
Lisa Kraft.
Mara, that's what I'm talking about.
She is. I mean, really, she is exceptionally kind. She just being with her, she lights up. She just shows what a heart she has. And, I've seen her through some horrible times and she can still do that. I mean, that is a kind of amazing capacity for love and generosity. And she definitely needs a shout out.
JoAnn, thank you for showing up tonight and giving of yourself. I can't wait to visit you one of these days soon. And I'm going to share with my mama how grateful I am for her connecting these dots for today. So we'll see you again soon. Good news.
Thanks.
We're going into our final break of the day. And in that break, it has been determined that anyone who pre-ordered a copy of Deep Kindness or who ordered today was